Chapter 501 Time Loop. Full of vitality. When entering the passage of the kingdom of death, a breeze blew. This is not wind. It is time flowing. Everyone was stunned. The time loop came to the replacement point of the next day. December 29th. 6 o'clock. All the people judged by the time loop have undergone a new change. Everyone returned to their original age. Not only that, Su Bei's mental state gradually improved. His strength recovered quickly. His blood and chi were full. And several order injuries were cleared. He clenched his fist unconsciously and felt full of energy. Even if he fought Luminera again, it would be enough. The power of order in Elena was taken away by time, and her injuries were gone. And she looked radiant. She had already stepped into the realm of pseudogod, and the price left by forcibly breaking through the realm was taken away by time. At this moment, Elena was no different from the gods on Earth. The descent of gods usually costs a lot, and the strength of the descent is not complete. And Elena, at this moment, is in her prime. If she fights with either freedom or blood ancestor, she is confident that she will not be defeated easily. Lilizi has not changed much, but she looks more energetic and full of vitality. Maybe she can really eat 100 lollipops in one breath. Jasmine woke up. She suddenly raised her head, stared blankly at the broad back in front of her, and blinked. "Mr. Su Bei?" Jasmine called. A scratching sound like a kitten sounded in Su Bei's ears, scaring him. "I am." Su Bei nodded and let go of Jasmine from his back. Jasmine smiled and didn't care that Su Bei had let go. She hung on Su Bei's neck and moved her body up a little so that he could hold her tighter. "Don't let go." Jasmine hasn't recovered yet. She hasn't woken up yet. Su Bei was stunned and frowned. He stretched out his fingers and pointed around in a circle. Very anxious. Jasmine was stunned and her hair trembled. "Hey, everyone." Jasmine's gentle voice was stuck. She blinked, looked at the various gazes around her, and her face turned red. "What's the matter?" Su Bei asked in confusion. Jasmine suddenly buried her head in Su Bei's shoulder and said in despair, "I saw it. So I saw it." Jasmine doesn't care. You are not allowed to let go. Elena's eyes were hanging, and the corners of her mouth twitched. This master who just woke up probably hasn't figured out what the situation is now. But it's good this way, so that Su Bei can control Jasmine at any time and protect Jasmine's personal safety. Lilizi didn't react much. She kept taking out lollipops from the omniscient codex, and began to enjoy them. After all, Lin would arrive soon, and then these guys would be beaten up one by one. However, it wasn't just Su Bei and his men who had changed. Freedom had also changed. The body of Palu she was staying in was recovering rapidly, and the flesh pierced by the blood ancestor had recovered as before. His fighting power was restored. A quasi-god body plus his soul gave her full confidence. He is no longer afraid of the blood ancestor, even if the blood ancestor is intact. Time is really wonderful. Zio sighed, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Shitai and Su Bei. Ready to go. One by one, the heavenly chains surrounded him, and an unobservable order emerged around him. This is freedom, unrestrained, and free authority to do whatever he wants. Badong's mouth twitched when he saw this. Shitai sneered, and blood was surrounding him. It seems that he can't hold his temper anymore. He was the only one who had not changed, and the law of time had not judged him. His injury by the holy light could be traced back to ancient times. This free time order could not be traced back to that time node. This was too unfair to him. The others had recovered, which wiped out the advantages he had accumulated before, not to mention the lack of advantages. And they also fell into the kingdom of death, which had a huge impact on him. At this point, Su Bei's side had recovered to full strength and had all returned to their prime. Logically speaking, everything was going in a good direction. When the Lilizi entered the kingdom of death, everything would be settled. But for some reason, Su Bei still felt that it was not the time to relax. Somehow, Su Bei felt uneasy. Where did the uneasiness come from? With this uneasiness, Su Bei watched the Lilizi enter the kingdom of death. It was completely swallowed by the entrance of the kingdom of death. In an instant, Su Bei tensed up and drew out the holy sword to hold it in front of him. Lilizi and Elena came to Su Bei's side, both with embarrassed faces. Jasmine paused, holding Su Bei's arm slightly harder. Breathing suddenly quickened. Zio was stunned. Shuazu narrowed his eyes slightly, becoming more calm. This is the plague continent. But it is very different from the plague continent in Su Bei's cognition. Looking around, blood and fire are intertwined. And wars are happening everywhere on the continent. There are collisions everywhere. In front of him, a figure that covers the sky, and the sun falls from the sky and turns into a skeleton of an undead. Countless lights and shadows surrounded him, fled from him, and materialized into countless souls, howling in pain, flying rapidly in all directions. This was a semi-god undead soul, which had swallowed up hundreds of souls, and was covered in blood. These souls came from the indigenous people of the plague continent. Su Bei swung his sword and buried this undead soul, sending countless souls to the afterlife. These souls bowed slightly to Su Bei, said countless sincere blessings, and then turned into ashes, and returned to reincarnation. Above the sky, there was an extremely fierce collision taking place, and every collision would cause the earth to shake, and the entire continent would tremble with it. Su Bei's uneasiness finally became a reality. A war of gods is going on above the sky. That's the immortal god. Ha ha ha. Shitai clapped his legs and laughed. Death and the immortal god are old enemies. You don't think death has time, do you? Shitai was very happy. He pressed his foot to stop the forward movement of the Li Z, turned his back to everyone, and looked at the whole world. Wonderful. Wonderful beyond words. Chaos, disorder, death, immortality, various rules, fighting, the most primitive collision. No one can interfere with us now. No one will disturb us. Come on. Let's have a hearty fight. Then lose to me, and become my nourishment. You will all be mine. Shitai turned around and took one step at a time. His movements neither slow nor slow. He no longer had to wait. Nor did he have to be patient. Freedom pursed his lips, but did not speak, but was thinking seriously. Palu's body was restored, enough for him to fully exert his soul power. But his paper strength was still not as good as that of the Blood Ancestor. Blood Ancestor has old injuries, but his strength is intact. This will make him slightly inferior. Fortunately, he is not worried about self-protection. According to the current paper strength, Blood Ancestor is stronger than her, and she is stronger than Elena. But neither side wants to kill the other by crushing it, and no one can do it. Elena and Su Bei, who used a world technique, joined forces to fight 2 against 1, and might be able to barely maintain the situation and fight with him for a few moves. But with only a few moves, it can't last. But they can't stop Blood Ancestor, because Su Bei is too far behind Blood Ancestor. Will be killed instantly. As for Li Z, haha, just a mascot. But we must be on guard. Li Z must have a backup plan, which may be a wise plan, enough to tip the balance of victory and defeat. Freedom thought so, remained calm, and kept a safe distance from the others. Can fight. It depends on how to fight. He is Freedom, with plenty of room for advancement and retreat, and no one can stop him. But the Blood Ancestor can't. At this time, a gray-black smear spread above the sky, and an extremely terrifying divine skill tore the sky completely apart, attracting a thick finger. Evil beast. Get out of here. When the cause and effect come, I will be crowned king and prove my truth to the 2 gods. Die. You tiny ant. The little thing that stole the throne of death. The sky was dead silent. It was the movement above the sky. It was more than 100,000 feet away from the ground, but it could cause the ground to crack constantly. The whole world was collapsing. Heaven and earth were divided into 2 obvious boundaries here. Su Bei sighed and said coldly, trouble. Su Bei turned his back to Li Z, pointed at Jasmine on his back, and entrusted, you protect Jasmine and yourself, and leave the rest to me and Elena. If I'm going to die, you take Jasmine and run away. You have to stay alive. If I'm not dead, you have to run too. Don't get caught. Jasmine was unwilling to let go, and refused very seriously. You are not allowed to let go of Jasmine. Take Jasmine with you. Jasmine is much more useful than you think. And when necessary, Jasmine can lend you my strength. This time, Jasmine will fight side by side with Mr. Su Bei. Li Z pursed her lips and sighed, and yelled, Bastard Su Bei. Cheer up, Lin said. Hold on for 5 minutes. He will come to help. After 5 minutes, he will take action and solve everything. At the same time, the Blood Ancestor moved. He had no way out, and could only go all out. He wanted to end everything before the fight on the sky. Whether the undead skeleton god won or the death one, it would not be good for him. He would not give a 5-minute chance. The blood color spread. Boundless. Blood color wings grew behind Shitai. And when they flapped, the sky and the earth changed color. This was a miracle. In just a blink of an eye, the boundless blood color attacked Zubei, Elena, and Freedom at the same time. It seemed to wipe out everything. The blood ancestor had a murderous intention. Chapter 502 The Power of Gods. Jasmine luck. It's hard to react. Impossible to resist. This is Zubei's first feeling. The gap between gods and transcendence is too big. Even if he has an incomplete world technique, it is still useless to face the blood ancestor. A young lowly holding a dagger, without any help from anyone, can't threaten an adult lowly control at all. On the contrary, it will arouse the other party's bloodiness. The blood ancestor is in such a state at the moment, and the gap between the two sides is hundreds of times greater than this description. How to resist? How can we resist? The blood ancestor sighed softly, as if a heavy hammer hit Zubei's brain, causing blood to flow from his mouth. 5 minutes? What a joke. When the blood ancestor unfolded his domain, his words seemed to be pressed from the entire world towards the center of the words. In an instant, all of Zubei's defenses were removed. Zubei's eyes lost all color, and he could only see an endless sea of blood. One thought, one idea. The gods were enough to wipe out the transcendence. Seeing that the sea of blood was about to swallow Zubei, Zubei moved. He will not give up struggling. Zubei gritted his teeth. His thoughts were clear. He was in harmony. And he raised his hand to shock the waves. A touch of sword energy blasted out in the bloody ocean. It did not stir up any waves. But it was enough. This little bit of emptiness was enough for Zubei to catch his breath. Zubei quickly turned his head to look at Jasmine. Frowning. Strange. Why was Jasmine not affected? She was just a demigod. Zubei did not think about it anymore. Raised his sword with both hands, and used Luminara's most proud killing move. Star explosion. A ray of morning light shone from the empty space. The blood sea surged and turned back. A terrifying murderous intent bloomed from it, and a vacant corridor was blasted out. Mr. Zubei, Jasmine exclaimed. I lend me to you. No hurry. Zubei gritted his teeth. The next moment, a sun rose from the empty corridor. That was the holy light. Not as huge as the blood sea, but enough to protect a place from being swallowed by the blood sea. Elena took action. She stood beside Zubei, and would not sit idly by and watch Zubei being wiped out by the blood ancestor. Can you stop my thoughts and my attacks? The blood ancestor shouted and started to move. His fingertips poked out, and the sea of blood poured back, pressing down heavily on Zubei. Elena looked panicked. Oh no! This attack of his is real. I can resist it. But if the aftermath spreads a little, you will die. Help Mr. Zubei. Jasmine's voice sounded again. Zubei paused in his action of drawing out the magic sword. At this moment, several treasures on Jasmine's body flew out. These are the various treasures that Jasmine picked up during her adventure. They all have various characteristics, and are very spiritual. No wonder Jasmine was not affected. When Jasmine entered the demigod realm, she was able to use most of the epic treasures. Many treasures of this level contain simple order power. Jasmine first handed over a pendant, and told Zubei the data. Violet Evergarden, Epic, Eternal Enchantment feature, Law Enhancement, features, Intermittent, hide in the intermittent space to avoid any harm. Solidify yourself, keep your original heart, and your spiritual world will not be affected by the environment. Eternity, never damaged. Note, a necklace made by an ancient strongman. Violet, for his beloved, which protected that woman for her entire life. Every epic treasure has a magnificent history. Under the pressure of the blood sea, the violet eternal garden bloomed softly, and Zubei and Jasmine both fell into the space layer to escape the blood sea. But in the blink of an eye, the space layer was invaded by the blood sea, and the necklace with eternal characteristics was shattered and turned into powder in the blink of an eye. The characteristics of epic treasures can only reach the rule level and cannot compete with order. But at least it bought Zubei a lot of time and avoided the most turbulent moment of the blood sea. Zubei touched the magic sword again, hugged Jasmine tightly, and said solemnly, I need you. Jasmine blushed and said quickly, Don't worry, Mr. Zubei. Jasmine has something better. I give you everything. Jasmine handed over a watch. Natural blessing of the spring breeze fairy, legendary, enchantment causal characteristics, God-given enhancement, characteristics, Spring Breeze. The Spring Breeze Fairy will bless you, and you will not be bound by anything. Note, when you are in doubt, you can ask the Spring Breeze, which is the power of order. Nature, as long as you are in touch with nature, the laws in your body will never run dry. Note, the Spring Breeze elf will never mistreat a fool who treats it well. Blessing, resist a fatal injury, and nature will move you to a safe place. Note, this is the last gift of the Spring Breeze elf. She will give you, who have strayed into a desperate situation, a chance to live in the face of death. Note, the Spring Breeze elf will treat every child who loves nature well. Note, you can only use order if you understand it. Note, the Spring Breeze Fairy likes Jasmine, just like she likes the Spring Breeze. As the data was transmitted, Su Bei was stunned again and again. The Blood Sea was blocked, separated by various indescribable orders. They were safe. This is a legendary treasure, which means that this treasure is at least a top collection of a pseudogod in ancient times, or even above. This is much more reliable than a divine weapon, and much more powerful than an epic treasure. Most divine weapons are not very strong. After all, the underwear of a god is also a divine weapon, and the main weapon of a god is also a divine weapon. And the difference in strength is huge. But legendary treasures are different. Each legendary treasure has left a rich history in history, and has a pivotal position. The strength cannot be ignored. It just so happens that Su Bei understands order, and can use these legendary treasures. This is a great help. Where did you get these things? Su Bei was stunned, watching Jasmine take out one treasure after another, and gradually became numb. As the watch was taken out, it was followed by a hairpin, white pantyhose, hairband, ring, gloves. Jasmine has a lot. A lot. Jasmine's eyes were slightly panicked, and she took off everything she could, except for her skirt. Her skirt was an epic treasure, as were her socks and shoes. Jasmine said quickly, "Molly was eaten by Mr. Su Bei before, so I couldn't take it out. While Jasmine is still here, I give everything to Mr. Su Bei first." Jasmine's voice suddenly became much softer, and she blushed and said very softly, "Just treat it as a dowry." Then, all of them were stuffed into Su Bei's arms. "Take them and use them. Now, Mr. Su Bei can use Jasmine at any time. Jasmine is ready." Jasmine spoke very quickly, but Su Bei was thinking about something. Once in the Winter City dungeon, many monsters rushed to give Jasmine treasures. Jasmine has extremely top-level treasure luck and affinity with monsters. This is her innate ability, which has nothing to do with the Demon King profession. No wonder she has so many collections. Su Bei sighed, standing steady as a rock in the sea of blood, and reached out to touch Jasmine's hair affectionately. "Not for now. With the blessing of so many treasures, Su Bei can run first." Su Bei ran very fast. She was too angry, and pressed down with one finger the sea of blood, with the order mixed with the word destruction. Pressed down brazenly. At this moment, Su Bei hugged Jasmine and jumped to avoid it. The sea of blood was making way for him, and the order was paving a bridge for him. As Su Bei moved, the treasures sent by Jasmine were shattered one by one. The power of the gods is so terrifying. These treasures can only delay, and cannot help Su Bei defeat the Blood Ancestor. But if Su Bei wants to escape, it is difficult for the Blood Ancestor to stop him. He is really too rich, and he has never fought such a rich war. At this time, freedom moved. Seeing this, Li Lizzie rode on the all-knowing code, wearing Li Lizzie's original felt hat, and wearing all kinds of life-saving artifacts, and grabbed Su Bei's collar. Seriously reminded, "Be careful. The secret of the Blood Ancestor is that all vampires can be transformed into his external incarnation. So you must beware of Wilgard and Badong. They may also transform at any time. Every vampire can unleash the same combat power as the Blood Ancestor. And Freedom has a secret as important as the Blood Ancestor. He can assimilate any rules and freely appear in any place he wants, including the Abyss, the outside world, and his kingdom of God. In other words, no matter where you escape to, he can project from your inner world to your eyes in the next moment. Every god has his own ultimate secret. You must be extremely careful." As soon as the words fell, a pair of old hands appeared in front of Su Bei. These hands contained an extremely terrifying power, locking all of Su Bei's escape movements. These were Palu's hands. Su Bei stopped abruptly. Trouble. If it was as Li Lizzie said, he couldn't escape. No matter what, he couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. Jasmine clenched her fist and said bitterly, "Will he die?" It's all because Jasmine couldn't help and held Mr. Sube back. "No. You're great. This has nothing to do with you." Sube shook his head. His eyes narrowed. He was going to fight to the death. Sube held the holy sword in his right hand and stretched his left hand behind Jasmine, holding the magic sword in the air. "We will win." Suddenly, a voice exploded. The voice came from the sky. "And they will die." 5 minutes have passed. Death has come. Lin fell into the crowd, raised her fist, and punched out. One punch broke up the free forward route, and then pinched the surging sea of blood, stood in front of everyone, and blocked everything. He panted, his eyes condensed, and said coldly, "Evil beast, dare to step into death. Are you ready to face death?" As she said, Lin stretched out a finger and pointed at Palu and Shitai. Her eyes suddenly flickered. Turbid gray air burst out from her fingertips, obliterating all order. This is her unique authority. Dare to kill me in my kingdom of God. All of you. Go to hell. Chapter 503. Don't imagine. Don't discuss. Lin pointed out with one finger, and the fingertips condensed the supreme order, and the complete order of death continued to connect and turned into a divine skill. Divine skill. The other side of death. Pointed out with one finger. As Lin read out the words one by one, the free body was imprisoned, and the place where it was located was completely dead. A destructive force descended, tearing and suppressing, and wanted to crush the free body and soul together. Whether it was outside the starry sky or the abyss of hell, there was no escape. Lin's target was the free soul. This level of attack was not as exaggerated as the law seemed, but it was more soul-deterring. The residents of the entire plague continent felt that death was approaching. It seemed that as long as Lin moved her hands, everyone's life would dissipate. It had to be said that Lin's understanding of death was already superb, compared with many new gods. His growth was too terrifying. Buzz, freedom was hit. The body swelled and exploded like a bubble, turning into dust bit by bit. Dust shattered and closed, and the solidified freedom had a sense of fragmentation like pieces of paper, and would be blown away and separated at the slightest disturbance. Freedom inhaled, puffed up his chest, and a breath of foul air blew out of his mouth, disrupting the order of his body. Then he stepped out and fell into the starry sky. He intended to avoid fatal damage, but in the next moment, his body kept expanding and exploded again. His body came from Palu, and the body of a quasi-god could not neutralize the power of a god. No one can escape death. If it was the complete body of freedom, maybe he could give it a try. But the soul body can't. It is indeed the same source, and the growth rate is too amazing. Freedom sighed, and had no choice but to abandon Palu's body, and keep the integrity of the soul body. His soul was separated from the body, thus getting rid of death, and withdrawing to protect himself. Located in the space layer far away, waiting for an opportunity to observe everything. Freedom retreated. Lin never stopped. Raised his hands in front of him, made an inverted triangle gesture to circle the blood ancestor, and chanted in a deep voice, the road to rebirth of the divine skill. Behind Lin, a road of death appeared. At the end of the road, there was only chaos, and the starting point of the road extended to the feet of the blood ancestor. This was the embodiment of Lin's power. He represented death, and touching him meant death. Immediately, he punched out. The target of this punch was the blood ancestor. Lin punched out, and his power was invincible without any skills. Not to mention the most terrifying thing was the order mixed in the power. The blood ancestor was judged to have succeeded in the road to rebirth, no matter how he escaped. The starting point and end point of the road to rebirth were fixed. This was a causal death skill. The judged object would definitely be sent to the afterlife, and his soul would be under his control. Blood ancestor frowned, grabbed Badong with his right hand, flapped his wings, blew 100 feet of wind, and dodged and moved on this bounded road to the afterlife. In his prime, he didn't dare to exchange moves with death. Let alone at this moment, he was injured. Blood ancestor's body disappeared in an instant, and behind him there was a bang. The sea of blood shattered like a piece of paper, and a corner of the border of the plague continent had been blown into pieces. Lin's hand slid in the air, sweeping all space with the order of death. With each slide, the surging power of death enveloped blood ancestor like a net, shattering layer after layer of space. Can't dodge. The circled area is shrinking. The blood ancestor sighed and stopped resisting. Instead, he pinched with one hand and took the attack. At the same time, Wilgard's body shattered and turned into countless flying ashes. He took the attack for him. He took the attack with his incarnation, paid the price to gain rhythm, and took the opportunity to flap his wings to escape from the battlefield. In this moment, the blood ancestor left here. He knew there was no chance. No god could defeat death in the kingdom of death. This is an absolute home advantage. From the moment she appeared to the moment she attacked, Lin used one finger and one punch to shatter the dream of blood ancestor and freedom to break through, which stunned everyone. At this point, Lin stopped her attack and looked back, exhaled lightly, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked sideways. Before he could get out of his solemn mood, his peripheral vision swept over a scene that could be said to be very bad. A blue color jumped down from high in the sky and rushed towards her head with great force. The movement was so big, and the speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Wait a minute. Great. Hot. 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 Bang. With a sound, the goddess of death, who had shattered the dreams of two gods with two moves, was pressed down hard by Lilizi, who was evenly matched with the tabby cat, and buried her head in the ground. A half-inch deep pit was knocked out. Lin clenched her fists instantly, and her head cracked, rightened, and a big hashtag bulged on her forehead. She said word by word, viciously, "You evil beast. Lan Mao. Are you sick in the brain?" Lilizi didn't argue with Lin, and stuffed the lollipop in her hand into Lin's mouth to interrupt her angry words, and said lightly, "Reward you with a lollipop. To reward Lin for her performance just now. This is the highest medal that Lilizi can give." Lin resisted angrily, pressed Lilizi under her backhand, clenched her fist, and planned to teach Lilizi a little lesson that she would never forget. But Lin's movements paused, seeing Lilizi's heartless and cheerful laughter. Lin's anger that had risen for no reason instantly disappeared, sighed, and said unhappily, "What a fool. Lin is really awesome." Lilizi smiled. "How can it be that good?" Lin muttered, helped Lilizi up, and said lightly, "It's nothing." Then he turned his eyes, glanced at Su Bei and Jasmine, and quickly retracted them. Then he looked at Elena again, blinked, and said nothing. Finally, he walked straight to the direction of leaving, waved to everyone. Okay. I'm going to get busy. There is a skeleton with a not-so-clear mind who hasn't left yet, carrying an entire kingdom of God, and is determined to fight to the death with me. I'm still busy." "Immortal skeleton god?" Su Bei asked doubtfully. His body suddenly stopped. The moment he said this name, a tall figure appeared in Su Bei's head. Su Bei's consciousness was deeply trapped in the sea of consciousness, and his soul lost itself. He saw a huge corpse. He was so huge, piled up by countless corpses, and his skeleton was assembled by countless huge skeletons. Each of these skeletons was above the quasi-god, emitting the same order of source quality, constantly dissolving, pulling, tearing and squeezing Su Bei's consciousness. The moment he thought of this name, Su Bei felt a terrifying gaze locking onto him, and then his body began to ossify, his soul and body dying. A pair of giant skeletal hands fell from the sky, slowly grabbing Su Bei. "If you dare to touch my people, you're looking for death," Lin roared, quickly jumped up, and swung a palm. It hit Su Bei's head. Lin's gaze collided violently with the undead god. Su Bei woke up. He was stunned, looking down at the slightly ossified skin on his hands, his heart beating rapidly. He had never felt so clearly about dying. But he almost died just now. Lin grabbed Su Bei's arm, squinted his eyes and looked at him, and warned him seriously, "Don't think about him. Don't think about him. Don't imagine him. You have seen what he looks like, so you can't talk about him. He is an evil god from outside the domain. He is a complete god. He has integrated the kingdom of God and has extremely terrifying power. Hurry up and empty your mind, and think about other things immediately." Su Bei shook his head without thinking. His eyes kept scanning and stopped on Jasmine. After exchanging a glance with Jasmine, who had a worried look in her eyes, she looked at the others and asked, "What on earth was that thing I just saw?" Lin's face looked extremely bad. She thought for a moment and explained seriously, "I must explain this to you seriously. With your current realm and strength, if you have seen the true appearance of any complete god, then you will fall into a dangerous situation that you cannot escape from just by imagining their appearance. Before you enter the realm of God, you will think that you are very close to God and can make up for it with order and skills. But gods are far more terrifying than you think. Su Bei asked in a low voice. But blood ancestor and freedom don't have this kind of power. Lin shook her head and said, Freedom and blood ancestor are not complete gods. They only set down their souls. But the souls can't fully exert the power of the gods themselves. And the authority they can use is not even 1/10 of their own strength. If freedom was a complete god, then the moment you thought of her, he would have caught you. There is absolutely no second possibility. Not to mention that he has not yet summoned the kingdom of God. As long as the kingdom of God exists, it can provide double the blessing for the gods, which is a very terrifying bonus. Su Bei frowned and asked, But what about the blood ancestor? He should be complete, right? Hearing this, Lin thought and slowly told a story that Su Bei had heard of. He was beaten by the light in the ancient war of gods. Hearing this, Su Bei subconsciously glanced at Elena, but saw that Elena was nonchalant and did not take this matter to heart at all. He just raised his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly, looking in a good mood. That was not a simple beating. Lin sighed, eyes full of fear, and said solemnly, In that battle, the blood ancestor's kingdom was shattered, and only some fragments fell into the chaotic sea. Not to mention how miserable the blood ancestor himself was. It is said that in that battle, the blood ancestor's soul was broken in half, and his body was buried in the abyss and swallowed by the abyss. If he was at his peak, he could transform all the blood clans into his external incarnations, and each of them would have the power of a complete god. If you dare to imagine his existence, you will be swallowed by the sea of blood, forcibly planted with the blood clan mark, and forcibly transformed into a blood clan. Su Bei was stunned. In this way, how strong would Elena be at her peak when she could forcibly wipe out countless blood ancestors? Elena nodded. Indeed, as long as you step into the path of mastering rules and order, the gap between each realm will be more significant than the sum of the gaps between all previous realms. The cost of the gods descending is extremely high, so the false gods can deal with the gods descending from the gods for a while. As for the gap between pseudo-gods and quasi-gods, I can only say that if there were no pseudo-gods in the chaotic sea who used the bodies of quasi-gods to die, I wouldn't be in any great danger, let alone a dozen quasi-gods. Even if there were hundreds, I would be injured, but I would never die. Su Bei sighed. You mean, if I just imagine them, I will encounter all kinds of difficulties. Almost spicy, Li Lizi rode on the omniscient codex and floated over, touched Su Bei's head, and gently comforted him. That's why Li Lizi rarely mentioned some secrets to you before, because the weight of those secrets is too heavy for you to bear now. Although God Freedom and Blood Ancestor are gods, their power is only slightly higher than that of a false god, and this is already too much for you to bear. There are many secrets that even Li Lizi has never remembered. This is another protection mechanism I set up for Li Lizi. Li Lizi has never remembered the appearance and real name of any of her sisters, because if she just imagines, Li Lizi will be caught by them. Su Bei was really in a daze, and he didn't even notice Li Lizi touching his head. Su Bei was silent. Su Bei thought that he was at the peak of transcendence, able to draw the holy sword and borrow the magic sword, and he had touched the world's top power. But in fact, it is still far from it. He is not even qualified to imagine a complete god. Even if he imagines a false god, he will put himself in a dangerous situation where he is in danger of death, not to mention fighting. If he had not mastered the art of the world, Su Bei might have become a side dish for the abyss biphasic. With all his strength now, he may only be able to deal with the false god for a while. Su Bei sighed heavily, feeling that the road ahead was bleak. His transcendent state was raised from seed by Li Lizi and watered with tears bit by bit. It combines the three powers of life, death, and wisdom. None of them was obtained by Su Bei's own understanding. Now Su Bei is very confused about the future. Listening to everyone's story, Jasmine hesitated and asked, But Jasmine also silently recited that it's the existence that Mr. Su Bei was thinking of. How come Jasmine is okay? Lin smiled slightly, turned her head and comforted, Don't worry. You are just a demigod. In the eyes of beings like us, you have just entered our world. If God is compared to the entire universe, then you have just evolved into a speck of dust. No universe cares about the thoughts of dust. When you enter transcendence, you can barely be considered a life form worthy of attention and observation. But when you get close to quasi-gods, then you have to pay attention. Humans will not allow ants to steal their lollipops. Gods will not tolerate ants stealing the authority of order. Because order is fixed. The more people get it, the fewer people are free. The stronger you are, the more cautious you need to be, and the easier it is to fall into the abyss. One careless step may lead to eternal damnation. Even I have to be careful. As she spoke, Lynn looked around and said very seriously, because gods can also fall. Elena and Lizzie curled their lips and rolled their eyes. Okay. Emily puffed her lips and said dejectedly, although you make me feel relieved. But I always feel that it seems to be more uncomfortable. Don't think too much. Sube touched Emily's head and explained. What she meant is that you are great. But you still have to. Emily glared back and quickly stood on tiptoe to cover Sube's mouth, saying angrily, Okay. Okay. Mr. Sube. You are not allowed to explain. Emily knows. Even if she didn't finish listening, Emily knew that what Sube said was definitely not good. Lynn pursed her lips and sighed. Okay. I'm still a little worried about you. Why don't you come with me? I will take you to a safe place. What about you? Lizzie asked concernedly. Lynn said calmly. I will come back to pick you up after I dismantle the big skeleton. Jasmine shook her head. Why don't we go together? We can all help. Lynn frowned. What can you do to help? Are you planning to starve him to death? Jasmine smiled slightly, took a few steps closer, rubbed Lynn's head, and whispered, although Jasmine's strength is not enough, she can make up for it in other places. As she said that, Jasmine chanted a spell and opened several space layers. The inside of the mezzanine was glittering with treasures emitting orange light. They had a heavy sense of history and contained various wonderful orders. Lynn immediately fell in love with the black long skirt and murmured, This skirt suits me very well. It contains several orders that are very suitable for me. It's yours. Jasmine blinked. It's very valuable. It's a treasure of an ancient elf. It's yours. Jasmine smiled. It's yours. Molly touched Lynn's head. Lynn accepted it, then hid in the shadows and began to change clothes in front of several people. She liked this dress very much. Hey! Mr. Sube. Turn around quickly, Molly shouted, even though no one could see anything. But just hearing the rustling sound of changing clothes, Molly felt super erotic. Half a minute later, Lynn changed her clothes and turned around in front of everyone. How is it? Hello. Lizzie praised. She has the maturity of a kindergartner. Very cute. Emily smiled. No matter who sees Lynn, they will like her. Normally. Elena nodded. But she is suitable. Lynn looked at Sube. She wanted to hear Sube's evaluation. Sube touched his nose and gave a thumbs up. Gothic Lolita style. Very unique. What? Lynn complained, bent down and patted the hem of her skirt, and waved to everyone with her back to him. After changing into new clothes, she should go to the battle. I must emphasize this again. His ability is very strange. And he is dragging the kingdom of God. You must stay here and don't run around. Lizzie chased after him, slapped Lynn on the shoulder, and grabbed Lynn. Why are you running so fast? Emily gave you help. But Lizzie hasn't given you any. Lynn looked back in confusion. But Lizzie pointed at the Lizzie and smiled. We sent you dozens of demigods, several transcendents, and a bunch of logistics personnel with special skills, all for you to use. Lynn asked suspiciously. Will they agree? Lizzie smiled and leaned closer to whisper. Now they are still under the protection of the Elf Queen, and they don't know what is happening outside. You will die if you fool Law later. Lynn was stunned. Can you? Lizzie patted her flat chest and nodded to promise. I guarantee it. Leave it to Lizzie. But as for the war on the top, you can only rely on yourself. As for the few of us, no one is going. Sube pondered for a long time and suddenly said something. Jasmine and Lizzie were both stunned. And even Elena looked at Sube a few more times. Sube pointed at Lynn and said seriously, You and us, the entire Lizzie will not go. Now we are returning. You also get on the ship, dragging an entire kingdom of God. We will leave immediately. Everyone was stunned. We can't go now. The cause and effect gathering has not ended yet. And fate has not yet ended. Freedom and Blood Ancestor are watching covetously. It would have been fine if we hadn't come. But now that we are here, the cause and effect has come. Once you participate in the battle above the sky and leave your kingdom of God, you will definitely be surrounded and suppressed. In the kingdom of God, you can kill blood ancestor in freedom. Outside the kingdom of God, can you still do it? At that time, you will face the encirclement and suppression of the undead skeleton god, blood ancestor, and freedom at the same time. This is very dangerous. I disagree. Lin fell silent. Lizzie began to think. Elena nodded. They all thought Sube was right. Jasmine sighed and pointed at the army of undead that covered the mountains and plains under the sky. But what about the residents here? Sube sighed and gave the most ideal answer after thinking for a long time. So we have to drag the kingdom of God and only defend but not attack. Life and death are determined by fate. Leave everything to luck. If it were before, I would definitely run away with everyone without looking back. Lin pursed her lips, forced a smile, sighed and shook her head. But now, I can't retreat. I am Lin, the goddess of death, the only god in this kingdom of God. They believe in me very much and firmly believe that I can win this war. I can't give up on them. And I won't give up on them. Not only because they are the source of my faith and the pillar of my strength. It is also because they are my only sustenance of humanity. My emotions will be lost with time, and my humanity will be worn away by the years. I don't want this to happen. As she spoke, Lin raised her head slightly and suddenly began to speak some incomprehensible words. Because I have memories that I don't want to forget no matter what. All that once became will always follow me closely in the future. Forever. Forever. Sube was silent. But he didn't say anything. Only sighs lingered for a long time. Chapter 504. Be careful along the way. Everyone was speechless. Lizzie grabbed Lin's hair and refused to let go. Let go! Lin resisted and yelled. No! Lizzie stopped laughing and bit Lin's head and dragged her back. After a while, Elena said calmly, if you must go, you need some treasures that can save your life. As she said that, Elena looked at Jasmine. Jasmine was stunned for a moment. And without thinking, she opened the space layer and showed her collection to everyone. Many things were obtained by Jasmine inexplicably. Jasmine hasn't figured out all the functions of the treasure. Elena rested her chin on her hand and thought. Then took out a rag doll from one of the layers. Where did this come from? Jasmine thought for a long time and gave an answer. I got it from a copy of the Savage Continent. It seems to be the 49th floor of the Wild Desert. Elena nodded. No wonder. It used to be lush and green. But she burned it into a desert. This is called a life-replacing rag doll. It's a replica. The original is a divine artifact. I've dealt with the owner of this treasure before. Jasmine asked. What exactly happened? My eyes can't see through this treasure. Elena recalled for a moment and said lightly. It can save lives. Sube interrupted. What's the effect? I'm not sure. But at the beginning, I chased him for a full 50 worlds and couldn't kill him. In the end, he still escaped. Lizzie rode the omniscient codex to Elena, circled around the life-saving puppet, and sighed. This treasure should be the most valuable one in all of Jasmine collections. As she spoke, Elena glanced at the space again, hooked her fingers, took out a silk scarf, and then froze. As if reminiscing, this is a collection of a certain evil god from outside the domain, which can resist a single death judgment. The more useless thing is that this thing is only useful for those above the gods, and the upper limit can only barely resist the killing moves of pseudo-gods. It is ineffective against divine skills, but it can block most sneak attacks without pre-swing. It's better than nothing. Molly took out the puppet, tied it with a silk scarf, and hung it around Lin's neck. Lin was stunned. Give it to me. Lend it to me? Molly smiled slightly. It's yours. Lin glanced at everyone. Her eyes stayed on Sube for a moment, hesitant to speak. Molly's smile froze, and she forced a smile. I can't give it to you. What did you just say? Lin looked at him in confusion. Elena nodded and said with relief, this will make you much safer. In this case, Lizzie thought about it, and took out a collection from the omniscient code. This is a divine weapon in the shape of a bracelet, called Twin Connection. 2 in a set. Lizzie took out one and put it on her wrist, then took out the other and put it on Lin's arm. Then he said solemnly, when necessary, remember to shout. Lizzie can pull you over with the bracelet, no matter which world you are in, no matter what order you are judged by, no matter whether you are alive or dead. as long as Li Lizzie pulls with her right hand. Lin lowered her head, looked at the shining bracelet, and asked in confusion how to pull it. Li Lizzie explained briskly. You need to relax and give up all resistance. Otherwise, Li Lizzie can't pull you. Lin did as she was told. As she spoke, Li Lizzie pulled hard. Wait a minute. Lin screamed. This is too fast. I be knocked out. The voice seemed to be interrupted, and suddenly paused. Bang. With a sound, Lin teleported through the void and fell into Li Lizzie's arms. Dizzy? Li Lizzie touched Lin's head and smiled. The side effect is, after I pull you, you will be dizzy for 1 minute. This state cannot be relieved. It's the law of cause and effect. Lin was dizzy. She gritted her teeth and screamed. Damn it. Why didn't you say it earlier? Molly blinked. But how can I communicate with you? Lin glanced at everyone and subconsciously looked at Su Bei twice more. Then Li Lizzie also looked at Su Bei. Molly was stunned. Her hair trembled, and she stared at Su Bei. Molly's brain, which she didn't often use, was working at high speed at this moment. She thought of 4 things one after another. Su Bei merged with Lin's soul, and he and Lin could communicate at the first time, through the twin connection. Pulling Lin would make Mr. Su Bei and Lin hug each other tightly. At that time, Lin was dizzy and unconscious, and she could not resist any action of Mr. Su Bei at all, and was at the mercy of others. Just now, Lin and Li Lizzie's actions were too close. Their faces were pressed together, and the actions were very intimate. Mr. Su Bei is a lowly control. He likes lowly very much. Jasmine's smile froze, and she muttered, This is not good. Asking Mr. Su Bei to wear a bracelet or something. Huh? How come Li Lizzie didn't think of this? Li Lizzie's silly hair trembled, and she interrupted. Jasmine's idea is really. As she said that, Li Lizzie took a breath and gathered her strength, screaming loudly, shouting very hard too. Cool. Hot. Huh? Jasmine shook her head quickly, explaining in a messy way, is it really that cool? But what Jasmine meant is that it would be. Is this okay? Lin asked tentatively. This way. Lin will be much safer. Jasmine paused. Thoughts kept coming to her mind. Indeed, Lin had helped them a lot. Lin had always played the role of a younger sister in the group, and she shouldn't have such an overstepping thought. It's just a hug. Nothing. Even if it's a very tight hug, it's just a hug. Moreover, if it was Mr. Su Bei, he would definitely not do anything to Lin secretly. Mr. Su Bei treated Lin as a younger sister. Okay. Molly hesitated. I also think this is a great idea, but it still needs Mr. Su Bei's approval. What does Mr. Su Bei think? No problem. When Su Bei spoke, he had already put on the bracelet that Li Lizzie had just handed over. He squinted his eyes to look at the bracelet and pulled it hard. He planned to try it himself. Stop, he said. In the blink of an eye, Su Bei's arm sank, and he felt a large, soft figurine on his forearm. Then something small was leaning on her shoulder. Su Bei looked sideways. Lin sat on Su Bei's arm, was dragged up by Su Bei, and leaned on Su Bei's shoulder. Lin panted slightly, squinted her eyes, and looked a little uncomfortable. This is the side effect of the twin connection. Their movements are normal. Jasmine thought so. Su Bei supported Lin, put her down gently, and said with concern, Be careful. Lin nodded. She was ready. At this moment, Lin was fully armed and full of fighting spirit. Everyone bid her farewell and gave her blessings. Lin left and walked towards the sky. She said that she would definitely remove the big bones this time. She promised. But some things cannot be done just by promise. Su Bei looked at the sky from afar, and felt that the sky was getting darker and darker, as if there was an infinite terror watching them, wanting to swallow everything. Su Bei did not ask for a decisive victory, but for peace and safety. I hope so. Chapter 505 Artificial Player. After Lin left, Su Bei suddenly asked, What is the price of using this artifact? As he spoke, Su Bei shook the twin links on his right hand. Price? Li Lizzie laughed and shook her head. What price? How come Li Lizzie doesn't know? Price? Su Bei repeated, pinched Li Lizzie's ahog, pulled him to his side, and said seriously, If you dare to sacrifice yourself, I will beat you to death. Li Lizzie rarely uses artifacts. There must be a reason for this. Su Bei's words were so domineering and serious that Elena and Jasmine were so scared that they dared not say a word. The air was a little quiet. Let go. Let go. Lizzie was honest, and held Su Bei's arm with great difficulty. Feeling Su Bei's arm tense like an iron rod, she gave up, struggling helplessly. Then her voice softened, and she said indignantly, "It's so hot." Lizzie said it. "There is no big price at all. You are too worried. The only price is that Lizzie's power will become weaker. But Lizzie can't beat anyone anyway. So what if she's weaker? What does it matter?" Su Bei loosened his grip and breathed a sigh of relief. Really? Lizzie is like this. It doesn't matter if she becomes stronger or not. She can hold down a newcomer to death. And she can be beaten to death by a domesticated tabby cat. Lizzie rubbed her a hug and said angrily, "Compared to this, you'd be more dangerous. If she is locked with a skill that even Lin would find difficult, and at this moment, you pull her to your side, then this skill will lock you at the same time. If this skill happens to be area damage." As she said this, Lizzie pointed at herself, pointed at Jasmine, and stayed on Elena for a moment, and finally stopped on the Lizzie next to her. By then, everyone will be dead. Lizzie opened her hands and raised them up as if throwing ashes. Everyone will become a pile of ashes. And then it will be the happy reunion in hell, being torn apart by various gods. And even the soul will not be complete. Bing. Bang. Don't talk nonsense. Molly gave Lily a knife. Then hugged Lily without permission. Put her hands around Lily from behind. Blocked Lily's mouth. And smiled at everyone. Molly said, "Don't take it seriously. Lily was too ignorant just now. So what should we do next?" Elena thought for a while. Squinted her eyes and stared around. And took a step. Walked towards Lily. "I want to take Fulian to the ruins of the War of Gods here to verify a conjecture. I leave the millet porridge to you for now. Please take good care of it." Elena left the team. She took Fulian with her before leaving. Seeing this, Lizzie broke free from Jasmine restraints. Barely freed her mouth. Breathed deeply. And thought, Lizzie has to leave for a while. And the task of mobilizing the crew will be left to you. I have something very important. Very important. Very important. Lizzie emphasized. Patted Su Bei's shoulder. "Remember to explain to my father. Just say that Lizzie has grown up and has to do what adults should do." So Lizzie also left. Su Bei and Jasmine were left alone, looking at each other and waiting for Oan. "What should we do next?" Jasmine asked. Su Bei looked around, looking at the plague continent full of war, then glanced at Lizzie, and said lightly, "Mobilize the crew and help Lin." "It's difficult." Jasmine sighed. "She is the devil. The most hated devil by all living beings. Any life form that does not understand order cannot escape the common sense barrier, and will hate her very much. Order is the threshold to transcend and enter the quasi-god. And this threshold is enough to stop 99.99% of the common people. There is a way." Su Bei fell into thought. He began to think of some possibilities. Jasmine shook Su Bei's arm. "What is the way?" Su Bei simply summarized it. "Player panel." "Player panel?" Jasmine was confused. Su Bei nodded, extracted a memory of playing games from his mind, and thought, "We need a treasure that can connect all crew members and publish mission information at the same time." Jasmine's eyes lit up, and she quickly thought of the key point. Yes, in this way, Jasmine doesn't have to show up, and everyone won't hate Jasmine. But they can refuse. We can't force them to help. Su Bei shook his head and continued, "There must be a reward system." Jasmine's eyes lit up again, and she fell into thought. "I have a lot of treasures. These can be used as rewards. They don't have much effect on Lin and Elena, but the demigods will definitely like them." Su Bei nodded and continued. "Classify according to the level of the treasures. Let them get points by killing undead monsters, and exchange them for rewards." Jasmine completely followed Su Bei's thinking and began to improve the rules. "Yes, we also need to divide the points of monsters into different levels. A level 5 ordinary monster or below is counted as 1 point. Elite monsters are counted as 5 points. Lord monsters are counted as 20 points. Monarch monsters are given 100 points. And legendary monsters are given 500 points. Right? If you cross the level, these points can be doubled." Su Bei added. "The exchange store should also be divided into different levels. The rarer the monster killed, the higher the level, and the higher the exchange reward. We need to separate the exchange of treasures for the three realms of below demigod, and transcendence. The final grand prize must be a cross-level treasure, preferably one that is not stuck. And the points can be set at 100 million. This is to encourage players to fight across levels. This reward system can be said to be very complete. Jasmine nodded, and continued to improve the rules and finalize the details with Su Bei. But where can such a treasure be found? Jasmine pointed out the key. Su Bei took out the Codex of Omniscience, waved it in front of Jasmine, and said calmly, "Use this." Jasmine pursed her lips and thought, "But how can we know? What level of enemies did everyone kill?" After thinking about it, Su Bei gave a solution. Let them put the monster corpse into the Codex of Omniscience. Li Lizi has an eye called the Eye of Truth. It can identify the level of monsters. Jasmine pursed her lips and smiled. In this way, everyone will be willing to help. But will Jasmine treasure collection be insufficient? Jasmine only has a few thousand pieces. Don't worry. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I can make as many perfect treasures as you want. For every undead body they collect, I can use it as raw material to make 10 treasures of the same quality. As for the materials, I find a way. After the discussion, the two leaned side by side against the side of the Lilizi ship, looking at the war around them and taking a short rest. In a trance, Su Bei heard a very light blessing. Mr. Su Bei, happy birthday. Huh? Su Bei was stunned. I remember, I said the date was December 28th. Today is the 29th. Emily pursed her lips and said. Emily fainted at that time. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I made up this time. Hee hee. Happy birthday too. Okay. Happy birthday. Have fun together. Mr. Su Bei. Emily likes you the most. There was no sound after that. It was a noisy day, with war and shouting everywhere. And the violent shaking caused the ground to crack and the mountains to collapse. Jasmine couldn't even hear her own voice. And all she could hear was the strong wind, which whistled past their ears without mercy. But she remembered that the cold wind blew on their arms that day, making her subconsciously wrap herself up. I don't know if it was because of the cold, but Mr. Su Bei rarely took the initiative to hook the girl's hand and pulled her to his broad shoulders. The two of them just looked at the flames of war and snuggled with each other. I don't know how long it took. Chapter 506 game starts. December 30th. The time loop changes again. The theme of today's time is not very clear, but through observation, it can be seen that everyone is gossiping about others behind their backs and discussing others' dark history. This is the change today. Early in the morning, the crew heard all kinds of strange gossip. These news are unknown from where, without any basis or source, but they are getting more and more intense. Have you heard? It is said that the Really Z is now docked in a special secret realm. What secret realm? Not sure. It is said that it is only open to the demons and elves for the time being. This is a secret realm opened by the two big guys together. Doesn't that have anything to do with us? I heard that a friend of the elves took the back door and exchanged all his belongings for a ticket to participate in the trial. But aren't we on the sea? The chaotic sea is so dangerous. Can this secret realm be safe? I heard that this secret realm was carefully selected by several big guys. It is a city defense secret realm with a low risk factor, and you can return to the ship to rest at any time. It simulates the scene of the battle between gods. Really? But why do we have to hand over all our belongings? It is said that the rewards of this secret realm are too generous, so it requires a lot of energy support, and all these belongings are necessary entrance tickets. Otherwise it is not enough to pay the prerequisites for opening the secret realm. For every person who enters, the price the big guys need to pay will be more exaggerated. How rich are the rewards in the secret realm? This secret realm can not only train your actual combat ability and fight against the undead, but also build friendships with some natives you have never seen before and obtain some strange treasures. What's so rich about this? Isn't it just a normal adventure? Are you anxious for your mother? I haven't finished talking yet. The main thing is that this secret realm has a very special place, which is the points exchange mechanism. You can exchange various treasures by killing enemies. The lowest level of treasure is the perfect level. Really? Is your information reliable? Why would I lie to you? It is said that the demons have already started participating in the activities, and the chief of the demons, Qian Moluo, has already released all the demon forces. During the conversation, a beautiful girl wearing an excellent sun hat holding an excellent umbrella, and wearing a perfect JK plaid skirt passed by the crowd casually. She is Felihui, a person hired by Su Bei. I think her name is Felihui? An ordinary demigod adventurer. Very powerful, but with a very poor family background. But she is very beautiful today. Nonsense. Wearing an orange outfit. How can she not be beautiful? But where did her equipment come from? It must be from the secret realm. It is said that she was the first crew member to enter the secret realm. She is a dark elf and entered the secret realm and advanced through the back door of the Elven Queen. It's amazing. This outfit is much richer than my family property. Is it true? Her treasures look like custom-made treasures. I've never seen a perfect plaid skirt. No forging master has so much free time to consider both beauty and practicality. Right? As soon as the questioning voice fell, Alyssa came out and greeted Fury. She was also wearing a shiny orange outfit, which blinded everyone. What did you get today? Fury raised the drawing board and asked proactively. Alyssa casually ticked a perfect earring and said calmly, "It can only be considered average. I killed a lot of undead skeletons yesterday morning and barely got enough points for a perfect treasure. But I was lucky this afternoon. I killed a king-type hateful zombie, and I was able to exchange the corpse for an excellent treasure." The two had a brief conversation, which caused an uproar. The crew members each took action secretly, constantly probing the elves. When the first crew member got a clue and stepped into this brand new plague continent, more and more crew members began to participate in this trial. At this point, all the crew members of the Really Z were completely crazy. The game started. Inside Jasmine's room, beside the table, Jasmine was constantly improving the rules and communicating with the crew members who had obtained tickets through the Omniscience code. She was very busy, and she needed to be responsible for communicating with nearly 200 crew members. Lizzie took back the feather pen and held up the Eye of Truth and checked the treasure materials handed in by the crew members one by one. She was also very busy, because she had to check the monster information handed in by the crew members later. Xiaomi Zhou knelt on the sofa, staring at Su Bei expressionlessly. Without saying a word, she wanted to help, but she only knew how to drink porridge. What about Su Bei? At this moment, Su Bei lay motionless on the bed, as if he was being lazy. But Xiaomi Zhou didn't think so. She saw time passing, fluctuating, and chaotic. Xiaomi Zhou was so scared that her hair stood on end, and she let out a low roar, and whoosh, jumped into Jasmine's arms. She didn't dare to get close to Su Bei again. Su Bei was touching time. Chapter 507, A Corner of History. Su Bei already knows enough about time. Time is not only a concrete concept, but also an abstract collection. Take the time loop as an example. It can be so specific that you can freeze at a certain age and stay young forever. It can also be so abstract that you can stay at a certain concept. Such a powerful rule power. Why has no one ever touched and mastered it? Su Bei began to explore. This is his second experiment. Su Bei calmed down and touched the rules of time with his consciousness. Unconsciously, Su Bei's consciousness continued to sink, and he fell into the corridor of time again. Then there was a ray of light. When the extremely tall body appeared, Su Bei rubbed the playing cards fiercely. He no longer cared about the difference between men and women, and stretched out his hand to grab the goddess of time fiercely. This time, Su Bei must win. He planned to steal everything from the toes of the goddess of time to the hair on her forehead. Steal everything that can be stolen from the other party. Everything went smoothly, and Su Bei's movements were very smooth. At the moment the goddess of time appeared, Su Bei's fingers had already stopped at the place where she appeared and touched her feet. He held them. The process was very smooth, but the result shocked Su Bei. A very terrifying thing happened. When Su Bei's fingers poked the toes of the goddess of time, Su Bei's fingers paused. Su Bei could not feel anything. Even his breathing and heartbeat lost their sound. It was unknown how long this process lasted. Perhaps a century. Or it seemed like a trance. The time that Su Bei was in became an abstract concept. At that moment, Su Bei forgot his existence and who he was. For a long time. Until Su Bei regained consciousness. He slowly woke up, looked at the bed in front of him, and fell into deep thought. What just happened? Su Bei was confused and began to review. As soon as he had a thought, his consciousness instantly returned to chaos. But at that time point, Su Bei always felt that something strange had happened. It seemed that the toes of the goddess of time moved, But isn't the goddess of time dead? Su Bei was sweating profusely when he thought about the possibility of such a thing happening just now. He didn't dare to think about it any further. Fake? Su Bei frowned. Su Bei? Little Su Bei? Xiaomi Zhou was stunned. Hey, Mr. Su Bei. Why have you become smaller? Emily sighed for a long time. Ah? You exploited child laborers. And now you are getting retribution. Quill Pen was happy, pointing at Su Bei, who was only twice as tall as her, and laughed out loud. Su Bei frowned and lowered his head. His body shrank rapidly, and he looked like a 5-year-old. He was not delicate, but cool and charming. Su Bei sighed. It's okay. Only the appearance has changed. The time loop will make a person's personality regress with time. But his current thoughts have not changed at all. This may be the price of peeping into time. But Su Bei did not gain nothing. Su Bei opened his right hand and squinted his eyes and thought. He just held a foot of the goddess of time. He felt the texture of time. Time was approaching. He was one step closer to time. In between breaths, Su Bei's eyes gradually blurred, and he lowered his mind to sense and review the moment of contact. Perhaps the note of losing time was when he was touching time. He needed to think more. When Su Bei entered this state, he did not realize that he was once again in the corridor of time. Unlike last time, he was not kicked out of time. If Su Bei opened his eyes and looked at the dome at this moment, he might give up the observation immediately. I dare not peek any further. I saw that the space here was thousands of feet high in the sky. A pair of eyes quietly opened, with only one emotion in them. Pity. Wisdom. Is this your answer? I give you a favor. This eye spread downwards and dissipated into nothingness. Integrate into Su Bei. This breath is the ultimate secret that countless people dream of but cannot obtain. The law of time. For a long time, Su Bei's consciousness slowly returned. His eyes gradually focused, and he was stunned. How is it, Mr. Su Bei? At some point, Jasmine sat beside Su Bei and put the wet towel in her hand on Su Bei's forehead, her face full of worry. Su Bei shook his head, feeling the warm touch of the towel, and his breathing gradually slowed down. There were strange fluctuations in his eyes, and he drew a circle with his hand. At first glance, nothing was circled, but it seemed to be circled. Jasmine curiously clicked, and suddenly she was startled, and her hair trembled. She showed a little panic. This is the self-protection system of the devil. She felt it. What Su Bei's fingertips circled was time. The panic on Jasmine's face quietly dissipated and turned into incomparable joy. Mr. Su Bei, you succeeded. Su Bei nodded, then shook his head. Not a success. This is a rule. Far from order. It can only be regarded as a prototype. Jasmine smiled and encouraged. That's great. You comprehended time. For tens of thousands of years. Except for those mythical creatures who have mastered time by nature. No one else can comprehend time. Mr. Su Bei is the first and only one. Molly's compliments were very real. Su Bei's face turned slightly red. But Su Bei didn't know that even if he failed, Molly would still praise him. The girl's compliments were just like her feelings, and they were consistent from beginning to end. Mr. Su Bei is the best. Xiaomi Zhou drank the porridge comfortably and shook her cat's tail. It was just that her instinct told her that something was wrong. For some reason, she always felt that she hated Su Bei at this moment. But she never hated Su Bei. But what else could she hate if not Su Bei? Could it be the smell on Su Bei's body? Xiaomi Zhou shook her head in confusion. This made her lose interest in drinking porridge. Meow. Xiaomi Zhou sighed in distress. Hate. 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 Jasmine. Hold me. Xiaomi Zhou knelt on the bed, tiptoed into Jasmine's arms, and curled up into a ball. He nestled on Jasmine's legs and took a short rest. In the distance, Feather Pen curled his lips, turned the true eye that was secretly aimed at Jasmine back in front of him, and muttered, What a simple fool. The eye of truth blinked and said strangely, Who says it's not true? Each of their thoughts are written on their faces, and even their inner thoughts are consistent with it. But they themselves don't know it. The Feather Pen was stunned, blinked, and asked, Is everyone like this? The eye of truth sneered. That little cat hates time. Her expression is very obvious. She thinks so in her heart. But she doesn't know it herself, and thinks she hates Su Bei. The Feather Pen was stunned. How can someone hate time? The eye of truth shook his head. The Demon King wanted to hug Su Bei and get closer to Su Bei. But she lost her strength when she just mentioned this thought. She is very sensitive. But she is too sensitive. Her body does not allow her to be touched too much. The feather pen was stunned again. What kind of physique is this? The Eye of Truth shook his head. Who knows? These are all their secrets. I dare not look closely. You know me. I defected from home because I saw too much. Hearing this, the feather pen approached the Eye of Truth and whispered. You can see through people's desires. So can you see Su Bei's mind? The Eye of Truth hesitated for a moment. I can't say this. This is my secret. And secrets usually require chips. The feather pen threatened. You are in my hand now. If you dare not tell me, I will take the lollipop in my mouth and poke your eyes hard. And poke you into the blindness of truth. The Eye of Truth was afraid. He approached the feather pen and muttered. The man was thinking in his heart how to save the doomsday later. The feather pen frowned. Besides that, he's thinking about how to keep everyone alive. What about a more superficial thought? He's thinking about when the pressure can be reduced. That's all? No information about other girls? There is. But I can't see it. Take a closer look. I find you a master in a few days. He will be a perfect match for your soul. The eyes of the true eye curved like a funny smile. Full of smiles. So he looked at Su Bei a few more times. Bang. With a sound. The eyeballs of the Eye of Truth exploded. Bleeding continuously. Wailing, no. I can't see. The weight of the secret I can't bear. The feather pen blew air frantically at the Eye of Truth to relieve his pain. And said forcefully, you can see it. Show me. The person I found for you contains infinite holy light and has the potential to fight against fate. You must fight for it yourself. Until the Eye of Truth's eyes kept bleeding and even his breath began to wilted. He retracted his gaze, but his eyes had widened into an extremely terrifying look. I only glimpsed a corner of the secret. It seems to be nearly 10,000 years ago. He is a time traveler from nearly 10,000 years ago. He is. The Eye of Truth suddenly covered his mouth. His eyes, crackling, exploded, bleeding, and even his body was cracking. No wonder all the time travelers are fake. They are all smoke bombs. This is wisdom to cover up the only truth. It's just because this only time traveler. He was tens of thousands of years ago. The Eye of Truth could no longer say anything extra. He had fallen into a state of near death. And unknowingly, the innocence of the feather pen completely disappeared. And a mysterious temperament enveloped this small elf. The Eye of Truth stared at the tiny elf in front of him. His eyes seemed to see the vast history and endless knowledge. His brain was completely filled with chaotic information. But he still forced himself to control himself and tried to speak out the truth he had just obtained. His emotions were buried in the endless abyss. Not just love, but also family affection. He is a machine without emotions, desires, and simply relies on instinct to complete a certain purpose. This is your handwriting. You are a real devil. The feather pen touched the edge of the Eye of Truth and made a soft hush sound. The Eye of Truth could no longer speak. And even its consciousness was stagnant. Only its eyeballs were rolling, indicating that it was still alive. What a bad boy. Li Lizzie is really naughty. You too. Li Lizzie, who secretly found a vacation for herself at a certain site of the War of Gods and was enjoying the sun, beach, surfing, and cold drinks, was also stunned. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Oh, I seem to have forgotten something very important. Su Bei's heart was still with Lan Long. That was the keyhole. Hey, no matter how spicy it is, Li Lizzie is already 16 years old. She should enjoy her youth. The sea and the sun. This is the wonderful life that adults should live. Chapter 508 Intermediate Battlefield. December 30th. The time loop effect changed. And everyone returned to the laziest time. As if they were infected by the magic weapon laziness. And were completely sealed by the comfortable bed. Never leave the ship again. This resulted in a lot fewer crew members participating in the God War. Fortunately, where there are lazy people, there are also lazy people. Not everyone is lazy. There are also people who are involuntarily. Su Bei is the most vivid example. Su Bei not only involuntarily himself, but also leads the team to involuntarily. Specifically, Su Bei modified the points exchange mechanism in the Omniscient Code, raising the points reward for killing monsters today by 30%, and reducing the points exchange for treasures by 30% for a limited time, and named it server fluctuations. This is the compensation mechanism given by the secret realm and spread it by several partners. The partners are naturally the demons and the Green Empire. Su Bei is not afraid of their non-cooperation, because Su Bei gave them a bargaining chip that they cannot refuse. A legendary treasure that contains the power of order. This is a treasure in the bottom of the box for Chaotuo, which is no less powerful than some complete artifacts. After Leah and Tianma Luo received this news, their faces were almost crooked with smiles, and they said that they would definitely arrange all the crew members in place. It happened that Feliui's identity as a dark elf helped to bridge the gap, resulting in the close contact between the Spin Trio and the elves recently. The two groups discussed with each other, and with the help of the inside and the outside, they easily broke through the adventurer group and infiltrated the inside. Soon, the information began to ferment. The implementation of this move completely cured everyone's laziness and allowed all the crew members to continue to roll inward. I feel so bored today. I don't want to get up. Let's take a day off. Anyway, the excellent treasures are still a long way off. The exchange is too expensive. What? You haven't exchanged for excellent treasures yet? It's been launched for a few days? Why don't you think about whether you have worked hard? That's right. The price has been the same for so many days. It has been reduced today. Everyone is about to change. You are still lazy here. I won't take you with me next time I go out of the dungeon. That's right. Today, the reward for killing monsters has been increased by 30%. Killing 2 ordinary monsters is equivalent to killing 3. Our team is just short of a tank. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. I do it. If you don't do it, you're a fool. 1 will do 2. And then 3 will do 2. 2 people will lead 1 person. And soon the whole ship will be full of energy again and fight bravely. Due to the participation of the crew of the Lilizi in the past 2 days, the small-scale wars in various parts of the Plague Continent have won a great victory. The undead tribe was defeated. And this new emerging force that suddenly emerged has attracted the attention of various forces. One of the squads of the undead vanguard, the high-level talks, a dark priest skeleton mage, sat on the high platform and asked in a deep voice, "Does anyone know where these guys came from?" The skeleton kings below shook their heads, all with solemn expressions and black faces. The shadow priest skeleton mage shrieked, "This is fucking what? What on earth are these strangers who suddenly appeared? What on earth are they here for?" Below, a headless knight thought and made some guesses. It feels like the other side is brushing a dungeon, and brushed us as dungeon monsters. The shadow priest skeleton mage screamed in defense, "Are you an idiot? I brushed your horse as a dungeon. Can you use some brains? Intelligence? I need intelligence. How many days has it been? Where's my intelligence? How can we fight this war without intelligence?" There was a lot of discussion below. Every time they appear, they are organized, as if they have been well trained. Each group has a group of rookies who can defeat the king species, cooks who cook, scouts who are responsible for surveying, and the leaders are all demigods. Not to mention that their equipment is rotated. Yesterday, the double-headed skull dragon of the neighboring group was able to compete with the leading demigod of a certain team of the other side, and even had the upper hand, but was chopped to pieces by the other side this morning. Shadow Priest Skeleton Mage frowned and asked, "What's the reason?" Specifically, "It's because the opponent has an extra excellent weapon." Shadow Priest Skeleton Mage was silent. It's no wonder that the undead clan was so broken. After all, the adventurers on the Lilizi were all geniuses. Even if they were slightly weaker, they were enough to fight the King clan. Not to mention those geniuses on the list. They could even fight against legendary creatures. Due to the long-term continuous experience of high-intensity continuous pressure, many geniuses entered the demigod stage and had no place to show their fists and feet, and had no place to vent. At this time, a battle site appeared that could relieve their stress and show their skills. A Lolita fan who was single until college graduation saw a nest of legal Lolita that could be enjoyed. The result is imaginable. The crew was very excited. You know, even if the great age has arrived, the number of demigods is still very small. The invasion of the Lilizi can be said to be a supermodel team inserted into a battle between evenly matched gods. It has a profound impact on the battle between the gods at the bottom. As for those above the demigods, that is on another battlefield. The war at the bottom of the Plague Continent is on the way to victory. But the situation of Transcendence and above is not optimistic, because the foundation of the Plague Continent is too poor. There is only one Transcendent, and there is no quasi-god. The overall situation is precarious. Once the only remaining transcendents in the plague continent can no longer support it, and the transcendent undeads are allowed to kill into the bottom. The blow to the plague continent will be devastating. And if the plague continent collapses across the board, Lin, who is fighting on the sky, will also be affected. Her faith will collapse. Her strength will be reduced. And she will lose the War of Gods. This is the situation. After the succubus girl told Su Bei and the others, she knelt on the ground, bowed sincerely, and said with tears in her eyes, "Please help me. Sister Ashura can't stop the opponent's attack at all. If this continues, the middle battlefield will be broken by the opponent, and we will never have a chance to turn the tables. She has persisted for more than 10 days. If this continues, she will not be able to hold on." Molly helped the girl up and said with a pursed mouth, "Since we are following you, we will definitely help. Just lead the way. Thank you so much." The succubus girl wiped the tears from her eyes, and the charm she released for no reason was enough to arouse the deepest desire in the man's heart. Behind Jasmine, Su Bei had a calm look in his eyes, and was simply talking to Tianma Luo beside him. "You will definitely have to fight a few games later. No big deal." Tianma Luo grinned, and while there was no one around Su Bei, he approached and asked in a low voice, "Brother, I have an unwelcome request. Can you help me? I promise to help you later." Su Bei frowned and nodded. "You say," Tianma Luo whispered. "I have a daughter who is over 7 years old and has reached the age of magic enlightenment. But she has no interest in the magic enlightenment of the demon clan. Instead, she particularly likes the law of death." Su Bei looked sideways. "So?" Tianma Luo said sincerely. "Do I want you to be her teacher?" Su Bei shook his head. "I'm busy." Tianma Luo asked again. "Just teach her casually. My Tianmo clan is the strongest among the demon clan. Under my leadership, I can make the entire demon clan submit to the demon king and help the demon king understand the supreme order. This involves a secret about the 9 major races of the demon clan. If someone refuses, I will punch him twice." Su Bei glanced sideways, blinked, and nodded without much consideration. "Then it's okay. This secret is about Jasmine entry into the quasi-god, which is worth Su Bei's time." Tianma Luo smiled slightly. After a while, Su Bei paused. "We're here." The succubus girl looked extremely solemn, sweating profusely, and said in a deep voice, "The front is where Sister Ashura rests, and they should be at a truce now. I can't go over there. I can't face Sister Ashura's fighting posture. It will make me go berserk." The succubus girl is only level 5 and can't look directly at the transcendents. Su Bei nodded, stared ahead, and called everyone around him. "Xiaomi Zhou, you send this succubus girl back." Xiaomi Zhou refused and roared at Su Bei. "No. I want to stay here." The succubus girl was pale and waved her hands quickly. "No. No. No. I can go back by myself. This road is very safe." Su Bei nodded and continued, "Quill Pen, you and Jasmine should stay close to each other. Don't be too far away. Protect yourself. Just stay here." "No." Jasmine poked the soft flesh on Su Bei's waist, breaking Su Bei's serious attitude. "I want to be with Mr. Su Bei. If we just transcend the battlefield, Jasmine can protect herself." Quill Pen licked the lollipop and said nothing. But she was a little confused recently. Why did the Eye of Truth become mute? I remember that he used to love to talk. Hearing this, Su Bei sighed and stopped caring. He then glanced sideways and said lightly, "Tianmo Luo, this battle has to be fought by the 2 of us. Let's go and see first." Su Bei, Jasmine, Xiaomi Zhou, Feather Pen, Tianmo Luo. This is the complete configuration for the battlefield here. As for the other transcendent Leah on the Lily Z, Su Bei left her on the ship to protect everyone and treat the wounded. At this moment, on the Lily Z, all the elves are busy dealing with various events. Replace the work that Jasmine and her group were responsible for before. The pressure is huge, because each elf needs to control more than a dozen copies of the omniscient code at the same time, pretending to be the system to talk to the crew. The same is true for Leah. She sat in the main seat and had a brief conversation with Sven about the game, finalizing some details. After the conversation, the 2 said goodbye politely. Sven left calmly, his back hunched, and he looked more and more vicissitudes. Leah did not even raise her head, but the ink was mixed up where she wrote, as if she was full of emotion. But she did not say a word, Chapter 509 Spying on the Enemy. The battlefield. The ground is full of cracks. The mountains and rivers are collapsing. And there are loose rules everywhere, dividing this area into two. The fierceness of the previous battle can be vaguely seen. Half of it belongs to the undead clan, and the territory occupies 90% of the total. There are several undead palaces in its territory, which contain several strange rules. Half of it belongs to the Plague Continent, occupying the remaining 10%. Its territory is gray and black, and there is only a single rule to compete with it. That is the mainstream rule of the Plague Continent. Death. That is the power of the current Azura's law. She had once been attracted to Su Bei, and had thought of kidnapping Su Bei, and had put it into action. In the end, Su Bei jumped off the dragon's back, and the matter was left unresolved for the time being. Since then, Azura has only seen Su Bei in gender change, and she couldn't recognize him. This was her first official meeting with Su Bei after a year. Azura was stunned. I recognize you. You are not dead. So, the purpose of your coming here is to hold a wedding with me here? I think it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. She suddenly took a step closer to Su Bei, squinted her eyes and looked at him, but saw a gentle smiling face that kept getting bigger in front of her eyes. Molly opened her arms to her. Sister Ashura. Molly smiled sweetly, stood between the two of them, and pulled Su Bei. This is Mr. Su Bei. Then she introduced her companions to Ashura one by one. Millet porridge. Feather pen. Everyone is here to help. Qian Malua left for a while, saying that he was doing something. Azura nodded, looking past Jasmine to Su Bei. Blinking. Is he married? Jasmine was stunned. Subconsciously shook her head, but felt something was wrong. Quickly stood on tiptoe to meet Azura's eyes. Wade. We are here to help. Sister Azura. What are you looking at? Look at me. Look at me. Jasmine stood on tiptoe, but still couldn't block Azura's sight. So she had to stand up her ahoji and shake it left and right to disturb Azura's sight. Azura had to withdraw his gaze, sighed, smiled indulgently, and touched Jasmine's head. Then he tore off a corner of his shirt. Jasmine was stunned. The exposed skin was densely covered with rule scars, which were difficult to erase and constantly eroded Azura's state and will. There were many types of rules, and the effects were vicious, as if they were specially used to experiment with Azura's skills. Azura patted Jasmine's shoulder and shook his head. Don't get involved in the war. It's hard to die in Transcendence. But I'm dying soon. You can imagine how dangerous the battlefield is. This is a war between gods of nations. 1 or 2 Transcendents cannot reverse the situation. There are 8 Transcendents on the other side. Not to mention a quasi-god who is guarding the end of the battlefield and coordinating everything. Even if the 4 of you are all Transcendents, you are powerless to save the situation. What's more, you haven't reached this level yet. Right? Molly blinked hesitantly, flipped her hands, and took out a leaf. It's this. But let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries are very serious. Take this first. The leaf of the ancient tree of life. This was given to Jasmine by the ancient tree of life when she passed through the Green Empire. Azura was stunned. This is the leaf of the ancient tree of life, which can offset any rules and heal everything. Jasmine nodded. It's yours. Azura's eyes were full of surprise. It can save your life at a critical moment. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Jasmine smiled slightly. It's yours. This? Okay. Azura accepted it and sighed. Okay. This can buy me another 5 days. And maybe I can replace a Transcendent on the other side through information difference. Thank you very much. Azura held the leaf in her mouth. The rules of life continued to emerge, repairing the scars of Azura's rules and pushing her power back to the peak. She recovered. Just at this moment, a strong breath fell from the sky above the stronghold. It's here again so soon? Who is it this time? Azura stood up after hearing the voice, and the rules of death were released in an instant, protecting everyone behind her. Ashura's hands and feet were cold, and she looked around in a hurry to find the source of her panic. Just because her death rules were swallowed. What's more terrifying is that it was not other rules that swallowed death, but a more complete death. How is this possible? She is a follower of the goddess of death, who can swallow her death in the Plague Continent with a more complete rule power than her. Could it be that the goddess of death came in person? Impossible. After figuring out the key point, Azura's hands and feet were cold, sweating all over, and he kept looking around. Who is it? It can't be these people behind him. Right. But they are not from the plague continent. So how can they master the rules of death? At this time, Subei stepped forward and looked up. I'm back. The breath of the sky fell. I'm back. Tianmaluo grinned and shook his head, holding the head of the undead that looked like a dead dog, and strode forward, throwing it away. I've checked. A total of 10 transcendents. 6 of them should be God-given powers, with slightly weaker strength, barely entering the legendary level, and can be regarded as a legendary inferior horse. 2 of them are comparable to me, probably at the top of the legendary level, with terrifying strength and rich experience. Under normal circumstances, I am not a match. These last 2 are a bit scary. Not only are they hiding very deep, but their strength has vaguely touched the level of order and entered the realm of God. But they are not at the level of quasi-gods, and can only be regarded as false gods. Ashura was shocked. She fought hard for half a month before she found out that there were 8 transcendents on the opposite side. But she never thought that others would overturn her conclusion as soon as they arrived. And, who is this in your hand? Ashura hesitated. Tianmaluo heard this, glanced at the strange transcendent, and after looking at Subei, he calmly explained, I was discovered when I was investigating, and I had no choice but to fight him. The one in my hand may be the weakest one on the opposite side. As you can see, I easily suppressed him. Ashura was silent. The one in the hands of the demon master was clearly the lord of the headless Nether Knight, the Grand Duke of the Undead. That was a veteran undead transcendent who had fought with her for 3 days and 3 nights and still couldn't decide the winner. Ashura asked, You fought with him and decided the winner within half an hour? Don't slander me. Tianmaluo was shocked and hurriedly explained to Subei. I ended the battle in 10 moves. But it took some time to explore, and was delayed on the way. He wore a complete set of equipment given by Jasmine, and was armed with excellent and legendary treasures all over his body. Even his teeth were not spared, let alone the 2 strongest undeads. Even if a quasi-god descended, Tianmaluo felt that he could fight. As for whether he could win or not, Tianmaluo didn't care. He was only responsible for fighting. As he said this, Tianmaluo suddenly frowned. His expression was a little serious, and he said seriously, But when I arrested this guy, the noise was too loud, and the group of undead must have discovered it. When I evacuated, several bases had already erupted with rule power, and it is estimated that they will arrive soon. We have to run away first. As soon as the words fell, the ground suddenly shook, and the entire stronghold was dragged up by a hand and shook continuously. Ashura was shocked, and quickly steadied his feet, and expanded his domain. Tianmaluo stood in front. The skeleton in his hand trembled constantly, and in an instant, it was assembled completely, and he exchanged a palm with him. This palm was very loud, and Tianmaluo removed one of the opponent's arms, but the opponent took the opportunity to escape to the outskirts of the stronghold. The entire stronghold began to float in the air. The ground collapsed, and the land where everyone stood flew higher and higher. Subei hooked his hands around Jasmine, picked up the panicked Jasmine like a princess, and stared at the sky with a calm face. Mr. Subei, be careful. I will, when necessary. Please use Jasmine as much as you can. You're welcome. Okay. Quilpen grabbed Xiaomi Zhou, gritted his teeth and flew high. Oh no, Quilpen said angrily. You should lose weight. Stuttering kitten. But I can fly, Xiaomi Zhou said seriously. Ah? How can a cat fly? The feather pen widened its eyes, but saw Xiam as it turned over, hooked the feather pen's feet with its tail, and hung on it. Look! The feather pen froze. Trouble, Tianmaluo said in a deep voice. This guy is a control system. It's over now. Ashura was horrified. They came together. They are going to kill us. It's good that they all came, Subei said calmly. This saves trouble. Chapter 510. Fast passing the middle battlefield. The stronghold was still rising. At the end of the sky was a pair of extremely huge skeletons. The skeletons had a sheep-like physique, a thin spine, and huge hand bones. They slapped Subei and others with one palm. Ashura stomped his feet with all his strength, and the death field was instantly unfolded. He violently collided with the opponent's palm with the rules of death, and screamed with all his strength. This is the magnetic field demon sheep bone disaster. His strength is very terrifying. He can easily trigger changes in the magnetic field rules. causing all kinds of incredible changes. He has a strong control ability. He has revealed his true form, intending to use this to delay time until other transcendents arrive. We must run quickly. Since I came here first, you can stay. Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster laughed and shook his head, and said with a sigh, I was planning to use you to train the new transcendents, but I didn't expect you to hide a few helpers. You are so scheming. But the farce can end here. Don't blame me for being merciless for hurting one of my juniors. Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster spit out in one breath. Azura used normality to fight against the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster, and the Law of Death and the Law of Magnetic Field collided with each other. Something different from the collision of normal laws happened. The rules did not cancel each other out, but shuttled each other. Death passed through the magnetic field and hit the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster, constantly annihilating his body. But his physique was too big, and the annihilation speed was quickly stopped by force. The magnetic field penetrated Death and hit Azura. Azura lost his self-control ability and kept flying backwards towards the sky, and was about to fly into the mouth of the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster and enter his exclusive domain. You have to run first. Tianma Luo nodded seriously and hooked his hand. The Law of Power was activated, firmly grasping Azura's feet, pulling him to his side, and starting a tug-of-war with the Magnetic Field Demon Yangdu Tianzai. This is not the strongest too. He should be ranked 3rd or 4th. His strength is already terrifying. If the strongest 2 of them arrive, even if you can compete with one of them, or even have a slight advantage, we can't deal with 10 transcendents at the same time. We will be very passive by then. Su Bei expressed doubts about this and asked modestly. Really? He didn't think so. Instead, he planned to catch them all in one fell swoop after everyone gathered. You are quite smart, and your judgment of the situation is quite clear. Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster laughed and looked at Tianma Luo for a few more times. You are very powerful, and the rules restrain me a little. But that's all. As both of you are transcendent, you can't kill me in seconds, and I just need to hold out for a while. And then my undead empire transcendent will completely land here and catch you all in one fell swoop. I'm not afraid to tell you that the 2 transcendents hidden in my undead empire are not ordinary undead. You can't stop his power at all. Just a slight collision will turn you into ashes, and you will never be able to recover. Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Disaster no longer speaking, he fiddled with the magnetic field with his hands, making Su Bei and the others unable to tell east, west, south, and north, and suppressed everyone's movements. Quilpin suddenly asked, Since it's a battle, we should be fair. Since you have met all of us, why don't you introduce your friends properly? You should tell us the details of the 2 most powerful undead hiding in the dark. The power of the goblin was activated. Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Scourge paused. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what it was. He hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. So the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Scourge said carefully, in that case, it's okay to tell you. One of them is the Lich King Arthas, who was given a name. He is a great undead who is enough to create myths and legends. There are only 2 Lich Kings with a name in history, and he is one of them. He holds the ancient artifact Frostmourne, and his strength is terrifying, even comparable to mythical creatures. The other one is even more terrifying. Just hearing his name will make you fall into the extreme cold doomsday and experience the fear of falling into the undead. He is only one step away from becoming a quasi-god. He was once the loser of the ancient god war, but he still grasped some power, thereby grasping the halfway order, integrating countless ancient skeletons to become a god, and becoming a god in an alternative way. He is called the Soul Locker. And when you hear this name, your soul should have been hooked by a sickle. Right? But what the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Calamity did not know was that whenever he spoke out a piece of information, Jasmine would take out the treasure that counteracted it according to the information and quickly distribute it to everyone. And when the Magnetic Field Demon Sheep Bone Calamity had finished speaking all the information, Jasmine had also distributed all the treasures. At this moment, everyone wrapped themselves in a windbreaker that was enough to protect their souls, drank several cans of cold-resistant potions against the extreme cold doomsday, and put on a few coats. They were fully prepared. As for the sickle stabbed by the soul catcher, it was intercepted in the void by Su Bei in advance. He is no worse than this so-called false god. In Su Bei's view, transcendence is transcendence. Even if he is very close to the quasi-god, he is still transcendent. As long as he is transcendent, Su Bei is invincible. Magnetic field demon sheep bone natural disaster. Stunned. Shut up tightly. He realized what just happened. Magnetic field demon sheep bone natural disaster. Sneered. The huge palm slapped down angrily. Mercilessly. Damn goblin. Die. All of you die. This attack was intercepted by Tianma Luo in midair. Strength depends on its essence, not on who has the loudest voice. However, the magnetic field demon, sheep bone disaster, was not distressed, but grinned. He waited for his teammates. At the same moment, Su Bei moved. Because they arrived, the ground condensed into a frozen soil, and a skeleton arm grasped the law of withering, emerged in the void behind Tianma Luo, and ignited the law. Azura shouted in panic. Oh no! This is the law of withering. Although death is high-end, it is of the same origin and nature as him. There is no way to erase it by force. Let's run first. Su Bei put his palms together and opened them. A shadow of an ancient tree of life blossomed behind him. This was a skill he learned from Leah. A quasi-divine skill. Withering could not take away higher-level life. And the law of withering was eaten by the ancient tree of life. Not only that, the ancient tree of life also swallowed up the owner behind the skeleton arm, along with his rules, and locked it in the middle of the trunk of the ancient tree of life to control it. Life can heal life, and it can also take life away. Below, Mr. Su Bei, Jasmine suddenly shouted. The next moment, the ground suddenly cracked. A huge scorpion tail swept out from the crack, moving very quickly, and the scorpion tail condensed a bit of annihilation. Ashura shouted again. This is the law of annihilation. His law is more complete than mine. Let's run. Su Bei nodded and slapped out with a palm. This is the normal attack he learned from Lin. The normal attack of the gods. Called Black Hand. This palm annihilated annihilation, and slapped annihilation to the ground together, constantly melting the law on the opponent. Jami lost his fighting power. Azura fell into silence. Tianma Luo patted Azura on the shoulder and said lightly, Sister, please be quiet. You are a bit noisy. On the contrary, we must be cautious. The enemies that appear are stronger than each other. He may not be able to face all situations. Azura argued. For example, you see. Azura closed his mouth and looked at Su Bei again, his eyes full of admiration and appreciation. As expected, he is the man who made me fall in love at first sight. He is really terrifyingly strong. It seems that I move faster. After all, compared with those succubi, my advantage is still too small. Su Bei held the heaven's chain, closed his eyes and thought. And in the next moment, he flashed behind a certain transcendent undead and punched the opponent's spine with a strong punch. The spine was broken and the body was scattered. This was the action that Su Bei learned from the embarrassment of running away from freedom. Although he could not avoid Lin's killing move, he was the body movement of the Statue of Liberty after all, which should not be underestimated. It was more than enough to deal with the quasi-god. Great, Mr. Su Bei. I will reward you with a bite. As she said that, Jasmine pursed her lips and kissed Su Bei on the forehead. Wait, how could it be? Su Bei was stunned on the spot, sweating all over and his face flushed, looking like he was about to explode under pressure. The redness had spread to the back of his ears, and soon Su Bei felt his body burning hot. Su Bei was about to be set on fire. Jasmine pursed her lips and smiled, and inadvertently looked at Azura. Azura was completely silent, unable to say a word. The pressure from these undead was not even as great as a kiss from Jasmine. She should have thought of it earlier. Although Jasmine looks very small, she is indeed 16 years old. No wonder they are so wary of her during this meeting. It turns out that Jasmine is playing a big game. She is playing a game in which a socially anxious and mute uncle with an expressionless face cultivates a boyfriend. And judging from the situation, this character is probably cultivated. Azura laughed and shook her head, not thinking about it anymore. She knew she had no chance. At the same time, the undead who were hiding in the dark hesitated, all with solemn faces, and were extremely puzzled. This guy is too strong to be a transcendent, but more like a quasi-god who went to the countryside to teach. Really, he killed a kid with one punch, and used a variety of laws. He is definitely not a native transcendent of the plague continent. Please call in the big brother. Please call in the big brother. Even the magnetic field demon sheep bone disaster. Disperse their true body to reduce their size, and avoid being attacked by Su Bei. At this time, the frozen soil began to tremble. Mr. Su Bei, a very powerful enemy has come. Do you feel pressure? Just a little. Su Bei's eyes condensed. And he felt a little pressure, only to hear a voice resounding from the netherworld. Warriors of the frozen wasteland, rise up. I command you to fight for your master. Kill, until death. The Lich King Arthas sang in a low voice, waving Frostmourne in his hand. In an instant, countless ghosts that shuttled between the netherworld and reality stood up from the frozen soil and rushed towards Su Bei and others. Mighty and powerful, crushing all the laws and powers. The ghosts surrounded everyone. Oh my god. This is a law between illusion and reality. Use illusion to avoid real attacks. And use reality to avoid laws. This is an unsolvable force. We have no way to resist. Ashura screamed, extremely nervous. Xiaomi Zhou and the feather pen hugged each other tightly, pulling each other, constantly avoiding the rushing ghosts. Stupid cat. Go left. There are too many ghosts on the right. Stupid fairy. Listen to me. Meow. Xiaomi Zhou rolled up the feather pen with his tail. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, and shuttled between the ghosts at an extremely terrifying speed, like a fish in water. With ease. I believe in Mr. Su Bei, Molly shouted, hugged Su Bei tightly, and kept putting various treasures on Su Bei. Wait, you don't need this. Su Bei stopped Molly's action. What she was holding just now was stockings. Tian Maoluo clenched his fist, facing countless ghosts. Su Bei drew his sword, swept out with a sword. Everyone was stunned. Not only the Lich King hiding in the frozen soil, but also the Soul Catcher hiding in the dark. The quasi-god sitting firmly behind the war. Swoosh. He had to stand up. Eyes wide open. Eyes full of disbelief. Even Lin and the undead god on the sky stopped moving. Eyes full of confusion and doubt. They didn't feel anything. But they must know that something was passing. Even if this kind of power has never appeared since ancient times. Those who understand will naturally understand. That is time. And it can only be time. Time is frozen. This sword transcends time and freezes countless ghosts at the moment of transformation into reality. The sword light rises. A line divides countless ghosts' heads and bodies into two. Time begins to flow. The head flies up. And everything is silent. Only the sound of the sword being sheathed remains. In fact, Su Bei just lied to Jasmine. There is a little pressure. Not much. But also not real. He has no pressure. Chapter 511. Su Bei recognizes his true intentions. This sword made the undead Feng Chaotuo completely silent. Because Su Bei cut off not only the head of the ghost, but also the head of the Lich King Arthas. What happened just now? The undead looked at each other, all at a loss. No one saw it clearly. It was too fast. Not even a breath had passed. Only the sound of unsheathing and sheathing sounded at the same time. And the ghost's head and body were already seen split into two. The soul-catching messenger hiding in the dark understood it. So he hesitated and fell into thinking. His guess was that the time point when the Lich King Arthas's ghost materialized was infinitely extended. And the opponent completed the three processes of drawing the sword, and cutting in the blink of an eye, and chopped off the heads of all the ghosts, and completed the beheading of the Lich King Arthas. This is not just fast. This move is not difficult. The law of speed can do it. And the law of freedom can also be reproduced. But these two laws will not make the soul catcher hesitate. He understands. So he is more cautious. It's time. This is too rare. In the years that the soul catcher has lived, he has never seen such a rule. However, he thinks that he can fight. But it depends on how he fights. Su Bei calmly put away his sword. His eyes were on the head in his hand. And he looked at the Lich King Arthas. This can be regarded as an unexpected gain. At the moment when Su Bei drew his sword, the Lich King Arthas just poked his head out of the frozen soil, perhaps intending to find out the enemy's situation. But unfortunately it happened to be delivered to the tip of Su Bei's holy sword. It was cut cleanly. There was almost no process. As time ticked by, only the result changed. At this moment, it can be seen that Su Bei was holding the head of the Lich King Arthas, tossing and playing with it in his hands, as if he was playing with a large skull ball. Su Bei had a calm expression, a holy sword on his waist, and a calm face, and put his right hand down. Just a few careless movements, but scared the undead clan to stop all their movements and hold their breath. There was no movement. Are you a hero? Magnetic Field Demon Sheepbone Scourge asked with a frown. Maybe, Subei said lightly. Magnetic Field Demon Sheepbone Scourge shut his mouth tightly, with a panic on his face. This is not good for the undead. The holy sword naturally restrains the undead, with almost double the attack gain. No wonder the opponent can chop off the head of the Lich King Arthas with a normal attack. That is the Lich King who created the real undead scourge. And his skull is harder than any sword. Besides Subei, Tianmaluo and Azura were both confused and looked at each other. They both saw shock in each other's eyes. Subei is a hero? How come they don't know this? Featherpen and Xiaomizhou set up the pot, clapped their hands, and began to celebrate the end of cooking porridge. I think we should add lollipops to the porridge. It will be delicious. Really? Packed. The overall situation was reversed by this sword. The atmosphere on both sides was exchanged, and the pressure was transferred from Subei's side. As a transcendent being, the Lich King Arthas naturally had a good vision. Even though his head was played around by Subei, he did not forget to say some harsh words. The law of time? It is hard to imagine that there are intelligent beings who can touch such a taboo law. But you use it very immaturely. Not as good as those mythical creatures who have mastered time innately. The voice of the Lich King Arthas was very hollow and harsh, like the wind blowing through the skeleton, which made people shudder. To put it more simply, you can imagine that it is like an old lady pretending to be a lowly voice, which is a bit out of place. Subei nodded thinking so, but heard the Lich King Arthas continue to say, "Give me another chance. You can't cut me. You are not my opponent." Subei did not argue. Maybe the Lich King Arthas was stunned and was a little confused. This arrogant master is too easy to talk to. Although Subei is like this by nature, this time is different from usual, because there are indeed external factors in it, specifically referring to Jasmine's actions just now. Subei remembered that Jasmine had kissed him just now. He glanced at the side hesitantly. Jasmine had left his arms long ago and was standing beside him at the moment, casually looking around, her eyes lively, humming a cheerful song in the style of the elves, her hands hooked behind her back, and occasionally standing on tiptoes to look at the frozen ground below. Occasionally, she would wave to Xiaomizhou and others beside her, and smile at Tianmaluo and Azura. But she didn't look at Subei, and even her peripheral vision never stayed on Subei. Was it a bit deliberate? Subei thought so. But now Jasmine looks as if nothing has happened. Subei was stunned and began to doubt his memory. Could it be an illusion? But Subei touched his forehead. The wind and sand were about to blow away the previous warmth. But the remaining jasmine fragrance was so obvious that Subei only needed to use the same frequency to follow the air flow and breathe deeply, and use some time laws to slow down the speed of the fragrance. And he could easily capture this rich fragrance. This is a smell that Subei will never forget. It is also the source of Subei's pressure. Just like a Lolita control can identify the authenticity of a Lolita and whether it is legal at a glance, Subei can also easily distinguish certain unique smells and will never make mistakes. For example, the jasmine scent on Jasmine. Thinking about it, Subei didn't realize that he had been looking into Jasmine's eyes for a long time. Subei came back to his senses. You just now? Were you? He looked at the smiling expression in the opposite eyes and asked carefully. But the girl said in a brisk voice, "Kiss." There was silence for a long time, and no sound of wind. The few people who were secretly transcendent were stunned, and they all felt the pain of cerebellar atrophy, wondering if there was something wrong. They recognized Subei as a hero, and as transcendence. They could tell at a glance that Jasmine was a demon king. Then the question came. Aren't these two supposed to be enemies by nature? But why is this scene so confusing to everyone? The undead were puzzled. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand. They think this is a good opportunity. Maybe it will be a good time for a sneak attack later. Tianmaluo and Azura looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and then stood on both sides of Subei and Jasmine, with their backs to them. First, give them some space to be alone. Second, beware of sneak attacks from the undead. Third, this dog food is not a must. Featherpen and Xiaomizhou whispered to each other, and from time to time, they leaned close to each other's ears and whispered super loudly. Their eyes swept to Su Bei and the others. And they kept complaining, "What are they doing?" The feather pen plotted loudly. Xiaomi Zhou calmly drank the porridge. Mating. The feather pen was confused. What does it mean? This question can be regarded as asking Xiaomi Zhou knowledge blind spot. She only knew that there was such a thing, but she didn't know what it was about. Xiaomi Zhou thought for a while, and shook her head. I don't understand. Then what were you thinking about just now? The feather pen choked and asked blankly. Hearing this, Xiaomi Zhou used a spoon to scrape the porridge in the pot, filled a spoonful and poured it down, shaking his tail excitedly and said, Wait. I should drink a few bowls. Featherpen's eyes lit up, and he raised his lollipop, screaming and shouting, Let's compete. I eat a few lollipops, and you drink a few bowls of porridge. Whoever wins will be the boss. I win. You lose. The atmosphere between the two little ones suddenly ignited. But everything around him had nothing to do with Su Bei, because Su Bei was still in a daze, and didn't know how to think. Kissed. Just now. Jasmine kissed Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine smiled slightly and repeated. Su Bei was stunned, hesitant to speak, repeatedly looked at Jasmine several times, and finally lowered his head and pinched the head of the Lich King Arthas. Lich King Arthas wailed in pain. Su Bei felt noisy again, and threw it to Tianma Luo. Silence again. Jasmine came closer, stood on tiptoe, and stared at Su Bei's chin, put her right index finger on Su Bei's cheek, and asked with concern, Mr. Su Bei, what's wrong with you? It's just a kiss. Don't think too much. Jasmine has always respected Mr. Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei? That being said, but does anyone use kissing to show respect? Su Bei was stunned again, his thoughts flying. For some reason, he suddenly didn't dare to look at Jasmine. He just felt that Jasmine was too dazzling. If he didn't pay attention, she would absorb all of Su Bei's attention. Even if Su Bei didn't want to admit it, he had to admit this fact that was completely unhelpful to him. He had a good impression of Jasmine. It was unclear how much good impression he had, but he had it. The difference between having and not having is huge, as big as the difference between normal people and Lolita control. And the difference can be clearly distinguished. It can be observed with the naked eye. But the difference between having and not having is also very small. So small that normal people will become Lolita control if they don't pay attention. Just through the bits and pieces of life. The former is Su Bei before. The latter is Su Bei. Su Bei doesn't know when this started. Maybe there were signs a long time ago. But he always subconsciously ignores this emotion, using excuses such as entrustment or family affection to cover up his thoughts. He shouldn't have realized this. The end of the world is approaching. And he, who has all kinds of causes and effects, how can he touch his feelings in this situation? For him, feelings are castles in the air that could turn into bubbles at any time. First, he should survive, and then other things. But Su Bei realized this. At this moment, Su Bei deeply realized that he was no longer normal. He was a Lolita control, because Jasmine was underage. Mr. Su Bei? Mr. Su Bei? The blurry palm kept waving in front of Su Bei's eyes, gradually becoming clear. Su Bei pursed his lips and stopped dodging his eyes. As Su Bei's thoughts returned, a sickle suddenly passed through Su Bei's neck. This was the killer move of the soul-catching messenger. He was waiting for the moment when Su Bei's consciousness was between coming back to his senses and watering. This would be a perfect beheading. Chapter 512: The Origin of Fulian. Plague Continent. The God War Ruins. Through the God War ruins of the Plague Continent, Elena took Fulian to the ruins, and came to a secret ruins through countless interactive fragments. This is a gap in the history of the God War. Walking through it requires sufficient knowledge of history and time. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, you will step in the wrong direction, fall into an unknown time, and never be able to return. This is also the reason why Elena needed the disaster messenger. Memory before. She does not know the history within the past 10,000 years. Her destination was not the God War 1,000 years ago. Not even the ancient God War 10,000 years ago. She was going to the ancient God War. They walked aimlessly in this fixed historical projection for a long time. Where are we going? Fulian frowned. She had just read her fortune. Very bad luck. You know, Fulian rarely made mistakes in her fortune telling. This made her somewhat uneasy. Just walking around. Elena responded calmly. Although it was just a casual walk, Elena's route did not look random at all. but rather like it had been carefully measured. Every corner was beyond Fulian's expectation. Several times, Elena took Fulian and ran straight into the wall, as if she was rushing to reincarnate. Fulian was so scared that she thought Elena had a brain problem. "Are you a descendant of the demon clan?" Elena suddenly asked. Fulian looked sideways in confusion. "Isn't this something everyone knows? You rescued me from the demon clan." Elena smiled slightly and asked, "Do you remember how many people are there in your family, and what race you are?" Fulian responded very quickly. "I am the princess of the demon tribe. I have a brother and a sister. Both my parents are young and strong. This is something everyone knows." Elena smiled and continued to ask, "What is your relationship with Tianmaluo?" Fulian thought for a moment, frowned, and asked in confusion, "He should be my father?" He. "Don't say that." Elena smiled and found it very interesting. According to what he knew, the leader of the demon tribe died on the eve of the food festival, and died suddenly for no reason. His body was inexplicably annihilated, leaving only his soul floating. And that time point happened to be when Fulian met Su Bei and admitted that she was the daughter of the leader of the fallen demon clan. Fulian admitted that she was the princess of the fallen demon clan. So the leader of the fallen demon clan died suddenly. This is the cause and effect. The leader of the fallen demon clan could not bear this cause and effect, and could not bear the weight of the word Fulian's father. And this indirectly shows Fulian's identity. So who is Fulian? She has a transcendent status, and can be in charge of the entire Hall of Valor. Elena already had the answer in her heart. He is darkness, the dark goddess who was killed by light, polluted by the evil god from outside the domain and fell, and turned into an entire abyss. Only such cause and effect can completely wipe out anyone. This is also the reason why Fulian's oral information is always incomplete, and every description is ambiguous and inconsistent. Her information is wrong. Of course, the dark goddess died, and died completely. Her body was obtained by the evil god from outside the domain, and turned into the most terrifying abyss, whose power is even greater than that of a complete god. His soul became the will of the entire abyss, used by the evil gods from outside the domain, and became a collection of evil thoughts and murderous intentions. At this moment, Fulian is just a remnant of the dark goddess's soul. This insignificant soul wanders in the world, unable to even protect itself, constantly reincarnating and wandering. Her authority was completely taken away. Part of it was inherited by the goddess of night, and the rest of the authority became part of the abyss. It can be said that the darkness left Fulian with little. Fulian is already a complete individual, and has almost lost contact with the darkness. Thinking of this, Elena looked at Fulian a few more times. "You keep looking at me." Fulian frowned. "I don't like you looking at me. Holy light, and the demons don't fit in at all." She did play with Elena very seldom, but was closer to Xiaomi Zhou and Jasmine. Elena nodded calmly. "That makes sense." After speaking, Fulian lowered her head. She began to fiddle with the tarot cards in her hand and stopped talking to Elena. Elena lowered her head and looked at the tarot cards in Fulian's hand. Her eyes slightly bright. Although Fulian has nothing at the moment, she is not without the ability to protect herself. Who would have thought that this tiny soul is in charge of the most comprehensive artifact among the main weapons of the 12 innate gods? Hall of Valor. Or, it should be called the Reincarnation Sky Curtain. The tarot cards in her hand are taken from Hall of Valor. It is a complete set of artifacts. And as Fulian's strength increases, the restrictions can be gradually lifted. Divination is just the most insignificant ability among them. In fact, there were signs earlier. Freedom could manipulate the quasi-god Palu at will. But he could only control Fulian, who was only at the 5th level at that time. At night, because every night, the Hall of Heroes would hide its power. It was afraid of being watched by the abyss. In the daytime, it would appear again, guarding Fulian's soul. As a result, Freedom could not gain control of his body. Going out at night was not Freedom choice. It was Fulian who made the decision. In this way, a series of subsequent chains were triggered, giving Su Bei more time to plan how to plot against Freedom. "Where are we going?" Flynn's uneasiness became more obvious, and she asked again. Elena paused. "Let me think about it." Now, Elena has two choices. One is to seize Valhalla, so that Flynn is just Flynn, and completely separate from the darkness. After that, she will protect Flynn and let Flynn live a peaceful life without any worries, and without having to participate in the great world disputes. The second is to awaken the darkness. Let Flynn experience the ancient God War, face that ancient memory, and recall everything. In this way, Fulian held back the Abyss and helped him deal with the troubles of the Abyss. The Abyss would chase her and Fulian until they were both killed. This had a great impact on her plan. But in this way, the conflict between her and Fulian would never be able to be resolved, because he killed the darkness, which triggered the beginning of the ancient God War. As for turning a blind eye, this choice was the same as usual. It was not very realistic. The fact that she and Fulian could appear in the Brave team at the same time already explained a lot of problems. Fate has a lot to plan for. Elena suspected that there might be a shadow of wisdom in it. The great era has arrived. Elena looked up. Her eyes were extremely solemn. The thing that he had relieved by detonating the ancient God War would soon appear again. Even if he did not pay attention to Fulian, Fulian would be involved in various events and forced to return to the center of the event. He needed to make a decision. He was the light. The light has never been a good person since ancient times. He killed many gods, suppressed the blood ancestors, tamed the second generation of dragon gods, wiped out the darkness, and almost annihilated the elements. He did his own thing and was feared by all the sisters. Finally, he fought a great battle with the Valkyrie. But unfortunately, he was defeated and left this world. And then left the original continent and went to the outside world. After several years, he finally ended the ancient era with death. Throughout history, light has never done a good thing. Whenever any god mentions light, the only impression it produces is fear. Light is a god, without any human nature, and will only achieve its goals in the most instinctive and direct way. In this way, Elena may have had the answer long ago. Her character gave her choice. Elena thought so, smiled, pulled Fulian's shoulder, and said lightly, "Let's go. I know where to go." Fulian nodded. The two walked side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Unconsciously, the road they walked on began to be colored, gradually divided into two distinct colors. On the sky, the battle between gods continued. When Lin and the undead god were entangled, a chain suddenly appeared, and was about to imprison her limbs. At the same moment, the blood in her body surged, almost flowing backwards. Not only that, she realized that her luck was decreasing rapidly, and it had already fallen to negative numbers, and it was still continuing to decline. When the luck index fell to the bottom, her fate was grasped, interrupting her upcoming spell. At this time, the attack of the undead god came. His eyes were smiling, but he shook his head. "You are so interesting and ignorant. The stupidest species I have ever seen." Plague continent. Intermediate battlefield. At the moment when Su Bei and Jasmine looked at each other, a sickle emerged from Su Bei's throat. This is the soul catcher's killing move. Then Su Bei's soul began to fluctuate violently. This was Lin sending him a distress signal. At the same time, Qianmo Luo, who was separated from Fulian in different history, gradually became illusory. His entire body collapsed and disintegrated, and the arm holding the Lich King Arthas was annihilated and shattered into powder. This was the cause and effect formed by Fulian's oral narration. The Lich King Arthas assembled his head and body, restored his combat power, and swung with all his strength, swinging a magical skill carried on Frostmourne at Su Bei. The other several transcendent undeads attacked at the same time, killing Su Bei, all with their strongest killing moves. All things burst out at once. The pressure squeezed and backfired, sweeping through Su Bei's cells. These coincidences that happened inadvertently, events that could be solved individually, at this moment became arrest, stopping all of Su Bei's thoughts. This moment happened to connect into a chain of events. Is this a reconciliation? Su Bei clenched the holy sword. His eyes condensed, and the murderous aura collided between his teeth. Floating. Chapter 513. 1 second. Time becomes extremely slow at this moment. This is the limit of the time rules that Su Bei can use at present. As for the ability to completely pause or even reverse time, that is the realm of God, not a power that Su Bei can control. The only thing Su Bei can do is to extend this moment infinitely, and use it to think of a foolproof countermeasure. Is there a way? At this critical moment, the infinite extension of time is enough for Su Bei to think seriously, and deal with all events according to the importance. The first thing he noticed was Lin's call for help. Perhaps it was because of the connection between souls. Or perhaps Lin's existence was the most important of these things. In short, the first thing Su Bei did was to calm down. Listen carefully to Lin's call, and quickly pull the twin connection in his hand. Pull me. Pull me. A faint and vague call sounded in Subei's mind. This was Lin's voice. Subei would not make a mistake. His movements were faster than Lin's voice. Before the voice reached him, Subei's wrist had already pulled. As the voice was transmitted, Subei accelerated again. At this time, Lin's voice was clearer. Don't pull me. How could it be don't pull me? Instead of pull me? What a joke. Subei felt Lin's resistance. Lin was rejecting this pull. Subei's eyes condensed. But he did not cancel the action, but became more and more powerful. He dragged Lin's body forcefully. Lin, who could connect the twin hand artifacts, said don't pull me. There is only one possibility for these 4 words. The danger Lin encountered was very terrifying, and it could not be eliminated by moving. This danger is likely to threaten Subei's life because of the twin connection. Don't pull me is much more dangerous than pull me. But Subei knew about this kind of thing. How could he ignore it? He had stood by and watched once in that uncertain history. Come here, Subei pondered. The void fluctuated violently. Lin emerged from the void with her eyes wide open, and waved her hands in a panic to resist, with a strong sense of fear and terror in her eyes. No! Lin screamed at the top of her lungs. It was at this moment that Subei knew what Lin was afraid of. The space was trembling and collapsing. Countless extremely terrifying orders were stacking and accumulating. And this order would not disappear with Lin's transfer. Order is constant. These order forces include imprisonment, death, doom, pollution, burning blood, etc. There are countless strong laws connected to an attack of supreme order. This attack, which was a mixture of countless orders, would split aiming Lin into 2 and hit Subei at the same time. So, could Subei withstand this power? No. This power was too terrifying, containing the attacks of several innate gods, and even a power that was completely different from the original continent. That was the attack of the undead god. As long as it was touched by the slightest bit, it would be enough to make Subei doomed, and his soul, body, and consciousness would all be destroyed. Before this attack even got close, Subei's body was about to break, and his soul and body were gradually separated. The law of time failed to retain these orders and delay the attack at all, and the law of time could not affect Lin's movements. Extending time lost its effect at this moment. But Subei was not panicked. He watched the void collapse and quickly calculated the time node of being hit. This attack will hit Subei in 0.8 seconds. Subei did not think about the possibility of resisting it. His eyes condensed, and he quickly magnified his thinking ability. In this very short time, he thought about how to eliminate the possibility of this attack. He first extended his right hand towards Lin, who was flying towards him. As long as he and Lin were close together, this attack would still merge into one, even if it only had half the killing power after being split into 2. For Subei, the outcome would still be death. Dealing with one attack is easier than dealing with 2. The result can't be worse. According to this trend, he will pick up Lin by the waist in about 0.5 seconds. Subei's left hand kept casting spells, desperately releasing the law of time, and accelerating the attacks of the remaining undead in different batches. Compress the time of these attacks to within 0.7 seconds. He wants all the undead to share this attack with him, which will make everyone contaminated by cause and effect. But this is far from enough. This attack contains the order of several gods, not to mention 10 transcendent undead. Even 100,000 transcendents will be useless. How can the fertilized egg bite Godzilla to death? This is not an attack of the same magnitude. Then what else can be done? At this moment, Subei noticed the abnormality of Tianma Luo. Tianma Luo's body was constantly breaking down. Just by looking at his changes, Subei couldn't control his consciousness and was about to be dragged into infinite darkness, without any hope. It was as if he was facing the abyss. What happened to Tianma Luo? It didn't matter. No matter what happened to Tianma Luo, he looked like he was about to die. The power that could make Tianma Luo die suddenly for no reason could never be explained by common sense. And this would help Subei. Subei shot out the heavens chain without thinking, desperately accelerating his own time. The whole process from the heavens chain binding Tianma Luo to pulling him to Subei's side was compressed by Subei to within 0.5 seconds. But is it enough to add the cause and effect of Tianma Luo? Not enough. Far from enough. What else? It's too late to think. Su Bei's time rules are exhausted. The flow of time returns to normal, and all events will fall in the blink of an eye. Su Bei was stunned, then clenched his teeth and concentrated on everything that was about to happen. Su Bei hooked his right hand and immediately lowered his head. The Soul Catcher's sickle passed silently over his head and touched the path that the attack had to take. With a hum sound, the Soul Catcher's body froze for no reason and exploded, like a bubble that exploded into powder. He screamed in fear, "No! This is not real. This is not. Death is just a state for me. I shouldn't die here." The Soul Catcher left nothing behind. Even the traces of life were wiped out by this attack. The attack never stopped for even a moment. At the same time, Su Bei hugged Lin by the waist, and Lin yelled, "No," with a broken expression. "Run! We can't stop this attack. Why the hell did you pull me? I told you not to pull me. Stupid uncle. Who told you to pull me on your own? Get out of my way." Lin spoke very quickly, and pointed at Su Bei's forehead at the same time, intending to send Su Bei flying with one finger, leaving her alone to bear the power of cause and effect. Su Bei had thought about this possibility long ago. He first touched his right glove and shouted, "Lich King Arthas, come! Try to kill me. Otherwise I will not hold back." Then he stopped Lin's attack with the most convenient method. Su Bei used his only mouth that could still move, refused to communicate with Lin in any way, and bit Lin's finger fiercely. Bang! With a sound, Lin broke all of Su Bei's teeth with one finger. Lin was stunned, panicked, and looked ashen. She was not panicking because she had broken Su Bei's teeth. It was just that at this distance and speed, he could no longer send Su Bei away. He was also unable to resist the attack behind him. She would die with Su Bei. "No, I won't let you die." Lin's eyes condensed. Her wine-red pupils began to burn, and a supreme divine skill was condensing. Su Bei's eyes were calm. His mouth was not loose, and he pulled the heavens lock hard, ignoring Lin's actions, but proceeding with the next steps in an orderly manner. Tianma Luo's broken body was blocked in front of Su Bei. The constant collision with this attack could not be offset. Tianma Luo's body was shattered, and even his soul was annihilated and disappeared. And in the next moment, the attack of the Lich King Arthas came. "As you wish. I will kill you." This is a divine skill. The Lich King Arthas liberated Frostmourne and released a kingdom of God from Frostmourne. This is a divine skill hidden in Frostmourne, enough to burst out the full power of the first generation of Lich King. The Lich King Arthas is afraid of Su Bei. He saw with his own eyes that the Soul Catcher, who was a little stronger than him on paper, was completely shattered in front of Su Bei, leaving no trace of life. This was too terrifying. At their level, there was rarely such a power to completely wipe out. And this fear was materialized at this moment, turning into the belief of the Lich King Arthas to do everything he could to kill Su Bei here. "You are unfortunate, because you are the first guy who pushed me to this point. Die. I will never meet you again." Divine skill. Whisper of frost. Fall of extremely cold heaven. Well done. Su Bei's eyes flashed with intense surprise. He liked this kind of attribute too much. Shouting, bondage and friendship, and suddenly bursting out on his own. If it was his teammate, the sky will fall. This kingdom of God pressed down heavily on Su Bei, forcibly landing on the plague continent from the gap in space, overlapping with the plague continent in a small area in different spaces, crushing all the substances it touched. The power of the remaining undead was greatly increased after passing through this kingdom of God, and was transformed from the power of rules to the shallow order. This is a supreme killing move. If it were a normal collision, the order collection in front of him and the falling kingdom of God in the sky would not be something Su Bei could resist. But at this time, these two superpowers collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Lich King Arthas was stunned, looking at the various debuffs he had been infected with for no reason, and suddenly realized something. His expression changed drastically, and he screamed, "Your mother! What the hell did you provoke? No. No. Don't." This all happened too fast. Even if Tianma Luo resisted a little, the mixed order was only extended for a few breaths. Su Bei provoked the Lich King Arthas. Half of it was spent, and the remaining time was not enough for the Lich King Arthas to react. After the blessing of the kingdom of God, the attack transformed from the rules into a weak order reached Su Bei's chest. This is the killer move of the undead transcendence. It just collided with the mixed order. Buzz, invisible waves swept over everything. and all the materials touched disappeared completely here. The collision information was fed back to these transcendent undead, and his body expanded in the blink of an eye, and continued to swell like a balloon filled with air, getting bigger and bigger. Then the body made a sound of leaking air. No. No! Spare me. You are the monster. You are the devil. This is not your power. This is not. Boom. The bodies of these undead suddenly exploded. But even if all the lives of the undead were put at risk, they could only make this mixed order pause for a while. Then the kingdom of God fell. Stalemate. Collision. Annihilation. Shattering. The kingdom of God stopped this mixed order. But it only resisted for a moment. The entire kingdom of God was collapsing. And the feedback from this was that the Frostmourne in the hands of the Lich King Arthas was breaking apart and scattering on the ground piece by piece. The kingdom of God was the manifestation of Frostmourne. But he was unable to offset this attack. Damn. Even the artifact can't stop it? Subei yelled incoherently, his face heavy, thinking if he missed a link. Is there a potential teammate hiding somewhere? At this moment, he was still holding Lin's finger. This was a very novel experience for Lin. Lin's cheeks were slightly red, but she didn't have time to feel the wonderful touch in her hand, but quickly pulled out her finger and rubbed her fingertips to wipe off the saliva. She was stunned by Subei's series of operations. Oh my god! How did he do so many things in such a short time? First, he adjusted his position to avoid the soul catcher, and used his position to let the soul catcher hit the mixed order, and then picked himself up by the waist, so that the order merged into one. Then he angered the Lich King Arthas, touched his right glove to activate the common sense glove, hinting that the opponent was about to die, thereby inducing the opponent to use the taboo move. Finally, when pulling the heaven chain to pull Tianma Luo, he adjusted his position again, deliberately revealing a huge empty flaw in front of his chest, luring all the undead killing moves to focus on one point, and then used this to force the offensive to take back the heaven chain, leaving Tianma Luo with a wisp of broken soul. Finally, relying on the killing move of the Lich King Arthas to collide with the mixed order, he has used everything he can. This greatly weakened the killing power of this mixed order. This is incredible. Is this really something that a Transcendent can do? Chapter 514, Fork in the Road. After weakening the attack layer by layer, Lin has a 50% chance of catching it, but this requires her to pay a certain price. But despite this, Subei still doesn't seem satisfied. Everything happened in just a few breaths. What else is he dissatisfied with? This is too surprising. How far can he go? After surviving the initial collision, the people who were still alive reacted at this moment and began to face this terrifying force. Azura's face turned pale, and his legs softened with fear. No, this is not a force we can resist. We are dead. Mr. Subei, hold me tight, Jasmine shouted. She wanted to lend herself to Mr. Subei. Jasmine knew that it would make her very tired, but it would give Mr. Subei great power. The feather pen was sluggish, motionless like a sculpture. Oh my god! Look at what you have provoked. How can a person cause such a big disaster? I'm going to take my lollipop and hack the troublemaker's ass. 10,000 times. Save, I think I can still save a little bit. Tianma Luo wailed faintly. It seems that the rules that Tianma Luo suffered for no reason are very terrifying. And he didn't die even after this. Save me! A wailing sound came from a far distance. It was the Lich King Arthas, struggling in his death throes. If you don't save me, I will cancel my magic skill. Don't even think about running. Xiaomi Zhou's body gradually shattered and annihilated, and her brown eyes showed vertical pupils. She grabbed Subei and others, and quickly fled to a very far distance. She also took the head of the Lich King Arthas with her. This was her instinct. No one wants to die, even if she is a kitten. Xiaomi Zhou was very fast, and her small body grabbed a group of people and fled in the opposite direction at a very fast speed. Subei let go of Lin with his right hand, reached out and grabbed the feather pen, patted Xiaomi Zhou's head, and said in a deep voice, "Don't run. No matter where we run, this attack will hit Lin and me." Hearing this, Xiaomi Zhou stopped in her tracks. Her heels left a long mark on the ground. Her eyes scanned Lin for a moment, and she fell into thought. She was thinking about whether she should abandon Lin. You know, she and Lin didn't have a deep relationship. Everyone looked around and saw that the magical skills released by the Lich King Arthas had been mostly destroyed. And Frostmourne, a divine weapon that had existed for tens of thousands of years, was completely shattered at this moment, turning into ice chips on the ground. 3 minutes. Su Bei gave the exact time. In 3 minutes, that divine skill will be completely swallowed up. What is our enemy? Azura stood behind Lin, his eyes full of worry and fear. Azura naturally recognized Lin. This was her god. There is no enemy. What we have to find a way to deal with is the order attack of the swallowing divine skill. Su Bei continued to explain. This attack travels through space and ignores time. It is the most terrifying power I have ever seen in my life. Enough to destroy all of us present. 2.5 minutes left. Everyone was clueless. How could you provoke such a thing? The head of the Lich King Artha said in a muffled voice. Will you die? At this point. Drink porridge. Xiaomi Zhou had a calm expression. For her, since she would die sooner or later, she might as well enjoy the present. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Quilpin struggled and shouted. Let me go! Mr. Su Bei. Hug me. Su Bei paced restlessly. His eyes narrowed. And he held Jasmine, who came over and opened her arms. He was in no mood to hug Jasmine now, even though he was happy to hug Jasmine. As for using the magic sword, at this moment, Su Bei was very resistant to this matter. He was thinking about more than just the mixed rule in front of him. He was thinking about everything. Su Bei always felt something was wrong. Everything. Everything. All the events that happened seemed to be leading him to do one thing. Pull out the magic sword and the holy sword. From the game that the feather pen took him to play, to all the events that happened now. At first, Su Bei thought that this was just his wishful thinking. He just happened to follow this path to accomplish everything he wanted to do. But gradually, Su Bei discovered the trick. It seemed that everything was rushing and pushing him in this direction. He met Jasmine and received blessings, which happened to meet the prerequisites for pulling out the magic sword. So he chose to pull out the magic sword. He experienced death, was watered and grew, and thus comprehended several rules of the gods, and happened to meet the prerequisites for pulling out the holy sword. So he pulled out the holy sword. How can there be so many coincidences? If everything is just right, then it can't be a coincidence. This is a carefully designed necessity. He improved his strength by obtaining the magic sword. And then the rules he was born with greatly enhanced his strength. But is that really power? No. It might be power at first. But since Su Bei understood time by himself, he found a serious contradiction. He is on the same frequency. He can learn faster, easily integrate various powers, find an independent path to become a god, and then try to ascend to godhood. This blessing from the gods may have been power at first, but now it seems more like a shackle to Su Bei. It has locked his upper limit, because all the power he has obtained has been blocked by the innate gods on the final path, so that he can never break through to the quasi-god. His upper limit has been locked. The great era is coming, and everyone will slowly break through. The conditions for transcendence are not as harsh as before, and there are more opportunities to enter the quasi-god than before. But Su Bei can't do it. He is locked. He is like a designed machine. And now he is only one step away from the final goal. As if it was within reach, he could achieve that ultimate goal. Master 2 world arts at the same time, and have the power to be fearless. But can a transcendent with 2 world arts really fight against gods? At first, Su Bei thought so. But later, his gradually growing knowledge completely destroyed his cognition. Impossible. It was useless for him to have 2 world arts. Not to mention 2,000 would be useless. He was just a transcendent. Su Bei thought about it, and sighed heavily. Apart from holding the magic sword and mastering the art of this world, his only trump card is the wisdom and divine skill included in the omniscient code. But these 2 results gradually merged into one result in front of Su Bei. And this result was cruelly broken and clearly divided into 2 paths. It was an intersecting line. At first, they were getting closer and closer to each other, until they were inseparable. But after touching, they gradually separated and went further and further away, until they could no longer see each other. Will they be like this? Su Bei didn't want to guess. He didn't want to guess. Chapter 515, I am on the same frequency. Perhaps the process is tortuous, but the result has been destined from the beginning. As if the dust has settled, no other options are left for Su Bei. At this point, everything has been revealed. But the truth is still unclear. Could it be you who is planning all this? Goddess of wisdom. Not Pear. Nor the feather pen. It is the god who is dying. And perhaps even death is planning something. Goddess of wisdom. If you think about it carefully, Su Bei has the shadow of wisdom in every bit. And he is in a long-term cooperative relationship with wisdom. Wisdom's actions all express this intention to Su Bei. But the more time passes, the more traces of wisdom will be exposed. And the more obvious the purpose will be. Su Bei can even find the shadow of wisdom in the fusion of Jasmine and him. He once heard Li Lizi's voice. At first, Su Bei thought it was an illusion. Now it seems that this may be the truth. So what will Su Bei do in the face of this combination skill? What can he do? Su Bei thought about all the possibilities, and considered all the results in the worst direction. One is to draw out the holy sword, merge with Jasmine, and draw out the magic sword to resist this combination skill. Whether it can be blocked or not is not mentioned for the time being. When Su Bei enters that state, will it meet the expectations of wisdom? Will the wisdom soul parasitic in his mind reveal its true face to achieve a certain purpose? The second is to use the wisdom magic skill to sacrifice the wisdom soul in Su Bei's body and achieve a certain supermodel state. It is said to be a sacrifice. But after Su Bei thought about it carefully, he found that it was not the case. This is not the alternative divine descent hidden in the word sacrifice. Su Bei's inscription system is built on the basis of the wisdom soul. And this is also the work of wisdom. It is hard for Su Bei not to think too much. And the purpose seems to be set in stone. When Su Bei uses this wisdom divine skill to burn half of the wisdom soul to gain power, it may cause the wisdom god to descend. Wisdom must have the most critical means, which will be the key for Su Bei to obtain the power of the demon king. At that time, wisdom will be able to dominate his body, forcibly embrace Jasmine to trigger fusion, and achieve a certain goal that he expects. Will wisdom succeed? Su Bei held the quill, frowning and thinking. It's only 1 minute. Why are you still holding me? The quill struggled, but couldn't get away. Su Bei held the quill firmly in his hand, holding half of her body in his palm. I want to see him, Su Bei said calmly. His tone was calm, even indifferent. It's okay to plot against Su Bei, but this is related to Jasmine. And Luminera was also involved. Su Bei had to be careful. The feather pen was startled. In fact, everyone was startled. Jasmine had never seen Su Bei like this before. His expression was extremely serious, and his eyes revealed cruelty. So fierce. Mr. Su Bei, don't do this to the feather pen. Jasmine pulled Su Bei's hand hard. Mr. Su Bei. The feather pen struggled and screamed, Hey! What are you doing? Let me go! What are you talking about? The feather pen doesn't know it. Su Bei's palms clenched slightly. His eyes began to become creepy. And he inadvertently touched the glove on his right hand, exerting pressure. Xiaomi Zhou was stunned. Her gray-brown pupils suddenly lit up, and she rushed toward Su Bei at a very fast speed, using a semi-god skill. Feather pen. Wow! She cried. Her shoulders twitched, and the power of the fairy spread invisibly, interacting with the skills launched by Xiaomi Zhou. Xiaomi Zhou was pinched by Su Bei, and she looked at Su Bei with doubts, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Su Bei was too calm. He was serious. But what was he going to do? The body of the feather pen separated from Su Bei's palm, and quickly ran to a very far place, never daring to get close to Su Bei again. Why are you scaring me? You know who Quill is. How dare you scare me? Quill will not care about you anymore. Quill is here to help you. How dare you do this to me? I will never care about you again. This is Li Lizi's tone. The voice of Quill. She was scared. Quill twitched her shoulders and sobbed, looking at Su Bei with fear in her eyes. This fear came from the common-sense gloves. And Su Bei didn't use any strength in his palms. Su Bei touched his right glove and lifted the common-sense correction. Feather pen paused, wiped her tears, and looked at Su Bei with fear. Su Bei's expression and actions just now were not fake. Su Bei was staring at her fiercely and coldly. Jasmine glanced at Su Bei with a little worry. And after looking at Su Bei, she hurried over to comfort Feather Pen. Lin jumped up and patted Su Bei on the shoulder, sighing, Uncle, are you under too much pressure? Relax. You don't have to care so much. I take action later, and everyone will be fine. Azura held the head of the Lich King Arthas in his arms, dragging the half-dead Tianma Luo, and the three of them, one person, one head and one disabled person, evacuated very far away early, staring at Su Bei motionlessly, not daring to breathe. Tianma Luo was almost dead, and even breathing was extremely difficult. but he still tried his best to lower his breathing to reduce his presence. What happened just now? It seemed that something very serious had happened. So scary. The three people had similar ideas, but maintained the same tacit understanding. Don't participate. Su Bei sighed. He wanted to see wisdom. Perhaps only by killing Quill or Lilizi. Wisdom would be forced to show up. But Su Bei had no intention of killing Quill. Even less of Lilizi. The magical skill above the sky was about to be shattered. And the Lich King Arthas shouted in fear. It's coming! It's coming! We're dead. God. Everyone will die. Everyone. The Lich King Arthas's mouth was sealed by Ashura. At the same time, Lin was ready to take action. Su Bei blocked Lin's shoulder with his right hand. You can't move. Su Bei shook his head. Lin frowned in confusion. Uncle. Are you a fool? Su Bei did not argue. And continued to explain. You must maintain your full strength. This magic is only secondary. The gods behind the magic are the key. None of them left. Only the goddess of death, who is in the kingdom of God, and still maintains her peak state, can scare the other gods away from descending. So, the goddess of death must be complete. Su Bei emphasized seriously. Lin was stunned. But uncle, how to do this magic? Su Bei took a step. And several rules suddenly spread. And the colorful light bulbs suddenly expanded and swelled. All the laws appeared again. Including the law of time. Each one is the truth of heaven and earth. The innate power. Which is enough to shock everyone. But Su Bei is just attached. Lin shook his head. You can't do it. You will die. Su Bei nodded calmly. Help me. Lin shook her head again. If you want to counter this magic, you must start with at least divine skills. No one here knows divine skills. Do you know divine skills? Su Bei shook his head and nodded. I can do it. Lin smiled bitterly and kicked out. Get out of here. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. What do you mean you can do it? Lin's kick was not fast, and only contained soft power. But the power should not be underestimated. He wanted to kick Su Bei away. Help me. Su Bei dodged calmly and stretched out his hand to block it. He grabbed Lin's ankle. Bang. With a sound. Su Bei's right hand bones were all shattered. And a cloud of dust rose behind him, dissipating the force of the kick. The force of the kick was absorbed by Su Bei. But Su Bei's arm did not loosen. And his expression was calm. He was using his actions to show his attitude. Su Bei's only 2 injuries were caused by Lin. Su Bei used the law of life to repair his own scars. And said seriously, You come to teach me a magic skill. No matter the cost. I will pay it. Lin was stunned. Now? You want to learn and use it now? Su Bei repeated. Now. Lin was confused and shook her head. There has never been a magical skill that can be easily learned by seeing, knowing, and understanding the principle. The cost is only secondary. And proficiency is the foundation. Moreover, the slightest mistake in the magical skill will cause backlash, which you cannot bear now. Su Bei emphasized. Right now. Just release it, and stop it when you can control it. Leave it to me next. Lin laughed and said. You don't understand the magic skills. Do you think that the magic skills are as easy and simple as those released by the Lich King Arthas? No. In my opinion, the principle contained in that magic skill is too simple. And the order of construction is very crude. There is no judgment effect. Su Bei shook his head. No. You don't understand me. He is the same frequency. The same frequency that can surpass all characteristics. He should be able to learn everything. This time is no exception. Chapter 516. The Authentic Black Hand. You don't understand me. Nor do you understand the same frequency. Su Bei said lightly. Lin gritted her teeth. I don't care about you. I'm going to use a chanting-type superscale artillery-type magic skill. And the order, power, and concept used are beyond your cognition. You can't learn it. And you can't see it. Lin didn't believe that Su Bei could copy her moves. This is not the time to bicker. In just half a minute, the magic skill on the sky will be annihilated. And this magic will hit Lin hard, easily destroying all the materials and lives present. Lin started to make hand seals. Su Bei started to make hand seals at the same time. The movements were exactly the same. Lin was startled. Are you kidding me? She was so scared that she almost made a mistake. And Su Bei could even copy the mistake synchronously. Su Bei's forehead began to sweat. Lin's movements gradually accelerated. The order in her body flowed. The ground disappeared. The surroundings became foggy, and the gray and black silence occupied all senses. The domain unfolded. Su Bei's movements were exactly the same as Lin's, but his body was turning red. And his body was churning. Many rules condensed but could only synthesize a wisp of order. Far from reaching the level of constructing divine skills, the same domain unfolds. The two domains merged, and the space that originally belonged to an individual unexpectedly merged together. Lin widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Is this something a normal human can do? You are crazy. You will die. Lin screamed and roared. You are really crazy. I have never seen a madman like you. There is obviously a compromise. Why are you trying so hard? She still had the energy to cancel the magic skill. But Su Bei gambled everything. Su Bei's strength was not enough to support him to complete the magic skill. But Su Bei also could not bear the cost of the backlash. The backlash caused by canceling the magic skill would easily destroy everything he had. Su Bei must stop immediately. Otherwise he will die. Lin realized this and screamed. Slowly, her shoulder suddenly twitched, and the casting action suddenly accelerated. She couldn't help but roar, if it doesn't work, I just die. I didn't think about implicate others. The skill was originally aimed at me. What does it have to do with you? Why do you want to sacrifice yourself for others? I don't want to owe you anything. I don't want to owe you anything at all. Can you stop being so sentimental? Stop it. You bastard uncle. Stop it. Su Bei's eyes condensed. Bloodshot. And his body exploded with blood flowers. He followed Lin's rhythm with great effort. The power gap was too big. It will be too late if you don't stop. Lin's eyes widened, and she ran out of breath, roaring, You will die. At this stage of the divine skill, order is the main component of the divine skill, which is a power that transcendence does not have. But Su Bei can no longer turn back. The die is cast. Lin sobbed. Are you sick? Are you going to ruin my path? How can a god cry every day? You are really sick. But why is it you? It's you. It's you every time. You are really a beast. A beast. A beast. You must live. If you die, I will pull out your fragments from countless reincarnations, sew you into a rag doll, and prick you with a needle every day. Uh-huh. I lied to you. I won't stab you. I will take good care of you. Su Bei shook his head blankly. He saw Lin suddenly had a seizure in his head and kept repeating inexplicable words. He interrupted her in a deep voice. Don't be crazy. Lend me the artifact. Su Bei's death order was far from enough. He needed a strong enough external force. He remembered that Lin had a main hand weapon. Bury the Eternal Night, which Su Bei had touched before. Su Bei could mobilize some authority of Bury the Eternal Night. This will be the key to Su Bei's construction of the Order of Death. And all this is the most perfect plan that Su Bei can think of. Avoiding drawing the double swords and using the wisdom skills. At this moment, the plan has reached the final stage. I am so stupid. Really. I only know that you can't use the skills. But I didn't expect you to accurately copy the skills. But you can't do anything. You are so weak. Why do you show off when you shouldn't fight? I should kick you away. How can I give you a chance to try? I hate it. Lin's shoulders twitched. She was too sad. And she turned her sadness into strength. And was completely immersed in the construction of the magic skill. And could no longer hear any words. Self-blame, regret, and other emotions formed a cage, dragging Lin completely into it. It was difficult to escape. Wait, something was wrong. Su Bei was rarely anxious. Lin! Lend me the magic weapon. The magic weapon. Lend me the magic weapon quickly. I'm going to die. Lin lowered her head and sobbed. And unknowingly the magic skill steps were halfway through. And the required order was about to suck Su Bei dry. Lin! Lin! Goddess of Death. Master. Sister. Your mother. Su Bei was furious. Su Bei felt his vitality gradually fading away. And he quickly shouted, Lin. The game has begun. Listen to me. Lin subconsciously stood at attention. This familiar words instantly drew Lin's thoughts back to 1,000 years ago. And these thoughts quickly dispersed in the next moment, causing Lin's consciousness to be retracted in an instant. Su Bei realized this and quickly shouted, Artifact. Lend me the artifact. Lin. Save me. Su Bei's voice was extremely weak at the end. His whole body's strength was sucked dry by this magic skill. But he still couldn't pay the power required by the magic skill. The magic skill was shaky. It was about to collapse due to insufficient support. Lin was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly reached out to the hem of her skirt, pulled out a huge sickle from under her skirt, and handed it to Su Bei. Clang! With a sound, Very Eternal Night fell to the ground. Su Bei didn't even have the strength to hold the sickle. Lin opened her mouth and put the sickle into Su Bei's palm again, then wrapped Su Bei's fist with both hands to help Su Bei hold Very Eternal Night tightly. The order of death is pouring into Su Bei's body, repairing Su Bei's deficit. This comes from Lin, and also from burying the Eternal Night. The construction of the divine skill is complete. The circuit has been consolidated, and the order has been established. The effect of this divine skill is extremely terrifying. Its order power is the target judged by the divine skill. Everything represented will return to the lowest level of hell, and forcibly grab the order. This move cannot be exempted, and it is a death cause and effect skill. The ground suddenly split into two, and an infinite death squeezed out from the ground, turning into two gray-white hands constructed by order, grabbing the mixed order in the sky that broke through the false kingdom of God. The two big hands closed together, blocking the path that the mixed order must take. Su Bei suddenly realized in a trance. So this is the final form of the Black Hand. Su Bei was almost drained of energy, but he didn't forget to give this move a good name. The mixed order jumped and shuttled in space, escaped the capture of the gray-white big hand, and hit Lin and Su Bei directly. But in the next moment, the gray-white palm appeared under the mixed order again. The trend of the palm closing did not decrease, and it was almost closed. The mixed order broke out, trying to break through the defense line of the gray-white big hand with brute force. But this mixed order had been weakened layer by layer, and the power contained was no longer as strong as before. The gray-white hand closed. Collision. Buzz. Both judgments took effect. The power contained in the mixed order was too mottled. After consumption, only destruction was left. The power contained in the gray-white hand was relatively conservative exile. The two orders collided with each other, and both took effect. The skills were judged to be successful at the same time. The gray-white hand was destroyed, but the mixed order did not disappear. The mixed order attack was also exiled and forced to escape to the lowest level of hell. All sounds were lost. The fluctuations caused by the collision of orders were extremely small, almost silent. But the danger was something Su Bei had never seen in his life, and the slightest mistake would lead to death. When the mixed order was exiled, all kinds of feedback fell on Su Bei. The heavens locked Su Bei's limbs, greatly restricting his movements. Bad luck favored Su Bei alone, which would be a more terrible bad luck than the advent of bad luck. Fate fixed Su Bei's movements, and no matter where Su Bei fled, his every move would be watched by various gods. Undeath swept through Su Bei's body, and every part of his body began to ossify. Every cell was becoming independent, which would gradually turn him into an immortal species. The blood solidified the regular flow in Su Bei's body, locking all the magic circuits. There were others, densely packed and countless. Too many weak orders, like shackles on Su Bei, throwing their own chips on him. No one forgot to place a bet at this time, trying to occupy the holy and demonic swords at the same time at some point. What do these two swords mean? What kind of result will be induced when mastering these two world arts at the same time? Su Bei can no longer think. He is too tired. Lin looked at the scene, and the corners of her lips moved slightly. These orders should have been borne by her. The gray-black area gradually dissipated. Su Bei and Lin returned to the ground, and Lin helped Su Bei to sit on the ground. Ah, Mr. Su Bei. Emoli saw the scene from a distance and ran over. But Su Bei was unable to greet Emoli. He was too tired. He closed his eyes and fainted completely. He lost consciousness. The feather pen that had just been calmed down hesitated and slowly approached. But there was great dissatisfaction in its eyes when it looked at Su Bei. Xiaomizhou was stunned, and looked around blankly. She smelled an extremely disgusting breath, but she didn't know where the breath came from. At this point, the incident came to an end. On the sky, several gods collided with each other, quickly separated, and left the sky. They did not trust each other, and never had the idea of cooperating. This time, they attacked at the same time, which was purely accidental. But who knows what they were thinking? On the beach, Li Lizzie drank a cold drink and stayed alone on the beach chair, curled up in a ball, feeling depressed. The hair on her head drooped down, swaying from time to time, hitting her head. It made a faint red mark. The physical sensation of the feather pen was naturally reflected on her. Until now, Li Lizzie was still immersed in the feeling of suffocation and could not let it go. But Li Lizzie has been helping you all the time. Li Lizzie didn't understand. She just felt very wronged. She had cried for a long time. But Li Lizzie was not stupid. She figured out a lot of things. She didn't know what to do. Maybe doing nothing would be the best choice. Chapter 517 Awakening Before the New Year. December 31st. Today, the theme of the time loop is not very clear. Maybe it is more emotional. Subei only remembers that in a hazy state. It seems that a revolving lantern flashed through his mind, and many past memories were recalled. Perhaps it was a sigh of emotion. Subei sighed in his dream. Unconsciously, he had opened his eyes, and his eyes were full of confusion. Subei was confused about many things. He never relaxed his vigilance, and was cautious as if walking on thin ice. He never gave up in the face of all difficulties. Today, he finally felt tired. Perhaps he needed to rest for a while. As for the two swords of gods and demons, the gods' plan, etc., let's put them aside for now. The new year is coming soon. At this moment, the dark sky has not yet dawned. The sky is dark as if a wet rag has been kneaded into a ball, and water can be wrung out with a little force. Suddenly, Subei narrowed his eyes, felt the feedback from his body, and lowered his head slightly. The clothes have been changed. This set of clothes is not well-fitting. A little tight. Subei is very fresh and clean. The blood that oozed out from the overloaded use of the divine skill was wiped dry. There was still some warmth on his forehead and neck. That was the mark of the towel. His right leg was a little numb. The numbness suddenly surged into Subei's senses. That feeling had always been there. But when Subei came back to his senses, he quietly noticed it. This is normal. Most people don't feel sore thighs when squatting. But the numbness will make people unable to stand when they stand up. This is caused by keeping the squeeze for too long. Subei looked sideways, squinted his eyes, and let go. It turned out that Jasmine was sleeping next to him. But saying next to him was not quite accurate. He was sleeping on the bed, covered with a quilt. Jasmine sat on a chair beside the bed, lying on the quilt covering him. Jasmine's breathing was very shallow, and with her slight breath, a soft and sweet scent would spread and hit Subei's nose. Subei bent down slightly and looked carefully at the girl on his legs. Jasmine's eyelashes were very long, curved, slightly shiny, as if dotted with starlight. Very beautiful. Jasmine's skin is very white. So white that it is dazzling. It is said that whiteness can hide all blemishes, and snow-white skin is enough to cover any flaws on a girl's skin. But no matter how close Subei got to observe, he could not find any flaws on Jasmine's skin. Jasmine's sleeping movements are very small, and her posture is very obedient. She is not as careless as Li Lizzie and Lin when they sleep, and her body is placed in a big shape to occupy the entire bed. Instead, she curls up into a very small ball, occupying only a very small position beside the bed. Her movements are very ladylike. But Jasmine was originally very small, and now she looked even smaller when she was huddled together. It seemed that only two hands were needed to easily hold half of Jasmine's body. Subei had never paid attention to these details before. Perhaps it was because Subei rarely had too much eye contact with Jasmine. Subei always thought it was a habit. Now thinking about it, maybe he was more guilty. Subei tried to keep the noise down so as not to wake Jasmine up, and inserted his right hand between Jasmine's side face and the quilt, dragging it slowly. Subei changed his posture, but many negative orders trapped him, and his arms were completely powerless. Jasmine was awakened. Jasmine was sleepy, but not angry. Her eyes lit up the first moment she met Subei. She smiled. "Mr. Subei, how do you feel now?" "Not bad." Subei nodded. His thoughts were scattered, and his head was in a daze. "Sleep a little longer." Jasmine leaned forward and gently patted Subei's forehead. How to say it? This scene reminded Subei of a certain scene. If a naughty preschooler refuses to take a nap, will Jasmine also be so gentle and stick to the child, and persuade him to sleep well? Maybe. If Jasmine wants to be a teacher in the future, she will probably be a good teacher. Subei was thinking randomly, but he heard Jasmine narrow her eyes, frowned and warned in a cold tone. "Lie down. Don't refuse. Lin said you were very tired. You must have a good sleep." Subei fell into a familiar silence. The two of them didn't say a word, staring at each other with dead eyes, neither of them moving their eyes away. After a while, Jasmine's stern face suddenly fell, and she pouted. Mr. Su Bei, you have to be obedient. Since being tough doesn't work, Jasmine plans to implement a cute plan. Mr. Su Bei will definitely not be able to refuse such a Jasmine. Su Bei sighed. What about everyone? Jasmine rubbed Su Bei's head, slowly laid Su Bei's sitting body flat, and smiled. Jasmine will tell Mr. Su Bei everything. Don't worry too much. What do you want to hear first? Mr. Su Bei? Su Bei said calmly, after I fell asleep. Hearing this, Jasmine began to share what happened after Su Bei lost consciousness. Well, there was nothing much after that. Su Bei was exhausted after blocking that attack. Everyone was shocked, but they soon relaxed completely. As for the battle between Lin and the undead god, because there were too many gods on the sky, the undead god unilaterally retreated and stopped for the time being. Lin didn't tell us the specific reason. Su Bei nodded and followed Jasmine's words to explain. He is an evil god from outside the domain, and he is not confident that other gods will supervise the battle. He is more panicked than Lin. Jasmine blinked, then suddenly narrowed her eyes and poked Su Bei's temple with her index finger. Don't think it this time. Just rest obediently. Su Bei was stunned, and looked at Jasmine again, looking at Jasmine's genuine concern. He nodded obediently. Okay. Where's Lin? He doesn't seem to be here. Su Bei looked down at the twin connection. Through this artifact, Su Bei could feel that Lin was very far away from here, as if she was in the gap between the sky. That was the battlefield of the gods. Molly rested her index finger on her chin, raised her head slightly, and thought for a while. Lin went to the sky again, and muttered as she left, saying that she was going to settle accounts with the goddess of emotions. Molly suddenly smiled, imitating Lin's tone, and gritted her teeth and said, What else? This time, I will designate him to beat all the low-income people out, and beat him to death. This old and disrespectful old ding, who dared to plot against me. Jasmine imitated the movements very well, vividly, and had Lin's essence. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, and looking back at his memory, he did find something fishy. During the chanting, Lin's state seemed to be wrong. I never thought that there were other gods hiding in the dark. And it was not an ordinary god, but one of the 12 innate gods. It is said that the goddess of emotions is the youngest among the innate gods. His combat power is not high, but his ability is extremely strange, and it is difficult for gods to guard against him. No wonder Lin fell into that state. But this can't be blamed entirely on the goddess of emotion. Linden God has traveled all over the country over the years, and caused a lot of trouble. It is said that even passing dogs have been slapped by him. He has fought with every god, and naturally beat the goddess of emotion. You should know that Lin's slap is not an ordinary slap. Although Lin's hand is not half the size of Su Bei's, she can make Su Bei realize the black hand with just a casual slap. No wonder Lin encountered this mixed order. Perhaps it caused public outrage. It was almost the new year, and Su Bei thought it was better to have less trouble than more. So he pulled his right hand. The void fluctuated, and a very heavy shadow was brewing. After a moment of contact, Su Bei spurted out another mouthful of blood. This was Lin's true form. He couldn't look directly at it, and it was difficult to touch it. But Su Bei didn't stop, but pulled it forcefully. He pulled Lin back. Lin sat on the quilt, her face full of confusion. There were also several emotional orders in his body. His eyes were filled with tears. The corners of his mouth were ferocious and full of anger. His body was ruddy and sensitive, extremely shy. His toes were hooked, and he looked a little restrained. Several different emotions were concentrated on Lin, which seemed particularly inconsistent. Jasmine was stunned for a moment, stretched out her hand and patted Lin's pink hair. You're back. What's going on? Lin frowned, propped herself up and sat down on the side, looking around angrily. I should be in the kingdom of emotions, the entrance to the land of five senses, holding a move of Buddha's wrath black lotus in my hand. How could? Lin stopped talking before she finished. Her eyes swept towards Su Bei, and the resentment that had never been condensed turned into a debt. Just staring at the blood flowing from the corner of Su Bei's mouth, and pursed her lips. If she hadn't retracted her true identity in time, Su Bei would have exploded just now. This was the third time she hurt Su Bei. Lin had rehearsed countless times in her mind the scenes of meeting Su Bei. She had a lot of things she wanted to say, but when she really saw him, she couldn't say a word. Su Bei looked at Lin calmly, stretched out his hand to help Lin straighten her messy hair, and said lightly, "Take a rest for 2 days. Don't run around." "Okay. I listen to you." Lin shrugged, slowly got up from the bed, looked at Jasmine, smiled slightly, and said goodbye. "Then I go first. I still have a lot of things to do. Uncle will leave it to you." Jasmine clenched her fist and waved. "Keep working hard." Lin bowed. Lin was stunned again. Her eyes stayed on Jasmine for a moment, and then nodded gently. When leaving the room, she muttered, "What a terrible and strange name to coax a child." Jasmine smiled slightly, sat on a chair next to her again, and continued chatting with Su Bei. "Uncle Tianmalu is dying, but Lin is hanging on his soul, saying that as long as he doesn't allow it, Tianmalu will not die." Su Bei nodded. "With Lin here, no one will die. That Lich King Arthas is staying here, saying that he will die if he goes back," and begged Lin to take him in. And Lin agreed. It is said that Lich King Arthas is the only Lich King with a real name, and he is the ancestor of the Lich King on our ship before. But he is obviously a hostile force. Will this really not be a problem? Su Bei nodded again. The power of immortality and death is highly overlapped. Lich King Arthas makes up for the key link that is missing in the top combat power of the Plague Continent, and is worth winning over. Sister Ashura is busy now. She is in charge of the final operations after the God War. She is the commander-in-chief of the combat group, so she should be very busy next time. Su Bei nodded again. Say hello to her and mediate the contact with the crew. Try not to be exposed. Sister Elena and Lian have passed the message through the omniscient code, saying that she will not be back in the next few days. Su Bei said, "Xiaomi Zhou is preparing to make porridge recently. She has come to see you several times and handed you many bowls of porridge." Jasmine pointed to the bedside. "But you didn't wake up. I put it next to you. It's cold now." Su Bei responded, "I drink it later." The feather pen has been coaxed, but Mr. Su Bei must apologize to her. Don't give your partner a cold shoulder for no reason next time. Otherwise, Jasmine raised her sandbag-sized fist and warned fiercely. Jasmine will severely punish Mr. Su Bei. It can be seen that Jasmine is trying her best to be serious, and the lethality of this action is indeed amazing. It is enough to cause Su Bei to have a strong emotional response. Specifically, it refers to this fierce and cute action, which made Su Bei so cute that he was stunned for a while before reacting, and quickly replied, "I will apologize." Time flows slowly. Jasmine said a lot, and Su Bei listened for a long time, until the sky turned bright and the topic came to an end. Su Bei took the initiative to speak and asked, "Is Li Lizi back?" Jasmine paused and shook her head slowly. Her brows knitted tightly, and her tone was slightly worried. "I don't know. There has been no news from Miss Lilizi for a long time. No message was sent back. Even the name on the omniscient code was darkened. I don't know if she encountered any trouble. The Duke of Gloucester is very worried. He has been looking for information about Mr. Su Bei recently, and wants to ask about Miss Lilizi's whereabouts. It is said that the new year is coming soon. Even if everyone cannot be reunited, they must know whether the other party is safe. Even if there is a quarrel, they must reconcile and coax each other on the New Year's Day. It is said that Miss Lilizi stays with her family every year before and after the New Year. But, until today, Miss Lilizi has not sent any news back. Mr. Su Bei, did you quarrel with Miss Lilizi? As she said, Jasmine looked at Su Bei, looked into his eyes and asked. Su Bei did not respond. Jasmine clenched her hands with a little worry. Mr. Su Bei, Miss Lilizi, will you celebrate the new year with everyone? Listening to the news from Jasmine, Su Bei remained silent. His pupils dilated, as if he was in a daze, until Jasmine left the room to prepare breakfast. Su Bei still did not move. After a long time, a sigh suddenly sounded in the quiet room. The meaning was unknown. Chapter 518 5 Senses Prison Pillar Devil. After breakfast, Su Bei left the house without saying goodbye to anyone, because Su Bei was seriously injured. His strength was completely locked by the order, and his body was very weak. No one would agree to Su Bei going out, so Su Bei simply didn't tell anyone, left a crooked pinion handwriting, and left the room alone. Su Bei's first stop was the omniscient code. To be precise, it should be the kingdom of wisdom in the omniscient code. He walked aimlessly in this huge kingdom of wisdom, constantly recalling Li Lizi's words before leaving. There were not many words. Only 3. Li Lizzie will also leave for a while. And the task of mobilizing the crew will be handed over to you. I have something very important. Very important. Very important. Remember to explain it to my father. Just say that Li Lizzie has grown up and has to do what adults should do. After that, Li Lizzie left. Su Bei reviewed the details of the words and realized something. From then on, Li Lizzie was ready to be a hands-off boss. Li Lizzie was obviously more suitable than anyone else to mobilize the crew. She was the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester and the nominal owner of the Li Lizzie. But Li Lizzie left at a very fast speed. It is very likely that Li Lizzie had sensed something since then. She thought of what was about to happen. But Li Lizzie didn't tell anyone and avoided the center of the storm on her own. Where would she go? Su Bei rubbed his temples and repeated the last two sentences. Li Lizzie, you have to do something very important. Li Lizzie has grown up. She should do what an adult should do. Su Bei frowned slightly. There are many images that can be associated with these two sentences. But the most direct association is the fierce fighting between men and women. This can be regarded as a step for children to grow up from girls to adults. Is this what Li Lizzie meant? No. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it was Li Lizzie, it would obviously not happen. What could that be? Su Bei pondered, walking back and forth in the kingdom of wisdom. And suddenly stopped. He stopped at a door. This is Li Lizzie's secret room. And also Li Lizzie's bedroom. Su Bei has entered the kingdom of wisdom many times. But he has never stepped into this room. Li Lizzie has never been able to hide her thoughts. Once she has something on her mind, it must be a decision made after long-term planning and careful consideration. Since it is a careful consideration, it will leave traces. The traces are most likely in this room. Su Bei pushed the room with the blue door lock. The door lock suddenly lit up, and the projection of Li Lizzie flashed out. The projection was tall, with long legs and a protruding front and back. Some of Li Lizzie's outlines could be vaguely seen, and even the style of her hair was exactly the same. It was just that the whole body was stretched out, with a full 2 meters in height, and looked quite intelligent. The projection seemed to contain life characteristics. Stretched out 2 fingers to Su Bei, and asked 3 questions. Beep. Beep. Please enter the secret set by Li Lizzie. Password 1. What does Li Lizzie like to do most? Password 2. What does Li Lizzie like to eat most? Password 3. What does Li Lizzie like most? Su Bei said without hesitation. Lollipop. 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 Li Lizzie opened her arms and exclaimed in an exaggerated way, the password is correct. You are so smart. Su Bei couldn't help but smile. No wonder Li Lizzie is so energetic every day. The door was unlocked. Su Bei entered the house. The room was very simple. Not quite what Su Bei had imagined. The bed, chair, table, cat house, and various books made up the entire room. The puppets, dolls, and toys that Li Lizzie usually liked were not seen here. There was a pile of lollipops next to the bed. Maybe it was where Li Lizzie did her homework. Su Bei walked to the table and chair, sat on the chair, looked at the bookshelf on the right, and scanned it up and down. He pulled out a book that still had fingerprints on it. Oddities from the different world continent. This book was flipped not long ago. Su Bei placed the book flat on the table, and it opened by itself without flipping it, because there was a lollipop on one of the pages. It served as a bookmark. Su Bei focused his eyes on this page. Sunshine Coast. Introduction. This is a Devil's Collection world. Only 1 million square kilometers. With bright sunshine and fresh nature from ancient times. Where you can embrace nature closely and enjoy the most real beauty. At the same time, there are also the top gourmets in the ancient times. All the delicacies you know and don't know can be reproduced here. One-to-one restoration of deliciousness, fully stimulating your taste buds, and taking you into memories inadvertently. Finally, there is also the most advanced technology in modern times. The best among the goblins are the employees here, who can meet any requirements of any distinguished guests. As long as you can think of it, the goblins can make it. Note, please release your nature as much as you can. This place will absorb all the negative emotions that are useless to you. Note, if you leave here, you and I are both cattle and horses. If you leave me, who will still treat you as a princess? Note, you deserve better and the best. The case is solved. Li Lizzie once said that she wanted to wear a swimsuit and go swimming. It seems that the truth is close at hand. Right in front of us. Su Beichao kept turning the pages, looking for the spell to go to this world. He didn't think that the Sunshine Coast was really as beautiful as described. The devil was cunning and greedy by nature, and was definitely not a philanthropist. The price is emotion. Right? Su Bei caught the key words from the notes. Absorb emotions until the other party completely loses emotions, becomes an emotionless working machine, and turns into the indigenous residents of the Sunshine Coast, becoming the nutrients for the kingdom of God. This is the work of the five senses pillar devil. Su Bei closed the book and left the kingdom of wisdom. Afterwards, Su Bei stood on a yellow land, drew the required summoning array, recited the incantation, and began to chant, "Great and selfless existence. Your great dedication has given countless lives a second life. I have felt the pain for a long time, and I beg you to take me to the paradise and become your believer." During this process, Su Bei deliberately messed up his clothes and squeezed out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The space fluctuated, and a teleportation array slowly emerged. The attendant who led him walked out of the teleportation array intersection in a black tuxedo, tidied up the messy corners of Su Bei's clothes, and smiled slightly. "Hello, poor lost lamb. Please follow me. From now on, you don't have to suffer from studying anymore. You don't have to study anymore and rush to finish your homework from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. You don't have to suffer from society anymore. You don't have to go to work and live a low-class life of 996. We are born equal. We celebrate equality, and we deserve freedom and happiness. Let us thank the Gold Coast. It will bring happiness to everyone. It is the end of all suffering. A utopia where everyone is equal." Su Bei smiled and nodded, repeating, "Thank you for the gift." Su Bei followed the attendant into the Gold Coast. He came here for only one purpose: catch Li Lizzie and take him home. As for whether Li Lizzie was willing, Su Bei had never considered it. After all, he caught her. Chapter 519 Pair God Cult. "Sir, you look very bad." The reception attendant deliberately talked to Su Bei, his eyes cast towards him, his expression gentle. Su Bei looked down at himself. It was indeed very bad. It can be said that this was the worst time for Su Bei and the most serious injury. The shackles on him were more than the first 100. There were dozens of strong orders alone, from the innate gods and the evil gods from outside the domain, to some old acquired gods, new gods, etc. Not to mention the weak orders. Su Bei even suspected that many false gods were betting and mixing some chips into this mixed order. Really? Su Bei nodded and raised his head. He never showed any extra emotions. How can a person be so miserable? The attendant's eyes showed unspeakable distress. Your injuries are too severe. Your breath is weak. You must have suffered a lot. You must be under a lot of pressure in your daily life. Right? Su Bei shook his head. Not bad. How can a person be so sensible? The attendant wiped the tears from his eyes because of empathy and asked, "Sir, why did you choose to enter Sunshine Coast? Give yourself an answer." Su Bei said calmly. "Answer?" The attendant sighed. "I have seen too many helpless souls whose salaries were withheld by unscrupulous bosses, who went to the door to ask for it but failed, were driven away by violence, and chose to embrace the devil because they had no desire to live. I have also seen boys and girls who were trapped in love and chose to fall into depravity at the slightest frustration. Too many people came, but no one left on their own initiative, because they had long given up everything and were willing to sink. Mr. Ke, although there is confusion, hesitation and confusion in your eyes, you are very calm. Have you really made a decision? Are you sure you won't regret your choice?" Su Bei looked at the attendant twice, as if he wanted to see something. The attendant noticed his gaze and smiled at Su Bei, as if he was emitting divine light and was extremely majestic. He may really be a good person. This is not a conspiracy. This is an exchange of interests that both parties will be satisfied with. Everyone is very hard. So even if you know that you are making a deal with the devil, you still choose to sink without hesitation. This is a drug that sucks people's bone marrow, but it is also a good medicine for curing heart disease. Sir, don't you think so? Su Bei nodded. No matter what your purpose is, enjoy this moment. Enjoy the gift. This will become an unforgettable experience for you, and it will also be your daily life in the future. They have arrived. The coordinates of the teleportation point are difficult to track. Sunshine Coast. It does not belong to the original continent, but is formed independently, and is considered a small world. There are actually many such worlds, all in the gaps between unknown spaces. Many kingdoms of God are located in them. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, a wave of heat rushed over and slapped Su Bei's face. This air wave mixed with wind and sand is unreasonably overbearing, and the scorching sun shines directly on the beach coast, which can easily roast any crustacean species. Su Bei could feel the hot sand surface through his canvas shoes. Su Bei subconsciously closed his eyes and avoided the first wave. Then he slowly opened his eyes. His pupils paused, slowly widened, and fell into an indescribable shock. Freedom, youth, full of vitality and vitality. The upright young people ran on the beach, shed their youthful sweat, exchanged beach volleyball cooperation, shouted slogans that made their blood boil, and made a beautiful smash. The ladies with good figures wore bikinis, wantonly showing the strength and demeanor of life, without any scruples of appreciation. And the seductive eyes they threw inadvertently were hot and scorching, hotter than the sun. There are no old people, and very few children. Everyone is so young, at the best age. Disputes are isolated from this, and everything is so peaceful. It constitutes a real paradise. This marks the beginning of a long period of retreat and decadence for every traveler who enters this place. In a trance, a hand rested on Su Bei's shoulder, which was inadvertently avoided by Su Bei. Little guy, are you new here? Su Bei glanced sideways. The person who spoke was a young woman with a good figure, a black mole on her brow, a sophisticated temperament, a hot expression, and a touch of charm in her eyebrows. Su Bei retracted his gaze, without any intention of paying any attention. My name is Dina. You may not have heard of me, but it doesn't matter. My name will be a mark engraved in your heart. Dina stretched out her hand, trying to rest on Su Bei's chest and gently caress it. Su Bei retreated and avoided it. Looking at it, Dina licked the corner of her lips, squinted her eyes, and smiled closer to Su Bei. Exhaling, at 8 o'clock in the evening, we will find a sunshade. Pull up the parasol. Raise the seat. Drink a cocktail. Talk about ideals in life. Enjoy the quietness of the night and the comfortable evening breeze. And do something happy that you and I are willing to do. I have seen more than 40 worlds and experienced the customs of more than 1,000 countries. You can't imagine the tricks I can do. And I know countless postures. Dina smiled and took 2 steps closer to Su Bei. Stay with me. Just like chatting with a homeless girl. Everyone who comes here will eventually give their souls to the Almighty Lord. Why don't we enjoy ourselves to the fullest at this time? What do you think? Su Bei asked doubtfully. Do you know this place well? Familiar with all the rules and places? Sunshine Coast is very large, divided into 3 places: Gold Coast, Water Park, and Happy Theater. There are also several secret places connecting several different spaces. In such a strange world, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a lowly. Dina was stunned for a moment, licked her lips and nodded. Of course, I am a high-ranking resident here. I don't have to hand in my soul, but I need to hand in my soul regularly. Dina laughed and said, I like your type too much. Make a request. As long as it is not excessive, I can meet it, and afterwards I will pay you a soul, which can serve as a chip you need to pay after living here for 3 months. Su Bei seemed to be thinking. What's the price? You accompany me tonight. Su Bei paused and stared at Dina. Hurry up, baby. I can't wait. Dina panted and murmured. To be honest, everything just now was just pretending. I don't want to talk about love and romance with you at all. I want to mate now. Accompany me. Dina suddenly grabbed Su Bei with one hand, panting heavily. This scene is a bit weird. Even Su Bei, who is used to all kinds of customs, was silent at this moment. I just hope that this kind of atmosphere won't lead to bad things for Lilizi. As he said that, Su Bei pointed to the white-haired girl in the Sakuma's suit in the distance and said lightly, But I like that one. Dina was stunned. Her eyes moved around, constantly sweeping over the white-haired girl on the beach and her chest. And she said, Huh? And smiled contemptuously. So you're a heretic Lolita control. Uh-huh. You're still too young and don't know how good I am. But it doesn't matter. As she said that, Dina turned around, and her body turned from a curvy queen to a white-haired Lolita, smiling in a childish Lolita accent. 1-to-1 restoration. Is this okay? Su Bei was stunned again, then nodded obediently. Since you insist on coming up, let's go. Dina was happy, wiped her saliva with a silly smile, and hurried to pull Su Bei's hand. Su Bei put his hands in his pockets and tapped his chin lightly. Lead the way. Look at you. You are still shy now. Dina lowered her head and blushed, pretending to be a Lolita's unique immaturity. From time to time, she glanced at Sube and jumped in front to hurry on the road. You won't be shy later. I have seen many people like you. You must want to play a contrast later. You guys just love to bully the weak little girl. Sube and Dina entered a small dark room. 1 minute later, there were still people talking and laughing in the room. And occasionally there was a cheerful female voice, which was very pleasant. The passers-by smiled inexplicably, but did not speak. 2 minutes later, the conversation disappeared. And then, there was a pa-pa-pa sound of hitting. The girls' crying sounded at the same time. And there were bursts of ghosts and wolves howling, shaking the earth. Passers-by who heard this, instead of trying to stop him, all showed envy and regret on their faces. 3 minutes later, Sube left the house, feeling relieved. The depression of the past few days was swept away, and the depression disappeared. Sunshine Coast. It is indeed a good place. Very suitable for relaxation. A minute later, Dina left the house, with no desire to live. Tears in her eyes and humiliation. And she cried and said, You said you were such a person earlier. I am sincere to you. Why do you treat me like this? I was just a little bit lewd. But I didn't break the law. What's wrong with being a little bit lewd? I asked you. What's wrong with being a little bit lewd? I just like Cece. Is that okay? Why? Sube said indifferently. You had to reach out your hand. Sube had intended to communicate normally. But Dina was so dirty that she touched the back of Sube's hand. I don't know if she touched the residual order, but Dina softened the moment she touched it. She was frightened and lost her mind. If Sube hadn't wanted to rescue her, Dina might have been shattered by the order. Dina said bitterly. Okay. I just asked around. I don't have much impression of the person you mentioned. He's about the same height as me now. Blue-haired. Loves lollipops. Simple-minded. Not very scheming. Looks stupid. Easily bullied. Is pleasure-seeking. Amiable. Innocent. And just came a few days ago. Each of these clues can be taken out separately to find 10 guys that match it. But I've never heard of anyone who combines all these characteristics. This kind of person doesn't seem like the type that would appear in Sunshine Coast. Sube sighed. Are there any similar ones? If there is one, there is indeed one. I wonder if she is the sister of the person you are talking about. Sube looked sideways and listened to Dina's story. Most of the people who come to Sunshine Coast are middle-aged or elderly, or some seriously ill patients. Even if they make a deal with the devil to return to youth, they will not choose to become a child of 1.4 meters tall. So, a 1.4 meter tall blue-haired man is extremely rare and attracts a lot of attention wherever he goes. It just so happens that such a person has appeared recently. Sube raised his hand and quickly gestured. You say. It's just that this person is completely opposite to what you described. When she first came, she was indeed the focus of attention, and was loved by the gangster boss of the Happy Theater. He said he was willing to pay any price to marry her. The subsequent developments were unexpected. She cheated the gangster out of all his belongings, beat him up, and took away everything him. It seems that all the lollipops and cakes were taken away. Sube nodded. Took away all the lollipops? Foundly lazy. Seeing this, Dina reminded, but this blue-haired girl is taciturn, very cold, and cunning, and she is completely different from the person you said. Sube asked in confusion. How do you know? Dina's face showed a trace of panic and enthusiasm. After the robbery, several bigwigs talked to her alone. But these bigwigs kept silent about the content of the conversation. Instead, they praised this blue-haired girl and said that they would not hold her responsible. These lollipops are gifts for girls. Famous negotiator, Gold Coast executive Arthur said she really understands people's hearts. She has eyes that can see through other people's thoughts. She is too scary. It is said that this big shot once hinted that this blue-haired lowly snatched the lollipop, and did not even avoid the lollipop in the secret passage. There's a deep meaning behind it, and ordinary people can't guess it at all. Sube said thoughtfully. She just wanted to eat the lollipop. No! Dina shook her head in horror. You are too naive. How could such a powerful person be interested in lollipops? She was able to take away all the lollipops, leaving none behind. Do you know what this means? Sube said calmly. It means that she can eat a room full of lollipops. Dina argued loudly. You don't understand. This time it could be a lollipop. And next time it could be something else. That was a lollipop. And it also symbolizes anything. She took away cheap items, like lollipops, just because she didn't want to completely tear the faces of both parties apart. But she has shown her strength invisibly. She is really too smart. And is completely different from the fool you mentioned. Maybe? Su Bei waved his hand to interrupt. And said calmly, "So where is she now?" Dina sighed and said solemnly, "She is currently working part-time at the water park. It is said that she bought all the lollipops in the world and built a candy house with them, which led to her owing usury and had to work to repay it. But it's not like that at all. She's still trying to intimidate everyone. She's still showing off her power. She's going to use that candy house to tell everyone the price of provoking her. Her every move is full of meaning. And her calm eyes show that she knows everything. She's so outspoken on the surface. But she's cautious and calculating behind the scenes. Her fans have spontaneously created a non-governmental organization called the Pear God Cult. And the symbol is the lollipop pattern she uses to intimidate everyone. You must be careful of her followers. Her followers are growing at an alarming rate. There are potential members in all walks of life. They have unparalleled respect for her. Never allow anyone to slander her. Otherwise you will definitely suffer." Dina smiled and turned her head. And suddenly froze. "No. Where are they?" A gust of wind blew and hit Dina's enthusiastic face, making her obsessed face red. The wind blew up her sleeves, revealing a strange pattern. Looking closely, it looks like an upside-down lollipop. In a trance, the redness on Dina's face gradually turned into a morbid frenzy. She wiped the saliva from the corners of her lips with a silly smile and murmured, "Another prodigal son is about to throw himself into the arms of our Lord and listen to our Lord's teachings. This is really touching. Great. No need to say more." A passing girl heard it inadvertently, stretched out her hand to Dina, and made a gesture of swallowing a lollipop, repeating devoutly, "Great. No need to say more." Ignoring Dina's infatuation, Su Bei turned around and left after getting the news, heading towards the water park at full speed. Tomorrow will be New Year's Day, and Su Bei must bring Li Lizi back before nightfall. Sunshine Coast is very large, covering a full 1,000,000 square meters. If you walk, you may not be able to walk it even if you walk for 3 days and 3 nights. But Su Bei doesn't need to walk. He took a step forward. His body shape changed, and he walked more than 100 meters in an instant. The wonderful rhythm surrounded Su Bei, supporting his feet, and various small magics accumulated and superimposed, constantly increasing his speed. These are all simple little spells. Su Bei used them as soon as he thought of them. He didn't need to chant or build a magic circuit. Su Bei couldn't use such difficult skills at this moment. His magic circuit was blocked by coagulated blood. This was the order power of the blood ancestor. But it was enough. At this speed, it would only take Su Bei half an hour to reach the water park. The Gold Coast was not far from the water park. Su Bei was very fast. He was still accelerating. Water park. In the maid dessert house. On the table next to the sink, Li Lizi sat on the chair, wearing a blue maid skirt, with a calm expression, and was now lowering her head and fiddling with her fingertips, without saying a word. What should I eat after get off work? Opposite her was the big boss behind the water park, a brown-haired young man named Tavi. At this moment, the young man who had a great influence on the water park had a solemn expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, and said solemnly, "Li Shen, you have been a maid here for a whole day. I really don't know where I have offended you, and why you are targeting me like this. Why don't you give me a definite answer? We in Sunshine Coast have always valued peace. Not only do no customers dare to come here when you work as a maid, but your followers have also organized spontaneously to mess up my business. This makes it impossible for me to continue my business in both places. If I can't deliver the results by the end of the month, the Lord will take my soul away personally. You insist on pushing me to this point. Then don't blame me for fighting you to the death." However, Tavi's fierce warning did not scare Li Lizi at all, because Li Lizi was craving for a lollipop. She didn't hear anything. Li Lizi still said nothing, but touched the pile of lollipops beside her. She subconsciously opened her mouth to perform a unique skill of 1 lollipop in 1 mouthful, but suddenly stopped and was stunned. "Oh, I'm meeting a guest now." This action scared Tavi and made him break out in a cold sweat. She just made the gesture of swallowing a lollipop. This is the sign language of the Pear God Cult, and it is Li Lizi's exclusive action. It could be a lollipop or anything else. Tommy wiped the sweat off his face and swallowed his saliva. Lizzie is going to eat up all my property and me. She wants to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Tommy asked in a deep voice. Can you finish all this? Lizzie was stunned, looked at the lollipop next to her, and said calmly, I can eat it slowly. I don't have to finish it in one day. Tommy's eyes turned red, and she screamed, Are you really going to eat it all by yourself without leaving any room for me? Are you so greedy? Lizzie was startled, frowned slightly, looked at the lollipops in her hand, looked at the hysterical brown-haired young man, counted them, and said seriously, Don't be so spicy. I give you a little. Tommy smiled, loosened his clenched hand slightly, and wiped the cold sweat. It's good that Lishan is willing to give in. There are 3 lollipops in total. I give you 1. At most. Lizzie said guiltily. Tommy breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. There are obviously 10, but you insist on saying there are only 3. Is this a hint that I can keep 1/3 of the property? It hurts, but I can accept it. It's just a lollipop. It's not like you can't buy more. Why do you have to ask me for it? Lizzie complained. Tommy smiled bitterly. As expected of the god of pear, he doesn't give him some advice now, and lets him compete with others for business. Here you go. This is my lollipop. Say thank you to me. Lizzie reluctantly reached out. As he said that, Lizzie handed over a lollipop. Thank you. Tommy took it solemnly, and pulled the lollipop out of Lizzie's hand with difficulty, his face serious. He who took the lollipop of Lishan became the chief believer of Lishan cult. From then on, he had a backer. This seemed to be a good idea. At this time, the doorbell rang softly. The maid dessert house welcomed a long-lost guest. At the door, the boss saw the guest coming in and hurriedly shouted to the house, Lizzie, come out to greet the guest. This is the first guest to come in the past 2 days. You have to treat him well. This is your first customer. Tommy was stunned. Who the hell is so bold? Dare to let me, Lishan, serve her. Doesn't this person know the rules? Since Lishan came to the maid cafe, no one dared to subscribe to the maid service, just because it is a borderline pornographic industry, which is disrespectful and blasphemous to Lishan. No one dared to offend the great Lishan. This is the first case. Maybe it will be the last case since Lishan joined the company. Tommy was amused and decided to watch the fun from the side. He didn't mind watching a clown show during his leisure time, just as a compensation for the 2/3 of his property he had just given away. Come on. Come on. Lizzie quickly stood up and waved to Tommy, indicating that he could leave. Then he stood up and walked towards the table that had subscribed to the maid service. As she took a step, Lizzie's ahog suddenly trembled involuntarily. This foreshadowed that she would encounter something unfortunate later. Usually she would fall. Fortunately, this is an alarm. As long as Lizzie is careful, she can perfectly avoid misfortune. Lizzie walked towards the destination table carefully, with light steps and slow movements, scanning the surroundings, guarding against unknown dangers. The guests who came here all swallowed their saliva, and were frightened by the invisible pressure from Lizzie. Their legs trembled, and they lowered their heads and dared not breathe. She was too powerful, like a lion patrolling in the territory, and could easily suppress the entire cafe. Such a majestic being. Who dares to challenge him? Everyone's eyes gathered and stopped at the table at the door. The young man in the windbreaker was drinking coffee, calm and composed, flipping through the latest issue of newspapers. Uh-huh. Very pretentious. I hope he can be so pretentious later. He's dead? Everyone thought so. Chapter 520. I'm back. To be honest, when Sube learned that Lizzie's destination was Sunshine Coast, his slightly worried heart soon calmed down. This is because this is the world of the Five Senses Prison Pillar Devil. A small world with only quasi-gods as the upper limit. And the Five Senses Prison Pillar Devil himself is not at home. The overall strength is relatively ordinary, and the strength is only at the 5th level at best. And he doesn't understand what the rules are. For Lizzie, what is the difference between this and the back garden? The little power that Lizzie inadvertently used was already a miracle for these natives. Sube had thought that Lizzie could live a comfortable life, but he never thought that Lizzie could live such a comfortable life. At this moment, Sube crossed his hands and placed them on the table. The vanilla cake on the table had never been touched. He only took a sip of coffee and closed his eyes waiting for the arrival of the main person. Without any hurry. Pretending. Too pretentious. His attitude did not seem like he was here to eat and drink. It's more like a provocation to the great Li Shen. Everyone thought so. Seeing Li Shen getting closer and closer to the strange man, the whole cafe held their breath and began to look forward to what means Li Shen would use to suppress this uninvited guest. There were not many guests in the cafe at the moment. Only 3 or 5. Except for Tavi and the proprietress. The rest were newspaper insiders and high-end news paparazzi. They heard that a mysterious man with great skills and courage came to the maid cafe and dared to ask Li Shen to accompany him. They all gave up their lives and signed a life and death agreement to come to investigate at the risk of their lives, trying to grab a good observation point in advance and get the first-hand news. This was the first business that the coffee shop, which had been empty for several days, had received. This was a sensation. Who on earth was so bold? Several guests either picked up their coffee or dozed off on the table, looking towards the center of the incident, expecting the goddess of pear to use her elegant lollipop aesthetics to severely suppress and humiliate this daring pretender. The guests showed hideous and foolish smiles, and Tavi clenched his fists with a frenzied look on his face, staring at the shrinking distance between the two, and began to count the deaths. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Acu. Li Lizzy sneezed, carefully observed the surroundings, and blinked in confusion. Strange. Why is Li Lizzy's ahogue still spinning? Li Lizzy thought, touched her pocket, and nodded thoughtfully. Could it be that ahogue also wants to eat the lollipop? Li Lizzy took out the lollipop and tore open the package. Here it comes. This is Li Shen's lollipop aesthetics. The onlookers began to get excited, quietly took out various recording tools, and started recording the screen. This is what they want to see. Li Lizzy was tearing a lollipop while walking forward, when she suddenly stopped. No! Li Lizzy's hair trembled, and she swallowed uneasily. She paused, straightened her body slightly, and stood on tiptoe to look at the sofa chair. Then her expression turned into confused face, and she froze. The familiar black windbreaker, a jasmine scent mixed with a strange sawdust scent. The two smells mixed together, as if they had been together for 8 lifetimes and never separated. Anyone could tell that he had raised a jasmine-scented loli. There is a golden sword tied around her waist, which is dazzling enough to overshadow any treasure. It is clearly telling others that it is a peerless sword. Come and grab it. The side face is gloomy like charcoal, and its color is no less than the soles of her feet that have been stepped on the beach for a day. No! Even if her soles kick this face, it would be whitening for him. And the supernatural Lolita temperament. As long as a Lolita appears in his sight, he will be attracted to her sight involuntarily. This is his exclusive Lolita aura. Super scary. It's obvious who this guest is. No! Li Lizzy's body began to tremble. The people around him were all worried. Here it comes. Li Shen was so angry that he was shaking. There will be an extremely bloody massacre in a while. Everyone waited and watched, getting more and more excited, and began to look over there openly, looking forward to the development. But people's joys and sorrows are not the same. Li Lizzy vaguely remembered that the last time she was so scared was the last time. At that time, she had stolen Su Bei's treasure chest in the magic tower. And then she met Su Bei in the amusement park. And she almost thought she was going to be tied up and severely humiliated. I forgot. Today is Pear God Festival. Supermarket promotion. Buy one get one free lollipops. Li Lizzy turned around and left without thinking. Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Pointing out the word Pear God to show your status. Supermarket promotion means that a lot of plastic bags will be used today, which means that Pear God has seen all kinds of people who are very good at pretending, and the other party's status and position are not enough. Buy one get one free. This implies that the other party doesn't have enough. This means that the Pear God doesn't think highly of the other party, and one person is not enough for the Pear God. Understand? Is this the lollipop aesthetics? Love it. The guests kept analyzing the hidden meaning in the Pear God words, and they could understand that the realm of the Pear God was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Just appreciating it has exhausted their minds. Everyone couldn't help but admire sincerely. Great. No need to say more. At this time, Su Bei tapped the table with his index finger and said calmly, "Sit down." Li Lizzy's body trembled. Her step stopped, and she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Everyone widened their eyes, their faces full of confusion. And they talked about it, since the god of Pear has decided to let him go. Why did he take the initiative to seek death? Maybe it's for kindness. Don't you understand? Even if I was humiliated by the god of pear, it would be a supreme honor. As long as I thought that the god of pear could look at me with that cold look, I couldn't help but get excited. That contemptuous look, as if looking at a rat in a stinky ditch, can make me feel hot all over. Lee Leezy didn't know whether he had a fever or not. Anyway, Lee Leezy was starting to have a fever. She swallowed her saliva and pretended to be calm. Ah ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. The audience was confused. What does this mean? It should be an expression of ridicule. 4 laughs mean. It means nothing. This is a bullshit interpretation. After a long silence, Su Bei knocked on the table again. Sit down. I'm not sitting down. Lilizi suddenly dropped her shoulders and said in despair, just say what you want to say. And you can do whatever you want. Anyway, Lilizi will do whatever you want. And Lilizi doesn't want to. The voice stopped abruptly. Su Bei swooshed up, but saw that Lilizi kept her back to him, with no intention of looking back. So he took the initiative to grab Lilizi's arm and pulled her to him. Let's go. Go home with me. Lilizi's lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something, but she saw Su Bei picked up the dessert that had been prepared on the table and stuffed it into Lilizi's mouth. Hold the whole thing in your mouth. Don't talk. The dessert will fall. Su Bei pulled Lilizi out. Lilizi moved the corners of her lips softly, sucked the vanilla cake into her mouth, and stretched out her tongue to hook a corner of the cake. Hey, it's hooked. Then she lowered her head and ate the cake without saying a word. There was no sensational words. No extra communication. Su Beiji arrested Lilizi in a straightforward manner, with a domineering attitude and a tough tone, leaving Lilizi no room for maneuver. There may be a lot to say, but the two of them kept their tacit understanding and left the maid cafe side by side without saying a word, leaving behind a bunch of unconscious paparazzi, speaking strange words that no one could understand. Who can tell me if this is true or not? Is there any deeper meaning in this? Oh my god. Yes. Yes. This is clearly abducted. No. This is definitely not true. Pear god. My pear god. Tonic. Let go of my pear god. The proprietress who came out of the kitchen heard the noise and said hey, looked around in confusion, and asked loudly, wait, where is my pear? Where did such a big pear go? Everyone pointed at the door. The proprietress opened her mouth wide, looked at the two people walking away from the door, and roared loudly, hey! Although we are a marginal business, we absolutely do not allow customers to take the maid away. The proprietress rushed out of the house. Although everyone described Lilizi as extremely terrifying, eating people without leaving any bones, and being an extremely noble pear god, but in the eyes of the boss lady, Lilizi is clearly a simple girl who loves lollipops and desserts, is a little shy and expressionless, and is not good at communication, because Lilizi can't even beat the calico cat in the cafe. If Lilizi was taken out of the maid cafe, she would have no way to resist. The boss lady gradually imagined the scene after Lilizi was taken away. Lilizi would be severely bullied, crying and wiping tears, crying and shouting that she had to work overtime to move bricks, holding a brick thicker than her arm in one hand, and a super large red brick on her head, working hard all day and night. I became a working slave day and night, and I could no longer buy fresh lollipops. Damn it. Who dares to kidnap my people? The proprietress strode forward and inadvertently saw a soul left by Su Bei at the table, and a bag of heavy gold on the chair. And her footsteps suddenly stopped. She wiped her tears and put away the gold and the soul that was worth a lot to her with great sadness. Crying? Great. No need to say more. The pear god was taken away. The news spread rapidly within an hour, and soon spread throughout the Sunshine Coast. At first, people were sad. People cried. People resented the injustice of the world, and blamed the mysterious man in black. Pear god. Great pear god. Why did you encounter such a dangerous obstacle? Pear god. Please come back soon. We all miss you. But when the pear god did not appear for 5 days, the entire Sunshine Coast was boiling. People were grateful. People cheered, sang praises to the beauty of nature, praised the greatness of the Lord, blessed the prayers of the man in black, and suppressed and eliminated the folk organization called Pear God Religion. Uh-huh. What Li Shin? He finally fell down. This land doesn't need gods. I am the only god. Li Shin is dead. Shushan is rising. Everyone's eyes are on the same. Brothers and sisters, raise your hands. Lishan cult was wiped out after only 3 days of rise. And Lilizi lost her trace. The experience of the past few days is like a dream. Even if these days are deleted, it will not be inconsistent with Sunshine Coast. Time passed slowly, and no one mentioned this history again. But a spark can start a prairie fire. The fire of pears cannot be extinguished, and spring breeze will bring new life. Few people noticed that in an unknown corner, an evil force was rising. In the base camp of the water park, Tavi secretly met with Dina, a high-ranking member of the Pear God cult. No one knows what the two mentioned, but this meeting was recorded in the history books of the Pear God cult, and was read repeatedly by future generations, becoming a necessary history. Later, believers called it the dawn, before the name of pears. So far, the two opened up the grand action of the Pear God cult to occupy the Sunshine Coast. The Five Senses Pillar Demon was completely unaware of all this, and this would be a vast epic story like a song. Lilizi stretched out her right hand. Su Bei handed over a small cake. Lilizi took it, held the cake with both hands, and buried her head in eating. This action has been repeated for a long time. This is only due to Lilizi's good appetite. She can eat anything, and Su Bei will not get bored. After the two stepped into the teleportation point, the matter of taking Lilizi home was completely finalized, and the ending was finalized. At this time, Lilizi finally ate to her heart's content and stopped asking Su Bei for a small cake. Instead, her hair trembled, and she turned her head to look at Su Bei. Su Bei looked at her sideways. "What's the matter?" Lilizi smiled and suddenly said, "Lilizi has never thought of hurting you." Su Bei nodded and said, "I know. I won't hurt you in the future." Lilizi emphasized, "Lilizi doesn't want to hurt anyone." Lilizi thought for a while and said, "There is no other Lilizi either." Su Bei was stunned for a moment, then nodded again. "I understand. He has his own plan. But it's not the same as mine. Is that right?" Lilizi lowered her head and frowned, frantically turning the hair on her head, and began to use her smart brain to give Su Bei an answer. After thinking about it, there was a bang. Lilizi's hair was burned, and her brain was overloaded, emitting billowing black smoke. "I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out." Lilizi raised her head. Her eyes were misty, but she didn't cry, and she shouted very aggrievedly, "Lilizi can't figure it out." Su Bei was not surprised by this answer. He reached out and rubbed Lilizi's head, saying calmly, "It's okay. He won't hurt you. If he wanted to hurt you, you would have been incomplete long ago." Lilizi nodded. "Yes, he is very good to Lilizi. He has been very good to Lilizi since I was a child." Su Bei sighed and murmured, "He is also good to me. We have always been in harmony. He has helped me a lot." Lilizi's eyes lit up, raised her hands and grinned. "So we are all good friends. But he and I have different ideas." Su Bei suddenly said something else. Lilizi paused with her raised hands, and before she could even shake them, she stood on tiptoe and stretched her arms to cover Su Bei's mouth, pursing her lips and questioning, "Why do you say that? You have no basis. Don't talk nonsense. You idiot who knows nothing." Su Bei looked sideways and exchanged a glance with Lilizi. You could easily see the panic and evasion in Lilizi's eyes. Lilizi was afraid. She was afraid that she would conflict with wisdom. She had no other choice. Perhaps Ruriko had already gotten some kind of answer. This was also the reason why she had the will to die when she was on the Ruriko, and was willing to face the gathering of cause and effect. This was an unspoken agreement between her and fate, and a tacit understanding that she had reached a consensus with wisdom. As long as Ruriko died, she would not have to face this scene in the future. For her, this was an extremely difficult option. But Ruriko did not die on that journey, so she could only choose to escape to a place where no one could find her. If Su Bei hadn't come to arrest her, she would definitely not have come back. But she is back now. Is it really right to come back? Lilizi didn't know. She was confused. Through Lilizi, Su Bei seemed to be able to see the wisdom of planning hidden in the fog, advancing all his plans in an orderly manner. Maybe he also took into account the deep friendship between him and Lilizi, and used it as a springboard to advance his plan without fear. What is his plan? He is not the same as Destiny and others. Otherwise there would not be such a big disagreement. The goddess of fate and several gods. What they want are the holy and devil swords. So what about wisdom? Su Bei's solemn eyes faded, and he gently pulled Li Lizi's hair. Seeing Li Lizi's fear swept away, and after she raised her head in a daze, Su Bei softened his eyes and smiled. Don't think too much. This is not an answer that can be obtained by thinking alone, and it needs to be tested by time. Su Bei shook his head gently, shook off Li Lizi's palm, and nodded. Just treat it as nonsense. We're here. The teleportation array reached the end. The end was not far from the Li Lizi, only 10 miles away. In the first half of the journey, the two chatted and laughed, and gradually became close. In the second half, the two said nothing, like strangers. Of course, this was not good. So Su Bei pinched Li Lizi's hair, gently exerted force, and kept pulling. Li Lizi's face was flushed. The skin on her arms began to turn red. Her eyes were full of mist, and her whole body was so sensitive that it seemed as if countless ants were climbing and biting her. Even her breathing was gradually getting heavier, and her toes were tightly clenched into a ball. Seeing that Li Lizi couldn't even stand steadily, she still clamped her thighs tightly, lowered her head and said nothing. This is Li Lizi's toughest episode. The fact that Li Lizi, who was always happy, became like this can only mean that Li Lizi is really distressed. But the new year is coming soon, so this is not right. Su Bei sighed, stopped torturing Li Lizi, and suddenly quickened his pace to stop in front of Li Lizi and turned around. He immediately stretched out his hands and supported Li Lizi's shoulders. Li Lizi still didn't move. Su Bei smiled, trying to show what he thought was a gentle smile. What's the matter? Li Lizi looked up. Her expression control instantly lost control, staring at Su Bei's devilish smile with wide eyes, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Why are you scaring me? Su Bei's smile was too scary. It seemed that Li Lizi met the weird uncle on the communication device, who tried to abduct her to the goblin nest in Southeast Asia of the original continent. Of course, the weird uncle was finally arrested by the Duke of Gloucester, and the entire base was wiped out. I hope that bastard Su Bei can also experience the spiciness. You are home. Are you unhappy? Su Bei stopped smiling and asked calmly. He realized that his smile was very devilish. Li Lizi shook her head, and suddenly her tone sank, and she was about to shake off Su Bei's arm that was holding her shoulders. Li Lizi wants to escape. I really want to. I really want to. I really want to. I want to now. I want to run to a place where no one can find me, and never come back. Su Bei said lightly. I don't want to. No one wants to. Li Lizi couldn't break free from Su Bei's control, so she had to look up, revealing her red-eyed face, and responded loudly, but Li Lizi doesn't want to. I don't want everyone to get hurt because of Li Lizi. If another Li Lizi insists on coming out, and Li Lizi can't stop it, what can we do then? Are we all going to die together? Li Lizi roared and questioned. Her body seemed to have lost all strength, and it was particularly difficult to even stand. I believe you, Su Bei said in a deep voice. What's the use of believing? This is not something that will be useful if you believe. This is simply... Su Bei interrupted loudly. Li Lizi, you have to believe me too. Li Lizi suddenly paused. Believe me. Su Bei gently hugged Li Lizi, who had lost her strength, and comforted her calmly. Believe in everyone. Everyone will not sit idly by and watch this happen. Everyone will help. December 31st. Afternoon. The sun was setting, and the sky was getting darker. The Duke of Gloucester sighed softly, and sat on the edge of the Li Lizi, waiting for his daughter, who might come back at any time. I don't have a wife or a daughter for the new year this year. Damn. Isn't this life too depressing? As the sun was about to set, some outline suddenly appeared in the distance. The outline gradually enlarged and slowly revealed the appearance of Su Bei. The Duke of Gloucester widened his eyes. His sight was fixed on everything around Su Bei, but he could not see the second figure. In an instant, his body collapsed, as if he had aged more than 100 years. But when Su Bei got closer, the Duke of Gloucester discovered something fishy. Wait, what was Su Bei holding in his hand? It was a rope. One end was in Su Bei's palm, and the other end was connected to a not-so-big cradle. Lying on the chair was Li Lizi, who was tired of crying. As Su Bei dragged it, the cradle swayed gently at a moderate speed, just enough to coax Li Lizi to sleep peacefully. The evening breeze blew across Li Lizi's face, causing her to curl up subconsciously. This was the service Li Lizi requested. After seeing Su Bei coming back, a flash of white led everyone and rushed toward Su Bei first. at a very fast speed and full of energy. Mr. Subei, you're back. Subei looked up and nodded. I'm back. Chapter 521, the third year. The New Year is a traditional festival in Duz. For other countries, the New Year is optional and just symbolic. The same is true for the Plague Continent. It can be seen that only the area around the Lilizi in the entire Plague Continent is covered with garlands, decorated with various festive scenes and atmospheres. And the festival decoration has begun. The rest of the area is not much different from usual. Still in the post-war trauma period, treating the wounded and mourning the dead. As for burying the dead and handling the bodies, the warring parties have no such worries at all, because the bodies of the dead turned into skeletons and became slaves of the dead. The souls of the dead were thrown into the earth and became Lin's nutrients. There were no dead in this war. They all continued to live in their own ways. But war inevitably brings sadness. Everyone was sad, except for the crew on the Lilizi. In the evening, in Jasmine House, there were only 2 people in the house. A small stove was installed on the wooden table that was usually used for rest. At this moment, Subei was holding a big black pot and stirring back and forth, frying his very good home-cooked dishes. Mr. Subei, Molly sat quietly beside him, watching Subei busying around, occasionally lending a hand to pass on some seasonings, and smiled. Mr. Subei rarely cooks. Subei, said. The atmosphere of the New Year in Duz was very lively, similar to the New Year in Subei's impression. But there were still differences. The most obvious difference was the food. It was the New Year after all, and Subei was rarely interested. So he planned to cook by himself. Cook a table of home-cooked dishes that he remembered. Due to cultural differences, the seasonings and ingredients are not quite the same as Subei's memory, so he can only try to restore the original taste of the food. Twice cooked pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, cola chicken wings. There are many such dishes, and Jasmine has never seen these methods. Until the dishes were served, Jasmine's long-suffering gluttony almost crawled out of her stomach. The tempting aroma completely aroused Jasmine's taste buds. Jasmine narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Subei's back while he was cooking, and kept thinking about it. It seemed that she accidentally said what was in her heart. I have to find a way to let Mr. Subei cook every day. Subei froze. He pretended not to hear. He didn't have time to cook every day. What do you think? Jasmine suddenly poked Subei's back and blinked. Mr. Subei. Well, it's not what he really meant. This is a desperate move. Subei sighed and nodded perfunctorily. Try your best. Don't listen to try your best. Jasmine puffed up her lips in protest. Subei scratched his neck and thought. I'm very busy. Jasmine narrowed her eyes in an extremely dangerous arc. Looking at Subei's gradually tense body, she suddenly smiled. Then Jasmine's brows relaxed and she smiled. Then there's nothing we can do. We have to let Jasmine cook for Mr. Subei every day. Subei was stunned. Damn. Why was his heart beating so fast at this moment? Subei's body flushed, and a little sweat appeared on his forehead. Jasmine's fingertips stayed on Subei's back, sliding gently bit by bit, and asked casually, Mr. Subei sweated a lot. It's because the food is hot, Subei said. Jasmine hummed softly. She can tell lies. But Subei knows that Jasmine can tell lies. But Jasmine knows that Mr. Subei knows that she can tell lies. Subei also knows that Jasmine knows that he knows. So the answer is no longer important. Hungry. Jasmine looked at the dishes on the table, sniffed, and felt her appetite whetted. Jasmine wanted to taste the food, but she still sat in her seat obediently, waiting for Subei's signal to start eating. It is more lively to celebrate the New Year when everyone eats together. Every family is celebrating their own New Year. The Duke of Gloucester's family is no exception. At this moment, the Duke of Gloucester and Lee Lizzie are on both sides, and the real-time image of the Duchess of Gloucester is projected on the table, which means that the whole family celebrated the New Year together. Hey! Lee Lizzie, are you so naughty outside? You are still running around when the New Year is coming soon. You will be severely beaten by your mother when you come back. The Duchess of Gloucester narrowed her eyes and began to threaten Lee Lizzie with words. Tonic is hot. Tonic spanking my butt is hot. Lee Lizzie is already 17 years old. She is no longer the age to be slaughtered by the young, beautiful and intelligent Duchess of Gloucester. Lee Lizzie screamed. Don't think you can bully Lee Lizzie just because you are pretty. Wow. You are worthy of being my baby daughter. The Duchess of Gloucester smiled and earnestly reminded, Okay. Remember to be obedient outside. Go home quickly after playing. Don't let your mother worry. Take good care of yourself. The weather is very cold. Remember to put on more clothes. Poor parents. The most cordial greeting that every parent can give to their children is to remember to put on more clothes when the weather is cold. Lizzie nodded her head obediently and kept responding. Only in front of the Duchess of Gloucester. The usually naughty and lively Lizzie would put away her temper and be obedient and sensible. On the side, the Duke of Gloucester smiled and took a ring from his hand. This is the Russell family's small treasury. It contains all our family's belongings. It is the result of your father and I fighting for many years. It's only been a few years since Duz was founded. What you took away before is not worth mentioning to the Russell family. If you meet a boy you like, give this to him. He will agree to anything. Lizzie was stunned and kicked the Duke of Gloucester on the head. But the Duke of Gloucester did not dodge. His eyes were kind and tolerant, saying, "You have grown up, and you must learn to judge for yourself." Lizzie gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. An oversized well appeared on her forehead. Word by word, he said, "CIO." Loud ding. Lizzie, you want to be buried in the ground. You bastard. The father and daughter of the Duke of Gloucester are just an exception. Most families are still based on warmth. Spin's house is like this. He sat on the chairs with Fury and Alyssa on three sides, chatting about some family matters casually. Whenever they talked about some interesting topics, they would smile. During the conversation, Alyssa and Sven would look at Fury intentionally or unintentionally. Fury's eyes had completely lost their sight since she plotted against the Abyss biphasic, and they had not recovered until now. However, as a demigod-level assassin, Fury's senses were sharper than her eyes, and her daily activities were not affected. Although Fury didn't say it, everyone could still feel it. In fact, Fury would be sad too. Fortunately, everyone deliberately avoided this matter and saw Fury as an ordinary person. Occasionally, they talked about the ups and downs of the journey, and seemed to have a lot of emotions. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Felihui stood up and opened the door, but was stunned. It was because the visitor had a very special aura. It was someone she could never have imagined. Elf Queen Leah walked in from outside the door, touched Felihui's head, a trace of heartache in her eyes, and then waved to everyone in a friendly manner and said hello. Hello, everyone. This is the New Year's greeting. It means that it is already early morning. From now on, New Year's greetings will be the main theme. At this moment, most people were eating in the house, but there were exceptions. For example, Xiaomi Zhou and Feather Pen. The two of them hid in the wild, saying that they were going to have a hearty butterfly catching competition, with the prize being endless porridge and endless lollipops. The winner would be rewarded with eating until she was full, and the loser would be punished by drinking until she vomited. This was a battle with a huge difference in the outcome. At the beginning, Xiaomi Zhou had caught 100 butterflies and was in the leading position, and Feather Pen lay motionless on the lawn counting stars. Halfway through the game, Xiaomi Zhou had already caught a basket of butterflies and was still consolidating his victory. At this moment, Feather Pen had just gotten up, moving slowly and calmly. If nothing unexpected happened, the final result would be as expected. In the end, Feather Pen tricked Xiaomi Zhou insect trap and won by a unanimous vote. Cheating is a necessary skill for fairies, but Xiaomi Zhou never cares about winning or losing. For her, having porridge to drink is winning. A cat girl and a fairy raised a bowl of porridge and a lollipop towards the moon, and the lollipop and the bowl collided gently, making a crisp sound. Cheers! The moon is not big. A bowl of porridge can hold it, and a lollipop can cover it. The same is true for happiness. Some are happy and some are sad. Unlike the celebration on the Lilizi, Fulian and Elena in the ruins of the God War can only be described as terrible. Can you do it? Why do we have to flee to the end of the world during the new year? Fulian cursed with a venomous tongue, and there seemed to be some vicissitudes and mockery in her eyes. Endless darkness spread from her body, swallowing everything. He took back some of his memories and authority, and the two memories were constantly merging. His eyes looking at Elena became colder and colder. Elena frowned and replied coldly, "What does it have to do with me? He is the manifestation of your body." Behind the two, the Abyss dual phase continued to climb in the gap between time and space. All laws were annihilated and flowed away in his body, and all rules never stopped his steps. His power is too unsolvable. Except for the world technique. No power can hurt him. He is a terrifying weapon created by the evil god from outside the domain with the body of the dark goddess. Not eating laws. Ignoring order. This is the strangeness of the abyss. You are such a small fry. You can kill me but not a part of me? Have you been training on dogs all these years? It can be seen that Fu Yan's resentment is indeed very heavy. Every word she says is full of slander and derogation against Elena. He remembered a lot of things, and naturally thought of the memory before being beaten by Elena. That was not easy for him. Elena. He smiled, did not argue, but stopped her steps and pointed with her right hand, saying coldly, "You can do it if you can." Fu Yan laughed, and her footwork didn't slow down at all. "I go first." Elena sighed, raised her hand and hit, using brute force to stop the abyss by phase. After a moment, she quickly chased after Fu Yan. He was not afraid of the abyss by phase, but he couldn't do anything to the abyss by phase. In this god war site, too many battles and collisions would cause the ruins to collapse, which could easily lead to extremely terrifying things. This was extremely difficult for Elena. They could only escape. They are fleeing in the direction of the Lilizi. This can be regarded as a New Year's gift to Su Bei. As for why Elena still chose to let Fu Yan take charge of everything and integrate past memories to restore authority, instead of choosing to seize Fu Yan's power and let Fu Yan stay out of the matter and protect herself. This is not bright, and will make him bear more karma and owe a heavy debt. But he is not bright. She is still Elena. Even if the two have the same ideas and goals, their methods are different. Elena will not regret it. She will slowly repay all the debts owed by Guangming and repay the cause and effect. Fu Yan is just the first stop. As the New Year's bell rang, every household started the dinner, visiting each other, and it was very warm. Su Bei and Jasmine had been enjoying dinner for a while, occasionally bickering and chatting about family matters, and the atmosphere was warm and peaceful. In such an atmosphere, the house soon welcomed the first visiting guest. Lin. Uncle. Jasmine. Happy New Year. Lin rarely dressed up carefully, wearing a black gothic long skirt and high heels, which stretched her body from just over 1 meter to 1.34 meters. And she also put a little bear hairpin on her pink hair, which was quite girlish. Lin's purpose today was very simple. She just wanted the uncle to look at her more. Su Bei and Jasmine looked at her, and both of them were stunned. "Hey, Lin Bao is so cute. Hug her." Jasmine reached out her hand and picked up the little goddess of death. Under the extremely bad eyes of the other party, she stretched out her head, rubbed her rarely applied foundation into a mess, and carried her to the seat. Lin's lips opened slightly, wanting to say something but stopping. This terrible scene made Lin subconsciously want to escape. But Jasmine smelled good, like an irresistible poison to Lin. Lin was so happy and painful that her makeup was ruined, and she sat aside angrily. "I did it." Su Bei stretched out his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in an empty bowl beside him, nodded and smiled at Lin. Okay. Lin sighed and finally chose to give up. "But uncle, have you ever told me that your smile is ugly?" Su Bei was stunned. "Don't smile," Lin teased. Su Bei's face fell, and he ate the food in his bowl without saying a word. However, Lin was not unhappy. In fact, happiness and unhappiness have long been vague to Lin, and emotions can hardly influence the thoughts of gods. Generally speaking, this is the case. But somehow, as long as Lin is close to this room, her thoughts will always be infinitely magnified. This is not a good thing. Of course, Lin doesn't think it is a bad thing. Happy New Year, Lin Bao. Jasmine smiled slightly and kept putting food on Lin's plate. Eat more. Grow well. This topic was too hurtful for Lin, causing her face to fall. Her figure was not even that of a lowly. She was completely a child. "It's useless. I've already been stereotyped," Lin said in self-abandonment. At this time, a hand rested on Lin's head. The small palm could not cover the small head, but it made Lin subconsciously raise her head. "It's okay. Lin is very cute now." Jasmine and Mr. Su Bei both like it very much. Jasmine smiled slightly, her eyes fixed, as if encouraging. "Does everyone really think so?" Lin was stunned, and secretly looked at Su Bei with her peripheral vision. No one could detect her spying, but Su Bei nodded appropriately. Lin bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening involuntarily. turned her head away in a very cold manner, and forcibly suppressed her rising tone, saying lightly, "Tsk. Even if you say that, Lin won't be happy. I am the god in charge of death. Don't look down on you two, who would like to be praised for being cute. It's too cheap. It's really cute," Jasmine repeated. "Stop talking. Please show some respect to the gods." Despite the refusal, Kellen couldn't suppress her smile at all, and the corners of her mouth curved to the point that it would be completely exposed at a glance. "Super cute." Jasmine squinted her eyes and whispered in Lin's ear again. "Really?" Lin slowly turned her head, buried her head, and ate the food in the bowl in big mouthfuls, eating without restraint. While eating, her shoulders shook, and she couldn't say a word. Lin didn't dare to speak, because if she spoke, she would burst out laughing. This was too embarrassing. At this time, there was another knock on the door, which covered up Lin's embarrassment. She could hear the muttering from a distance. "Hey, this should be here. Right? Is Lizzie right? She has already run into the wrong 15 rooms. And she is about to run through this floor." Lizzie turned the door handle and poked her head in. After seeing that she was right, she kicked the door open and shouted loudly, "Lizzie is here. Raise your hands and sing praises to the great Lizzie." There was silence for a long while, and the lonely wind blew by. Even the silly hair on Lizzie's head drooped down because of embarrassment. It was as if she was pretending to be dead. Lin curled her lips. Idiot. Su Bei didn't even raise his head, perhaps because he felt embarrassed. Only Jasmine clapped her hands vigorously. "Great. Miss Lizzie. Please come in. There will be no dull moment if someone cheers for her." Lizzie said, without any embarrassment on her face, but grabbed a handful of lollipops and walked into the house, slamming them heavily on the table. "All of them are yours. You're welcome." Su Bei was stunned. Although it was a bit wrong to eat lollipops during the new year, everyone had no extra expressions and did not complain that the gift given by Lizzie was too cheap. This was the most expensive gift that Lizzie could give. Why is Miss Lizzie not with her family? Emily took out the bowls and chopsticks prepared in advance and served Lizzie rice and vegetables. Woo! Hearing this, Lizzie suddenly wiped her eyes. Molly was at a loss for a moment, and quickly held Lizzie in her arms, stroking Lizzie's head and patting her back to comfort her. What's wrong? It would have been fine if she hadn't asked. But as soon as she asked, Lizzie's tears, click click, dropped, and everyone was stunned for a moment. Damn Duke of Gloucester. He abused Lizzie. He bullied Lizzie. Lizzie couldn't be beaten, and couldn't be scolded, so she had to run away from home in anger. Wow. Lizzie has no home to go back to. Lin and Molly were panicked and kept saying some comforting words. Molly glared at Su Bei during the process, suggesting Su Bei to comfort him quickly. But Su Bei didn't say a word, just buried his head and ate his food, looking at Lizzie's appearance. You should know that it is definitely not Lizzie who is being abused. He vaguely remembered that every time Lizzie fought with the Duke of Gloucester, the Duke of Gloucester was the one who was beaten, and the ending is usually quite tragic. Wow. Lizzie is so pitiful. She can't go home for the new year. Can't eat a bowl of rice. No lollipops. No care and New Year's money. Nothing. When will this kind of life end? Lizzie cried so loudly that she almost couldn't be comforted. Fortunately, Jasmine suggested that they go to visit relatives, which barely stopped Lizzie's tears. So the two children, one big and one medium, began to pay New Year's greetings. When the group passed by the Demon Clan, they could see Tianma Luo instructing the younger generation on how to use the rules. As expected of the Demon Clan, they are always preparing for war. By the way, they saw the Duke of Gloucester, who was beaten black and blue with a sock stuffed in his collar. He was showing off to Tenmaro, talking about the dignity and cruelty that a father should have, and warned Tenmaro that he must not let his daughter run wild, but must discipline her strictly, saying that a filial daughter is born under the stick. He was so strict with Ruriko. The group passed by Sven's room and found that Alyssa and Fury were sitting on the chairs shoulder to shoulder, drawing and scribbling on the same piece of paper. It was a very warm and harmonious picture, depicting the scenery they encountered along the way. The group passed by the elves' residence and saw the gentle and hospitable elves singing and dancing to celebrate the arrival of another year. The group passed by the adventurers' residence, greeted each adventurer in a friendly manner. listened to the anecdotes and interesting stories from everyone, and occasionally chatted with them. Finally, the group captured Xiaomi Zhou and the feather pen in the wild. Xiaomi Zhou was holding the feather pen in his arms, and the two people were breathing regularly and falling asleep lightly on this quiet lawn. At the very end, Su Bei held Xiaomi Zhou and Jasmine held the feather pen. Everyone went back to their homes and started the journey of the new year. Mr. Su Bei? I am. We will celebrate the new year together in the future. Yes. As he said, Su Bei suddenly added, definitely. Chapter 522 Jasmine New Year's Gift. The next morning, in Jasmine room. Lower bunk. Jasmine tossed and turned, having trouble falling asleep. So she reached out and rubbed Xiaomi Zhou, who was sleeping next to her, to relieve her insomnia. No one can resist petting a cat. And Xiaomi Zhou is really cute. The room was very quiet. Even the breathing was very light. And only Xiaomi Zhou regular breathing could be heard. This means that Mr. Su Bei is not asleep either. Thinking about it, Jasmine asked, by the way. There was silence for a long while. Jasmine narrowed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out words one by one, as if from the gap between her teeth, and then said, say, Su Bei responded. It can be predicted that if Su Bei does not respond, Jasmine will climb up to the upper bunk and use her magical fingers to poke the soft flesh on Su Bei's waist. This will be very troublesome for Su Bei. Hearing this, Jasmine smiled slightly. Mr. Su Bei also spent the new year with Jasmine 2 years ago. Yeah, Su Bei replied softly. This year too, Molly said again. Yeah, Su Bei responded again. What about last year? Molly suddenly asked. Su Bei was stunned, thinking that there was nothing to hide. He answered straightforwardly, and lazy. Hey, what exactly? She cried all day? Huh? And then? She cried all over me? Huh? There was no further information after that. Maybe she fell asleep. Su Bei thought about it, turned over habitually, and was suddenly startled. Jasmine was hanging on the guardrail with both hands, smiling, blinking very quickly, staring at Su Bei with a super innocent expression. She had "I'm so curious" written on her face. Since there was no footsteps or movement, Su Bei didn't know how long Jasmine kept this posture. Su Bei hesitated and opened his mouth. I'm so curious, Molly said frankly. Su Bei didn't respond immediately, but stuck his head out along the edge of the bed and looked at Molly's feet. Sure enough, he saw a pair of floating feet. Because she was sleeping before, Molly was only wearing pajamas, and her body swayed, causing her bare feet to swing restlessly in the air, like a pendulum. This is too unsafe. The guardrail may not be able to bear Molly's weight. So Su Bei grabbed Molly's collar. Huh? Jasmine's eyes, which had been blinking, suddenly widened. Schwa. With a sound. The next moment, her body flew up in a posture that she could never have imagined. Su Bei clenched his right hand and then loosened it, throwing Jasmine onto his bed. Jasmine sat down at the end of Su Bei's bed, with a confused expression. The guardrail is not safe, Su Bei said calmly, and suddenly explained. It's not safe for you. So who is unsafe? Jasmine didn't dwell on this question too much, and her thoughts gradually came back to her senses. She put on an expression of toothache that was hard to describe, and then raised a small fist as big as a sandbag and gritted her teeth. Although what Mr. Su Bei said makes sense, Molly said angrily. But who on earth would come up with such a unique way to avoid danger by holding the collar? Stupid Mr. Su Bei. It's just a handy thing. Su Bei waved his hand. I'm not praising you, Molly quickly retorted. Molly almost thought I was going to be thrown out just now. So, Molly will severely punish Mr. Su Bei later and let him know how excessive his actions are. I don't want it. Su Bei refused coldly. Molly spoke very quickly, moving at the same time as she spoke. I won't listen. Molly leaned forward slightly, kneeling on the bed, crawling towards the head of the bed step by step. This was a single bed, with a small space, so Su Bei had no way to avoid it. So Su Bei stared with his big eyes, trying to use this only way of resistance to severely warn Molly not to come any closer. I will beat you. The feedback was significant, but the effect was slim. Hee. Mr. Su Bei can't beat Jasmine. Jasmine smiled. She knew Su Bei's physical condition very well. Su Bei was completely useless now. His body was filled with various orders, and he couldn't use any power at all. At this moment, Jasmine had already climbed to the head of the bed. At this moment, the distance between the two was only 30 centimeters, and the distance was still shrinking. When the distance was so close that he couldn't avoid it anyway, Su Bei finally sighed and gave up struggling. The pressure was too great, and there was no way to resist. The new year had not even passed completely, and Su Bei's first ordeal had come. He was no different from a powerless lowly now. If Jasmine insisted on doing something, he would be powerless to resist. I will recover later. You will be beaten later. Su Bei made the last harsh words. Hee. Jasmine did not argue, but stretched out her hand, and her fingertips kept approaching Su Bei. This evil finger was like a hypnotic amulet, constantly approaching Su Bei. Su Bei closed his eyes, thinking about how to be more decent later. I just hope Jasmine can show some mercy. After all, too much noise will wake up Xiaomizu. Baji. As the fingertips touched Su Bei's face, the warm and soft touch like jelly suddenly landed on Su Bei's forehead. Time stopped, as if it was infinitely stretched. Su Bei's body trembled, and the blood in his body seemed to be paralyzed by electricity. His body jumped violently, and he opened his eyes at a very fast speed. But there was only nothingness in front of him. The cunning Jasmine had covered his eyes with her palms early. After a long time, or in a flash, the touch was separated. It was like a piston was pulled out of Su Bei's blood vessels, causing the blood in his body to flow at an extremely high speed, and his body quickly became hot. But Su Bei's mind was still completely empty, unable to perform basic thinking actions. Happy New Year. It's a new year. Gift? What happened just now? Su Bei's lips moved slightly, but he saw Jasmine's fingers inserted into Su Bei's mouth, and whispered very softly, No. Don't. Talk. Don't ask. I don't have the strength. Don't bully Jasmine. Su Bei was silent, but he obviously didn't do anything. The atmosphere was slightly charming. Their breaths gradually intertwined. Their breaths collided, and things were moving in a strange direction. Su Bei, Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine kept swallowing her saliva, mustered up great courage, and tried her best to hold back her shyness, and continued to talk. Jasmine wants thinks. Jasmine, Mr. Su Bei, Jasmine. Feeling the sound of Jasmine swallowing saliva getting closer, Su Bei couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his brain was completely in a mess. Breathing. Getting closer. The situation was about to become weird, and gradually turned into an unmanageable scene. At this time, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded, full of curiosity. Add me. 1. Su Bei and Jasmine were both stunned and looked sideways. In the darkness, a pair of black eyes flashed brown light. The eyes flashed, containing infinite hope, and repeated firmly, Add me. 1. I want to play. Hey! Molly blushed and pressed Su Bei's head with one hand. Su Bei made him sound, and his whole head was pressed into the pillow by Molly. And then, he could not see or hear anything. Molly's loud scream rang out in the room. When did you wake up? Xiaomi Zhou lay on the bed, blinked and smiled, and stretched out a finger. Her cat tail stretched over her head and kept shaking. And it can be seen that she is in a good mood at the moment. 1 minute ago, Jasmine was so embarrassed that bubbles were coming out of her skin. She repeated, It was 1 minute ago. Right? Please. It must be 1 minute ago. Jasmine widened her eyes, paralyzed herself with incoherent words, and her eyes were empty. Xiaomi Zhou said happily. Start. Jasmine's head suddenly came out of gurgling white smoke. The shyness was like feathers, constantly brushing against her small body. All the feedback emotions to shyness burst out at the same time. Jasmine covered her face fiercely, blinking her eyes continuously. Her face was completely red, as if water could drip out. This meant that Xiaomi Zhou had seen everything she had just done. Ugh. It was over. No matter how Jasmine thought, her brain could not handle this situation at all. Jasmine ahog. Bang. Exploded. Bang. Sounded. She fell straight onto the bed. She fell into a coma. Xiaomi Zhou, who was left with a curious look on his face, stared at Su Bei and emphasized again. I want to play. 2. Chapter 523 Parting with Lin. People usually don't sleep during the Chinese New Year, because after sleeping, the New Year is over. When Su Bei opened his eyes, he knew that the rest time was over, and it was time to get back to normal. As for whether he should rest for a few more days, Su Bei had never thought of this possibility. As for the time loop, forget it. It's not a physical change anyway. The sky gradually brightened. Su Bei got up early, came to the deck with a pair of dark circles under his eyes, and stretched hard. It's not quite accurate to say that he got up, because Su Bei didn't fall asleep at all. Maybe Jasmine was the same. After what happened at night, it would be a problem to sleep. But Su Bei still had to leave the house early. He had to give Jasmine some private space to relax. Jasmine was very shy. She was in the past, and maybe she will be in the future. Her emotions are like her skin, and the slightest touch will cause a great reaction. Thinking of this, Su Bei sighed heavily, his face full of worries. Speaking of which, Jasmine is really getting bolder and bolder. She has more and more behaviors of disobeying superiors, and her attitude is getting more and more outrageous. If this continues, there is no way to discipline her. Su Bei thought about it and sighed again. Hey, why does the uncle sigh as soon as he gets up? A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lin appeared quietly beside Su Bei without knowing when, sitting on the deck and swinging her legs, with a relaxed expression and natural movements. You? Su Bei was stunned. Su Bei looked sideways, sizing up Lin, who was wearing gothic children's clothes, and swallowed the question that came to his throat. He wanted to ask when Lin appeared, but this question was very meaningless. Su Bei had no way to catch Lin's movements. He and Lin are not of the same species, and he is seriously injured now, so it is difficult for him to notice Lin's presence even if he knows it. Su Bei never thinks about such obvious questions, let alone asks. His thoughts are too chaotic now. Lin moved closer to Su Bei, sniffed the smell on Su Bei's body, and nodded suddenly. So that's it. The jasmine scent on Su Bei's body is already very strong. But at this moment, the jasmine scent on his body is seriously excessive. What happened last night is self-evident. Lin pursed her lips and said, So, Uncle, you are so depressed right now because you were squeezed all night and you were exhausted and couldn't take advantage. Don't be crazy, Su Bei argued. I just didn't sleep well. Uncle usually looks so strong. You can't be so weak in the most important things for your species. Lin smiled, not realizing that she was saying something lewd. Speaking of which, Lin had never talked about this topic with Su Bei. Now it seems that Lin has no taboo at all. For Jasmine, talking about gender issues will make her dizzy. But for Lin, it is as easy and natural as talking about what to eat tomorrow. Just because Lin is not a human, this kind of thing has no value in Lin's eyes. It is just an ordinary little thing. Its only use may be to allow Lin to chat with Su Bei for a few more words. But Su Bei is a human. Lin's continuous questions are too abstract, and Su Bei is obviously unable to cope with them. I just didn't fall asleep, Su Bei explained. TSK. Lin made a meaningless sound, her eyes full of contempt. Lin admitted that she was not very smart, but she was not an idiot. Su Bei had a transcendent constitution, not to mention not sleeping for a night. Even if he didn't sleep for a lifetime, it would be nothing. How could he be so tired? I heard that boys are like this for the first time. They will be very unskilled. I didn't expect uncles to be so bad. Lin mentioned it more. I don't want to talk about this with you, Su Bei retorted. There are many reasons why Su Bei didn't want to talk to Lin about this. First, he felt it was unnecessary and uninteresting. And second, it would make Su Bei feel like he was committing a crime. He now looked like a pervert who had abducted a little girl. Lin looked like a child. Do you want to try, Lin? Lin suddenly said something that was scary enough to kill people. What? Su Bei was startled, stared at her sideways, and warned, be normal. But he saw that Lin had already stuck to Su Bei's ear and said calmly, Lin can help Uncle improve his skills. Lin hates boys and doesn't care about this kind of thing. But Uncle can. No need. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly and warned sternly. And don't mention this kind of thing again. There was a long silence. Lin suddenly clenched her hands. And the Lilizi, which had experienced countless collisions but still had no traces, was instantly shattered in the palms of these small hands. But Uncle is leaving. Uncle will never come back. And it is difficult for Lin to leave the kingdom of God to find Uncle. Right. Su Bei fell silent. Indeed, Su Bei will not stay in the Plague Continent forever. It is meaningless. He will go to Jinsokyo. He will solve all the secrets. There is no need for this, Su Bei said calmly. It is difficult for us to meet again. Lin said seriously. Only in this way will the uncle remember Lin. For you humans, this is a very important thing. Right? Lin is really not stupid. She has no emotions about this matter. But she knows that this will make Su Bei emotional. Lin knows everything. But this is not important to me. Su Bei responded calmly, stretched out his hand, and pressed Lin's head, tapping it a few times. This was considered a punishment. But what Su Bei saw as a punishment meant something completely different to Lin. Lin bit her lower lip, but couldn't help but smile. She really couldn't help it. She liked to be close to Su Bei, just like a moth that would subconsciously fly into a flame, knowing that it would not get any feedback and would destroy itself, but still couldn't control its actions. She would smile just by being touched, and couldn't help being happy when the uncle nodded and admitted that she was cute. Lin felt that she had been broken for a long time, rotten from the bones, rotten from the soul, and sunk in her mind. Only all her thoughts were still active, and she threw herself on Su Bei without hesitation. He was really bad, and he was hopeless. He was not a god. How could a god be like this? He should belong to a person, not to this country. Lin just wanted to be closer to the uncle. Lin finally loosened her teeth, and blood flowed out of her bitten lower lip. But her smile was blooming unrestrainedly. Lin felt the burning temperature on the back of her head and laughed. Lin thought for a long time, made many decisions, and gave up many times. But until now, Lin has not been able to keep a distance from the uncle. Lin is really useless. She can't manage the country well, and she can't even manage herself. Lin's words were full of ridicule and belittlement of herself. In his eyes, she was a very useless thing. Su Bei realized that Lin was different at this moment. His eyes moved sideways and collided with Lin's eyes. He noticed the mist gradually condensing in Lin's eyes, and he was at a loss and stood there. Don't cry, Su Bei said blankly. Su Bei didn't know what to do. Maybe he should give Lin a hug. Su Bei felt that it was wrong to do so. But Lin had uncontrollable changes. Lin cried. He rarely cried, but he often cried in front of Su Bei. He only cried for Su Bei to see. Lin is a waste. She used to rely on the uncle to bring down that guy. Now she can't live without the uncle. And she doesn't want to leave the uncle in the future. Take Lin away. Just talk to Lin every day. The kingdom of God doesn't matter. Power is not important. Lin is not interested in it anyway. Lin is not interested in anything, except for the life embellished by the uncle. There is nothing worth remembering. Take Lin away. Just like the uncle did before. Save Lin again. Reach out. Tighten. Hug. Su Bei finally hugged Lin. He could feel that Lin's collapsed body was calming down, and her crying gradually stopped. Su Bei kept patting Lin's back without saying a word. He didn't know what to say. He should have made a promise. But he had already made a choice in his heart. Lin is unwilling. Why is he the last one? Not as early as Jasmine. Not as early as Li Lizi. Even light and darkness are much earlier than him. Lin hugged Su Bei tightly, greedily sucking the smell of Su Bei's body. If you give Lin another chance, Lin will try every means to keep the uncle from the beginning, even if it doesn't matter if she shares it with others. At least this way, Lin won't be separated from the uncle. Lin never asked for much. She just wanted to be closer to Su Bei, no matter what the method was. After a long time, Su Bei slowly stretched out his hand, held Lin's small face, and looked directly into Lin's red eyes. Su Bei said seriously, "Please try your best to live, and do everything you can to become stronger. Just think of it as for me. I need your help. When I arrive in Jinsokyo, it will trigger an extremely terrifying chain reaction, and the War of Gods will easily break out. When the time comes, I need Lin to help me." He was really mean, and even the only support he gave Lin was using his power. But Lin needed this belief. Lin's eyes suddenly regained their faith, shining with an unparalleled light, nodded very firmly, and promised with a smile, "I will. When the time comes, whoever dares to stop the uncle, Lin will beat him to death. Bet everything." Su Bei was silent again, and rubbed Lin's head with his right hand to show that he heard it. But this topic was too heavy, so Su Bei didn't know how to respond. If Li Lizi was here, Su Bei could take the lollipop out of Li Lizi's mouth and roughly insert it into Lin's mouth to get away with it. He had done this before, and it was very effective. If Jasmine was here, it could also be solved. As long as Jasmine was here, Lin would completely conceal her inner emotions, and play a supporting role very obediently, not competing with Jasmine for the position beside Su Bei. And Jasmine would take good care of Lin. But now there are only Su Bei and Lin here. Su Bei thought for a long time, and barely thought of enough content to change the subject. What if it's wisdom that's blocking the way? Lin was stunned. Wisdom is not equal to Li Lizi. But wisdom and Li Lizi are inseparable. Li Lizi is one of the few good friends left by Lin. This is indeed a question that can burn all of Lin's brain cells. However, at this moment, Lin has completely given up her reserve and started to use all kinds of shameless means. So naturally, she would not give any normal answer. Slept with him. Su Bei's body trembled. But he heard Lin's eyes fixed, full of murderous intent. I held Li Lizi. And you slept with him. Su Bei was stunned and began to regret asking such a question. Lin was completely broken. Wisdom is a god. But Li Lizi is not. As long as we work together, Li Lizi can't escape from our palms. She is a stupid human being. At this time, a bang sound came from the two of them, followed by a crackling chewing sound. It was very much like the crisp sound of teeth breaking a lollipop. And the following sound was naturally the follow-up of biting the lollipop. Lin turned around. But Su Bei didn't move. His head didn't turn. Like a sculpture. The memory of death last night began to attack him at this time. Su Bei vaguely remembered that he seemed to be stared at like this once. So why did things turn out like this? Li Lizi opened her mouth wide, chewing the lollipop in her mouth mechanically, trembling as she looked at the duo who were plotting something extremely terrible, and kept this dull movement for an unknown period of time. She got up and cast a magic spell on herself that made her energetic and smart. But now her brain has become a mess. As if she had been kicked by a tabby cat for 3 days and 3 nights. It's terrible. God knows how these completely familiar words can be connected into a sentence that she doesn't recognize at all. Li Lizi suddenly gasped. And 2 #s popped out on her forehead. One on the left and one on the right. Her fists clenched and made a continuous crackling sound. Her upper and lower teeth collided violently. And a mouthful of anger was raised to her chest and was about to burst out. She kicked the 2 people. You? Give it to Li Lizi. Hurry up. Die. Chapter 524 New Year's Gift. Do you like it? Lin finally had an unexpected change. Perhaps the change had already occurred. But it had always been suppressed by Lin. And it had accumulated day by day. And finally broke out. I don't know whether it is good or bad. At this moment, Su Bei sat in the room, holding his cheek, with a calm face, and 1,000 thoughts in his heart. The 1,000 thoughts came from many aspects. And there were 2 main reasons. One was because of Lin. The other was because of Li Lizi. Li Lizi was crying in Jasmine's arms at the moment. And had been crying for a while. The two of them teamed up to bully Li Lizi. Li Lizi cried very hard, rubbing all her tears on Jasmine, pointing at Su Bei in front of her, and accusing him of his crimes. Good boy. Good boy. Miss Li Lizi must have made a mistake. Mr. Su Bei and Miss Li Lizi are good friends. He will not bully you. Jasmine smiled, reached out to wipe Li Lizi's tears, hugged her trembling body tightly, and kept saying some encouraging words. It's definitely spicy. Li Lizi bit her lower lip and breathed deeply, her chest rising and falling with anger. So, what did Mr. Su Bei do? Emily patted Li Lizi's back and asked patiently. Li Lizi was stunned. She stuttered. And she really couldn't put those words together into a sentence. So she had to open her eyes wide and look at Emily with her super aggrieved blue eyes, trying to make Emily understand with her eyes. Can you see Li Lizi's grievance? It can be seen that Li Lizi is really wronged. Jasmine felt distressed, reached out and hugged Li Lizi tightly, and said seriously, Don't worry, Miss Li Lizi. If Mr. Su Bei really bullies you in the future, I will help you beat him up. Woo woo woo. Li Lizi continued to cry. It's not spicy enough. This is not spicy enough. Li Lizi wants revenge. Li Lizi is very vengeful. And she always takes revenge on the spot. In this case, Jasmine has a way to make Miss Li Lizi calm down. Jasmine suddenly stretched out a finger and poked Su Bei's back. Li Lizi looked up and blinked. Go and beat up Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine smiled. He will dodge. Li Lizi has never kicked the bastard Su Bei. Li Lizi rubbed her red and swollen eyes and said dejectedly, Mr. Su Bei will not resist or dodge now. Jasmine promised. Really? Li Lizi cast her eyes toward Su Bei and began to think about this possibility. If Mr. Su Bei resists? Jasmine will help you. Jasmine clenched her fist, raised it, and smiled. Mr. Subei can't beat Jasmine now. Jasmine and Li Lizzie discussed loudly, and had no intention of avoiding Subei. Maybe Jasmine said this to Subei, intending to use this method to make Li Lizzie calm down. Subei received the signal. Li Lizzie walked towards Subei angrily, making a lot of noise, and raised her cotton-socked foot towards Subei's head and kicked hard. Asshole Subei. Li Lizzie is going to beat you two to death. In cahoots with each other. Fellow birds of a feather. Insane. Pornographic. Pervert. Lolita control. Asshole. As Li Lizzie spoke one sentence after another, her feet rose and fell in rhythm, kicking Subei's back continuously. No matter how Jasmine tried to dissuade her, it was completely useless. Ms. Li Lizzie, you are going to kick Mr. Subei to death. Jasmine gritted her teeth and dragged Li Lizzie, shouting, "Stop it. It's too hard. No. I don't want to be so spicy." Today, Li Lizzie will completely release all the grievances she has suffered in her life. Li Lizzie felt relieved and retorted fiercely. We must let the bastard Subei know who is the boss. It is urgent to discipline this bastard, who can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Well, Jasmine only blocked him symbolically, and didn't use much strength at all. Subei was also a rare case of not dodging. Finally, Li Lizzie got what she wanted, and kicked Subei happily. However, the lethality caused by Li Lizzie's stepping on Subei was not high, and the insult was negligible to Subei. Subei could totally tolerate it. Just treat it as a massage. He should let Li Lizzie calm down first. Mr. Subei, apologize first no matter what. Jasmine reached out and poked Subei's head. Subei shook his head and said sincerely, but this matter, in the final analysis, has nothing to do with Subei. His question is very serious, and it is still a critical problem that is likely to be faced soon and urgently needs to be solved. It's just that Lin's answer is too abstract. What was even more unimaginable was that Li Lizzie was right there, and only heard the second half. So things got out of control. At this moment, the Li Lizzie had already sailed away from the Plague Continent, which just happened to allow Lin to escape. Subei had to bear Li Lizzie's anger alone. It was normal for Li Lizzie to be angry. To Li Lizzie, Lin was her very good friend, and Subei was her very good strategic partner. But the two of them actually discussed how to push her down in front of her. Damn it! So how did we end up discussing this topic? Li Lizzie gritted her teeth, kicked Subei in the back again and again, and asked word by word with gritted teeth, "Do you dare to be so spicy?" "No." Subei nodded sincerely. "Will you murder the great Li Lizzie again in the future?" "No." Subei nodded again. Li Lizzie is very vindictive. Bastard Subei. Please forgive me. Subei turned around and bowed, holding a small cake that had been prepared long ago with both hands, and placed it at the bottom of Li Lizzie's feet that was about to fall. Li Lizzie's feet paused, slowly stretched out, clamped the small cake, and gently threw it. He held it in his mouth. "Okay. Li Lizzie is generous. I will reluctantly forgive you this time." Li Lizzie raised her eyebrows, chewed the small cake in her mouth, stretched out her hand to poke Subei's head, and enjoyed the wonderful power of controlling everything at the moment, and finally grinned. Comfortable. After solving this matter, Subei quickly put the experience behind him, and began to ask Li Lizzie about Lin's changes. Lin is a god. How could he become like this? Subei asked seriously. Emily was confused. What's wrong with Lin? Has anything happened recently? Hearing this, Li Lizzie pointed. Subei and Emily followed Li Lizzie's finger, and looked at Subei's chest together. What's wrong? Subei frowned. Li Lizzie sighed. Gods are all complete. But Lin is no longer complete. He left the most important thing to you a long time ago. Eh? Molly tilted her head, squinted her eyes, and stared at Subei. Poked Subei's waist. Mr. Subei? What is the most important thing? It can't be what Molly thought. Right? Soul? Subei replied calmly. The first inscription in his body came from Lin. Li Lizzie nodded, her head and Aho hair trembling together. This is not an ordinary soul. Your original soul was consumed when you used the death skill. It would have been difficult for you to survive at that time. Your injuries were too severe. It was Lin who saved Mr. Subei. Molly was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously hooked Subei's hand. Li Lizzie nodded, looked at Subei and continued, Lin felt that she had harmed you. And later when you were unconscious, she secretly filled part of her soul into your body. Lin's soul was replenished once when she became a god. This time, the soul she left in you is a very critical part for Lin. It has little effect on power, but it will affect the perfection of divinity. Originally, his emotions were very deformed. And this lack of divinity will just completely expand this only emotion. It's twisted into what it is now. Su Bei nodded calmly. I can give it back to Lin. Lin won't agree. Li Lizzie peeled off the plastic bag of the lollipop with both hands, swallowed it in one gulp, and showed a satisfied smile. Didn't you find that there are many and complicated weak orders on your body? But most of them were cleared away inexplicably. In fact, you have already recovered some of your strength. These are all done by Lin. Emily pursed her lips. This is Lin's soul power. Li Lizzie smiled and emphasized. Even if it is just a tiny bit. This is the authority of the goddess of death. This is the real order. And you? Li Lizzie stretched out her hand and pointed at Su Bei, saying seriously, you are Lin's first god of order. And you will be the only one. There can be many gods of rules, but there is only one god of order. He gave this only god of order position to you. Su Bei was stunned and speechless. But he heard Li Lizzie smiling and continued, this means that in the future god wars involving the Plague Continent, there will never be a second quasi-god of death under Lin. Not to mention the false gods in the future. The top battlefield will be completely empty, and completely given to the enemy country. It can even be said that Lin completely gave up the balance that could affect the outcome of the god war, and put all the pressure of the god war on herself. And the possibility of creating a pseudo-god family in the future is all on you. Fuck you. You owe a huge favor. Perverted Lolita lover Su Bei. This is a gift from the gods. Su Bei was silent. No wonder. Su Bei always felt that Lin had changed a lot after he woke up. Lin had controlled her emotions before. But in the new year, Lin, who never dressed up or changed into new clothes, especially wore a long dress that would make him look more mature, and put on makeup that she had never put on before. It turned out that his intention was very obvious at that time. Today, it just happened to trigger his long-suppressed emotions. If you need it in the future, you can use the twin connection to pull him. He will communicate with you through the air after receiving the news. He can descend again. After Li Lizzie finished speaking, she pointed to her head and said with a smile, in fact, those were the reasons Lin used to explain when she apologized to Li Lizzie not long ago. Lin also told Li Lizzie not to tell you that this is a New Year's gift from him secretly. Li Lizzie doesn't care. I just tell you it's spicy. Li Lizzie licked the lollipop nonchalantly, but heard Su Bei suddenly say, so, in fact, you have already calmed down. Li Lizzie was stunned. Her body trembled and she took a step back, blinking her eyes. I don't understand spicy. Li Lizzie doesn't understand spicy. Li Lizzie is going home. Bye. There was a long silence. Li Lizzie left. Jasmine and Su Bei sat on both sides of the chair. Su Bei thought for a long time. Jasmine watched Su Bei thinking for a long time. Jasmine held Su Bei's palm, looked at Su Bei's slightly empty and dull eyes, and squeezed her palm. Mr. Su Bei, Jasmine called. I am. Su Bei responded subconsciously. I owe Lin a lot. I will pay it back in the future. Jasmine pursed her lips and said. Su Bei sighed. It's too much. Lin was completely unreserved about Su Bei. But before Su Bei and Lin parted ways, the only belief he left for Lin was to use his power to achieve a certain goal. He didn't even say a few more sentimental words. He was too much. But Su Bei really couldn't respond to Lin's feelings. He didn't understand, and didn't comprehend. Let Jasmine accompany Mr. Su Bei to repay it in the future, Jasmine suddenly said. Su Bei nodded and said no more. It had been a while since the Li Lizzie left the Plague Continent, and now it had entered the chaotic sea again. However, unlike before, the gathering of cause and effect has dispersed, and all kinds of incredible and strange things are no longer entangled. This road may be very smooth. Su Bei thought so. And a light suddenly flashed in the distance in front of the Li Lizzie. It was a bright holy light. And the holy light was approaching at an extremely terrifying speed, getting faster and faster, and crashing straight into the Li Lizzie. What is that? The Demon Clan geniuses stood at the bow, using various means to spy on the distance. Today's geniuses have been baptized by war and equipment rotation, and have entered the semi-god realm. They are no longer the young adventurers when they first boarded the ship. They were full of confidence and self-confidence. discussing the stars and the sea. No longer as timid as before. They were talking big about this holy light. A light? It seems to be holy light? My eyes hurt. I can't look into it. Is it transcendent? That's troublesome. It doesn't feel like it. It's more terrifying than the leader of the demon tribe. Okay. I'm blind. I feel my whole body is roasted by the holy light. My life is disintegrating. This is order. I'm dying. Don't say such terrible words so calmly. Damn it. Fuck. The deck of the Lilizi was suddenly cleared, and everyone returned to the house without paying attention. Tianmo Luo and Leah walked out. Su Bei waved. The two looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, and went into the house. Su Bei patted Molly's shoulder. Molly puffed her lips, took Xiao Mizhou's hand and walked into the house obediently, waving her hand. Be careful, Mr. Su Bei. Su Bei glanced at Lilizi. Lilizi? Hee. After 2 sentences, he didn't show off and went into the house obediently, just because the person standing on the deck made Lilizi feel at ease. At this moment, there were only 2 people left on the deck. One was Su Bei. The other was the goddess of death, who descended through the remaining soul in Su Bei's body. How much power can you use? Su Bei looked sideways and asked seriously. Now Lin can use order, which is not comparable to the trash uncle. Lin rubbed his arm and responded with pursed lips. How long can this state last? Su Bei asked again. Lin pointed out. Because it is a divine descent. It can only last half an hour. Su Bei nodded. Half an hour is enough. Can we win? Su Bei asked again. If Lin fights side by side with the uncle, she can use the order of death, which can be equal to a quasi-god. Lin shook her head solemnly and pointed to the opposite side. But the people coming are not enemies. Huh? Su Bei frowned in confusion and guessed. Elena? More than that. Soon Su Bei got the answer. A ray of light rushed forward at high speed, and a ray of darkness followed behind like a shadow, clinging to the light and unwilling to leave. The light and darkness kept fighting and colliding, fighting and scolding. That's enough. Stop harassing me, Elena said coldly. Oh, this is just the beginning? You can't stand it? Flynn narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. I will beat you, Elena threatened coldly. I want to kill you now, Flynn responded with a smile. Light and darkness collided in the air, and each collision shattered the space, creating several layers of space cracks. Layers of chaos appeared in the space, repairing these cracks. You are really sick. Elena laughed in anger. She didn't expect that after correcting the darkness, she would correct such a psychopath. But Fulian was even crazier than Elena thought. You finally found it. Fulian laughed while holding her stomach, tears streaming down her face. I have been sick and almost dying. You are my medicine, my dearest sister. This time, it's your turn to die in my hands. The two of them fought and ran, and soon found the approaching Lilizi, and also saw Su Bei and Lin standing on the bow. Fulian suddenly smiled, pointed at Su Bei and said with a smile, Where is the old team member? Your lover? Your husband, Elena retorted coldly. Fulian was furious. You are looking for death. Fulian is crazy? Su Bei was stunned, although Su Bei often said, Don't be crazy, hanging on his lips. But the fact is that none of the people he said this to were crazy. Now there is. Fulian is crazy. Su Bei frowned, pulled Lin back 2 steps, and had no desire to participate. Elena is a false god, and she can fight with Elena to an indecisive end. So what is Fulian? Soon Su Bei knew the answer. Fulian's face was suddenly torn apart, and she turned into a man and a woman on the left and right, screaming and wailing loudly, and terrifying sound waves exploded layer by layer. The sea level was turbulent. Mountains and rivers shattered. All these sound waves swept towards one person. Fulian was trying to tear Elena apart. This was the power of the abyss. Elena spurted out a mouthful of blood, fled towards the Lilizi at high speed, and fell onto the deck. She was not seriously injured, and her steps were steady. She took a step towards Su Bei. Suddenly, she flashed in front of Su Bei, pointed at Fulian, stared at Su Bei, and said, New Year's gift. Do you like it? Thank you. Su Bei sighed and pointed at Fulian. Is she being parasitized by the abyss by Phasic? Elena seemed to understand Su Bei's eyes, shook her head, and said solemnly, This is not a parasite. She actively merged with the abyss weirdness. She is embracing the abyss. As you can see, she succeeded. But she is also crazy. Subei murmured. That's troublesome. Yes, it's troublesome. Elena nodded bitterly. Subei can use the world technique to kill the abyss biphasic, because the abyss biphasic has simple movements. Does not think. And only acts on instinct. A monster that can't speak. Can't use any skills, rules, or order. Even if he has the characteristic of not eating any rules and order. But the shortcomings are too obvious. This is easy to target. But if this monster has intelligence, the nature will change completely. And the more terrifying thing is that at this moment, this monster has intelligence. And can also use order. This is not a superposition calculation like 1 plus 1. He doesn't eat order. And can also use order. It can be said that this is an unsolvable existence. Can't communicate? Subei frowned. Elena smiled bitterly. Do you think she can communicate? Gods are inherently indifferent to emotions. What I took back was Fulian's divinity. When this divinity merged with Fulian's body, Fulian plunged into the abyss in this state and embraced the abyss. Subei understood and followed the words solemnly. This will produce a chemical reaction that no one has ever seen. So, now no one knows what Fulian is. This will be the first case in history. Lin sighed. Oh my god. This is really a complete monster. The abyss is a container made by the evil gods from outside the domain using something that even they would be afraid of. It is used to make weapons that can fight against gods and is naturally able to destroy order. But the abyss is also the incarnation of the dark body. This is incredible. This will be the first cooperation between the evil gods from outside the domain and the gods in 50,000 years. No one knows to what extent Fulian will evolve. The evil gods from outside the domain and the gods are two completely different systems. Why did you create such a monster? Lin looked at Elena curiously, with a puzzled look on her face. Elena smiled bitterly. I wanted to repay the cause and effect. But I underestimated the hatred of darkness towards me. It just so happened that the abyss biphasic has been following me and Fulian for a long time, constantly chasing us. Subei suddenly had an ominous premonition. Fulian was about to control this power. But she didn't expect the instinctive resentment of darkness to suddenly erupt. This is too ridiculous. Subei sighed. As you can see, in order to kill me, the darkness finally chose to throw itself into the abyss. Elena shrugged. He gave up all consciousness and self, relying on pure divinity to guide all actions, leaving only Fulian's self-consciousness struggling. Subei said, but how can Fulian resist the dark divinity? Not to mention that the will of the abyss continues to erode her perception. This is troublesome. Lin only has half an hour. Subei's injury has not healed. Elena is no match for Fulian. The situation at this moment is as bad as it can be. In the distance, Fulian split her two sides and closed them together, turning into a harmless appearance again, walking towards the three people who were discussing, smiling with narrowed eyes. Everyone. Long time no see. I am Fulian. Chapter 525 Rejection. Long time no see. I am Fulian. Fulian lifted her black floral dress, bowed slightly, and said seriously, I want to ask everyone to do me a favor. This doesn't sound good. Lin took the lead, raised her hand and pressed down. A dark hand grasped Fulian. He only has 5 minutes. If you are slow, you will lose half. The dark hand pinched Fulian's slender body fiercely, without superimposing any order effects and rules, and condensed into a majestic shadow with pure magic power. Tighten. Collapse. Blood splattered everywhere. This overflowing blood can be seen in thousands of faces by thousands of people. But it is not the same in the eyes of Subei and the other two. Lin saw countless bugs, which was extremely disgusting. Elena could only see deep darkness. The dark color was spinning, trying to trap her in it and drag her into the abyss. Subei saw a form of energy. This energy was flowing slowly in the void. Just watching from a distance, his body was fading and hidden in the darkness. Subei was stunned. In front of him appeared countless naked Lolita bodies, posing and flirting with their jade-white skin, walking towards him slowly. Each of them overlapped with a certain Lolita in his impression. The holy sword gave feedback in Subei's mind. Warning. You have fallen into the rhythm of the chanting of order attack, dark corrosion and dark assimilation. When watching the caster for more than 30 seconds, you will fall into the fantasy world woven by the caster, and will never wake up again. Please stop watching immediately. Please stop watching the caster of this spell immediately. Please get out of this state quickly. Watch for 17 seconds. 18 seconds. 19 seconds. This is the Dark Order, which has the same origin as the Night Order, but is more advanced. Su Bei once used the Order skill Sky Curtain will fall to create a dark illusion world for the mythical descendant Badong, thereby firmly controlling Badong. But that quasi-divine skill was as childish as a Lolita who had just revealed her figure in front of Fu Yan's casual move. At this moment, Su Bei encountered the Lolita ancestor who was well versed in this. Fu Yan's move was too terrifying. Even if Su Bei closed his eyes, the image of the naked body of the lowly suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Why is even the precasting so scary? Uncle. In a trance, the face of one of the lowly gradually became clear, and turned into Lin's appearance. Reaching out and pulling Su Bei, the darkness faded like a tide. Su Bei came back to his senses. Thank you. But he saw Lin revealing a pair of small eyes, curling her lips and saying, Lin is right in front of you. Uncle can skip the imagination and get started directly. Su Bei was almost silent. Can you see it? Lin used your soul to descend. Lin responded. Su Bei explained a little more. I fell into a spell, and the fantasy was constructed by that spell. Lin turned her head and faced Fu Yan, who was pinched by him, and said, I don't want to hear this. Lin is very cute. Uncle can use her at will. Don't be crazy now. Su Bei sighed. It's so useless. This won't work. Lin frowned. The little tricks that he secretly made up for were not very useful. Su Bei couldn't say anything for a while. On the side, Elena cast a very contemptuous look and pointed at Lin. No matter what you did to him, I am not interested in it. You can do whatever you want in private. Then, Elena stretched out her hand again and pointed at Fu Yan, and said in a trembling voice with a strong desire to complain, but in this situation, you two have missed the point. Perverted Lolita control. Are you so hungry that you will eat anything? Su Bei's eyes were empty, and he was too lazy to refute. He didn't say anything at all. Why were you angry at him? The three of them looked over. They saw Fu Yan's body being tightened. Her head and neck were broken. Blood was spilling from her face. But she was not scared, but showed a sweet smile. Licked the blood from the corner of her lips with her tongue, and said with lingering feelings, What a wonderful power. She looked like she was about to die, but her face was excited, and she didn't feel any pain at all. You must help me with this favor. I can't wait. Fu Yan's body shattered. Blood gushed out from the gaps between the gray fingers. Fu Yan exploded, but Fu Yan was not dead. The blood was attached to the energy and swirled upwards, transforming into a new form. Lying on the palm of the big hand, Fu Yan stroked the energy hand, as if stroking her closest lover, and murmured, Submit to me. Submit to me. Become me. A terrible aura gradually spread from Fu Yan's body, and her face was cracking. She began to chant skills. The three people below all had different faces and sighed. It's hard to fight, Lin said with a headache. This is his strongest physical killer move. I have tried this method, but his vitality is too strong, and our magic can't keep fighting for a long time. Elena sighed. There is a way, Su Bei said in a deep voice. This effect revealed two messages. Fu Yan does not eat rules or order, but will eat the most basic physical magic and basic physical skills. But Fu Yan's vitality is extremely strong, equivalent to the abyss biphasic, almost immortal, and can recover no matter how many times she dies. Can we fight? How to fight? Elena stared at Su Bei. Lin shook her head silently, tugged at Su Bei's collar, and poked Elena with her index finger. He can't die for a while. Let's run first. This is a good idea. This is not. Elena clenched her fists. Lin smiled. This is possible. Don't argue. Su Bei interrupted. He just heard the call from the depths of his soul. That was Luminara voice. She woke up and looked in good condition. At least she was not dead. You said? Su Bei thought. Use swordsmanship. Luminara voice sounded, full of calmness. Swordsmanship and swordsmanship have never withdrawn from the mainstream skills in the world. Su Bei nodded. His swordsmanship is very good, and he holds the holy sword and a world art in his hand. So it might be worth a try. But the perfection of the holy sword is far weaker than the magic sword. And Su Bei is not very good at using the brave skills. I help, Luminara said lightly. Your female form is very beautiful. This is not a good thing for Su Bei. What do you mean? Su Bei paused and said with a headache. I will control the female form. Luminaris smiled slightly. I can help. With a direction. Su Bei began to patch and fill, adding ideas in this direction. I can't resist the Dark Order. The Order authority in me is too weak. I have a way to do this. Elena suddenly spoke. Light and darkness coexist and restrain each other. My power of order is stronger than his, and can stop all darkness for you. My power is too ordinary. I need. Su Bei continued to speak, but saw Lin holding the blade of the holy sword. This sword was born to eat the blood of gods. Lin said calmly. The 5-minute god descent is almost half over, and I can't influence the battle situation if I stay. I will use my last authority to enchant the holy sword and provide you with a buff. Lin's body began to become illusory, and her palm became more solid. The strength of her whole body turned into a drop of blood, dripping onto the tip of the holy sword. Uncle, relax your mind and let Lin in. Please use this power well. Su Bei dispersed all his thoughts. Holy sword enchanted. Note that the holy sword eats the blood of death, and has temporarily produced unknown changes. Note that the holy sword is enchanted with the death feature, which means that it will die if touched. All the substances it touches will die in an instant. This is the power of order. Note that the holy sword is enchanted with the death skill, and the soul of the unit killed by the holy sword belongs to death, and will become the private property of the goddess of death. Note that the holy sword is enchanted with the power of death. If you die while holding this weapon, all your body, soul and spirit will belong to the kingdom of death and the goddess of death. You are marked as the prey of death. Note that your body is filled with the order of death. You have fallen into a state of imminent death and cannot die again. Note that all your attributes are raised to the level of the favored god of the order of death. Note that this state is enough to last for half an hour. Reminder: you are already dead, and the goddess of death can take back this power at any time, or even reclaim you. You belong to death. Su Bei died, but not dead. This explosive state stacked Su Bei's spirit and state, reaching a peak he had never reached before. This feels good? Su Bei slowly, exhaled. At this time, Fu Yan's chanting ended. No matter who you are, alive or dead, when you hear this, you will fall into endless darkness and can no longer escape. You will completely submit to me and bow down at my skirt. The dark magic skill was activated, and Fu Yan judged the entire chaotic sea, which included the Lilizi. Reject? Elena pointed out. And the order she used was exactly the same as Furin's, without any difference. There was no deviation. She knew darkness too well, just like she knew herself. Light and darkness each occupied half of the world, and annihilated at the same time. Elena easily blocked this magical skill. Even if you are the master of order, or the spark of civilization, the writer of history, as long as you have seen darkness, you will be my slave. Reject? Elena pointed out again, forcibly interrupting. I am the master of darkness, the incarnation of the abyss. I reject? Elena pointed out again. Flynn was stunned and said angrily, I am really going to be angry. Don't you know how to use your own magic skills? Reject? Elena pointed out subconsciously. But she was stunned for a while when she saw no order. He was too serious just now, concentrating on the fight against order. Only now did he realize that Flynn was not chanting and casting a spell. Okay. Reject it too, Elena said calmly. Fu Yan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Her order level was only quasi-god, but Elena was a false god. It happened that light and darkness complemented each other, causing all his orders to end up the same as Elena. Elena only needed to construct the same order to easily offset his divine skills. This made Fu Yan very annoyed. Fu Yan planned to rely on brute force. She was the strangeness of the abyss, a humanoid weapon that could kill all orders with her flesh. Fu Yan rushed towards Elena fiercely. Her face suddenly cracked, and the man and woman screamed enchanted. Die! The sound waves rang out, making Elena pale, and she quickly stepped back. I can't refute this. I refute your mother, Fu Yan screamed. It's my turn. Elena stepped back, revealing Su Bei, who was eager to try and ready to go. He was Su Bei. He was not just Su Bei. Su Bei held the holy sword and smiled softly. Chapter 526 Fighting Side by Side. As the gender-changing rings on his fingertips were constantly removed, Su Bei easily avoided the terrifying killing moves of the abyss by phasing. And as his gender switched, Su Bei had two completely different temperaments. One was naturally Su Bei. There was no doubt about that. And the temperament of the other made Elena feel as if she saw an extremely familiar partner. Elena suddenly smiled and shot all the other half of the soul that had been hidden in her hand for a long time into Su Bei's body. Leaned close to Su Bei's ear and gently called, "You're awake. Don't expose your existence. You can't be discovered by anyone. After this crisis is over, I will take you away." The female minister Su Bei nodded and smiled. Her eyes seemed to contain the sea of stars and everything. He is Su Bei. She is Luminara. Su Bei moved. After taking off the gender-changing ring. During this period, he raised his sword to seamlessly resist Fu Yan's brutal collision. His body, which was blessed and strengthened by the god Lin, was enough to withstand the strange and terrifying brute force of the abyss. But he could withstand it. But he couldn't win. As time went by, Su Bei's arm strength gradually became exhausted. So he immersed himself in the mind, devoted himself to the use of the same frequency, and constantly looked for the weak points of Fu Yan's strength. He took a defensive posture of defeating the strong with the weak, and perfectly disintegrated Fu Yan's strongest initial attack. As the power gradually weakened, Fu Yan's face cracked, and the female figure opened her mouth slightly anxiously, roaring at Su Bei sharply. "Kneel down!" Seizing this opportunity, Su Bei put on the gender-changing ring. At this moment, something happened that Fu Yan could not understand and could not believe. Su Bei's swordsmanship style has changed. It's not a small change, but a very obvious difference. He suddenly changed from a watertight defensive posture to a terrifying offensive sword technique that was open and closed. Just for the ultimate fight, Su Bei swung away Fu Yan's fist with a sword, and continued to bear the little remaining power of Fu Yan, and stabbed Fu Yan's heart with a sword. Secret technique, Chanong. Su Bei's lips moved slightly, and the sword edge of the holy sword suddenly trembled. The sword edge seemed to become an inch, and a rainbow-like silhouette continued to emerge from the sword edge as it swung through the space. And the process of swinging and slashing presented red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. 7 colors. When the sword hit Fu Yan, the 7 colors merged into one, and 7 different slashes were made at the same time. Ka 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 ka. 7 muffled sounds of varying severity rang out from Fu Yan's body, and she was thrown out, her head and feet rolling back and forth on the sea surface, creating waves that spread out 10 miles away. This power is amazing. If I had this kind of power, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone, the female Su Bei murmured, and suddenly smiled slightly. Does this look like skipping stones? Elena paused. A little bit. The closer I get to you, the more I can feel my former powerlessness. Female Su Bei raised the holy sword, looked at this old partner, and sighed bitterly. How can humans fight against such a terrifying life form? The gap is too big. What is the purpose of our unshakable belief? If life is born to be calculated, then what is the meaning of living? Elena never answered. She is not human now. She is not suitable to answer such questions. The sea level began to tremble, and an extremely terrifying force was gathering under the ground. Fu Yan hid in the seabed and let out a sharp roar. It was a male voice. She found something fishy. To fight. Su Bei took off the gender-changing ring and raised the sword. Raised the sword. Raised it high. At this moment, Su Bei finally understood why the Valkyrie wanted to teach him sword skills. Until he met Fu Yan, Su Bei thought that the Valkyrie did it just to help him consolidate and learn the same frequency. Disassembling sword skills is a very profound and tedious project. And this is true for the same frequency. This is a very difficult challenge. As long as Su Bei can disassemble the replica sword skills, he can disassemble anything. But how can the god's every move be without deep meaning? The Valkyrie has long known that there is such a monster in the world that does not eat order and ignores rules. But he is still called the strongest god. Why? Because even if we only talk about basic skills and physical skills, he is still invincible. He never feared the abyss. And he left this inheritance to Su Bei. Each of these sword skills was not the best choice to fight against rules and order, and was almost completely forgotten by Su Bei in the corner of his memory, with few opportunities to use them. Fortunately, Su Bei did not forget them, but often reviewed and used them. Now is the time to taste the rewards, because these sword skills are clearly killer moves specially prepared to fight against the strangeness of the abyss. Sword skills. Bone breaking. He caught Fu Yan's movements. Fu Yan's power is quite terrifying. But her skills are too immature. Sword skills. Swallows return to the nest. Su Bei's 2 sword skills are worthy of thousands of tempers. And his skills and proficiency have long been stacked to the peak. Interesting. Fu Yan laughed and roared. Do you think this stupid toy can kill the abyss? Faced with this unfamiliar skill, Fu Yan showed no fear. She suddenly accelerated and stopped using the ineffective abyss characteristic male and female screams, choosing to arrest Su Bei in the most labor-saving way. This is like a cat catching a mouse. Although it is troublesome, it is not difficult. And there is no danger at all. Crack. Fu Yan was stabbed in the chest. Her eyes condensed. And she took the sword with all her strength, stretched out her right hand, and grabbed the sword directly. Clang. Fu Yan grabbed nothing. Her eyes were full of confusion, and she lowered her head slightly. I saw that the sword light that fell on Fu Yan's chest had not dissipated, and her back was suddenly broken. And then the bloody sword edge was exposed at the wound on her chest. This is a sword skill that can appear in both the front and back. But the changes are not over yet. Su Bei's finishing skills are not strong, because his sword skills are acquired later in life. Although the combination changes are numerous, they are very limited. But Luminera is different. She is so good at finishing. The sword skill she knows can be written from Fu Yan's feet to her forehead with a pencil. At this moment, Su Bei has put on the gender-changing ring. Secret skills? Hidden clouds. The hilt of the sword twisted. Su Bei's wrist rotated flexibly, and the tip of the sword suddenly exploded, like a cloud spreading, hiding all the killer moves. Squeak. Fleen's chest was cut open, revealing the hot heart inside. The abyss has no heart. That's Fu Lin's heart. Luminera seized this moment, twisted the hilt of the sword with her wrist, and rushed towards the heart. Fleen reached out, grabbed the hilt through her chest, and smiled slightly. You're anxious. You're really anxious. Female Su Bei smiled and suddenly took off the gender-changing ring. Can you stop laughing all the time? Su Bei sighed, then stared at Fu Lin's profile and said lightly, have you ever felt the sword skill starting from 0 frame? What? Fu Yan replied subconsciously. This is Su Bei's most commonly used sword skill. Not only because it is fast and fierce, and has great power, but also because this sword is completely opposite to Su Bei's fighting mode. This sword is too fast and aggressive. Sword skill. Shocking waves. Soon, Fu Yan knew what Su Bei meant by the language. The sound came only after the sword skill arrived. Fu Yan backhanded a palm, and her not-so-big arm hit Su Bei's head hard, shaking out layers of ripples. This is the God-given blessing barrier left by Lin. At the same time, Fu Yan's entire heart was blown away by Su Bei's sword, and she didn't even have time to change her expression. Elena! Catch it! Su Bei roared, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, his eyes calm and unwavering. Elena responded and started. Her body turned into a beam of light, shooting straight towards the heart, her right hand hooked. At this moment, Fu Yan laughed. Ha-ha. Ha-ha. Fu Yan's body suddenly split open, and a huge palace emerged from the ground. And the boundless darkness occupied the entire sky and the entire sea. There was no light in the sky or on the ground, and everyone lost their color. This was the Hall of Heroes. It was also the Kingdom of Darkness. Fu Yan, who was in the Kingdom of the Gods, was a false god and a god on earth. The light was swallowed by darkness. Interesting. Very interesting. Countless buds grew wildly on Fu Yan's chest, firmly grasping the heart that was blown away, pulling it back. Countless past heroes were invited to fight, and surrounded Su Bei and others. The strength of these heroes varied, ranging from awakened ones to quasi-gods. But each of them has the Dark Order, Divine Skill, Darkness Walk technique. Su Bei's movements froze. Inside him, Luminera sighed heavily, eyes full of solemnity. It was just a little bit. What a pity. Su Bei shook his head and said calmly, there has never been anything close. Lumina was stunned. She was in Su Bei's soul, but she never felt Su Bei's fear or pity. Not even a trace of extra emotion. This means that Su Bei has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. It means that he has faced similar situations countless times. This is a very scary thing, because Su Bei has lived to this day. This means that Su Bei has experienced all the reversals that are enough to make people despair. But he has never given up or compromised. Even at this moment. Why does he do that? Chapter 527 Pure Luminera. Actually, I just wanted to give you the Abyss as a New Year's gift. Elena sighed, looking at the endless darkness, and had a headache for a while. I never thought that he had evolved. Can you take it back? Su Bei sighed, stepped back a few dozen steps, and swept away the heroic spirits around him with his sword. Don't say that. Elena opened her hands to embrace the holy light, and said seriously, hold on for 10 minutes. I will take you out of here. Tell me your destination. Fantasy. Su Bei nodded calmly. Then he said to himself, are you scared? He was asking Luminara. It's hard, but I'm never scared. Luminara replied softly. I'm Luminara. Su Bei nodded. Actually, you can go back first. More and more heroic spirits are emerging, and the boundless darkness encompasses the sky. These heroic spirits are entrenched in it, like parasites living between heaven and earth, absorbing all the order that is different from the darkness. And these absorbed powers are constantly replenishing Fu Yin, gradually perfecting the power of order in him. His aura is gradually rising, as if there is no end and limit, and he is moving step by step towards the realm of pseudo-god, and starting to compete with the goddess of night for power. Heavy pressure is coming. I want to try, Luminara suddenly said. Su Bei said seriously. This will be much different, Luminara repeated. Let me try. Su Bei is not the only one who challenges across levels. Luminara is also very experienced in this. Even if it is a real god, I have never been so close to the truth. If I don't fight it myself, I will regret it. Luminara's tone was slightly lowered, mixed with some negotiating tone. I owe you one. Let me try. This is Su Bei's body. If this body belonged to Luminara, she would have taken up the sword and killed it in the sky, and began to squander her own power. Rather than feeling the gap deeply, Luminara was more afraid of not recognizing the gap. She just wanted to experience the battle of the quasi-god level in person. She never flinched from fighting. This gap may make you collapse. Su Bei made an objective evaluation. Luminara smiled. Do you look down on me? Su Bei shook his head, stopped trying to dissuade her, and gave up control of his body. This was a novel experience for Su Bei. He watched himself fight in his body, using a completely different fighting method from his own. And this was 100 benefits for Su Bei, with no harm. Su Bei's body would remember all the moves that Luminara had used. Buzz. The holy sword was unsheathed. Countless stars surrounded Luminara, illuminating the road ahead. But the starlight was as faint as a firefly in the endless darkness, as if it could be blown away in one breath. The starlight never died out, but instead grew stronger with the help of the wind. Luminara pulled. She raised her sword and rushed towards Valhalla with all her strength, leaving no room for her, venting all her anger and unwillingness. If this is a god, then you all deserve to die. Clang. A sword cut through the space, shredded the darkness in front of him, and moved forward without hesitation, chopping off thousands of heroic spirits in his lifetime. Luminara's sword skills were superb, and with the blessing of the death blessing and various powers, she was not afraid of any quasi-god. At this time, a little blood mist appeared in a corner of the darkness. And there, a two-legged bat stood on the sea level with a calm expression. The blood ancestor has arrived. He had not left, and had been waiting for Su Bei to leave the kingdom of death. The wait was long, but time had long lost its meaning to the gods, and he had waited for countless years. Only the result is meaningful. His purpose in life has always been clear. He wants the world's art, and he also wants Elena. Luminara felt full of pressure. This pressure is enough to crush anyone. Even Luminara began to look ahead and behind, fearing that she would be attacked from both sides, causing a chain reaction to Su Bei's future arrangements. Su Bei's eyes were calm, and he responded calmly, The Luminara, I know, will not hesitate. As you wish. Luminara smiled. Luminara rushed into the heroes, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and moved forward without hesitation. At the same time, Su Bei fell into a long thought, just because a voice sounded in his mind. Do you have to go? If you don't go, Lin can protect you. Li Lizi's voice suddenly sounded in Su Bei's mind. This voice resounded in the depths of his soul, and talked to Su Bei. Go. Su Bei said lightly. Is it okay if I don't go? Li Lizi asked again. Su Bei was stunned. It was Li Lizi who asked Su Bei to go to Jinsokyo before, and it was still Li Lizi who didn't let Su Bei go now. Maybe Li Lizi is also worried. Su Bei knew that going to Jinsokyo would be dangerous. Freedom and Blood Ancestor would not let him go. Fate and luck are watching him. Emotions began to fade. And he was a fatal threat to Lin, who had a divine defect. Life had already revealed its traces. And since he was involved, it was impossible for him to disappear. Jinsokyo. That is the kingdom of the elemental gods. Light and darkness have already entered the scene. Wisdom is planning something. Secretly manipulating everything. Too many unknowns surrounded Su Bei. And every god was playing chess. Secretly pressing down the chips. Su Bei, who holds 2 incomplete world arts, has long become the most shining trigger under the gods. And is always watched by all gods. He is the most critical eye of the storm, which can easily roll up a terrifying storm. The slightest flaw will trigger the beginning of the 4th War of Gods. This will not be a good decision. But Su Bei still wants to go. He wants an answer. This answer must be enough to solve all his doubts. Answer the doubts about the end of the world, the reasons for the War of Gods, and all the secrets covered by history. Su Bei has accumulated a lot of chips. So he will not die easily. At least he will not die halfway. Whoever makes a move first will lose the initiative, and will face countless gods hiding in the dark at the same time. Freedom and Blood Ancestor are good examples. But he will definitely not be able to enter Jinsokyo, because it is the kingdom of elements, the territory of the god. In Jinsokyo, all gods will not be opponents of the elements. At that time, even if the gods waiting in the dark are unwilling to make a move, they will definitely make a move by force, competing to snatch Su Bei and master the art of the 2 worlds. That was the most dangerous time. Apart from the danger at that time, the remaining time is now. Su Bei narrowed his eyes and looked at the Hall of Heroes, and responded to Li Lizi with great determination. I believe you. You have to believe me too. What? Luminara frowned. Su Bei sighed and responded. You fight yours. Luminara was holding a sword and fighting with 2 quasi-god spirits. With his terrible combat instinct, he could avoid most of the order attacks. He seized the opportunity to backhand a sword and swung out the vast stars. This star carries the order of death, enough to send the heroic spirits to the afterlife. She is adapting to the order. She has understood the order. The power of order is too overbearing. It can forcibly change any rules and make its own principles. This is the power of God. It is also the shackles on her and all living beings. Cognitive impairment is constructed by an extremely large order, without giving Luminara too much time to adapt. Furin came brazenly. At this moment, Furin is in her complete form. In the Hall of Heroes. His power is too terrifying. As Fu Yin's breath approached, Luminara felt heavy pressure. Full pressure. Far beyond everything Luminara had experienced. At this moment, the pressure was concrete. The first problem was Luminara partial perception. The Dark Order was depriving Su Bei of his vision. Luminara frowned and looked around blankly. Her eyes lost their pupils, leaving only white. The sudden blindness made her feel a little uncomfortable. Fu Yin came and her face was torn apart. The man and woman opened their bloody mouths at the same time, surrounded Su Bei from the left and right, and swallowed him in one gulp. Luminara closed her eyes peacefully, smiled, and raised her sword. Clang. Stopped. Although Luminara vision disappeared, and she could not see any information, she was still able to identify Furin's movements based on the sound of the wind and the movement. Luminara body flew backwards. Her arms trembled slightly, and the Dark Order was still deepening its control. But being able to catch it does not mean being able to block it. Furin's attacks were superimposed. One palm, one punch, one bite, one knee strike, and one roar. Countless attacks fell like raindrops, covering Luminara body. Physical damage is secondary. The constantly released Dark Order is the most terrible shackle. With each collision, Luminara perception is getting worse and worse. First the vision, then the hearing and touch. Soon Luminara lost all her perception. Die! Flynn shouted with laughter. The last palm fell, and Luminara fell straight down. But she even lost the feeling of weightlessness when falling. Boom! With a sound, Luminara fell to the bottom of the sea, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. And several past memories emerged in her mind. These memories gradually became clear at this moment, as if they were yesterday. The gap is too big. There is no way to resist it. If you use the eye of truth to observe, you can see that Su Bei is covered with dense debuffs, each of which is depriving and absorbing the various powers in Su Bei, transforming them into dark nutrients and integrating them into this world. She is as naive as a young lowly who has just started out. Luminera recalled her childhood days when she used to swing her sword one by one. She was also so naive at that time, waving the wooden sword in her hand in the cold winter, and never letting go despite the biting cold wind. At the age of 5, she could compete with the Imperial soldiers. At the age of 8, she was able to defeat all the guards of Duz. At the age of 11, she entered the first level, leading all her peers and becoming the most talked about genius swordsman. From then on, Luminera life experience can only be described as luxurious. At the age of 12, she reached the second level, and at the age of 14, she reached the third level. In order to better understand swordsmanship and sword skills, she suppressed her realm to the third level. At the age of 15, she had mastered all kinds of skills and was able to fight all over the entire Duz imperial capital. After that, Luminera settled down for a year and entered the magic tower at the age of 16. She passed all the levels and won the recognition of 20 gods and became a brave warrior. After that, she encountered Su Bei in the wilds of Duz and suffered a slight defeat, which started her road to rapid promotion. But she was only 15 or 16 years old at that time. How could she beat the old and slippery god? And Su Bei, who had countless backers. So Luminera was frozen at the age of 18. And stayed at this age forever. She didn't even catch up with the new year of 19. Throughout her life, Luminera only wanted to believe in the sword in her hand and her own beliefs, and only cared about believing in the sword in her hand. She was so boring, but so pure. There was nothing else in his eyes. After many twists and turns, everything seemed like yesterday. But Luminera faith had not changed. She had never given up the holy sword in her hand. The holy sword wailed and suddenly lit up. At this moment, Su Bei finally understood the key to unlock this world art. Unlike the magic sword, which needed the blessing of magic weapons, what the holy sword needed was pure faith. No wonder Su Bei had never really unlocked this world art. He had been thinking from beginning to end, but his thoughts had never been clear, and his faith was messy and muddled. No one is more suitable for this sword than Luminera. Even if Su Bei becomes a hero, he cannot replace Luminera. She is too pure, and yearns for the truth and world peace more than anyone else. Because she is Luminera. A faint light emerges. It is the stars, hidden behind the clouds, spread across the sky, and looming in the dark sky. At this moment, Su Bei is still in female form, and the trend of falling to the bottom of the sea has not stopped. He looks solemn but not panicked, and raises the holy sword towards the boundless darkness. She lost all consciousness. She didn't know what she was doing, but she knew she had a sword in her hand. This was enough. The stars were rioting. The space was collapsing, and water columns were rising from the sea level. Incredible pressure was pouring back. Freedom, who had been hidden for a long time, looked at the bottom of the sea, in doubt. His sight hovered over Fulian and Elena for a long time, and finally looked at the bottomless sea. "Will this affect you?" Luminera shouted loudly at the bottom of the sea, fearing that Su Bei couldn't hear clearly. "What if it does?" Su Bei asked doubtfully. Luminera smiled calmly. "I won't cut it." Su Bei nodded. "No." Luminera smiled, but sighed. "I owe you a big favor." Similar to Jasmine, Luminera, a demigod, has the power to see through people's hearts. How could it be impossible for Su Bei not to be affected by such waste of power? But Luminera was unwilling to accept it. If you hear it in the morning, you can die in the evening. Since she saw it, how could she willingly give up the possibility of confrontation? Luminera controlled Su Bei's body and swung the sword with all her strength. Secret technique. Star explosion. Log into Su Bei's account from another place. With the order of death. Half a step into the ranks of quasi-gods, and master several powers. Luminera is no longer the stupid brave warrior who didn't understand the essence of power and was just starting out. She is very strong now. Not only did she inherit Su Bei's wisdom and authority, she could release skills without chanting, and she also had several orders to bless her, adding more changes to this world technique. This would be the sword that Luminera could use. The one she was most satisfied with so far. She swung out half a star. So this was Luminera world technique. A star was a complete world. Half a star was enough to crush any kingdom of God. She would cut off the darkness and abolish all order. The dazzling stars illuminated the boundless darkness, cut through tens of thousands of heroic spirits and bodies, and exploded with brilliant starlight. This scene was like a galaxy on Earth, swiping out a wide expanse. Starlight dots floated in the air. The Hall of Heroes was torn apart by this sword. A corner of the sky was torn apart, revealing the blue palace behind it. The wind was light, and the clouds were light. There was silence for a long time. Even Fu Lian was stunned. Su Bei sighed. You are always like this, leaving no room for yourself. You don't leave any room for me either. His power was wasted. Except for the death blessing, which had a time limit. There was nothing left that could be consumed. The various orders that were suppressed before began to spread, and various shackles were tied to Su Bei's body, constantly restraining him. Luminara smiled but didn't argue. Instead, she nodded very seriously. Thank you. It's a pity that I couldn't do it, but I have come to a conclusion. Why? Su Bei was curious. Luminara said every word with infinite pride. They are afraid of me, so they tied me up. Su Bei wanted to laugh when he heard it, not knowing whether he resonated with her or laughed at her high aspirations. I can only say that she is worthy of being Luminara. Luminara fainted again after coming to a conclusion, and completely handed over the control of her body. Just as Su Bei said, she didn't leave herself any room. Su Bei took 2 steps back, stamped his feet, and instantly stood beside Elena. His expression indifferent. He calmly sheathed the holy sword inside. At this moment, the sky and the ground were randomly divided into several pieces, and the whole space seemed to be wrapped in a black triangle of lace. Some darkness lingered for a long time, and the stars still had afterglow, and the blue sky became the background. Su Bei was exhausted, and even breathing became particularly difficult, and his eyes were rarely clear. Feeling the overly sticky air, Su Bei realized that the Dark Order still remained and was slowly being repaired. But the Hall of Heroes had been taken away by Fu Lian. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. At this moment, the only light was staying next to Su Bei. Elena was under a lot of pressure. Are you not under pressure? Elena said solemnly. The light is more intense and more domineering, but the darkness is very difficult to deal with. The longer we stay here, the more order power will be attached to us. Indeed, Su Bei received the reminder from the Holy Sword. Attention! You have been trapped in the Dark Order. Endless. The longer you stay in this state, the easier it is for you to succumb to the darkness. Until you become a slave of the darkness and become its follower, you are powerless to resist. And the blessing of death only has 40 minutes left. This is not to kill Su Bei, but to assimilate Su Bei. The order of death is not a secret to Fu Lian, and the gods have other means to avoid death and achieve their own goals. The reason why Fu Lian did this was because she discovered the existence of Luminara. He wants to keep these 2 secrets for himself. Fu Lian is trying to seize Su Bei's ownership right under Lin's nose. Order is really overbearing. Su Bei murmured. You have spent a lot of energy. Retreat first, Elena said calmly. Leave this to me. Will you die? Su Bei was curious. It's just a pure collision of order. I'm not afraid of anyone. Elena hesitated for a moment and shook her head. And it's hard for me to die. Su Bei asked in confusion. But you were chased and beaten by Fu Lian and beaten all the way back to the Chaos Sea. There is no difference between now and then. And you are still chanting magic. So you can only take the beating. Right? Su Bei didn't quite understand. Because Elena now looks no different from RBQ, who can only take the beating. In fact, it is true. But it is too unpleasant for Su Bei to say it. Elena's face darkened. Do you have to talk? You are already a useless person. Why should you help? Although he said so, Su Bei still had a backup plan. Let's rely on this. As he said this, Su Bei reached inside his windbreaker and grasped something. He then put away the holy sword and took something out of his windbreaker. Under Elena's puzzled gaze, he slowly took out an oversized sickle. Heh, ha ha ha. Elena smiled and shook her head. Sickle? You never use a sickle. This doesn't improve your combat power at all. Su Bei nodded. Indeed. I don't like to use it, and I don't know how to use it, but it's very useful. Hearing this, Elena frowned. So what are you going to do now? Weeding? Such a big sickle can indeed allow you to cut more heroes. But the Hall of Heroes has been taken back. Elena did not recognize the burial of Eternal Night. It was 30,000 years ago that he met this sickle. The artifact has the characteristic of being one with light and dust, and it does not easily reveal its power. The burial of Eternal Night without emitting power looks no different from a farm tool for mowing. But Elena soon understood. The order of death on Su Bei's body is resonating with the buried Eternal Night. This temperament is unique and significant. There is only one of it in the world. The whole area began to fade and die. Elena opened her lips slightly and said in disbelief, "You must have saved the world in your previous life. This trait is too obvious. She can recognize it as soon as it appears. That's why she is full of emotion. This is the main weapon of the goddess of death. Its status and strength are very terrifying. Not inferior to the main weapon of the goddess of darkness. Who knows?" Subei nodded absent-mindedly, looking down at the buried eternal night. This was something Lin forced on him, saying that it would be useful when he descended. Now it seems more like a talisman for Subei, although it is shameless to rely on women, and even more incompetent to rely on Lolita. Subei can only do so at this moment. Elena sighed. In this way, the pressure on the side of death will be full. Subei has the buried eternal night in his hand, which means that Lin has temporarily lost the buried eternal night. This has a big impact on Lin. Divinity has fatal flaws, and there is no artifact to protect it. The combination of the two will cause Lin to be completely restrained by a certain god, and it will be difficult to resist the other party's characteristics. Subei nodded, raised the sickle, and all the death orders on his body erupted together, and the gray order gushed out, gradually changing the venue. Replace the dark order here. The debuff on him was erased. Subei stared at Fulian, who seemed to have lost all means, with a calm expression, and said lightly, "You still love to show off, and don't bother others easily. You can't become a god like this." Elena was silent, just exerting her strength to complete the light skill she had been chanting for a long time. The chanting ended. A light path appeared under the bottom of the Ririko, connecting the two sides of the sea. The Ririko was gradually turning into light. With a sound of whoosh, the Ririko disappeared. It will travel with the light and go straight to Jinsokyo. This is a divine skill. At the same time, it is also the clarion call for the war between gods, and the prelude to the end of the gods. Chapter 528 Luck and Destiny. Hee hee. Where do you want to go? Pleen laughed and suddenly stood at the bow of the Releasy, pressing down with one hand, intending to hold down the entire ship with brute force. As long as I'm here, you can go whoosh whoosh everywhere. Elena's magic skill was activated successfully. Pleen's eyes suddenly widened, and the wind rushed into her slightly open lips, instantly filling up a whole thick holy light. Roughly filled. Well, bang. With a sound, Pleen's whole body was pushed up by the Releasy, and the wind poured back into her lips, making a big windmill sound. Whoosh. The scream of spinning. He is not immune to physical damage. The Ririko is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, its hull penetrates the entire chaotic sea area and reaches the entrance of Jinsokyo. It will enter it soon. Is there anyone talking outside the ship? Subei asked in confusion. Elena shook her head. Impossible. I am carrying the entire Ririko with holy light. We are moving at superluminal speed at this moment. There is a large displacement outside the ship every moment. How could there be any sound outside? It sounds safe. Subei pondered for a moment. So no one can stop us. Humans can't stop us. Elena sighed. It's just superluminal speed. Light is like a naked dancer to gods. There is no secret at all. We are here. This is the entrance to Jinsokyo. The Ririko is extremely fast. It only took a few minutes to cross the entire Chaos Sea. Hearing this, Subei grasped the holy sword. Get ready. Whether to flee or fight depends on how many allies you have. Elena sighed. Subei nodded without saying anything. What Subei expected happened. The space in front of him changed strangely. The first person to die was not Freedom or Blood Ancestor. Countless spatial turbulence suddenly appeared in front of the Lilizi ship, and more than 10 foreseeable horror scenes appeared in front of Subei. Each one was enough to drag Subei into an unpredictable desperate situation. Warning. You have been hit by the Doom skill. The Freezing Luck. You will never be able to achieve your wishes, and you will not be able to complete any purposeful actions. The judgment time is 5 minutes. Warning. You have been hit by the divine skill of fate, and your fate is fixed. If you follow the predetermined route, your future will be judged to be certain death, and the judgment time is 5 minutes. It turns out that the entrance to Jinsokyo has long been filled with order. As long as the Releasy dares to continue moving forward at this speed, the entire ship will be easily torn into pieces by the space turbulence. Break. Subei shouted. Holy light stops. Elena frowned. It's lucky. If it was him, we couldn't escape. No one can achieve their dreams in front of him. And fate. Su Bei sighed. They have always been in the same boat. Elena sighed. No one is closer than them. What should we do? Su Bei sighed. Elena thought seriously. It's best not to move. With their combined power, you may fall to death if you take a step. Su Bei frowned. I can be killed even if I have the blessing of death? There are too many things in the world that are more terrifying than death. Otherwise the X would not have died. Elena glanced sideways. No one knows where the end of these space turbulences is. And it may even be the kingdom of God between them. Normally, it's okay. Most situations don't affect you and me. But at this moment, luck won't favor you and me. This is a complete order. How did they do it? Su Bei sighed in confusion. 5 minutes. This skill only lasts 5 minutes. The order they created is not complete. Elena nodded. Then we wait 5 minutes. The two of them can't descend completely. What if some gods descend? Su Bei asked. Have you forgotten what sea area this is? Elena sighed. If you dare to come, just call someone. Anyway, he will do everything for you. And may even give you luck and destiny. Elena suddenly added. They were very cute when they were young. You would like them. Elena knew Su Bei very early and understood Su Bei's sexual preferences very well. You are really sick, Su Bei said coldly. Elena sneered and said nothing. The Realizy docked. Schwa. A hand suddenly stretched out from the bow. I saw Fu Lian, covered in dirt, trembling and slowly climbing onto the Realizy, with a gloomy face, screaming, You are looking for death. Elena and Su Bei were motionless, with indifferent expressions. They didn't dare to move. Now the whole ship will be in bad luck. And it is impossible to get what you want. Su Bei turned his head and asked in confusion. What is the difference between Jinsokyo and other continents? Bang. A sound. Fu Lian jumped onto the ground and rushed toward Su Bei and Elena at high speed. Elena subconsciously turned her head to avoid it, but suddenly stopped. He couldn't move now. Elena forced herself to tense her body and responded. Fantasy Township is the first kingdom of God to be invaded by the evil god from outside the domain. The goddess of elements is the first innate god to die. Hee. A parting gift before death. A bit interesting. Fu Lian paused again. Her eyes revealed unspeakable fear. Her body was cut and shattered by the space cracks, and was swept into countless space turbulences piece by piece. I will definitely come back. The voice drifted away in the blink of an eye, leaving only the echo. Sweat broke out on Elena's forehead, but she didn't dare to wipe it off. The power of order here is too terrifying, and any movement will cause bad luck. Su Bei didn't show too much emotion because of this picture, but closed his eyes and thought about the answer given by Elena. Frowning. So? What is the special place in Jinsokyo? Elena said calmly. It is the habitat of the world tree, the birthplace of the original continent, and can carry all complete gods. Su Bei was stunned. His eyes widened. You mean, gods can descend there? That's what I said. Elena suddenly changed her tone, full of mockery, but throughout history, except for the war between gods, no god has ever descended to Jinsokyo. Only one element has lived there for a long time. Why? Su Bei was puzzled. Because every time a god descends to Jinsokyo, an anchor point will be established, which will break the barrier of Jinsokyo. Enough for an evil god from outside the domain to climb through the world technique and invade Jinsokyo. Elena said coldly. During the 3 wars of gods, at least more than 30 gods from outside the domain invaded the original continent and hid in the original continent. Once too many gods descended, the number of gods from outside the domain exceeded that of local gods, and they were unwilling to fight against the evil gods from outside the domain. Hee. That would be a real disaster. Elena stopped talking and murmured. So, that's why I did that before. Su Bei fell into deep thought. This news was mixed for him. The gods dare not descend. This means that Jinsokyo will be a natural shelter for him, and he doesn't even have to worry about encountering some gods who have descended. But the gods can descend at any time. This means that they can pay a price and descend with full divine power to forcibly arrest Su Bei. At this time, in the turbulent space, countless fragments of the abyss squeezed out of the cracks bit by bit, and slowly closed in front of Elena and Su Bei. Fu Lian is back. His breath was disordered and he looked very damaged. But he didn't have any injuries left. Oh my god! Flynn was torn into tens of thousands of pieces. But she was able to find all the pieces in such a short time. That's tens of thousands of continents. And each continent has at least one quasi-god. Su Bei was surprised. You are so tenacious. The abyss is strange. Can you do it? Elena shook her head. No. Once my soul is diluted too much. I can't even beat transcendence. I can't take care of tens of thousands of cells at the same time. Elena and Su Bei still didn't move. Hee hee. Fulian laughed fiercely. Ha ha. So you are the losers. Fulian panted and walked towards Su Bei and others step by step. Her eyes red and full of murderous intent. Only the abyss is the final destination of evolution. Wait. Fulian took an unsteady step and suddenly slipped into the space wormhole. Her eyes showed more obvious fear. At the end of the wormhole, there was a breath that could annihilate everything. Wait. No. Where is this? Ah. Why am I so unlucky? Su Bei was stunned for a moment and swallowed his saliva. Where is that? I feel that death cannot exist there. The deepest part of hell. Elena closed her mouth, as if she thought of something extremely terrifying and kept silent. Have you seen the magic skill of death? Su Bei thought of the final version of the black hand used by Lin, and nodded thoughtfully. The destination of that powerful grabbing magic skill is the deepest part of hell. What is there? I don't know. Elena shook her head. The original continent has a longer lifespan than the gods. But some places appeared earlier than the original continent. They are as old as the world tree. And I don't know how many years they have survived. More terrifying than the gods? Su Bei was stunned. No. It's the unknown. Elena shook her head. The unknown is more terrifying. Are there many such places? Su Bei asked. Very few. Elena said without hesitation. The end of the world tree. The end of the abyss. The end of hell. And the most mysterious outer domain. So what is the end of the sky? Su Bei suddenly asked. Elena was stunned and shook her head. The sky has no end. The end known to humans is the stars in the boundless sky. But that's not the end. That's the kingdom of God where countless gods live. That's all. Su Bei was silent. 5 minutes have passed. Chapter 529, Fighting with Freedom. Let's go! Su Bei nodded calmly. Order is over. Elena looked sideways. Are you sure? Su Bei patted the holy sword on his waist. It's more useful than you think. I still don't know what the effect of the complete world art is. But it can distinguish any order effect. The magic sword has a similar effect. What a terrible power. Elena sighed. Intelligence is particularly important for the battle between gods. Even I envy this effect. You can use it. Su Bei suddenly raised his hand and handed the holy sword to Elena. If you can use it, the holy sword is more useful in Elena's hands than in Su Bei's. This will increase the group's immediate combat power. Elena looked straight at Su Bei. A little hesitant. Is this action mostly a test? Or a true expression of feelings? Elena was stunned. Glanced at Su Bei. Waved her hand and turned her face away. He is not suitable for me. I once mastered the art of half a world. But I don't understand how to use it. Elena shook her head. Elena chanted the magic skill again. Once? Su Bei was curious. Then I lost it. Elena sighed. Although she said so. Elena didn't look regretful. The magic skill continued. But Elena stopped. Countless chains bound the really Z. Free to go. Again. Elena sighed and frowned. It's a matter of course. Su Bei nodded and asked sideways. Can you fight? I have to defend that one alone. I have a strong control over him now. Elena pointed at the blood ancestor who had been standing far away and explained. When I left, I regained some of my previous authority. Now I am not inferior to him in a one-on-one fight. Have you become a god? Su Bei asked. No. I have holy light above me. He refused to give up his position and beat me up last time. Elena shook her head. Then you have to practice. Su Bei nodded and looked at Freedom. Freedom looked very young, with colorful clothes and various colors graffiti on them. Even his hair was a special style with white gradient rainbow colors. Looks very free. Fortunately, the current Freedom is a soul body, and the power is extremely limited. Only 1% of the authority of the original body. Not much difference from the pseudo-god, but enough to suppress the quasi-god at will. Beating Su Bei is also a piece of cake. But he can fight. At least compared to facing the blood ancestor. Facing Freedom is much less stressful. Su Bei held the Burial Eternal Night in one hand and the holy sword in the other hand. His eyes were cold. You look very confident. Freedom squinted and chuckled. You look different from the Freedom I know. Subei responded calmly. The Freedom now is very different from the Freedom Subei encountered at the food festival. I was incomplete at that time. More human. And more playful. So I gave you a chance. As he said that, Freedom pointed out with a finger. Clean and neat. Without any temptation. I am God. Note that this finger contains the order of Freedom. And the order level tends to be complete. Each hit will deprive you of 1% of your body control. Once the control is less than 60%, your body will be completely out of your control. Subei dodged sideways, rushed forward, then jumped high, and slashed down with the sickle in his right hand, cutting out a death order. Touch it, and you will die. This is the power of death. During the swing, Subei said lightly, if becoming a god means losing all hobbies and emotions, I would think that you were cuter when I first met you. You were crazy at that time, but you were more like alive. Hee. Zio smiled. Sweet words are useless to me. Your method of capturing lowly is indeed terrifying. And the efficiency is shocking. Death, light, wisdom, even heroes and demons, and perhaps Valkyries, etc. But it's useless to me. Zio opened his hands, and his 10 fingers turned into 10 heavenly chains that could bind everything, blocking all of Subei's attack routes. The reason they were captured is because they are human beings, with 7 emotions and 6 desires. Love and hate. I don't have it. And I won't have it. The heaven's chains constantly attack Subei. And Subei blocked and retreated, not daring to be hit by the heaven's chains at all. There is no such thing as exchanging injuries for injuries in the battle at the quasi-god level. And everyone's order is unique. The direct injury is secondary. Subei seized the gap of the heaven's chains, threw out the holy sword with his left hand, and said calmly, you will have it. This angle is perfect. Clang. The heaven's chain circled in front of Freedom, like a smart python, easily blocking the sword. Zio laughed mockingly. Why would I have emotions? What emotions should I have? You be afraid, Subei said. Are you afraid of your unremarkable sword skills? Zio sneered. Or are you afraid of your embarrassed posture of running away after being beaten? Subei's body flashed, and the steps he used to step on Zio suddenly stopped at Zio's armpits, and he leaned over to cut horizontally with the sword. This is Zio's steps. Sword skills. Torrential rain. This is Audrey's sword skills. A sword skill with no blind spots. This move has never been used since Subei learned it, just to create an information gap. As long as the sword energy touches Freedom, it can add the order of death. This angle, this distance. It's perfect. You will be scared, Subei said lightly. When you are about to die. Rain hits the banana leaves. Clang, 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 clang. The collision sound that sounded at this moment was endless, and each sword collided between the chains of the heaven's lock. But there was still sword energy that could pass through the chains and hit the gap behind the heaven's lock. But Subei didn't feel like he had hit anything solid. That's right. Subei sighed. He was Freedom. How could he be hit so easily? Freedom stood in the void, leaned over and asked curiously, how do you know my steps? I learned it after watching, Subei said indifferently. I don't believe it. Freedom shook his head. Subei raised his head calmly. You can try. Freedom began to chant the magic skill. Subei started to chant at the same time. Freedom was stunned, paused, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly smiled. Then I won't try. Subei said nothing. The blessing of death on you will soon dissipate. And you can't hit me now. Zio calmly analyzed. You are no match for me if I fight you head-on. And you will definitely die if I delay. What else can you do? Subei concentrated and sighed. Really? He couldn't get close to Zio. Zio came and went without a trace. Not to mention that he had the indestructible artifact Heaven's Chain, and the divine characteristic that he could go to any place he wanted at any time. This is a strange god who has maxed out his proficiency in the escape skill tree. His killing skill is a percentage judgment control, which can be accumulated by hitting. Freedom is too comprehensive. It can't be played without weakening. So Subei doesn't plan to fight. Subei sheathed the holy sword and placed the burial of eternal night at his side. Not resisting? Freedom was curious, hiding his body between the circling heaven's chains, calmly looking down at the edge of the boat. Subei nodded. No need. What do you mean? Freedom was puzzled. This place is very close to Jinsokyo. Su Bei stretched out his right hand, and his index finger and thumb collided and separated, leaving a small gap. So what? Freedom smiled contemptuously. I'm here. You can't go anywhere. Freedom is relative. If I'm free, you won't be free. Normally speaking, this is the case. Su Bei narrowed his eyes, looked between his fingers, and said seriously, but now it's too close. I told you. You can't go anywhere. Freedom repeated. Time is like sand in your palm. Even if you can hold it temporarily, it will slip away through your fingers. Su Bei said a lot more than before. Maybe he was inspired. Or maybe he was chanting magic. Su Bei's body gradually became illusory. Time lost its concept at this moment. Only for Su Bei. From Freedom point of view, Su Bei's speed suddenly reached the extreme at this moment. That was because Freedom pace was being accelerated by time. At this moment, a blue sea of books suddenly appeared in front of Zio. Li Lizzie made a move. She had very little power to use, and she tried her best to gain a chance for Su Bei. He wants to sneak across. Zio roared. Blood Ancestor moved, and the entire chaotic sea turned blood red, flowing back and blocking the entire entrance. No matter how fast Su Bei was, his destination would never change. Blood Ancestor was not a retard. He knew everyone's location very well. Elena moved, and the holy light pressed down, and the entire backflowing blood sea gradually turned golden, and a huge gap appeared in the middle of the blood sea. Hurry up, Elena urged. He had been on guard against the Blood Ancestor for a long time. This is not your destiny. Fate moved, and the huge gap turned into a dark corridor, and an unknown road appeared in front of Su Bei. Su Bei's fate had long been determined. Get out. Whoever dares to disturb me, I will kill him. Above the sky, Lin's body fell, burying the eternal night, flashed to the palm of his right hand, and chopped down the unknown road with an axe. You are very angry now, but you don't want to do anything. Emotions moved. Lin's twisted emotions suddenly burst out, and her movements suddenly stopped. Yes, your emotions will develop in the worst direction, and you can't do anything. At the same time, luck began to bet, and the outcome of Lin's changes was determined. The two gods took action at the same time, just to stabilize Lin, the biggest variable. At this time, an extremely huge skeleton fell from the sky and grabbed Lin's body fiercely. This is the undead skeleton god. His purpose is different from everyone else's. He has only one goal. He wants Lin to die, sharing the power of immortality and death. Hey, why are you fighting at my door? Don't you dare to come in? The goddess of elements sighed softly, and countless elements weaved in space, building a bridge to Jinsokyo for Su Bei. His eyes were full of pity as he looked at Su Bei. Su Bei's movements froze. One step forward is Jinsokyo. But if he takes this step, it will mean that he chooses to give up Lin. Lin will face these several orders and several gods again. This time, no one can help him. How to choose? Su Bei sighed softly. What a fool. In fact, he already had the answer. Jasmine, help me. Here, Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine is always behind you. Hold Jasmine tight. Chapter 530 Gods Acquiesce. Sword slay gods. One step forward. Su Bei can enter the final destination. Jinsokyo. One step back. He will completely lose the chance to enter Jinsokyo. As for Lin, she should not be able to die. After all, she is the goddess of death. It seems that even a fool knows how to choose. Hey, don't stop. You idiot, Elena shouted. Lin's eyes softened. Facing 3 attacks, she felt that she could not resist. So she simply gave up resistance and took the moves of the goddess of emotions. She completely became a puppet of emotions. She turned her head calmly and looked at Su Bei from a distance. Suddenly, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. Thousands of emotions burst out in her eyes. Her trembling body seemed to have countless words about to be spoken. But in the end, they all turned into a blessing. Uncle, have a safe journey. Su Bei was silent, sighed, and hooked his hand. But he was a fool. Mr. Su Bei, look back. Please hold Jasmine tight. Jasmine stepped on the gap in space and used space skills to jump towards Su Bei in midair. Close the distance. Extend the fingertips. Close. Clasp the palms. Embrace. Hold tight. The embrace lasted for a breath. Jasmine, said Ah. And Su Bei suddenly yelled, Li Lizzie hesitated for a while, gritted her teeth, and chanted word by word, the dream ring of the world of divine skills, the sandwich substitute. As the pages of the omniscient code turned, she used the corrected time node again, integrated herself, took out the fragment of the demon king Su Bei, and merged it into Su Bei's soul. Jasmine and Su Bei's bodies were merging bit by bit. Insert, infiltrate, merge into one. Something terrible happened. Unconsciously, freedom stopped moving. Emotions no longer expressed emotions. Fate stopped observing fate. The blood of the blood ancestor solidified and flowed back. The undead skeleton god smiled playfully. And all looked at the center of the storm eye, revealing the same strange look. At this moment, the holy sword and the magic sword were gathered together. Su Bei held two swords, and two completely different auras were intertwined and mixed. A strange atmosphere filled the whole place. At this moment, compared to everyone present, Su Bei was like a god. Su Bei waved his hand, and the three attacks on Lin were turned into nothing, and were shredded by a sword. Those who knew Su Bei and those who didn't all felt their throats dry, but their eyes became brighter and brighter. The two swords were finally gathered, and the secret that was passed down by word of mouth was about to appear, and Su Bei's body was breaking apart. Attention! You mastered the holy sword and the demon sword at the same time, and obtained the gate of time paradox, the wheel dance of saint and demon, the key of secrets, the world source pillar, the endless reincarnation light gate, the original instrument, and the root of God desire. This is the weapon feared by the gods, the holy and demonic swords. Attention! Your body cannot withstand the power of the holy and demonic swords, and your vitality is rapidly declining. Attention! You have unlocked the final secret that the gods have been planning for a long time, and obtained this ultimate weapon. Warning! You have the key. You don't have the lock. According to your strength, you will unlock the following powers of the holy and demonic swords. Forbidden method. The entity hit by the person holding the holy and demonic swords will lose control of the law and order at the moment of being hit. Introduction. You can transform all battles into magic duels, as long as you have enough magic power. Anchor point. Those who hold the holy and demonic swords can create their own time anchor points as they wish, without being observed by fate, affected by will, or entering the long river of time. Introduction. When you enter this state, you are also unable to influence everything in the world. If you violate it, the price will be deprived of feedback from you. After the skill is released, it will enter a cooldown period of 1 year. Boundless. Those who hold the holy and demonic swords can use all the effects of the holy sword and the demonic sword at the same time, and all power is increased to 100 times the original without cooling. Introduction. The price to be paid is transformed from magic power to vitality. Cornerstone. For those who hold the holy and demonic swords, all the history they have experienced will be fixed by time, and can no longer be manipulated and changed by time. Introduction. You are the center of the world. Silence. You can listen to any secret, and are not locked by any skills. Introduction. You can be the maker of rules, or the witness of history. Perfect. Cannot be damaged. Introduction. Can be separated. This is it. It is this weapon that has led to frequent wars between gods, fatalism between the demon king and the hero, cognitive barriers for everyone, and Su Bei has to bear everything he has experienced. Is it really that strong? Why is it worth all the gods to plan for it? Su Bei's eyes were calm, and his left and right pupils transformed into two colors, one gold and one gray. He held two swords at his hands, bursting out two completely different colors. Su Bei felt his body constantly falling apart, shattered and drifting, raised his right hand, and swung a sword at the undead god. Dying together, with a sword swung, the undead god majestic arms, bang, fell to the ground, and thousands of skeletons grew wildly in the sea, clustering and circling, and continued to extend to his toes, turning into a huge chair. It is hard to imagine that a being like him would have his arm chopped off by a transcendent one day. But that was all. The undead god sat down, and the broken part of his arm absorbed the vast life of the sea and stretched it again. After a while, the broken arm was as good as new, and no damage could be seen. The undead god did not look panicked, but showed a little amusement. It was because he came in his true form. Here, at this moment, he was the most powerful being. He was too powerful. There were too few things in the world that could kill him. Even if he died, he could always live again outside the domain. It would be troublesome to come back. Besides, ants holding cannons cannot kill this giant. This is a complete god, with power that the world cannot correct. At this moment, all the gods stopped their actions, withdrew their breath, and looked at this area. You succeeded. Congratulations. Freedom smiled. Finally. I did it. Although there are some deviations from the guidance of fate. Fortunately, it is all within the controllable range. Fate sighed, and his face was full of joy after surviving the disaster. Busy. Fortunately, the road is right. Lucky breathed a sigh of relief. What an interesting power. It should be mine. The Blood Clan muttered to himself. It appears again. Elena's eyes were calm, but she was deeply moved. This is a disaster. The element sighed and disappeared. Aren't you afraid of me? Lizzie's eyes were full of struggle, and her body began to emit a light blue light unconsciously. The light gradually shone and covered Lizzie's entire body. Don't bully him. No. Lizzie responded with a pursed mouth, patted her head, and then followed the Ahog, separated a completely different hair from it, and held it in the palm of her hand. Fortunately, I caught up. Fu Yan crawled out of the endless dark corridor, stretched out a hand, and crawled to this area with difficulty. Not only that, countless stars in the sky flashed brightly, gradually shining, as if a pair of eyes opened their eyes, and were looking towards this area. Those were the erratic kingdoms of God. And at this moment, they all exposed their coordinates and positions. This means that they have given up hiding and started to participate in the struggle below. They all cast their eyes. Beams of light shot towards the crew on the Lily Z. And countless majestic orders came crashing down. They are descending to the maximum extent, controlling their believers. From demigods to craftsmen and goblins who repair ships, or workers responsible for daily maintenance. Leah's eyes turned, and her pupils suddenly became blurred. An ancient tree of life took root and grew in the chaotic sea. The god of elves personally came down inside. It has finally come to this. Felihui's eyes suddenly opened, and her eyes burst into endless darkness. The sky slowly closed, revealing a deep and quiet taste, and the eternal night fell. The goddess of night personally came down and held her own special weapon. If you don't participate, you will die. Alyssa's eyes turned, and Amara quietly appeared beside her, gently holding her sister's hand. A mysterious power was bursting out, and the two of them held hands and connected, like a shining twin star. The twin goddesses are dim and dim when they are separated, and they are invulnerable when they are together. Sister, Alyssa, you are great. Leave it to me next. In the corner, Elena's sister Eleni replaced the priests of the Holy Light Church and slowly walked out of the shadows. Rising step by step, the holy light on her body instantly overshadowed Elena. He smiled at Elena from a distance and bowed. You are my teacher and my sister. Please forgive my calculations. He is too powerful. He is the most believed god on the existing continent. Not only in the kingdom of God, but also in the entire original continent. He is the holy light. Even if he is only a partial descent of God, he still overwhelms all acquired gods, and is not much inferior to innate gods. It turns out that the beating that Elena mentioned was the beating by her biological sister. They may have fought many battles in secret. More and more gods gradually died, among whom there were many faces that Su Bei was familiar with. For example, the proprietress he met in the tavern, the dwarf who had promised to marry her daughter to Su Bei. He was the god of craftsmen. Another example is Jack, who masters the law of reality and illusion. He is possessed by the god of nothingness. Too many gods have come out. Each of them is extremely powerful, and they fell into this sea with 1% of authority. They have already made a lot of bargaining chips in secret, and established various inseparable causal relationships with Su Bei. It turns out that everything has been destined. Su Bei's possession of the holy sword and the demon sword has long been tacitly approved. How can his every move, any trajectory and thoughts avoid the calculations of the gods? It was too easy for the gods to plot against Su Bei, who had not yet grown up. He seemed to be living in Truman's world, and everything around him was unusual from the beginning. Not only that, at the end of the sea level of the Chaos Sea, space vortices emerged, and huge vertical pupils emerged from them, staring at this area, staring straight at Su Bei. Their bodies were so huge that even if the space was torn for 100 feet, it was still not enough to reveal their entire bodies. Their power was strange and terrifying, containing a power essence that was completely different from order. These are countless extraterritorial gods hidden in the cracks of space. The chaotic sea suddenly rolled up layers of storm vortexes, which never stopped for a long time. At this moment, Su Bei is the focus of the world. Thousands of eyes are focused on the core. Everyone is staring at Su Bei. Or rather, at the sword in Su Bei's hand. There are all kinds of emotions in his eyes. Showing greed, Su Bei looked around. His expression was calm. And suddenly smiled. It turns out that gods also have desires. Su Bei certainly knew why he could hold the holy and devil swords so easily. Because the gods acquiesced. Jasmine was only a demigod. Even if she used space skills, how could she appear in front of Su Bei under the eyes of so many gods? This was a tacit result, but it was also Su Bei's. Su Bei clenched his swords and waved them casually. I saw many gods responded and raised their hands, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. You want it? Su Bei's eyes passed over thousands of gods and fell on fate. Fate is the source of all this. The end of the world is inevitable. And this weapon is a wooden boat that can sneak into the future, or even go back to the past to change everything. Fate sighed calmly and told a secret. Just hearing this secret, 20% of the gods were scattered. And the quasi-gods and pseudo-gods, who were secretly spying on them, all witnessed the extreme fear and screamed in despair. Fate, you are not a human. You villain. No. It turns out to be like this. This is a real disaster. Save me. Doomsday. Wooden boat. Sneaking into the future. Back to the past. This revealed a lot of information. Those who only had a superficial understanding of it were not affected. And those who could not bear this secret had all left the stage, while those who understood it clenched their fists, and their eyes changed slightly. Su Bei was silent, so he was not affected by secrets. But he still felt that the space was in chaos. The ladder to the gods, which had once been difficult for Elena to deal with, and was enough to expose her identity, seemed so immature compared to the chaos at the moment. This was an extremely terrifying secret, pointing directly to the core of the Doomsday. What is the Doomsday? Su Bei sighed. The gods kept silent, and the evil gods from outside the domain were full of mockery, saying nothing. Why me? Su Bei did not hesitate too much and continued to ask the next question. This is not our choice. This is your choice. Freedom sighed and pointed at Su Bei. I? What am I? Su Bei continued to ask. He had many doubts to solve. And it happened that the gods were willing to accompany Su Bei to delay time. It was because Su Bei's body was dissolving. He could not bear the power of the holy and demonic swords. For Su Bei, secrets and answers were the truth he desperately desired. This was the best outcome without bloodshed. What you are? Only you know. Elena suddenly said. You can keep silent. Su Bei glared at Elena. The gods are all experienced. Except for the first answer of fate. The other answers are useless. And fate gave the answer just to eliminate some competitors. At this time, Su Bei suddenly recalled a conversation in his mind. That was the message that the thief asked Leah to convey. Perhaps. Fate is right. Holy light is also trustworthy. Wisdom is the real liar. She is just an idealist who can only draw big cakes. 3 different directions correspond to 3 different attitudes. The answer given by fate is the same as that of most gods. This is the way they recognize to survive the end of the world. It is also the safest way. The thief also thinks so. The holy light may refer to light. That is, Elena. He once opened up and looked for other paths. Based on the daily interactions between Su Bei and Elena, he can already guess that picture. I beat anyone I saw. And I have killed many gods. Even innate gods. Elena's answer is to seize the power of thousands of gods. Add all the causes and consequences to myself. Create the most powerful individual. And only seek to break all laws with force. It's a pity. And you can see it from Elena's current situation. Elena failed. And the ending was quite miserable. Not only did she get into a lot of debt, but she also ended up with an ominous and tragic fate in her later years. So, in addition to these 2 answers, what is the last answer given by wisdom? Su Bei rubbed his head, looked at the holy and devil swords in his hands, and had some guesses. At this moment, more than 10 eyes below were cast directly at Elena. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, and each of them had a very unique authority. This scared Elena enough, and she stood beside Su Bei early, so that they could take care of each other. Stay away from me. Su Bei frowned. Elena sneered. Do you think I want to get so close? Look down. No. I mean, Su Bei held the sword in both hands. His eyes focused, and his body suddenly began to burn with balls of blue flames. Too many calculations. I'm too lazy to think. Shua. Su Bei drew his sword and looked around, but saw countless gods retreating one step. Only the undead god remained motionless, staring at Lin, not changing a bit. Su Bei retracted his gaze, took a step forward, and took a step towards the most complete, and also the most powerful undead god here. The undead god noticed this movement, laughed and shook his head, arrogant, ignorant. This is what you self-righteous natives are like. You could have been plotted against decently, and then died decently, handing over what you have in your hands. Why did you choose the most undignified way to die? Buzz. Sword swung out. My current self? Su Bei elbowed Elena with his right elbow, clenched his left hand, and swung the magic sword casually. A huge connection formation appeared on the end of the sword, completely connecting the simple order of countless magic weapons, and swung out 100 feet of magic light. Su Bei used the wisdom skill in the omniscient code, no longer thinking about whether wisdom is an enemy or a friend. The undead god raised his thick arm to block. His expression froze, and saw that his arm was suddenly cut off by a sword, and he quickly turned sideways in embarrassment. He ignored Su Bei's sword move, and slapped his palm to the skeleton chair below. The skeleton chair rose to a height of 10,000 feet, encircling Su Bei's whole body, and suppressing him fiercely. At the same time, the undead skeleton god stretched out his left hand, pinched his palm forward, and the undead order spell cut in from behind. Be careful. The bones in your body are beginning to become osteoporotic, and you cannot resist this force. In 1 second, you will lose all your ability to move. Su Bei smiled calmly, and the magic sword in his left hand pierced into his chest bones. This is a forbidden method, which prohibits rules and isolates order. It can also prohibit the order that is hit by oneself. At the same time, Su Bei activated a series of demon path buffs such as Demon King Transformation and Demon King Descend. I just want to kill a few gods. The demon armor closed, and the buff after 100 times gain was enough to pull Su Bei's own panel to the limit of the human body. All actions were infinitely extended in Su Bei's eyes, and all details were greatly magnified. As the magic sword was drawn out, Su Bei swung his right hand synchronously, and the same formation appeared around the end of the holy sword. With one sword, the order condensed by the undead skeleton god was split in half, and the bones were scattered all over the ground, and the power was completely shattered. Practice. Su Bei crossed his two swords, cut behind the undead god, and put them into the scabbard. Bang. With a sound, a formation that could reach the sky and the earth unfolded, and Su Bei stood on the rotating formation. His eyes seemed to reflect all the changes that could be observed. Wisdom and divine skills. The future vision of omniscience and observation. Omniscience? For Su Bei at this moment, means omnipotence. He saw through all the actions of the undead god, seized the undead god underestimation of the enemy, and completed the instant kill in the blink of an eye with the strongest posture. Now, Su Bei just wanted to kill a god. The broken bones of the immortal god kept closing together. Su Bei tapped his toes in the air, jumped high, and stabbed the tip of his sword into the center of the broken bones. Boom! A connecting formation integrated all the order in Su Bei's body, turning into a dazzling sword. Falling high. Crack. The bone shattered again, and there was silence for a long time. But Su Bei still didn't stop, and raised his hands. One sword returned together, and one sword exploded like a star. Su Bei used the strongest killing moves of the two weapons at the same time. He swung at the shattered skeleton, intending to finish it off again. He knew better than anyone how hard it was to kill a god. He wanted the undead god to die. Haha. That's really funny. Do you really think you can kill me? The power you've seen is too superficial. The undead god laughed in a deep voice, but his tone didn't sound relaxed. Maybe a few more stabs would kill him. But at the moment when Su Bei was ready to attack, his eyes suddenly darkened. His power was almost used up. The undead god laughed wantonly. At the same moment, all the gods attacked together, all knowing each other, and used a supreme divine skill towards Su Bei. No! The undead god panicked. Among them were strong grabbing skills, strong killing skills, locking skills, cause and effect skills, instant skills, chanting skills, all kinds of skills, all kinds of skills. The sky was full of orders flying. The whole sea was shaking. The sky and the sea were constantly torn apart. The space collapsed and annihilated bit by bit. And time began to jump and disorder. No one had ever endured so many orders at the same time. Su Bei did not stop and slashed it down with all his strength. Mr. Su Bei! Molly shouted and screamed. Lin rushed out and stood in front of Su Bei without hesitation. Now, Lin doesn't owe you anything. But how could his tiny body resist this power that could destroy the world? Ah! Elena tried her best to receive the holy light, but was easily drowned by the holy light on the opposite side. This would be a real killer. Even all those who were affected, including Su Bei and the undead god, were killed in this sea area. At the same moment, Su Bei lost control of his body, and his eyes were calm and indifferent. I saw Lilizi relying on the burning half of her soul to forcibly top the number and control Su Bei's body. She is not Lilizi. She is wisdom. What is he going to do? Su Bei didn't know, but he wanted to verify it. Chapter 531 The End of Wisdom. The order in the sky was intertwined and approaching, and the entire space was collapsing. It's over. Elena sighed, struggling, and the holy light was easily swallowed up. She shrugged and gave up struggling. As long as there is light in the world, he will definitely come back. It's just Su Bei. She glanced sideways, with a slightly regretful expression. Lin showed a pair of small eyes, gave up resistance in this final situation, turned around and jumped up to hug Su Bei. In front of the gods, he made a move that was completely inconsistent with the character of a god. Uncle, I told you to leave early. That's good. We can really lie down together. You are still as stubborn as ever. Lin looked up and stared at Su Bei calmly. Molly screamed in Su Bei's mind. Mr. Su Bei, there is no way. After shouting, Molly sighed silently, and suddenly blinked her eyes, tilted her head and chuckled. Hey, actually dying with Mr. Su Bei is also a good ending. Molly slowly approached Su Bei's soul and leaned against Su Bei. The ending may be doomed. Some gods have goodwill towards Su Bei, but they are not allowed to intercept him. The ending is the general trend. This is an endless and irresistible torrent, and compliance is what everyone expects. Anyone who stands in the way will become the enemy of all gods. At this time, wisdom squeezed out. Su Bei resisted slightly but to no avail, and decisively gave up the control. Looking at the time in his body that was suddenly extended infinitely, he pursed his lips and sighed, Wisdom. It's me. Long time no see. Little Su Bei. Su Bei suddenly answered to himself, sounding not hostile. But why can his body make such a disgusting sound? It's like the throat surges and touches the vocal cords, and the vocal part is squeezed into the nasal cavity and sprayed out in one breath. But this is not the time to think about these things. Su Bei sighed and said lightly, You are really brave. Hee hee. You are worthy of being Su Bei Jun. Nothing can be hidden from you. Wisdom responded with a smile, took control of the body, familiarized himself with the body movements, and continued to complete the sword that had not yet been swung. It's really too scary to cooperate with you, and any plan can only be completed halfway. Su Bei watched helplessly as the powerful moves of his left and right hands were deflected in the opposite direction. His expression was unmoved, and his tone was calm. I don't think we are cooperating. You have never discussed what you want to do with anyone. Do you think this will be the best outcome? Su Bei wanted to pass before he made the move to sprint towards Jinsokyo. He had already guessed what Wisdom wanted to do at that time, and the secret told by Destiny further verified Su Bei's thoughts. Wisdom is different from what all gods think. He calculated everyone, including Su Bei and all the hidden gods. I know Su Bei Jun guessed it. So little Su Bei simply grasped the holy demon swords and used the wisdom skills I left behind. Wisdom responded with pursed lips, his eyes shining and curved, and he controlled his body in an orderly manner. Why do you do this? Su Bei asked calmly. Wisdom controlled Su Bei's body and raised his hands. There is no time to explain. I will talk to Su Bei Jun slowly when I have a chance. I'm sorry. I've been using you all this time. This will be the last time. Su Bei aimed his left hand Tongui at his right hand, and his right hand Xingchen blast at his left hand. Through the wisdom skill, the future vision of omniscience, he controlled the two weapons to aim at all the order skills at the same time. Wisdom looked calm, waiting for all the power to be concentrated at this moment of explosion, and detonated the moves in his hands. The gods changed their expressions. Even those evil gods from outside the domain hiding in the dark widened their pupils. No! You can't! You destroyed the only ship. Stop it. Destiny's face changed drastically. Freedom was desperate. Even if he could transcend space and time, he couldn't travel through so many orders to save the two swords. Wisdom wanted to destroy the holy and demonic swords. Destroy the treasure that everyone dreamed of. Destroy the container called a ship, with the power of all gods and the power of the holy and demonic swords themselves. Wisdom succeeded. Huh? Jasmine was stunned. Mr. Subei? I see. Elena nodded suddenly, smiled and shook her head. You still take it for granted. Wisdom. But fortunately it's you. You must have a backup plan. Lin's eyes became more and more obvious, scanning Subei, feeling the messy soul components in Subei's body, and sighed. I owe you a favor again. The two swords collided. An order swept through. Buzz. The waves were lifted layer by layer, and the space collapsed violently from the collision point, easily destroying everything visible. At this moment, Subei forced himself to dive into his mind and face time, and rush towards the dead goddess of time. Only time can save him. He has always kept the method of flipping the bottom of the table. Even if it will blaspheme the gods and anger time, Subei will not hesitate. At the same moment, Subei's body disappeared out of thin air, as if it was folded in space in an instant, and as if time was wiped out. Warning. You have been hit by a causal skill, which contains infinite time order. The order is judged to take effect through your body tissue and cannot be exempted. What is this? Subei's eyes flickered, tracing back to the end of the spell. He didn't remember when he gave away his body tissue. Could it be the heart? Subei subconsciously pushed Lin away from his arms, but Lin's hands tightened. Idiot uncle. It's Li Lizzie who is saving us. Hey, Mr. Subei. Where is this? Emily screamed. Grab me. I don't want to die. Elena stretched out her hand, but saw Lin grab her hair directly and pulled it hard. It hurt so much. You little bitch. If you keep making noise, I kick you down. You're so annoying. No wonder you're the loser. Wait. Don't let go. You can't escape. Get ready to attack together. It looks like you have to pay a little price. In Jinsokyo. At this moment, Li Lizzie is crossing her legs on Xiaomi Zhou's shoulders, tightly grasping her hair, and running deep into the depths at the speed of Xiaomi Zhou. Run faster. Xiaomi Zhou. The faster the better. Li Lizzie kept cheering. The mission of saving everyone is on our shoulders. You are so heavy, Xiaomi Zhou said lightly, holding the thigh on his shoulder with both hands, and accelerated again. Don't talk nonsense. Li Lizzie is less than 80 pounds. How can she be heavy? Li Lizzie refuted seriously. It must be because you are not working hard enough. Why don't you think about whether you have exercised well, and whether you have eaten porridge well to increase your strength? Can 80 pounds of Li Lizzie be considered heavy? Obviously. She is super slim and slender. 1.4 meters tall. 80 kilograms. A piglet, Xiaomi Zhou said. Li Lizzie was so angry that her face was distorted. She clenched her hair in anger, and didn't want to say anything more to Xiaomi Zhou. She was angry. And the hair in Li Lizzie's hand was the spoil she exchanged with Subei when she gave her lust. For this, Li Lizzie punched Subei to cover up the relevant cause and effect. As for why Li Lizzie appeared in Jinsokyo, time will go back to the time when the gods descended. At that time, the gods descended, and the goddess of elements built a bridge to guide Subei. However, guiding Subei was a lie, and guiding Li Lizzie was the real purpose hidden by the goddess of elements. When he left, he quietly took away all the poor children on Li Lizzie, who were not descended by the gods, and transferred most of them to the battlefield in front of Jinsokyo. These adventurers are the rewards promised by wisdom and the elements to reach a cooperation. Oh my God! God knows how much pressure he can relieve with so many demigods suddenly. Jinsokyo has been fighting against foreign races for a long time. It is the only line of defense to stop foreign races from invading. The frontline battles have always been at a disadvantage. And these adventurers, who have experienced hundreds of battles, and a whole voyage, can definitely be called a surprise force. Enough to affect small-scale battles on the battlefield. The goddess of elements is about to smile. According to the agreement with wisdom, the elements threw Li Lizzie and Xiaomi Zhou to the border of a wormhole somewhere outside the domain, collected all the adventurers that wisdom had promised long ago, and transferred all the remaining people to the front line. This included Li Lizzie's old father, who didn't even have time to say goodbye. After that, Jiuhui came down and took control of Su Bei's body when he used his magic skills. And left a message for Lilizi. Do you remember the hair you took from Su Bei? Run with that hair. The farther the better. When you hear the noise, pull this hair. It can save everyone. Lilizi sucked her lips and smiled suddenly. Like a pear blossom. Lilizi knew that you were the best to me. So you wouldn't lie to me. Jiuhui pursed her lips. But I still calculated Su Bei. He will be very angry. Leave it to the great Lilizi. Lilizi will definitely tame Su Bei well. Chapter 532 Beating Wisdom. Inside Jinsokyo. It's just that spicy. Lilizi said so. Turning her head to stare at Su Bei, who was lost in thought. On both sides of the two stood the other people who fled in panic. Emily, Lin, Elena, Xiaomi Zhou. Emily had separated from Su Bei and now stood on Su Bei's left-hand side, looking around at the environment around Jinsokyo. The trees and flowers here are very special, and they all have unique rule power in their bodies. They are natural rule creatures. The quality of the magic here is amazing. Just by breathing, Jasmine can feel the magic in her body becoming full. Lin followed Su Bei and kept trying to condense order. But the condensed order of death soon fell apart and could not form a complete spell at all. She reached under her skirt and took out the burial of eternal night. Looking at the tattered sickle, she was speechless. The order that collided in the end was too terrible. Even if they were only affected by a little insignificant residual power, Lin and Elena still paid a huge price. Lin was fine. Only the level of strength and the lack of special weapons, which could be made up with a certain amount of time and materials. But Elena? Lin glanced at Elena beside her. Elena's face was depressed, and her expression was more vivid than before. Her divinity was blown up. This meant that she fell directly from a pseudo-god to transcendence. And repairing divinity is much more difficult than generating divinity, especially for a player of her level. The difficulty will be double compared to that of a demigod. It would be better to let her die. Resurrection and reconstruction are easier than repair. She remembered that her divinity was broken when she entered society, and she went through many hardships to repair it, and it was not repaired successfully in the end. Thinking of this, Elena sighed deeply, stopped, and poked Su Bei's back. Su Bei turned around. I have to take her away. Let's say goodbye. Elena pointed to Su Bei's body. The place where her fingertips were pointed was where Luminara's soul was. Su Bei nodded, feeling the soul in his body suddenly lighten, and asked in confusion, only take half? Half is enough. Elena nodded. The matter of Fulian taught me a great lesson. I will take away half of the power carrier, so that this half of Luminara can remember the past. Leave you this half of the memory carrier. If you encounter an accident, you take care of her and keep her alive. Su Bei nodded. Xiaomi Zhou suddenly raised his hand. What about me? Elena was stunned. Approached Xiaomi Zhou, rubbed the little cat's head, and grinned. You are good. Remember to take care of yourself. Elena pointed at Su Bei's group and told Xiaomi Zhou earnestly. Just follow them closely. Everyone will protect you. Eat what everyone gives when you're hungry, and drink what everyone gives when you're thirsty. No one will abandon you. Xiaomi Zhou shook her tail gloomily. She hated separation. She did before and now. But she kept experiencing separation. Have a safe trip. Remember? Think of me. Elena left, taking half of Luminara with her, and said goodbye to everyone. After saying goodbye to Elena, Lilizi waved to everyone. It was also a farewell. I have to leave too. The bastard Su Bei will go to the Mage Tower with little Jasmine to study. My invitation letter can help. Without the identities of the Demon King and the hero, the cognitive barriers arranged by the gods will be removed, and little Jasmine will be completely safe. As for Lin, Lilizi turned her head and looked at Lin. Negotiating, let's go with Lilizi. You are seriously injured now, and it is not suitable for studying. After all, the so-called history is not even as heavy as you are. You are in urgent need of regaining your strength now. Hearing this, Su Bei stopped thinking, turned to Lilizi, and said seriously, I want to see wisdom. He should not need to hide now. Lilizi was stunned for a moment, hugged her small body tightly. Lilizi will not allow you to bully her. Su Bei's eyes were empty, and he said sincerely, I won't. I don't believe it. Lilizi froze, and did not move. Su Bei clenched his fists coldly, and Lilizi jumped up quickly, and her aho hair chopped into the space between Su Bei's fists, interrupting Su Bei's obviously bad move. It's so spicy. Lizzie tried to smooth things over. You have to communicate well. No quarrels. No fighting. Do you hear me? No. Jasmine will discipline Mr. Subei well. Jasmine stood on tiptoe and slapped Subei on the head, giving him a serious warning. Feeling the slight pain on his head, Subei sighed and nodded honestly. Jasmine finally turned upside down. Lizzie turned around. Her eyes suddenly changed from clear to cloudy and clear, with a bit of inexplicable charm. Long time no see. Wisdom smiled. Subei said calmly. Lizzie said a lot, but I still want to hear you say it again. Wisdom nodded, holding her chin, and asked thoughtfully, where to start? All. Subei said without thinking. Wisdom smiled bitterly and shook his head. I died a long time ago. We must fear and respect death. I have no choice. Hearing this, Lin took the tattered burial of eternal night and poked Lizzie's butt, interrupting Jiahui's words and letting Jiahui know what it means to fear death. Jiahui froze. Threat. Threat? Lizzie clearly said. Lin raised the tattered sickle and poked Lizzie's butt again. Jiahui stood at attention, turned his head click and looked at Lin with her eyes for a moment, then turned back click. Subei forcibly held Jasmine and covered Jasmine's eyes with his right hand, without stopping Lin from making any small moves. You are bullying me in the workplace. I advise you to put down the knife. You have to think clearly. Disrespecting the goddess of wisdom is disrespecting Lizzie. If you cut my Lizzie, I will settle the score with you later. I tell you, you are finished. Bastard Subei and Lin. You two are really finished. You have angered the real lion. Lin glanced at Subei. Subei glanced at the sky above Lizzie's head with empty eyes and nodded very slightly. Lin raised Bury Eternal Night and poked forward again. Wisdom was honest and nodded in compromise. Ask me. I will tell you everything. Ask me. Why do you want to destroy the holy and demonic swords? Subei asked. Silence for a while. It's a ship. Wisdom sighed. But a ship means it can only carry one ship's passengers. Like the Lizzie, it can carry 500 people. And maybe 5,000 people if they squeeze hard. But it can't carry 50,000 people. 500,000 people. 5 million people. 50 million people. Let alone 50 billion people. Subei was stunned. Jasmine pursed her lips. Lin's hand holding the buried eternal night trembled unconsciously. 50 billion is the total number roughly estimated by all the intelligent species in the primordial continent. Xiaomi Zhou didn't understand and drank the porridge obediently, only to hear Wisdom continue to say, that is the ship of the gods. Not the ship of the primordial continent. It has nothing to do with you and me. And it has nothing to do with most people. I don't like it. I blew up the ship. And everyone has to work with me to find a way to fight the doomsday. And no one can escape. Hee hee. I'm not a good guy anyway. As she said that, Wisdom rubbed her painful buttocks and took a breath of cold air. The order of death was still roasting her skirt, making Wisdom feel that her buttocks were empty, as if her skirt was about to be roasted through. They want to give up the original continent. You just follow them. You are also a god. There will always be a ticket for you. Subei asked calmly. What are you talking about? Wisdom rolled her eyes at Subei and smiled. Do you know why the 3 words wisdom species are used to describe all intelligent life? Why are mythical creatures, above demigods, distinguished from other lives by the 3 words wisdom? Subei blinked thoughtfully. Because they use divine consciousness. Wisdom sighed and shook his head. The first ray of wisdom gathered after the birth of countless first wisdoms condensed to create me. When they were ignorant and opened their eyes to the world, the first god they realized was not life, not fate, not any other sisters, but me. I am different from all the sisters. Wisdom leaned down and patted the grass on the mound with his palm. With a pitiful and innocent tone, they are born with the world in their hearts and embellish the world. But I have been getting along with these little guys from the beginning. I, in fact, have no divinity. Subei was stunned. It is well known that becoming a god requires condensing the godhood, shaping the body, and completing the divinity. But wisdom has no divinity. This is a huge secret that subverts all the paths to becoming a god in the original continent. After a while, Subei asked again, if we destroy the holy and demonic swords, will everyone be able to survive the doomsday? Hearing this, Lizzie pursed her lips and said nothing, shaking her head. This secret cannot be heard by those below the gods. But you can listen to it since you have understood the rules of time. But I don't recommend you to listen. Because this answer is too hopeless. Su Bei pondered for a moment, and no longer hesitated. Raised his hand and chanted. And opened a separate domain with Li Lizi. You say it. After a while, Li Lizi raised her head and said sadly. Do you know why time has to die? Su Bei shook his head. Because the future is only despair. He saw the end of time. The doomsday that could not be overturned no matter what. That was a destruction that no one could prevent. He was bearing the real despair that he had to bear every moment to foresee the future. He really couldn't bear it anymore. So he had no choice but to commit suicide. He committed suicide. The voice was deafening and kept echoing in Su Bei's mind. Suicide. Just because he saw the hopeless future. He chose to commit suicide at the most terrifying time? This answer was too shocking. Even Su Bei opened his mouth, not knowing where to start. Time might be the most powerful order. But the more futures he saw, the more he fell into unsolvable despair. There was only one possibility. Even if there was countless time and countless future possibilities, the future would still be filled with despair without a chance of winning. Su Bei didn't dare to think about the end of the world 6 years later, and felt his lips turn pale. Then, Su Bei asked the last question. Why did you ignore Li Lizi and let her die at sea? Wisdom realized that what Su Bei was talking about was the matter of fate gathering. About the fateful entanglement between Tianma Luo and the Duke of Gloucester. Wisdom pursed his lips. I have always overestimated human nature, but I underestimated it in the end. I wanted to use Li Lizi's death in exchange for the advancement of the final result. Because I predicted that you might discover my true purpose and not intend to proceed with everything. Likewise, Li Lizi may discover my purpose. And I can't bear to see you get tricked by me. But I have to destroy this ship. So if Li Lizi dies, all unstable factors will be eliminated. And fate can be dealt with. This is the safest way. Uh-huh. I didn't expect that you two would trust each other so much. Su Bei's eyes narrowed. Will Li Lizi die? What does this have to do with you? Joy Wei narrowed his eyes and pointed at Su Bei. Warning. Why do you care so much? Don't you have any bad intentions? Well, after all, Li Lizi is so cute. It's normal to attract perverted Lolita lovers. But I won't allow it. I'm so cute. Of course, I can only bully myself. Su Bei approached coldly, grabbed Joy Wei's collar, put Li Lizi flat on his knees, and raised his right hand. Wait a minute. Joy Wei widened his eyes and screamed, What are you going to do? Li Lizi will not die. This is my reincarnation. I am the only one who will die. Stop it, bastard. I am wisdom. I am God. Paw. Sounded. I am God. Paw. Sounded again. Su Bei slapped Li Lizi's thighs one after another. After that, there was only the sound of paw that kept coming and going. It didn't stop for a long time. As for the end of the world, Su Bei had already forgotten it. It was because he was very angry now. Chapter 533: A New Beginning. It was natural for Su Bei to be angry, although the cause was that fate had planned to obtain the holy and demonic swords, and wisdom had only calculated one more step on this basis, so as to gather all the power of the gods to blow up the holy and demonic swords. But a plan is a plan. Until the truth came out, wisdom had never revealed any plan to Su Bei. This caused Su Bei to be under great pressure, and he struggled on the verge of death for a long time just to survive with difficulty. Fortunately, the result was acceptable, and there was no loss at all. The process was acceptable. But no matter how he thought about it, Su Bei was now super angry. Su Bei's face darkened, and he put Li Lizi's body steady, forcibly pressed down Li Lizi's struggling white socks, and blocked Li Lizi's screaming mouth with her silly hair, and warned coldly, I think you must suffer some severe punishment. Then he leaned over and raised his hand. But at the moment when Su Bei lowered his head, Su Bei screamed. He looked at the hem of Li Lizi's skirt, and his body trembled violently. The back of Li Lizi's skirt was burnt in a strange order, revealing the obvious outline of blue and white stripes, as well as the lollipop pattern printed on the stripes, combined with Joy Wei's crying and making a fuss. It looked like she was bullying a stupid loli. Su Bei was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he entered the separate space, Lin had used her small eyes to look at Su Bei very secretly, and there seemed to be some hints in her eyes. Lin used Berry Eternal Night to burn Li Lizi's skirt. The next moment after discovering it, Su Bei quickly raised his eyes to prevent himself from looking at this strange scene. Su Bei gritted his teeth fiercely. It was already the end of the matter. The arrow was on the string, And it had to be shot. He had to beat up Wisdom. Sube raised his hand, thinking that he had to give Lilizi a little face. So he moved the aiming point of his palm from the buttocks to the bottom of the blue and white stripes by a few centimeters, aiming at the pair of thighs. Then he slapped her hard. "Paw! Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I'm Lilizi!" Oh. As expected of Wisdom. She was still calculating at this moment. But Sube must beat up Wisdom today. Sube raised his eyebrows coldly and ruthlessly, and swung his right hand fiercely. "Paw! Don't hit La! Don't hit La! You bastard Sube! Your wisdom has long gone. Do you think I will be fooled like this?" Sube retorted coldly. Sube raised his right hand again. "Paw! Whoa! I'm angry. I'm so good to you. I'm really going to be angry. Paw! Whoa! I'm really a pity. I'm going to complain to Jasmine." Sube's heart suddenly clicked. A sound. Something seems wrong. Wisdom has never called Jasmine like this. And this tone is not very like Wisdom. Wisdom's tone is similar to Lilizi's, but her tone is obviously more calm and confident. And there is also a sense of elders facing children. She uses very strange names for Sube and Jasmine. These are words that Lilizi would never use. Could it be that? Never mind. The fight has been fought, and things have come to this point. There is no way back. I'm sorry, Lilizi. He is indeed wise. I didn't expect that he had even planned this step. Sube pretended not to hear and covered up Lilizi's cries with rapid slapping sounds. Cold and ruthless. However, the strength and cruelty used were obviously several levels lower than at the beginning. Moreover, Sube secretly pinched the healing skill, and with each hit on Lilizi, it could slightly relieve the parts of Lilizi that were broken. Paw. Half an hour later, after beating up Lilizi, Sube breathed a sigh of relief, releasing all the pressure in his body. After the two were in separate space, a group of blue unknown creatures instantly jumped out from behind Sube and hugged Jasmine tightly. "He hit me. Bastard!" Sube hit Lilizi. Sob. Huh? Jasmine subconsciously reached out her hand and hugged the crying Lilizi, then raised her head and squinted at Sube. "Mr. Sube, you are not allowed to secretly bully Miss Lilizi in a place where Jasmine can't see. She's so cute." "That's right." Lin's eyes scanned back and forth between Lilizi's buttocks and Sube's palms. Her ordinary eyes suddenly turned into small eyes, and she made a very strange smacking sound. "TSK. Uncle really likes this way." As she said that, Lin turned her back to Sube, rolled up her gothic long skirt and slowly pulled it up. "Actually, Lin is willing to do it too." Dong. Sube gave Lin a slap on the head and sighed. "I won't allow it next time." Sube was talking about the matter on Lilizi's skirt. Lin pursed her lips slightly and whispered softly, "Uncle, don't you like it?" "I don't like it." Sube was almost dumbfounded when he saw the faint blue and white stripes. "You and Lilizi are friends," Sube said calmly. "You can't do this between friends. Uncle obviously wants to punish Wisdom." Lin answered seriously. "Lin too. Lin and Uncle have agreed. If Wisdom gets in the way, Lin will help you hold Wisdom down." Really? Although the beginning was all wrong, the process was right. Unfortunately, the result was also wrong. Let's not talk about it. Sube skipped the topic and rubbed Lin's soft pink hair. He planned to lead Lin to Jasmine, but Sube stretched out his right hand and it was empty, and there was no feeling of pulling up something. Sube looked back in confusion, but he saw Lin stop where she was, raised her eyes, and repeatedly glanced at Sube. From time to time lowered her head to look at the burial eternal night in her hand, and from time to time raised her head to look at Sube. "What's going on?" Sube lowered his head and asked. "Uncle, Lin has to leave for a while." Lin gestured. "Okay." Sube nodded. Lin showed a pair of small eyes. "You don't tell Lin anything? Have a good trip. Be careful on the road." Sube nodded and instructed. "I don't want to hear this." Lin kept her small eyes. "Come back early." Sube added another sentence. "Is that all?" Lin smacked her lips in disappointment. "It's really useless. Jasmine can't hear anything." Lin secretly expanded her territory, took 2 steps closer, and poked Sube's chest with her head on tiptoe. Sube hesitated. "What else?" "I'd rather listen to the mating," Lin said lightly. Sube was stunned. "If mating doesn't work, wait until the uncle and Jasmine start, and let Lin listen in the corner." Lin explained. What a strange question. Rejected. Su Bei shook his head calmly. A pear as a reward. Lin added a chip. Rejected. Su Bei knocked Lin's head. It hurts. Lin squinted. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Su Bei turn around and walked out of the gradually melting area, waving behind him. Go home early. Home? Lin smiled slightly. Although his emotions were very indifferent, he also knew the meaning of home. Does this mean that the uncle treats Lin as a family member? Damn it. Don't get excited just because the uncle sprinkled some candy. Just like a puppy shaking its tail. Lin lowered her head slightly and shouted to Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie. Let's go. Hearing this, Li Lizzie, who was crying and making a fuss, quickly stopped crying, wiped her tears and quickly shouted. Come on. Come on. As she said that, Li Lizzie jumped out of Jasmine's arms and ran towards Lin. When she crossed paths with Su Bei, Li Lizzie braked suddenly and kicked Su Bei's butt. Su Bei rarely paused and was kicked. Li Lizzie did not notice this slight movement. After succeeding, she ran faster and faster, holding Lin's hand and speeding up in the opposite direction. See you again, you bastard Su Bei. Su Bei waved in response and walked towards Jasmine. When the two were only an arm's length apart, Jasmine extended her hand to Su Bei and smiled. Mr. Su Bei, it's not easy to come this far. We are about to start a new life. Please give me your guidance in the days ahead. Give me your guidance. Su Bei reached out and held the small hand. As their fingertips touched, their eyes pulled, and the distance between them became closer and closer. The afterglow of the sun sprinkled between the palms of the two, and the shadows approached and intertwined from the contact point and gradually overlapped. The two gradually got closer. This scene was warm and beautiful. Jasmine gradually developed an irresistible desire, and quietly locked Su Bei's palm, holding it tightly with 10 fingers. Su Bei was stunned. Jasmine stood on tiptoe. The two gradually got closer. What about me? The brown hair was squeezed between the two people. A pair of cat ears slapped on the faces of the two people, and curious eyes tilted left and right. Xiaomi Zhou looked at the two people who looked a little strange, with curiosity in his eyes. Duo. Can you give me some advice? Xiaomi Zhou looked around. Xiaomi Zhou. Is bad? Jasmine shyly pressed Xiaomi Zhou's head, pushed it down, grabbed Su Bei's collar and pulled it forward, saying intermittently, Continue. Su Bei's eyes were empty. Bang. Su Bei gave Jasmine a slap on the head, and then said calmly, Let's go. Go to school. I heard that the Wizard Tower in Jinsokyo has a complete civilization that has never been interrupted. I hope I can find doubts in those histories. Su Bei thought so, and walked towards the east with Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou. Chapter 534 Arrival at Jinsokyo. Jinsokyo is very large, and is located in the center of the Chaos Sea. Some people say that the Chaos Sea is boundless and has no end, and Jinsokyo is the most special secret in it. Many people cannot reach Jinsokyo in their lifetime, but some people can see the outline of Jinsokyo as soon as they enter the Chaos Sea. In short, the mystery of the Chaos Sea did not scare away travelers, but instead covered Jinsokyo with a mysterious veil. As the only large floating island in the Chaos Sea, Jinsokyo is naturally very special. There are many special features. For example, Jinsokyo is connected to the outside world. Another example is that Jinsokyo is the closest to the abyss, with countless passages to hell, and an extremely majestic world tree is rooted in it. There are too many special features, and the most special features are three. First, Jinsokyo is the front line against foreign races and is in a state of perennial war. This is completely different from countries such as Toes where beast tides occasionally occur. There is still room for easing and adjusting between monsters and humans, but foreign races only want to invade, and there are even foreign evil gods spying here from the dome, waiting for an opportunity to act. In order to resist foreign enemies, Jinsokyo has almost captured the true geniuses of all countries, as well as more than 80% of the top combat power of the original continent. There are even many quasi-gods. You can see the teleportation arrays of various countries flashing and lighting up at any time, sending a large number of high-end talents to Jinsokyo. No country wants to be invaded by foreign evil gods. This is for the original continent and for themselves. Second, Jinsokyo's civilization has never been cut off, and the number of books in it can only be described as terrifying. From ancient times to recent times, to modern times, and to the present, All this history, and all kinds of taboo knowledge can be purchased from Jinsokyo at a certain price. Therefore, Jinsokyo gathers many forces. There are even followers of evil gods, who hide their identities, and hide in it to gain knowledge. However, knowledge is the most expensive currency in Jinsokyo. This is not something that can be easily exchanged. Third, Jinsokyo allows all realms and any professions to act freely, without any rules and regulations that transcend or prohibit the end of the above. Because the real gods, the goddess of elements, walk in Jinsokyo. He is the first innate god to die, and there are many different opinions about his death. Some say that he committed suicide and forcibly destroyed his own divinity, so that he brought Jinsokyo to this place and guarded the outside world. Some people say that he was killed by the light, and there was really no place to run, so he fled here to escape the pursuit of the light. Others say that he was deceived by a scumbag, saying that he was guarding this place for others, so that they could welcome a better future together in the future, Jasmine said, and suddenly closed the booklet in her hand. There are too many things written in the book, and Jasmine can't finish talking about them in 3 days and 3 nights. Let's go and see it ourselves. Jasmine pointed her finger at the outline in front, turned her head, and smiled at the person next to her. We're here. Subei nodded, looking along the tip of Jasmine's finger. Xiaomi Zhou and Subei raised their eyes together and looked at the endless outline of the defense line. That is Jinsokyo. It was really not easy to get here. They walked for almost a month. The 4th year of Duz. February 1st. Not far from the entrance of Jinsokyo, a group of 3 people wearing windbreakers of 2 sizes were walking slowly, revealing only a pair of eyes. They looked a little dusty but not decadent. The 3 pairs of eyes held 3 completely different temperaments. A pair of light blue eyes were smart and playful, and looked full of vitality. A pair of brown eyes were calm and stable, but there seemed to be a hint of cunning under the eyes, full of bad taste. A pair of eyes were scattered and empty, and it seemed that they were too rewarded, resulting in physical weakness and some malnutrition. The 3 of them approached from far away, causing the demigods at the defense line to hold their weapons with solemn faces. Because they came from outside the defense line. There are only 2 types of people who can come from outside the defense line. One is the adventurer who came across the sea. The other is the alien race disguised as an intelligent species. The adventurer who came across the sea entered Jinsokyo a month ago. So which type are they? The answer is self-evident. In the distance, the trio looked at Jinsokyo, which was gradually approaching, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and sighed out their fatigue. It's finally here. Molly stretched. Only they know how hard it was to come here. For a whole month, Subei had been taking Xiaomi Zhou and Molly everywhere. They had run into the bases of foreign races several times, triggering a large-scale encirclement and suppression by foreign races. It was only then that Molly realized that Mr. Subei's injuries were extremely serious. This was as it should be. Elena and Lin were the reincarnation of light and the current death. Even the injuries they had left were so serious. What's more, Subei has no backing. Subei just didn't say anything. But it didn't hurt. It didn't mean he didn't have any scars. Fortunately, Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou were fully capable. Both of them were extremely powerful demigods. They had already mastered the rules to perfection, and were almost at the point of mastering them. With the protection of Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou on the left and right, the 3 of them could always escape the siege without any danger, and escape the capture of the foreign races. Now, it's finally time to relax. Mr. Subei, I didn't expect you to get lost again. Jasmine sighed. But there was no dissatisfaction on her face. It was a novel experience to witness with her own eyes that Subei, who was almost omnipotent, could do something not so perfect. Thinking of this, Jasmine couldn't help but smile more. I thought Jinsokyo would be in the east. Subei sighed. His sense of direction was actually good, but it has become very poor now. Not only that, his 6 senses have all declined to a certain extent. These are all the sequelae left after that escape. Subei knew that his physical condition was very bad, but he didn't know how bad it was, because he hadn't checked it at all. As long as Subei didn't know how serious his injuries were, then the injuries were not serious. He could even treat the injuries as if they didn't exist. After all, they were all minor problems. It was nothing more than a complete disorder of order. Once he tried to communicate with the order, he would faint. He couldn't sense the rules. Even the closest death rejected him. The basic panel dropped sharply. He couldn't beat the 4th level extraterritorial demon. His mental strength was scattered. He was occasionally unconscious and intermittently comatose. His physical strength is not as good as that of a wild dog. When he runs away, he even has to take turns to carry Xiaomi Zhou and Jasmine on his back. His brute strength is not as good as that of normal Jasmine. He was attacked by Jasmine at night and was forced to be teased in the corner. He often dreams. And he sleepwalks. He often wakes up and sees himself appearing in the stronghold of the foreign race. There are also various symptoms, etc. And most importantly, a very strange scene often appears in front of Subei's eyes. It looks like a big tree, a plate, and a pair of knives and forks. What on earth is that? Pighead. Xiaomi Zhou suddenly spoke up, stretched out his hand and punched Subei, and said sullenly, I walked right. Several times. Subei. Don't believe it. Pighead. Subei touched his nose and said nothing. Okay. Okay. Everyone should be friendly. We enter. Molly inserted herself between the two, naturally took the hands of the two on the left and right, and walked towards Jinsokyo step by step. Hello. I'm glad you're here. The adventurer guarding the city gate bowed in a friendly manner and smiled and nodded at the three people. Jasmine blinked. Although she lost the magic sword, she still had a pair of eyes that could see through the truth. This adventurer was lying. Excuse me. How does Jinsokyo view foreign adventurers? Jasmine asked with a smile. You don't seem as happy as you look on the surface. The gatekeeper adventurer's smile suddenly stopped. He lowered his head slightly, suddenly grasped the staff at his side, and shouted, She can read minds. Do it. Clang. With a sound. At the entrance of the defense line, several demigods suddenly appeared, and the atmosphere was tense. Several pure and terrifying demigod skills were held in their hands and released towards Subei and others. Flame. Listen to my call. I am the slave of the elements. Your best friend. Use the infinite thunder at my disposal. Punish. Wind. Xiaomi Zhou's stress response was activated. His eyes became vertical. He leaned over and held the dagger, but his body suddenly became airborne. Meow. Xiaomi Zhou turned his head. Jasmine grabbed Xiaomi Zhou's collar from behind, stepped forward in front of Subei, and slapped the ground with both hands. A huge circular formation was erected, traveling the world. The fun is endless. Even though she lost her status as a demon king, Jasmine was still an out-and-out traveler, mastering a very special space system. Boom! With a sound, a big pit was blasted open where Jasmine and the other two had been standing. The three of them instantly disappeared from the spot, retreated dozens of miles away, and looked at each other in bewilderment. It's strange. Mr. Subei. Why are they so hostile to us? Jasmine Ahogue slowly curved into A, and she fell into thought. They've done it. They've done it. Xiaomi Zhou reasonable suggestion. Subei slammed his temple with his right hand to keep his brain awake, and gave a reliable answer. They maybe want tolls. Huh? Molly blinked. Really? But we don't have tolls. At this time, Subei slowly took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Molly reached out to take it, and spread out the wrinkled invitation letter. A letter of recommendation from the honorary professor of the Mage Tower, Grand Mage Dolan. Molly was stunned, looking at Subei with an incomprehensible look in her eyes, pursing her lips and sighing deeply. If it was Mr. Subei, he would never make such a low-level mistake. If he did, it only meant that Mr. Subei was in a very bad physical condition. How bad was it? Chapter 535 title. Staying in the Mage Tower. After getting the invitation letter, I didn't expect it to be so easy to come in. Molly sighed. But, as she spoke, Molly glanced at Subei, a little puzzled. Mr. Subei, why do you have an invitation letter from Teacher Dorian? Do you know Teacher Dorian? Subei shook his head. No. Li Lizzie gave it to me. Are you familiar with him? Dorian Gray is Molly's mentor. Molly hesitated to speak, and blinked in thought. He is my teacher. Stupid Mr. Subei. Jasmine stuck out her tongue, stretched out her hand and poked Subei's waist, and her movements suddenly paused. After thinking for a while, Jasmine said intermittently, in fact, Jasmine and Master Dolan are not very familiar with each other. In fact, few people have seen Master Dolan, because every time he appears, he will wear a thick wizard robe to cover all his appearance features. Subei nodded with insufficient energy. The topic came to an abrupt end. However, the new steps of the three people have just begun. The three of them walked and looked around in Jinsokyo, exploring this mysterious island hidden in the sea, and feeling the unique customs and practices of Jinsokyo. Here, the purchasing power of gold coins is very high. 1 gold coin is enough to buy a year's worth of living supplies. Enough for anyone to eat a full meal for a year. But it can only buy some basic supplies. Gold coins cannot buy more precious things. Here, every resident is very humble. Just because the title that was dazzling enough in the original continent is nothing here. For example, the title of a genius, the rank on the battle power list, the offspring of someone family, the offspring of a god, etc. None of these are recognized by Jinsokyo. If you often boast about these titles, you will be ridiculed in secret, because Jinsokyo has a unique order of elemental manifestation. Titles recognized by the gods will be displayed here. These titles are only granted by the gods in dungeons or certain major events, and can only be manifested into certain power characteristics after coming to Jinsokyo. It contains a certain logic of order. Now Subei has 4 titles. The one who defies the god's destiny. Effect: all gods' followers will naturally fear you. And there is an 80% chance that the first rule and order move you use will be invalid. Note, you are very good at thinking. So you have lost the ability to think. This is the curse that the gods have returned to you. And it is also their fear of you. You know very well what you have hidden. The one who deviates from order and rules. Effect: you cannot sense any rules and order. And all the damage-related rules and orders to you are reduced by 50%. Note, you are the darling of many orders. But you were hit by the whole world almost at the same time, and lost the favor of more orders. Super Lolita King. Effect: creatures with Lolita attributes have a natural favorability towards you, and the growth of favorability will be more obvious. Note, you are a recognized Lolita, and you are always surrounded by various Lolas. And this power has been materialized at this moment. Swordsmanship Master. Effect: you can easily learn any sword skills and swordsmanship. Note, this comes from your characteristics and your talent. These 4 titles were revealed after Subei entered Jinsokyo, and they were only hung on Subei's head in an instant. Fortunately, the titles can be hidden through magic. So Subei gritted his teeth and operated his magic with difficulty, almost fainting at the cost of hiding the first 3 titles in the void, leaving only the title of Sword Master. This doesn't seem strange. By the way, Jasmine also has 3 exclusive titles: Magic Friend, Destiny Twin, Demon King Inheritor. Jasmine left behind a close friend of the demon family, and hid the Destiny Twins and the Demon King Inheritor. It was said that these 2 titles would expose her former identity as a Demon King, which was very troublesome. Unlike Subei and Jasmine, Xiaomi Zhou did not have any titles. Upon discovering this result, the little cat girl suddenly became unhappy, and from time to time she stretched out her finger to poke the top of her head with a serious face. Come out! Come out! Come out! Come out! Xiaomi Zhou was angry and bit Subei, who could not resist. After being chopped by Jasmine, she was honest. However, Xiaomi Zhou's situation is the norm for residents of Jinsokyo. Most of the travelers walking on the streets do not have titles. Titles are a symbol of strength and a manifestation of identity. We're here. Jasmine pointed to the Mage Tower in the center of Jinsokyo, her eyes full of shock. So tall, so big. Xiaomi Zhou sighed, gulped down a mouthful of porridge, and used the porridge to calm her nerves. Subei looked at the Mage Tower that pierced the sky and nodded. Let's go! Chapter 536. Another year. Spring goes and autumn comes. Time flies. March 1st. The 5th year of Duz. In Jinsokyo. Today is the unique enrollment season of Jinsokyo. The chosen ones who have passed through layers of screening come here with great expectations through the teleportation arrays of various countries, ready to realize their ambitions and make great plans. In fact, these children will be miserable in their first year. The gap between fantasy and reality will be their first lesson. Then the library will be full, and these people will start to read. Because Jinsokyo really doesn't lack geniuses. It only lacks immediate combat power. In this country where everyone is racing against time and fighting hard, there is such a person who seems out of place. He is the current librarian of the Mage Tower. It is said that he spent a whole year in the library, and he has never left the Mage Tower, and has almost read all the books that can be circulated on the market. He has the title of Sword Master, which looks extremely scary. But he works as a clerk. It is really unbelievable. This caused dissatisfaction among many people, contempt from a few people, and attention from the vast majority of people. But why would a small librarian attract so much attention from so many people? It's a long story. This involves a white-haired energetic girl. She is the youngest transcendent in the Mage Tower. She entered the Transcendence at the age of 18, comprehended the extremely special laws of space, and joined the Mage Council, becoming the youngest member of the council. Moreover, she is one of the dozens of instructors in the Mage Tower, responsible for teaching the new geniuses who have just entered Jinsokyo. After many twists and turns, looking back on her life, she is not even 18 years old at this time, younger than many students in the Mage Tower, but she has become an honorary instructor. It can be predicted that the upper limit of this girl's future is very likely to be the realm of God. Moreover, this girl who is about to turn 18 years old is at the peak of her youth at this moment. The immaturity on her face has not yet faded, and is completely covered by her gentle eyes. The charm that the girl exudes inadvertently in her gestures is enough to easily capture all adolescent boys. Who understands? Who wouldn't want to try to get close to such a strong and cute legal loli? But such a talented girl who is the focus of everyone's attention unexpectedly goes to the library every day, removing the sacred and unattainable halo in full view of the public. Not for reading, but to deliver food to the librarian and chat about family matters. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it's for nothing. And it's not just a free gift. It's buy one get one free. This girl has a very close cat-girl partner. The two of them are very close and inseparable. They even sleep together. And this brown-haired cat girl listens to this girl in everything. It's very likely that she will be married to the man's family. Damn it! What is the basis for this? Is it because the librarian is handsome? Many people have long resented the librarian. But due to the girl's terrifying strength, they dare not show it at all. This girl's name is very nice. Her name is Jasmine. And she is like Jasmine. This useless librarian is naturally Su Bei. I am indeed useless now. Su Bei accepted this title and nodded calmly. Would you like a glass of juice? Su Bei shook the utensils in his hand and served a bowl of juice rice porridge to Xiaomi Zhou. Then he pointed to the beverage area by the wall to Jasmine. No. No one is allowed to slander Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine pouted and pointed to the cocktail on the wall. Jasmine wants to drink that. Su Bei hesitated. Last August, Su Bei accidentally let Jasmine drink half a glass of cocktail, which led to Jasmine's surprise attack that night and pitting him to the corner of the bed, almost forcing him to lose his innocence. You know, Su Bei had no way to resist. Fortunately, Jasmine's physique was also very strange. As long as there was a sign of kissing, Jasmine would turn into a steam engine, throw Su Bei on the bed with her backhand, and stand there in a daze, just staring at Su Bei with tears in her eyes, without saying a word. Afterwards, Jasmine should have fallen asleep. Su Bei couldn't remember clearly, and his thoughts were a little disorganized. It was because of the blow that Jasmine threw him that he fell asleep on the spot. Su Bei collected his thoughts, pushed the cocktail to the counter, and said seriously, "Juice, soda, tea, magic drink, no other." Jasmine puffed her lips and glared at Su Bei. Jasmine is an adult. Only Indus can be considered an adult. Su Bei turned around, hid all the drinks mixed with alcohol, and said lightly, "This is Jinsokyo. But it's New Year. Only birthdays. You are not yet 18 years old. Just juice." Molly did not care much and ordered a glass of apple juice. "Aren't you teaching today?" Su Bei asked calmly, and casually took out a copy of Chronicles of the Original Continent and started reading. In fact, he had read this book dozens of times. Su Bei remembered every word and sentence in the book, and even knew which page and line they appeared on. Today is the new student enrollment, and there are many cute new faces. Molly pursed her lips and shared what she saw and heard. There are many gods among them, and there is also a young man from the Russell family, who is said to be Miss Li Lizi's cousin, and Uncle Tian Mo Luo's daughter, who is only 8 years old this year, is already a third-level magic warrior, and her fighting style is super brutal. The new saint of the Holy Light Church is here too. She is very talented. Not much worse than Sister Elena. They are all lowly, Xiaomi Zhou emphasized. Molly's mouth suddenly puffed up, poked Xiaomi Zhou in dissatisfaction, and secretly glanced at Su Bei's reaction with her peripheral vision. "Got it." Su Bei nodded. He didn't say much. Bei never liked Lolita. It just happened that Bei was surrounded by Lolita and happened to have a good relationship with him. No class today. Molly suddenly emphasized again. Yeah. Bei realized something and asked sideways. So? Molly repeated casually. And the weather is great today. Suitable for doing many things. For example? Bei asked. Education and training. Xiaomi Zhou interrupted. Stupid Zhou. Molly pressed Xiaomi Zhou's head and glanced at Bei with a red face. Although he didn't deny it. The school will organize a friendly competition in the afternoon. Molly blushed and suggested. Are you interested? Bei was puzzled. As a transcendent, how could he be interested in a performance program where everyone is level 5? Well, it's boring. Molly sighed. Go to the concert? It's in the evening. It's said that it's a famous and well-known singer from the elf tribe. It's all right. Bei nodded. Ha. Mr. Bei is not interested in anything now. He spends every day in books and is about to become a super boring antique. Jasmine slumped down on the chair. With Jasmine improvement and long-term companionship, Jasmine could already distinguish the emotions behind Bei's words. He likes teaching and training. Xiaomi Zhou leaned close to Jasmine and reminded her. Jasmine blushed and gestured with a knife, slashing Xiaomi Zhou's forehead. Shut up. Zhou. In fact, if Xiaomi Zhou hadn't made trouble, Jasmine would have taken Bei long ago, and might have lived a shameless married life. Bei sighed and waved the book in his hand. Wait for me to ask for leave. Watch the game in the afternoon. Watch the performance in the evening. We all go. Chapter 537. A brief year. After saying goodbye to Jasmine briefly, Bei walked into his own staff dormitory. The dormitory was not big. Only 20 square meters. And one wall was covered with maps. All the locations of Jinsokyo were marked. On the other side was the history chronicle of the original continent. Several key historical points were marked in red by Bei and marked with a 5-pointed star. The rest of the room was very simple. A bed and a wooden table were enough. There was a diary on the wooden table, recording Bei's simple experience in the past year. The wind blew, and I turned the diary to the first page, February 1st, the 4th year of Duz. I came to the Mage Tower with Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou. Jasmine applied for a tutor and took Xiaomi Zhou with her. I became a librarian. I met the goddess of elements. She recognized my identity at first sight. She came to find me specially and repeatedly emphasized to me that I must hide my identity. Now various gods are coming to the world frequently, and countless kingdoms of gods are gradually sinking to open up new continents and begin to spread faith. This is all because of me and wisdom. Indeed, because wisdom blew up the holy and demonic swords. All the gods had to find a new way to save the world. They used to have their own plans, but now they have to work together. This is exactly what wisdom wants to see. However, the goddess of elements once asked me, are the holy and demonic swords really destroyed? I nodded. The goddess of elements immediately showed her horrified eyes, and swore that she never wanted to see me again. Strange. I should have nodded. Could it be that I was seen? After that, I never met the goddess of elements again. And on February 1st, I started to write a diary. I decided to record the results of this year's research, so that I can make more plans for next year. March 1st, the 4th year of Duz. My health is still very poor. Damn. Jasmine is getting bolder and bolder. Why do I see Jasmine sleeping next to me every time I get up? Doesn't Jasmine know how cute she is? Speaking of which, Jasmine is really getting cuter and cuter. What's going on? The laws of Jinsokyo are so strict. I didn't expect that Lolita control is a serious crime and will be punished by the goddess of elements. Fortunately, I am not. April 1st, the 4th year of Duz. My health is still very poor. The order in my body is too disordered. I almost heard Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou several times. Recently, a strange guy has been staring at me secretly. It is said that he is a genius swordsman in Jinsokyo. He said that he is very interested in the swordsmanship on my head. What is there to be interested in? After all, I don't understand swordsmanship at all. But he was really annoyed. So I gave him 2 swords. The injury was too serious. And these 2 swords were not of good quality. Although his sword was knocked away, it did not cause any injuries. He left crying. Maybe he was too disappointed in me. After all, I was called the master of swordsmanship. But my swordsmanship was too ordinary. The 4th year of Duz. May 1st. I checked my body today. Great. I am beyond help. Strange. How did I survive until now? Fortunately, I used the gloves of common sense to hypnotize myself and forgot to check the images I saw. Not seeing equals not hurt. I should be fine. The 4th year of Duz. June 1st. My health is still very poor. At the end of last month, Jasmine successfully entered the state of transcendence. This should be a happy event. But today, when I took a leave to take Jasmine and Xiaomi Zhou out to play, I was looked at with malicious eyes all the way. And people lowered their heads to talk about something from time to time. Could it be that they are the gods' favored ones and discovered my identity? This is not good. The element reminded me not to show off and to hide my identity. It seems that I am not suitable to go out. I have to keep a low profile. The 4th year of Duz. June 1st. My health has become worse. I don't know if it is my illusion. Since I warned Jasmine, there are no more wild jasmines on my bed. Because I lay on her bed inexplicably. This is so strange. I have no impression at all. And there is Jasmine on the bed. And there is millet porridge on the other side of Jasmine. Damn it. What a dangerous configuration. According to the law, I should be arrested and tortured to death. The 4th year of Duz. July 1st. It's over. It's over. It's over. Today I pretended to sleep and finally found the problem. When did Jasmine draw the space formation under my bed sheet? No wonder I always appear in Jasmine bed when I wake up from sleep. Should I scold Jasmine severely? This must be wrong. But I don't feel repulsive, but rather a little addicted to it. I'm in trouble. I must be possessed. I like Jasmine. I'm sure of it. But am I really sure I can give Jasmine a good future? Is companionship important? Or is the future important? I'm confused. Maybe I've sunk into the present moment and don't think about the damn end of the world. What does that have to do with me? August 1st. The 4th year of Duz. My health is getting worse. Jasmine is really cruel. Every time I turn a blind eye to Jasmine closeness. But every time the intimacy deepens, I be thrown over the shoulder by Jasmine. Damn it. If you are not ready, don't hug me without permission. My health is getting worse. Duja April. September 1st. My health is completely ruined. Don't let Jasmine drink. Don't let Jasmine drink. Don't let Jasmine drink. Important things should be said 3 times. Damn it. Who can resist Jasmine, who is acting coquettishly to you with a slightly drunk red face after drinking? I thought we would confirm our relationship today. It is true that we have confirmed our relationship. But it is not a romantic relationship. It is a fighting relationship. I am now very sure that Jasmine is using all kinds of excuses to beat me up in order to prevent my body from recovering. Damn it. When I get better, I will definitely teach Jasmine a lesson. Sad. Will there ever be a day when my body gets better? Will Jasmine always ride on my head from now on? The 4th year of Duz. October 1st. My body is gradually recovering. Jasmine is acting cute to me again. I won't be fooled. The 4th year of Duz. November 1st. My body has almost recovered. At least there is no problem with daily life. The basic panel has returned to the 3rd level. And I can use some magic. This is good news. At least, I won't be plotted against by Jasmine again. With a clear mind, I will not fall into the confession trap of the devil and the beautiful girl again. The 4th year of Duz. December 1st. My body is still getting better. This year, I read all the readable books in the library with the help of the same frequency, and dug out countless flaws buried by history. This year, I secretly explored Jinsokyo and walked through almost every corner of Jinsokyo. This year was the most relaxing year for me. The 5th year of Toes. January 1st. Another year has passed. This time, the New Year's decoration is very simple. With only 3 members. Me, Jasmine, and Xiaomi Zhou. Because Jinsokyo does not celebrate any festivals. There is no need to make a big fuss. Thank you for meeting. The 5th year of Toes. February 1st. Wait, what about the research results you said you would record? What on earth did I record? Why is it all about Jasmine? Damn. I must be sick. I opened the diary and read it. I couldn't sleep anyway. I read it carefully for half the night, and finally found 2 words between the lines. Jasmine. The wind blew again, blowing the diary to a new page. Su Bei heard the sound of turning the pages. Frowned. Said huh? Raised his hand and began to cast a spell. Then Su Bei pinched his right hand and burned the diary expressionlessly. Let it stay on February 1st forever. No. Who writes a diary? Chapter 538 Jasmine Boudoir. After asking for leave from his boss, Su-Bei arrived at the Mage Tower early. At this moment, Su-Bei was slowly rushing to Jasmine's room. This whole set of rushing actions can be described in one word. Familiar with the road. The Mage Tower has a total of 99 floors. Su-Bei had to avoid the student area on the first 30 floors, the ordinary tutor area on the middle 30 floors, and the special tutor area on the last 30 floors, so that he could reach the noble and luxurious area for parliament members on the 99th floor. Others can take the magic power ladder, or use flying magic, various teleportation and space skill arrays, and 1 second is enough to reach the required location. But Su-Bei couldn't. He had to hide his tracks. After the calculation in the Chaos Sea, the number of gods and gods' followers who flocked to Fantasy Township was countless. They were looking for traces of Su-Bei and wisdom everywhere. So Su-Bei could only be careful. So he took this uninhabited staircase. God knows how difficult it is to walk on the 99th floor. But Su-Bei has gotten used to it. Every time Su-Bei was sent to her room by Jasmine using the teleportation array, Su-Bei would walk back afterwards. This must have taken hundreds of trips back and forth. No fool would take the stairs. So Su-Bei was very safe. As for why he didn't use the teleportation array set up by Jasmine, there are two main reasons. One is that he didn't dare. Su-Bei knew about the teleportation array, but he had to pretend that he didn't know. Jasmine didn't know that he knew. Once Su-Bei broke the rules, Jasmine would definitely ride on his head every day and do whatever she wanted. Second, he couldn't. Su-Bei didn't have much magic capacity in his body. Recovery is slow. Consumption is fast. Save as much as possible. About half an hour later, Su-Bei stopped behind Jasmine's door and knocked. There was silence for a long while. Su-Bei took out the key, inserted the lock handle into the hole, pushed the door open and entered the room, and was stunned. There was no one in the room. Only the fragrance of jasmine intertwined with the fragrance of grass, and the smell of female hormones erupting everywhere. The room was all pink and tender. It can be seen that Jasmine has been carefully decorated, and some small dolls have been arranged to add atmosphere. Why is Jasmine not in the room? Su-Bei pondered and sighed. Strange. Su-Bei turned around and didn't find any clues or messages, but noticed a notebook on the table. Jasmine diary. Note: don't flip through the millet porridge. Sneak peek. Su-Bei slowly moved his eyes away, looking up at the ceiling, holding his chin with his right hand and muttering to himself. It's well known that I can't read mainland Chinese. So in order to find the message left by Jasmine, I accidentally flipped through a diary and a notebook. It's not too much. Jasmine should believe this explanation. Again a sneak peek. Su-Bei looked at the diary on the table for a long time with his peripheral vision and fell silent. Then he looked around, approached with uncertain steps, and muttered to himself again. This is a bit like a message from Jasmine to me. Schwa. With a sound, Su-Bei hooked the diary with his right hand and emphasized. I can't understand the mainland language. Opening the first page of the diary, Su-Bei quickly swallowed his saliva, put the diary down and raised it again, frowning. The title of the first page is, I like Mr. Su-Bei the most. Su-Bei was stunned. Could this be a trap that Jasmine had prepared long ago and left for him? Su-Bei thought. It is well known that Su-Bei cannot read mainland Chinese. Through these years of getting along, Jasmine and Su-Bei's intimate behavior has improved. But each time it stops at a stage that is enough to stop. As long as the two of them act a little bit beyond the limit, an iron fist will fall on Su-Bei's chest. And its force is extremely terrifying, which can easily knock Su-Bei unconscious. With the intention of studying the subject, Su-Bei slowly flipped through the diary, page by page, and from time to time, he looked confused and shook his head frequently. Strange. Strange. Too strange. Jasmine was probably sick. Su-Bei opened the diary and looked at it. But he couldn't understand it anyway. He read it carefully for half an hour before he saw two words between the lines. Su-Bei. This doesn't look like a diary. Su-Bei frowned and said seriously, this clue is too profound and hidden very deeply. I have to study it carefully. As he said that, Su-Bei opened the diary again and studied it carefully. You can refer to Su-Bei's diary in the next chapter, and it will be better to read it again. Chapter 539 Jasmine Diary. Su-Bei frowned, turned the book back to the first page, and turned the pages again. The 4th year of Duze. February. I found that Mr. Sube was too weak. So I volunteered to join the Mage Tower, hoping to use this platform to quickly improve my strength and meet more powerful seniors. In this way, I can have more ways to treat Mr. Sube. Jasmine, you must work hard. For Mr. Sube, and for yourself. Sube was stunned. Was it a decision that Jasmine had made long ago to join the Mage Tower? March. The 4th year of Duze. Last month, I learned a lot of medical skills and space operations. But if I get close to Mr. Sube during the day, I will always be cut by Mr. Sube or have my head blasted off. There is no way to get close to Mr. Sube like this. In that case, we can only attack Mr. Sube at night. Hey, Mr. Sube is really seriously injured. After every treatment, Jasmine would faint from exhaustion. After working hard for several nights, I could only untie a little bit of the surface scars and explore the disordered laws and order inside. Now I can't solve the order. I can only start with the law. It's a long way to go. Jasmine, come on. Sube sighed. No wonder Jasmine is always by the bed every time she wakes up. It turns out that she knew it a long time ago. The 4th year of Duz. April. The treatment process has reached a bottleneck. But I seem to have discovered something incredible. There is a huge problem with Mr. Sube's soul. Is it because of this reason that Mr. Sube is a little emotionally deficient? Let's not talk about this for now. I've been very distressed recently because I was confessed to by my student. It's okay if it's a boy. I will simply reject him, because I have already rejected a lot of boys. After all, I have Mr. Sube. But the other party is a fox girl with a very cute name Emily. Emily is a swordsmanship genius, with excellent swordsmanship. She is likely to cross the species level, and enter the legendary life species in the future. She already has the foundation of a monarch life form. She is only 14 years old and her potential is amazing. I should reject her. But she is too persistent. I am afraid that I will hurt her if I am too tough. What should I do? She is as innocent as I was at the beginning. She is ignorant of love. If her heart is broken, she will definitely be devastated. Well, Emily and I are impossible anyway. So I told her clearly that I like Mr. Sube. Strange. Why has Emily been running out so often recently? And her mood is not right. Oh my god. Why doesn't Emily practice sword? She is a talented swordsman. Wait. What happened? Why is Emily crying? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. After reading this, Sube fell into memories. Could it be that the guy who was neither male nor female and insisted on challenging him was Emily? Jasmine's student? Why doesn't she practice sword anymore? Who cares? What does this have to do with me? Sube shook his head and turned the page. The 4th year of Duze. May. Great. I succeeded in messing up Mr. Sube's health last month. You're amazing. Jasmine. Woo woo woo. I'm dead. How did Mr. Sube survive until now? This won't work. All kinds of laws have been completely integrated into the order. God knows how the chaotic and traceless free order and the elusive virtual and real laws are intertwined and run around. How can they be separated? Mr. Sube, you must live. This, the memory that was hypnotized and forgotten by the gloves of common sense, suddenly returned. And Sube took a breath of cold air with a painful face. No wonder he always vomited blood those days. And felt that Jasmine looked at him with guilt, which was particularly distressing. It turned out that it was Jasmine who did it. June. The 4th year of Duze. Last month, Jasmine successfully became transcendent. But there is still a long way to go before she can comprehend order. I really hope to comprehend perfection and order as soon as possible, so that I can heal Mr. Sube's injuries. When you reach transcendence, the traveler's path comes to an end, and there is only one way to comprehend order from now on. Can Jasmine fight for power with the gods? Of course I can. I will work hard. I am very happy. I invited Mr. Sube and Xiaomi Zhou to go out and play this month. But the experience was not good. There are so many guys coming to make trouble. These people are the ones who have pursued me and Xiaomi Zhou. Students, teachers, and members of various organizations. Don't let them disturb Mr. Sube. I see. Those guys with malicious eyes are actually Jasmine fanatical fans. No wonder. However, Sube sighed suddenly. Unconsciously, Jasmine has grown up. Behind Sube, who had never noticed, A strand of snow-white hair quietly rested on his shoulders, and an extremely shy face was slightly raised, revealing a shy expression. No. No. Secretly reading diaries or something. Too much. Shameless. Bad. Idiot. July. The 4th year of DUS. The research has reached a bottleneck. There is no way. Mr. Subei's room is too simple, and all kinds of equipment cannot be guaranteed in place. It just so happens that Mr. Subei has a lot of opinions about Jasmine sleeping in his bed. In that case, I had to secretly move Mr. Subei to Jasmine's room. Hee. In that case, we need to add an extra pound of drugs to the food we deliver to Mr. Subei every day. Otherwise it will be easy to be discovered. By the way, where can we get so many drugs? Oh my god. Jojo actually has some. She is really my baby. Everything is ready. We will act tonight. Woo woo. I fainted again. Why are Jojo and Mr. Subei so close every time I wake up? Absolutely not. Emily was here first. Wait, why does millet porridge have so many drugs? Subei was confused. No wonder he never found the problem. It turns out that the meals he used to fill his stomach every day were cooked with special drugs made from millet porridge. Ah. Subei sighed. It's his fault that he trusted Jasmine too much and never doubted this. But? Subei frowned and thought. Since it's just to study my injuries, why don't you send me back during the day? Isn't this safer? Behind Subei, Jasmine swallowed her saliva very carefully. Even though her face turned red, and she was already shy, she still shook her head firmly. No. I don't want to let Mr. Subei go back. Mr. Subei. I like him the most. The 4th year of DUS. August. Hey. I think I have taken Mr. Subei. He won't resist Jasmine sticking at all. He has completely become Jasmine shape. Let's just take down Mr. Subei in one go. But today Jojo asked me when I would have a training session with Mr. Subei. She was very curious and wanted to learn. But this absolutely cannot be shown to others. Right? Even Jojo can't do it. It's too embarrassing. Oh no. I completely lost my strength just thinking about it. Can I really do something more intimate? After reading this, Subei's head was covered with black lines. He turned to the next page expressionlessly. Jasmine's body behind him completely softened, and her head was bubbling with mist, and the ceiling was steamed wet. I could only suck my lower lip hard and force myself to stand firmly. Mr. Subei. Bad. The 4th year of DUS. September. Bad. 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 The atmosphere was always good, and I even bribed Jojo with a pot of porridge to stop him from making trouble. But why is it always like this? I have trained Mr. Subei well, and I have been preparing him mentally for a long time. I am just a little bit away from kissing Mr. Subei. But why can't Jasmine do it? We must overcome this subconscious behavior. I have knocked Mr. Subei unconscious several times. Subei turned to the next page with a dark face and an expressionless face. But his eyes had already completely left the book and were looking through the side window through the corner of his eyes. Carefully spy on the stupid Jasmine behind him, who is going super wrong. Damn. When did Jasmine appear? Behind Subei. Jasmine kept swallowing saliva. But she felt that she could never finish swallowing saliva. As if it was secreted all the time. As if it was endless. It's about to break. Jasmine. The 4th year of DUS. October. It's over. I drank alcohol last month to boost my courage, thinking that I had to take down Mr. Subei no matter what. Serious face. Whoa. I failed completely. I knocked Mr. Subei unconscious and almost took him away. What on earth are you doing? Whoa. Stupid Jasmine. How can a person cause such a big disaster? Subei turned another page. Jasmine's breathing began to quicken. She shyly moved closer to Subei. The rich jasmine fragrance was so close that she couldn't avoid it. Even if Subei held his breath, the jasmine fragrance could penetrate through Subei's eardrums and mouth, constantly stimulating his nasal cavity and rushing to his brain. The two were almost about to meet. November. The 4th year of DUS. Damn it. Mr. Subei has become indifferent again. Could it be that my intentions were too obvious and scared Mr. Subei? That shouldn't be the case. He was almost there. It can't be that I beat Mr. Subei and he had a stress reaction? He. No way. Subei turned another page with a blank expression. In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to what was written in the diary since June. because the presence of the heat source behind him was too strong. Su Bei was already sweating profusely. Should he suddenly turn his head and greet Jasmine with a look of extreme surprise? Absolutely not. Jasmine can read emotions. Su Bei was in a dilemma at this moment. Jasmine was on the verge of an arrow. Her whole body was burning like a furnace, and her eyes were full of mist as she looked at Su Bei. And she might reach out at any time. The 4th year of Du's. December. Mr. Su Bei's injury has basically stabilized. Mr. Su Bei will work hard to heal himself. Jasmine worked overtime at night, and finally made the magic flow smoothly. This way, Mr. Su Bei will be able to protect himself. We must make Mr. Su Bei better as soon as possible. Otherwise we will have to be cautious even when hugging. This year has passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine will become an adult. After becoming an adult, I should be able to confess my love to Mr. Su Bei. Right? Jasmine is 18 years old. It's legal now. Will Mr. Su Bei reject her? Well, this is not something Jasmine should care about. Jasmine just needs to express her feelings. It's enough to have a clear conscience. The rest is up to fate. Wow. Okay. I can't do it. If Mr. Su Bei rejects me, Jasmine will cry every day until she wants to die. Is there any secret to being with Mr. Su Bei without worrying about being rejected? Jojo said that Jiao Pei can do it. It's possible. Stupid Jojo. Hey. Is it really possible? I'm already 18 years old. Su Bei's face turned completely black, and he slammed the diary shut, muttering to himself. These words are still too hard for me to read clearly. Su Bei didn't dare to say that he couldn't understand. He could only say that he couldn't see clearly, and secretly narrowed his eyes to blur his vision. Because Jasmine can tell lies. There is no message left by Jasmine here. Let's go look somewhere else, Su Bei said calmly, and suddenly his right shoulder sank. At this time, a soft face landed on Su Bei's shoulder, and a warm breath sprayed on Su Bei's ear. Su Bei was startled and turned his face in panic, but saw that Jasmine shyly used Su Bei's shoulder to support her head, revealing only a pair of misty eyes, staring straight at the diary in Su Bei's hand. Continue, turn. Su Bei blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Su Bei waved the diary in his hand, carefully choosing his words. Is the diary yours? Molly nodded and repeated. Turn it over. It doesn't matter anymore. When you arrive, we can go to the martial arts competition. Where's the millet porridge? Molly was shy and didn't say anything, but nodded, then stretched out her right hand, wrapped around Su Bei's body from behind, and held Su Bei's right hand, and clasped the right page of the diary with her thumb and rubbed it open. Continue, read. Su Bei swallowed and looked away. The 5th year of Duze. January. This year's New Year's decoration is very simple. But Jasmine is still very happy, because Mr. Su Bei has always been by Jasmine's side. Every day with Mr. Su Bei, time goes by so fast. In fact, Jasmine knows that Mr. Su Bei is so busy and hard every day. He must be chasing time. That must be very hard. But even though he is so busy, Mr. Su Bei should not forget to stop and feel the scenery around him and see the beauty along the way. Jasmine will always be here. Please give me more advice this year, Mr. Su Bei. I love you the most. After finishing this page, Jasmine held Su Bei's right hand and rubbed another page. The 5th year of Duze. February. I don't want to write a diary anymore. I want to be with Mr. Su Bei. I can't hide my thoughts anymore, and I don't want to hide them at all. What do you think, Mr. Su Bei? Su Bei was stunned, sweating all over. Mr. Su Bei, what do you think? Jasmine murmured something, like a gust of wind blowing Su Bei's ears. This voice suddenly sounded in Su Bei's ears, like a heavy hammer hitting him, gradually becoming clearer and brighter in his mind, and becoming more and more fierce. Then the pair of hot and scorching hands surrounded Su Bei from behind and tightened them. It was as if she was going to completely integrate Su Bei into her body. This is not a question worth thinking about. Su Bei already had the answer. I don't understand emotions very well, and my emotions are very indifferent. But I will be very satisfied when I am with Jasmine, like a snack after dinner. Is it possible, or not? Molly puffed up her lips. No. You are the one. Su Bei raised his hands, slowly held the soft and hot palms, pursed his lips and said, Let's get married. Eh? Molly screamed loudly. Just getting married right away? Today we are going to try that, Molly said intermittently. Su Bei swallowed his saliva, This. What about me? Xiaomi Zhou suddenly jumped out. Eh? Jasmine exclaimed. Su Bei's mouth twitched. Although he didn't know how Xiaomi Zhou did it, he could always stick his head out from between the two of them. Even though Jasmine had already hugged Su Bei, the two of them were almost in close contact. Between the two bodies, the soft cat crawled up from underneath. Its fluffy hair suddenly exploded, and its cat ears shook up and down with excitement. Then, what about me? Xiaomi Zhou blinked and looked around. Its cat ears kept shaking, full of curiosity. Jasmine, who looked dazed, and Su Bei, who looked like he had a toothache, looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 540, Unable to Stop. Fantasy Village. On the street. Now, Su Bei and Jasmine have become very bold and dare to hold hands openly on the street. It can be said that they are extremely bold. This makes Xiaomi Zhou extremely proud. Although she doesn't know why, Xiaomi Zhou feels that this is all thanks to her. All thanks to Zhou. Meow. If things continue like this, won't it be soon enough to be able to study the educational biology that Gluttony specifically asked her to learn? Xiaomi Zhou happily wagged his tail. His cat ears trembled, and he looked very happy. What bad intentions could a cat have? She just wanted to help. Although Xiaomi Zhou thought so. In fact, the relationship between Su Bei and Jasmine did not seem to have improved much compared to before the confirmation. Perhaps the two sides had known each other for too long and knew each other well, so their identities and relationships did not change all at once? Su Bei thought so, but he did not think much about it. Now, he could feel at all times that there was a naked gaze cast straight at him. That was Jasmine staring at him. But when Su Bei subconsciously looked to the side and tried to look at Jasmine, he would always find that Jasmine's eyes kept dodging. And soon, she would move away in a panic, blushing, looking down at her toes without saying a word. No! She blushed like a bubble teapot? So what was Jasmine thinking? After that, Jasmine would either make a handshake, stir her fingers and look erratic, or chat with Xiaomizu about some incomprehensible content, or look up and look left and right at the clouds and birds that didn't exist. Just don't look Su Bei in the eye. At this time, Su Bei will keep looking at Jasmine with doubt. Strange. The relationship between the two is even stranger than before. It's like the positions are completely reversed, and the offense and defense have changed. This makes Su Bei puzzled, because he has not changed much from before. The only change is that he accepts the relationship with Jasmine. This has not brought any other influence or changes except that Su Bei confirms his identity as a Lolita control and admits that he is being raised by a Lolita. Su Bei's feelings towards Jasmine will not fluctuate just because this relationship is made clear. Jasmine has always been unique and one and only in Su Bei's heart. It was like this before, and it will remain so after this. Then the one who has changed is Jasmine. What's wrong with Jasmine? What's wrong with her? Su Bei asked with concern. You? Jasmine swallowed hesitantly. Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine. Jasmine swallowed again. Her face suddenly turned red again. She stared at Su Bei hesitantly, and soon her face turned red, and she couldn't say a word. At this time, Su Bei suddenly reached out his hand, gently placed it on Jasmine's head, and rubbed it slowly. Don't think too much. Just let it go. I don't want to. Jasmine responded in a very low voice, mustered up her courage, and tried her best to say the words in her throat. I'm not willing to accept it. I always feel that Jasmine and Mr. Su Bei are in love. But if we just do nothing like this, Jasmine is very unwilling. Mr. Su Bei, can you understand? Jasmine looked at Su Bei eagerly. Su Bei nodded. Well said. Jasmine blinked. Then what? Su Bei nodded. No more. Too much. Jasmine narrowed her eyes. Swish. Poked at the soft flesh on Su Bei's waist, and sighed. She shouldn't have expected Mr. Su Bei's answer. Jasmine. I'm thinking. Hand in. Xiaomi Zhou suddenly appeared between the two of them. But before he could even finish a sentence, he was hit on the forehead by Jasmine's precise hand knife. Jasmine poked Xiaomi Zhou cat ears and puffed up her lips to warn, stop fooling around. Bad Zhou. Xiaomizu frowned for a long time and asked seriously. Jasmine, are you scared? Zhou. Come first? Come for what? Demonstrate? Hey. Jasmine quickly covered Xiaomi Zhou's mouth and stared at Su Bei with a red face. Su Bei didn't pay much attention just now. When he saw Jasmine gaze, He retracted his gaze and asked in confusion. What's wrong? Jasmine covered Xiaomizhou's mouth and smiled slightly. Hey. It's okay. Mr. Su Bei. What are you looking at? Just now. Su Bei suddenly realized that the guy he passed by looked familiar, and immediately became alert. After thinking for a while, he whispered 2 words. God favor. There are too many God favor. Molly suddenly became serious and looked around with the corner of her eyes. Indeed. God favor of the goddess of holy light. God favor of the goddess of liberty. God favor of the god of wind. God favor of the god of grass. God favor of the god of blacksmiths. God favor of the god of wealth. Not just one generation of gods, but the favor of the 12 innate gods. Even the 2nd and 3rd generation gods and their followers appeared. God followers are not rare in Jinsokyo. They are a common group of people, but the basic ratio is only 100 to 1. But now, at a glance, there are 3 or 4 gods followers among 10 people, which is a bit wrong. It's too abnormal. Are you coming for Mr. Su Bei? Jasmine asked in distress. Su Bei shook his head. It shouldn't be, since wisdom destroyed the ship. There have been many more miracles than before, and many gods have begun to seek other ways to protect themselves. Perhaps they are seeking another path. That path cannot avoid Jinsokyo. Jasmine pursed her lips, feeling extremely stressed, and her relaxed mood for the past year was quickly disturbed. World Tree. Jasmine read out a noun. Su Bei nodded. World Tree. This is the foundation of Jinsokyo, the starting point of the original continent. Su Bei, who has read through history, has found several theories about the World Tree. Among them, 2 theories are the most respected. One is the origin of tree species. The original world was originally chaotic, and there was no distinction between heaven and earth. First, a tree grew. The bottom of the tree spread and became the earth. The top of the tree stretched and bloomed, supporting the sky. The roots of the tree went down and took root, forming hell. Finally, the leaves spread and transformed into thousands of small worlds. This tree is the mother of the world, the World Tree. When the sky, the earth, and the hell were formed, its children, the 12 innate gods, appeared in accordance with the times, begin to add vitality to this world and make rules for it. The second is the tree species conspiracy theory. Some people say that the original continent has no connection with the World Tree. The World Tree was planted in the original continent by the gods from outside the domain. This is just to build a bridge connecting the original continent and the outside world, so that the outside life can climb into the original continent through the dome of the World Tree and take everything here for themselves. This statement is very likely to be true, because the World Tree is now located in the center of the outside race. This is too unbelievable. The most iconic World Tree in Jinsokyo has become the base camp of an alien race. Who could have imagined this? And this point deepens the possibility of the tree species conspiracy theory. As for which one is more correct, Su Bei couldn't give an answer. Who said that these 2 possibilities can't be true at the same time? Su Bei sighed. And the more he thought about it, the more severe the pain in his brain. The more he understood, the more doubts he had. This sentence has been around him since he left Winter, and he has never gotten rid of it. Perhaps he should explore some secrets that cannot be included in the library. Chapter 541: The Difference Between Fantasy Township and the Outside World. After arriving at the Mage Tower, Su Bei, Jasmine, and Xiaomizhou sat in the VIP seats, calmly watching the battle below. The martial arts competition had already started for a while, and Su Bei and the other 2 entered the venue in the middle. Fortunately, Jasmine was a member of the Mage Tower Council and had her own exclusive stand, which was a small sealed room. At this moment, Su Bei and Jasmine sat in the room, and the distance between the seats between the 2 changed from 80 centimeters before to 8 centimeters now. But the 2 of them were about to stick together. But they just didn't stick together. This made Xiaomizhou anxious. Xiaomizhou sat behind the 2 of them and cooked porridge, looking at the 2 people's movements that were close yet distant. He concentrated on thinking and poured out a bag of long-treasured potion from the cat's ear. The potion was written with the beautiful words happiness and reunion potion. Looking at this bag of potion, Xiaomizhou's thoughts continued to extend, recalling the carefree history of the past. At that time, she and Gluttony, a cat and a dog, were close and inseparable. They even slept together to discuss academic issues. Gluttony was indeed a qualified life mentor. It taught Xiaomi Zhou many life experiences, allowing Xiaomi Zhou to have completely different feelings and thoughts every time he recalled this experience. This bag of medicine was the herb that Xiaomi Zhou and Gluttony, the cat and dog duo, found in the cave where they found Fulian. The cat and dog duo then used this herb as the raw material, carefully prepared and cooked it, and concentrated it into this bag of essence treasure. Xiaomi Zhou didn't know the specific effect of the potion, but when Gluttony was still there, he often told her that as long as everyone ate this, everyone would never be separated again, and they would hug each other happily and never be separated from each other again. So it is called Happiness and Happy Reunion Potion. Gluttony never lies to cats. This time will be no exception. Xiaomi Zhou didn't think much about it, tore open the package and poured it into the pot. This package, which looked less than 500 milliliters in capacity, poured out almost 2 kilograms of powder. While cooking the potion, Xiaomi Zhou hummed the Happy Reunion song that Gluttony taught her. 1 spoonful, lying flat. 2 spoonfuls, becoming stupid. Add some seasoning. Add sugar. Cover up the smell of the medicine. Stir vigorously. Everyone. All. Don't get up. 3 people have 3 plans. Just like Xiaomi Zhou can always cook porridge anytime and anywhere. The same is true for Su Bei. He is thinking all the time. At this moment, Su Bei's eyes are looking at the stage below through the glass. His eyes are solemn, and he keeps thinking. At this moment, the battle between the newly promoted saint of the Holy Light Church and the local wizard of Fantasy Township is taking place. Unlike the 5th level ones that Su Bei had seen, the professionals in Fantasy Township pay more attention to the cultivation of the future. They never blindly pursue the power of moves, but instead return to the exploration of the essence of the awakened, develop characteristics and explore rules. This is fundamentally different from ordinary 5th level adventurers. The demigod stopped most ordinary people before, and this is a threshold specially set for ordinary people. It can be said that as long as you have money and can sense the flow of magic power, even if you are a pig, you can be stacked to the 5th level, but the upper limit is locked. It is impossible to advance further after that. The quality of characteristics is the threshold, and one's own qualifications are the admission ticket. Only when both are combined can one have the possibility of entering the demigod. But these children, who came to Jinsokyo, have the potential and qualifications to reach demigod from the beginning. They have separated from the construction of basic magic power from the 2nd level, and started to study and develop their own characteristics from the 3rd level. After the 3rd stage, when others are still worrying about the awakening path, they have easily awakened and advanced to the 4th stage through family resources, choosing a rule system that best suits their characteristics and focusing on characteristic development. The characteristics and rules are in line with each other, which is the easiest shortcut to become a demigod. And if you choose a career system that is extremely compatible with both on this basis, it is equivalent to getting a ticket to transcendence. For example, for the Fierce Fire characteristic, choose the Flame Monarch career system and comprehend the fire rules. The combination of the 3 can help professionals avoid many detours. This is the knowledge that Jinsokyo has accumulated and has been proven to be obtained over countless years. It is also the knowledge that only circulates in the top society. The threshold for obtaining this knowledge is transcendence. This has led to the powerful families becoming more powerful. Even if civilians try their best to enter the 5th level, they will find that the 5th level they have achieved in their lifetime can only compete with ordinary elites. Even a random move by the descendants of these big families cannot be stopped. Sometimes, the gap between people is really bigger than that between people and dogs. Of course, Su Bei is thinking about more than just his career, wealth, status, everything. Thinking about it, Su Bei took the porridge handed to him by Xiaomi Zhou and took a sip. It tastes good? What's added? Su Bei asked casually. Nothing. 4 tails. Rice. Half a caddy. Aphrodisiac. Not bad. Su Bei drank calmly. And suddenly, he was stunned. Wait, something seems wrong? Unlike Su Bei's unprovoked association, Jasmine association has always been full of pertinence and purpose. All the associations are only for 3 things. Su Bei. Su Bei. Still Su Bei. At this moment, Jasmine's fingers quietly laid down, suddenly slapped on the back of Su Bei's hand, and held Su Bei's palm tightly. Jasmine was very happy just like this. It was obviously an extremely easy thing for her, but it almost exhausted all her strength. At this time, Xiaomi Zhou handed the bowl to her mouth and began to feed her simply. Jasmine pursed her lips and took a sip. The porridge was warm, but not as warm as the warmth conveyed by Mr. Subei's palm. It's delicious. Zhou. If you like it, that's good. Xiaomi Zhou blinked. Wait a minute. Jasmine, I like it more. Huh? Jasmine hair trembled. She tilted her head in confusion and blinked. Why? Jasmine didn't know her changes, but Xiaomi Zhou knew, because Jasmine's eyes were completely red. The blue eyes turned instantly and turned into a deep red that was no less than the color of a rabbit's pupils. And Jasmine's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her panting gradually became labored. Jasmine didn't know all this, but Xiaomi Zhou knew. Xiaomi Zhou blinked her innocent big eyes, took a few steps back, pursed her lips, and looked at the duo whose eyes were gradually becoming threaded. And the curiosity in her eyes became more and more obvious. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, but it is almost dusk. Chapter 542. What about me? Sunny coast. By the beach. Two Lolita girls, one blue and one gray, are now lying on the sofa, drinking cold drinks with icy mist, basking in the warm sunshine, and peeping at the large-scale TV series side by side. Specifically, it means that through the goddess tears in Subei's playing cards, and the soul mixed in Subei's body, a 3D stereoscopic surround immersive VR experience is being carried out. The two Lolita girls, one gray and one blue, one big and one small, are naturally Li Lizzie and Lin, who ran away from home to find resources to repair the artifact. At this moment, Li Lizzie and Jasmine were keeping the same shy expression, staring at the flat panel projector in their hands, and even forgot to swallow the lollipop in their mouths for a moment. And their breathing was unconsciously suppressed to a very light level. What are they doing? And they are also weird and shameless. Ha. And they are not ashamed. This. Lin showed a pair of small eyes and said, TSK. You have peeped more than a dozen times. Why are you still pretending to be a pure big Israelite wolf? Li Lizzie. Don't talk nonsense. You are spreading rumors. Li Lizzie is angry. I will beat you. 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 Li Lizzie jumped in response, shaking her head and hitting Lin's face with her hair. But her eyes were still unconsciously glued to the screen, not moving away for a second. Lin grabbed Li Lizzie's ponytail and started fighting with her, saying expressionlessly, Don't make trouble. Uncle may have new developments today. Ah? Are you looking forward to this kind of thing? Li Lizzie pulled her hair, and 2 tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes in pain. So she gave up struggling and asked casually, If the bastard Subei and Jasmine are really together, don't you have no chance at all? Lin calmly replied, I don't care. Will Li Lizzie help me? Not at all. Li Lizzie refused loudly. Li Lizzie, how can you destroy other people's families? Such a guy is really too much. He must be severely punished by Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie said, and suddenly her voice became restrained. Looking at Lin's expression that was unconsciously getting lonely, Li Lizzie scratched her face and thought seriously, But Lin is a god, and her thoughts are different from ours. Even if Li Lizzie doesn't help, Lin can take down the bastard Subei by herself. Li Lizzie will pretend not to see it, and will help you comfort Jasmine. Li Lizzie and Jasmine have a very good relationship, although Li Lizzie doesn't really support this kind of thing. If it's Lin, Li Lizzie can turn a blind eye. As she said that, Li Lizzie narrowed one eye and widened the other, leaned in front of Lin's face and blinked. Besides, if Lin and the bastard Subei secretly develop a new relationship, then Subei can never bully Li Lizzie again. Lin will protect Li Lizzie. Right? Lin still didn't speak, just held her chin and looked at the screen, and said calmly, I don't have to do anything with the uncle. I just want to accompany you more. Not that anything has to happen. Nor do I intend to occupy any position, or have a good relationship with you. As long as we can talk occasionally, and not be ignored. It's good enough. Li Lizzie blinked her eyes, approached Lin and asked in confusion, Then don't you want something better? Lin was silent for a long time, and didn't say anything. Sometimes not speaking is an answer. But Li Lizzie, who is as smart as she is, obviously didn't think of this, and had to rub salt into the wound and stab it again. You are lying. If you want to say something like that, change your expression that looks like you are about to drop pearls. You took me everywhere to look for playing cards, just to find a set of magic tools for the bastard Su Bei so that you can get his praise and compliments. Li Lizzie laughed while holding her stomach. How could you not want to be closer to the bastard Su Bei? You're the one who should say it. You bastard Li Lizzie. Lin gritted her teeth and punched Li Lizzie on the forehead. The punch left a big red mark on Li Lizzie. Li Lizzie clenched her fist and kicked Lin's face hard, leaving a big red mark on her face. Ha! You want to fight? Bastard? Li Lizzie is not afraid of you. Today I'm going to beat you to death. You stupid blue-haired guy. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Beat you. Ping ping pong bang 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 bang. The scene was a mess. Even so, the two did not forget to watch the live show. Staring intently. Jinsokyo. Mage Tower. Martial Arts Arena. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely strange. With the help of Xiaomi Zhou, Su Bei and Jasmine bodies soon began to heat up. When Su Bei knew that Xiaomi Zhou had drugged him, he was stunned. Fortunately, his drug resistance was not bad, so he would not let the small head control the big head and use it to launch a silver handkerchief. But Jasmine seemed to have no intention of restraining herself. She had already knelt on the small bench, bent over and slowly approached Su Bei, with her palm completely pressed against Su Bei's hot right cheek. Mr. Su Bei, Xiaomi Zhou has drugs in it, Su Bei reminded him. Yes. Yes. Zhou. That's too much. Molly nodded shyly. However, Molly didn't seem to have any intention of restraining her desire, because her knee had already pressed on Su Bei's leg. She controlled Su Bei's escape. Su Bei didn't feel good. He was more afraid of being beaten than getting intimate with her later. Molly's iron fist usually fell faster than her intimacy. Su Bei, mister. Let's do it, now. Molly swallowed her saliva, and felt that she was extremely courageous now. And the atmosphere was just right. And she was full of energy and desire. Molly, what? What about me? Xiaomi Zhou suddenly appeared between the two flushed faces, full of curiosity. She appeared just in time. Su Bei's heart, which had been raised to his throat, suddenly dropped, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon it rose to his throat again. Molly shyly pressed Xiaomi Zhou's head and blew a breath toward Xiaomi Zhou's sensitive cat ears. Zhou. Be good, wait a minute. I show you everything. Don't make trouble. Today, Molly will disrespect your teacher and destroy your ancestors. Mao was excited. Su Bei panicked. Chapter 543, Inexperienced and Playful. Sitting and waiting for death is definitely not Su Bei's style. He knows that Jasmine fists are much more powerful than the pie she draws. Facing Jasmine, Su Bei can never guess which will come first. Tomorrow or an accident. Struggle. Must struggle. Su Bei's magic power flows in his body. The magic power that has been stored for a long time has not been used in battle or on the road, but is used without hesitation at this moment. But Su Bei does not regret it. He knows better than anyone how inexperienced and playful Jasmine is. So, instant. Move. Jump. Empty. Su Bei stepped on his toes in the air, chanting 4 spells, and his figure was illusory and blurry in front of Jasmine, as if a movie slice just happened to freeze. Click. Su Bei's figure flashed, and he took a step to the door, pressing his right hand on the door handle to open it. However, the door in front of Su Bei disappeared. Su Bei. Sir. Be good. Jasmine raised her head shyly, slapped her left hand down, and knocked Xiamiza down like a mole. Continue. Immediately, she used her right hand again to close the distance between herself and Su Bei. Today. I want it. Jasmine. Can't help it. Want it. Su Bei's eyes wavered, and the corners of his lips slightly parted, looking at the pink lips that kept getting bigger in front of him. He gave up resistance like he had accepted his fate. Su Bei had no way to retreat. Jasmine's face slowly enlarged in front of Su Bei's eyes until it occupied all his sight. Touch. Close. Maybe it was a second. Maybe it was a moment. But it was always in a moment that Su Bei's eyes froze. Before Su Bei could fully experience the experience, his body arched up like a shrimp. Bang. Almost at the same time as the corners of her lips touched, Jasmine's fist landed on Su Bei's abdomen at this moment. Pain too painful. Sweat spread on Su Bei's forehead. He squinted his eyes hard, covered his stomach, and bent down uncontrollably. squatting slowly, gasping for breath. At the same time, the hair on Jasmine's head made a crackling sound, followed by a bang explosion. The redness on Jasmine's face turned into a wave of heat, gushing towards the ceiling, and her body suddenly softened and fell straight back. No. Subei's eyes were empty, and he completely lost the strength he had been holding on to. His eyes went dark, and he passed out. Meow? Xiaomi Zhou tilted his head. At this moment, Xiaomi Zhou, who was holding his chin and looking forward to the next development, fell into thought and recalled the ballad that Gluttony taught him. Everyone, all of you, don't get up? Thinking of this, Xiaomi Zhou's eyes rolled, and he rolled on the ground. Xiaomi Zhou rolled to the middle of the two people, found a suitable angle beside them, and then rested his head on Jasmine's legs and his calves on Subei's abdomen. Then he forced out a yawn. Mimi fell asleep. Only Lilizi and Lin were left looking at each other, their eyes blank. What are they doing? Maybe they are playing with La. Good food. That's enough. La. The scenes from now on are not the plots that Lilizi can peek at. Lilizi is still a child. Haha. It's absolutely not allowed to watch La. In the future, I will live broadcast for you. This. If you want to watch the training, please face the wall consciously. You actually have the heart to bully such a cute Jasmine? Chapter 544 Diva Concert. Fantasy Village. On the street. Jasmine yawned, holding Subei, who was tense, with both hands, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Mr. Subei, did something happen? Why did everyone fall asleep? Yeah. Subei's eyes fell. I was immersed in the exciting and high-pressure martial arts competition. Hey. Jasmine smiled. The martial arts competition is really exciting. Right? Mr. Subei usually stays at home, and he will become a greasy uncle soon. That's why Jasmine thought that she had to take Mr. Subei out for a walk no matter what. I don't know why, but as I watched, Jasmine felt so tired and weak that I couldn't use any strength at all. I don't know why I fell asleep. As a result, the fighting meeting ended in an instant. As Jasmine said, she turned her slightly red face to the side, leaned close to Subei, and whispered softly, "Does Mr. Subei have any clues?" Subei looked blankly and didn't answer. Jasmine was definitely pretending to have lost her memory. It is absolutely impossible for Jasmine to have no clue. She knows what she has done better than anyone else. Subei even suspected that Jasmine wanted to fight him in the name of the fighting meeting. Damn it. Subei calmly glanced at Jasmine, who was looking around and looking up at the birds, and made a note in his heart. When his strength is restored, he must hold Jasmine down and kiss her hard. No matter how Jasmine resists, it will be useless. He will watch Jasmine struggle with tears in her eyes, but unable to resist the humiliation of being bullied by him. As Subei was thinking, he was suddenly shocked by his own thoughts. Why would he think this way? Could it be that the goddess of emotions was causing trouble? It couldn't be that he had a stress reaction after being beaten by Jasmine. Right? Subei's eyes twitched, and he felt that this guess was actually damn reliable. The few beatings he received after being intimate with Jasmine could be said to be the worst beating Subei had ever received in his life. The pressure was already bursting. As for what Jasmine thought, Jasmine couldn't tell. Jasmine obviously wanted to get close to Mr. Subei, but when her lips touched, Jasmine's body trembled uncontrollably, and a completely irresistible shyness and sensitivity were infinitely magnified. At this moment, her soul continued to sink, sinking to the bottom of the valley, and her thoughts floated to the sky in the blink of an eye, high above. Then her body made a move that even her brain didn't have time to process. Why is this happening? Jasmine held her cheek, feeling that her face was too hot. But when she recalled the abrupt touch with Subei, her heart felt cool and sweet. My body, can't go any further. But Jasmine still wants. Thinking this way, Jasmine looked up from time to time and looked at Subei, then lowered her head to avoid his gaze, and couldn't help but smile. The smile came out of her curved eyes, without hiding a bit. Although her eyes were shy, Jasmine still hugged Subei's arms tightly with both hands, unwilling to let go. I just like it, Jasmine whispered softly, behind the two people with ulterior motives. The simple and unsophisticated Xiaomi Zhou had a much simpler mind. Xiaomi Zhou held the thermos cup and sucked the porridge from the thermos cup through the straw. Every time she took a sip, she would squint her eyes with great satisfaction. and her 2 cat ears would shake up and down happily. She had no sense of accepting the punishment from Su Bei after drugging her. She never doubted whether what she did was right, because she felt that gluttony was definitely right. After all, gluttony was Su Bei's external brain. She would only think about whether she did not do well enough and whether she could do better next time. Maybe this is what a good student looks like in the eyes of a teacher. Sometimes, choosing the right path is more important than hard work. The 3 of them walked and chatted, eating the delicious food along the way, and walked towards the hot concert square. The concert square was very large and full of people. This is because this singer is a well-known, powerful singer. Her reputation has long been resounding throughout the original continent, and even in Fantasy Township. Her name is circulated, and she is deeply loved by everyone. Her name is Freya. The name is quite ordinary, but if you mention her other nickname, perhaps many adventurers will have some vague impression. Angel of Song. Angel Series 25 who masters the law of hymns. Freya once traveled thousands of miles to the Green Empire, carefully planning a comprehensive plan to seize the Magic Weapon Series 25 limit, and had certain behavioral conflicts and contradictions with Su Bei. Of course, the result was that after working hard and struggling, she encountered a very painful failure. For details, please turn to chapter 326. But Freya didn't dwell on it too much. Now Lamet was eaten by the magic sword, and the holy and demonic swords were shattered by all the gods working together, causing Freya to no longer be able to make up for its most fatal flaw, complete the legendary prophecy, and complete the last piece of the puzzle for her to become a quasi-god. There was really no way out. Freya could only exhaust her potential to transcend with the help of the Great World Cleansing. The Sequence Angel and Sequence magical device were transcended before their death. Freya knew that without the help of the adventure, transcendence was the upper limit, and she could only give up the possibility of going further. After that, Freya started her career as an artist and enjoyed the life she longed for. Now it seems that Freya's transformation is very successful. Perhaps she can really become a great singer who attracts everyone's attention. Su Bei commented. Hey. Jasmine smiled. Actually, we have a certain fate with Miss Freya. Su Bei turned his head in confusion. Green Empire. Jasmine fell into reminiscence. That was the first time Mr. Su Bei followed Jasmine, secretly helped Jasmine, and fed her various magic weapons. At that time, Miss Freya also attended the same banquet. But unfortunately, we never met each other. Jasmine stuck out her tongue. There were still traces of millet porridge and herbs on her pink tongue, which scared Su Bei's heart. Thump. Jump. Yeah. Su Bei avoided Jasmine's sight. But the scene of kissing Jasmine appeared in his mind unnaturally, and his body became hot for no reason. His fist hurt. Fortunately, Jasmine was sweet. Wait, what am I thinking about? Su Bei hurriedly shook his head, poured out the fragmented yellow waste, and cleared his brain. If his head was full of bitterness, Su Bei thought that his life would be over. This is absolutely not possible. The 3 walked into the concert venue, looking for the number plate, and sat in a slightly forward position, and sat in order from left to right. Su Bei, Jasmine, and Xiaomi Zhou, then quietly waited for the concert to begin. Mr. Su Bei, Molly suddenly called out. Su Bei trembled in response. I am. Molly poked Su Bei's arm in confusion. Mr. Su Bei, are you cold? Why are you trembling? As she spoke, Molly's eyes lit up as if they had turned into 2 stars, and she clasped her hands together on the left side of her face, and said with emotion, Miss Freya is so amazing. The seats are all full. A full 10,000 people. For a lifetime. Xiaomi Zhou suddenly said. If so many people come together to make porridge for me. Heaven. Xiaomi Zhou took a mouthful of porridge. Delicious. Hearing this, Su Bei shook his head and said, Not really. Huh? Emoli looked sideways. Su Bei pointed outside the venue. More than 10,000 people. There are many fans outside the venue. Wow. My God. Looking in the direction of Su Bei's finger, you can see that the concert square is crowded with people. These passengers who failed to buy tickets are rushing into the concert with red faces. Under the ruthless whipping of security personnel, they hold up. Yaya. We love you. Yaya. You are the most beautiful. Freya. My life. Wait for the sign to attract Freya's attention. Yaya. We love you. Please look at us. Yaya. Woo woo woo. My most beloved Yaya. Please use your heavenly voice to insult me. I dream of your voice. Yaya. Yaya. I customized a life-size pillow for you. And I will accompany you to sleep every night. Will you be moved by me? Yaya is Freya's stage name. Miss Freya. You are so popular. Jasmine shook her head, her eyes full of shock. This is much more than her fans in the academy. And they are much more fanatical. If she had so many suitors in the academy, she would definitely be very distressed. That's right. Behind the three people, a fat otaku wearing glasses and weighing about 300 pounds, who seemed to be able to hypnotize, interrupted the three people's conversation and smiled sinisterly. The size of our Yaya army is more than tens of millions. Just the empty soda bottles that Yaya Jiang has drunk can be sold for the value of an excellent treasure. It is said that someone once picked up a pair of socks worn by Yaya. And my God, he actually exchanged them for a perfect treasure. You can't imagine how famous Yaya is. There are even many fans who are not eligible to enter Jinsokyo, who have gone to great lengths to buy a 3-day temporary residence visa, just to watch Yaya's concert up close. Hey! Molly made a cute exclamation. Xiaomi Zhou didn't quite understand. If she converted it into so many bowls of porridge, she would probably resonate. Su Bei remained silent, which was understandable. In his hometown, there was a superstar who could sing, dance and play basketball. He had such cohesion and was loved by fans. His pictures were made into emoticons and passed down through the ages. My name is Yamada Feiyuan. You can call me Yamada-kun. I am a 5th level wind-chasing ranger. I have liked Yaya for 10 years. What about you? Yamada Feiyuan inserted himself between the three people like a chatterbox. His thick black eyes reflected a white light, and he kept looking at Jasmine. He always felt that this girl whose physical features were covered by a large windbreaker was a little damn familiar. Hey! Molly blinked and waved her hands embarrassedly. Actually, this is our first time to see Miss Freya's concert. Not the fanatical fans you mentioned. First time? Yamada Feiyuan stroked his eyes, and suddenly clapped his hands, making a solid high five. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. You will definitely like Yaya's singing. The concert is about to start. Let's immerse ourselves in this beautiful song and fly with Yaya in the boundless fantasy world. Hee. Jasmine maintained a slightly difficult smile and nodded politely. Okay. Uncle should appreciate it too. After saying that, Jasmine quickly turned her head and sat a little closer to Su Bei. Although this Uncle Yamada Feiyuan's words are sincere, I always feel that his smile is a bit offensive. Jasmine clasped her hands together and gave Su Bei a very apologetic smile. You've directed too much. Xiaomi Zhou reminded Jasmine in her ear. Hey! Jasmine was startled and quickly squeezed to the left again. So Xiaomi Zhou also squeezed towards Jasmine. This back and forth squeezed the 3 seats into 2 seats. This was not good for Su Bei. The distance was too close. Not to mention the rich jasmine fragrance. Even Xiaomi Zhou glutinous rice and grass smell began to spread. Su Bei subconsciously looked to the left. This was a clergy girl wearing church clothes. The other party should be the saint of the Church of Nature and Life. Right? She looked young, wearing a set of custom-made saint clothes, and was looking at Su Bei with extremely disgusted eyes. And her eyes collided with Su Bei's. The girl lip-synced and warned seriously, if you dare to come near me, I will call the police. Su Bei would not do such a thing to provoke the lowly. So he could only sigh and retract his gaze. Then looked at Jasmine on the right, who was almost close to him. Then Su Bei reached into Jasmine Windbreaker with his right hand and gently embraced her soft body. He stopped her from getting closer. At this time, a certain idea suddenly emerged in Su Bei's mind. Is there a possibility that Jasmine beat him because her body was too sensitive? So, this requires Su Bei to communicate in depth step by step to help Jasmine with desensitization training? Su Bei thought so. And his hand deep inside the windbreaker suddenly became restless. Jasmine's cheeks flushed instantly, and her hair trembled involuntarily. Her expression switched to shyness in a second, and she raised her head and looked at Su Bei with tears in her eyes. What do you want to do? Su Bei swallowed his saliva. Chapter 545. It turns out to be a slime. What do you want to do? Molly raised her head shyly, her eyes full of mist, as if she would cry out if she was scared. Su Bei remained calm, looking at such a lovely Molly. His thoughts continued to spread in his mind, and soon organized into reasonable language. I am conducting a research experiment on how to explore the mysteries of the human body and enhance the relationship between couples. So, Mr. Sube, are you seriously researching? Jasmine asked softly and tremblingly. Indeed. Sube nodded calmly, his eyes fixed on the singing performance at the concert, his fingers already touching Jasmine's waist, and gradually testing Jasmine's sensitive bottom line. Just seriously experimenting? Jasmine asked softly again, her whole body falling into Sube's arms. Her face flushed, and she exhaled warmly. That's right. Sube continued to nod, his palm constantly upwards. And in a peaceful situation, he unexpectedly touched a soft slime. Absolutely no strange thoughts? Jasmine swallowed her saliva, raised her head shyly, and stared at Sube's eyes. Sube nodded hesitantly. No. I should. Stupid. Idiot. Mr. Sube. Jasmine exhaled very quietly, then stretched out her hand and pressed it on the palm of Sube's hand, slowly pushing it upwards. Clang, clang, clang. Two cute slime kings jumped out from Jasmine's collar, standing close to each other and showing happy expressions at the same time, and met Sube. Sube was silent. No wonder, this slime feels too much like slime. It turned out to be slime. Sube thought it was slime. Jasmine smiled foolishly, blinking her eyes inadvertently revealing a little cunning. Her face moved close to Sube's ear and whispered, actually, even if it is wrapped in slime, Jasmine can feel it. Mr. Sube. Warm palms. I like it. Jasmine was shy, raised two slime kings and placed them on her legs, and then squeezed them into Sube's arms. Then she swallowed hard, leaned close to Sube's ear and whispered, Mr. Sube, Jasmine. Jasmine swallowed again. Ready, all right. Okay. But it's not good here. There are a lot of people around. They all know Jasmine. Go back. You can go back and experiment slowly. But if Mr. Sube wants, Jasmine can. Wait, Sube blinked and looked around. Indeed, the concert has already begun. Although Jasmine panting will be covered by the singing of the concert and the shouting of the fans. And Jasmine is wearing a large windbreaker, which can completely cover the little movements of Sube and Jasmine in private. But it is impossible for the circle around the seats to have no perception. For example, Xiaomi Zhou opened his eyes wide early, carefully looked at the movement inside the windbreaker, and secretly observed and studied Sube's little movements. Sube's behavior was not a very polite thing. Of course, this was not a good occasion. Although Sube had no manners, he had to consider Jasmine. So after Sube noticed Xiaomi Zhou's behavior, he subconsciously glanced around the seat and was immediately shocked. I saw that the saint of the Church of Nature and Forest on the left had already picked up the communicator and dialed a mysterious number at some point. Hello? Is this the Juvenile Protection Center? Yes. Hit him here. I'm Lillian. I found a perverted Lolita lover at the Yaya concert. Please deal with him as soon as possible. Evidence? You want evidence? Oh my God. I hope the relevant departments will deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise I'm afraid my innocence will be tarnished later. When the evidence appears, everything will be useless. Right? You should arrest him and interrogate him with a whip first. I'm afraid he looked over here. I feel very dangerous. I really hope that next time I call this number, my body won't be covered with puffs. And I will point to this dirty body covered with puffs to tell you. This is the evidence. If you understand, act quickly. I am very worried about my personal safety now. I implore the relevant departments to arrest me as soon as possible. That's it. After hanging up the phone, Lillian put away the communication device expressionlessly and cast a calm gaze towards Sube. It seemed that everything that happened just now was not done by her. Sube's eyes were empty. You? TSK. Don't think I don't know what you are doing. Lillian sneered. Hey, Miss Lillian. Why are you here? Jasmine suddenly poked her head out of her windbreaker and smiled at Lillian, her eyes full of surprise. Lillian's eyes flashed with obvious surprise. But after seeing Sube and Jasmine's actions, this surprise quickly turned into panic. And then the fear was swept away, turning into uncontrollable anger. And even her body trembled uncontrollably. Teacher Jasmine. Lillian's body trembled violently, and she was about to reach the edge of exploding. You are only 17 years old. How can you indulge others to do such a thing to you? Is it because he's good looking? Jasmine was stunned and blinked in confusion. Huh? What? You've got it wrong. Lillian. Mr. Subei is Jasmine family. Jasmine pulled Subei's clothes and introduced Subei's information to Lillian with a smile. Then she stretched her hand horizontally to Lillian and introduced Subei with a smile. This is Lillian, my student. Lillian is a very hardworking, diligent, and very cute beautiful girl. She is the current saint of the Church of Nature and Forests. And she is about to comprehend the power of rules. Subei nodded, his expression calm. According to Jasmine introduction, Lillian is indeed a genius. The saint of the Church of Nature and Forest. A 5th-level saint at the age of 16. Has touched some rules. And the various titles are enough to make Lillian famous. But this is Fantasy Township. So I can only say that I still need to practice. Although Lillian is great. Please don't introduce me to this pervert. Teacher Jasmine. Lillian screamed. I have every reason to suspect that he will treat me as prey. And Teacher Jasmine. You are only 17. 17. How can you? I am 18. Jasmine puffed up her lips to retort. She didn't want to go back to 17. Otherwise Mr. Subei would use the excuse of being underage to refuse to have any intimate behavior with her. Your birthday is September 9th. And it is clearly written on your resume. The Mage Tower is still recruiting students under the gimmick of your extraordinary achievements under the age of 18. How can you turn 18 on your own? Lillian was full of indignation. She has always respected Jasmine, and would never allow Jasmine to be fooled by such a cold-looking guy. But Mr. Subei is Jasmine family. Jasmine explained with a smile. And at the same time reached out and patted Lillian's head to calm her temper. Orthopedics? Oh! This is even more unforgivable. Please make sure that this perverted Lolita control goes to prison for reform. Lillian's mouth twitched. And she looked at Subei with disgust. It's my husband. Husband? Jasmine explained with a smile. Lillian clenched her fists. But how can a 17-year-old cricket mitter of Jasmine have a legal husband? Ask this pervert if he dares to admit it? It's a girlfriend. Subei held Jasmine's hand and explained calmly. That's it. Jasmine smiled. I will invite Lillian to our wedding in the future. Little Lillian. Don't worry too much. Oh! I didn't expect the pervert to be so responsible. Lillian. Tooted. So, you admit that you and your under-18 teacher Jasmine have an extremely improper relationship? It's proper. Not improper at all. Jasmine puffed up her lips and smacked Subei's face in front of Lillian. Subei was stunned for a moment. Then suddenly smiled and rubbed Jasmine's head. Lillian laughed angrily. Call the police. You must call the police. Suddenly. Bang. There was a sound. Behind them. A fat man with a strong sense of oppression slowly stood up. His face serious and angry. Staring at Subei and the others while banging his chair. I say. You guys are too self-righteous. Yamada Feiyuan slapped the chair and shouted with a dark face. You have been arguing non-stop since the beginning. If you don't want to watch the concert, can you get out? This is not the vegetable market where you make noise. You, a bunch of faithless country bumpkins. Get out. Get out. Chapter 546 Super Lolita King. Outside the concert venue. Subei and his group stood at the door, feeling the cold wind, staring at each other in bewilderment. You've been kicked out. Mr. Subei. Molly stuck out her tongue, clenched her right hand into a small fist, and punched her right temple. Then tilted her head and ahogo, making a very cute self-condemning gesture. It's okay. Subei held Molly's left hand and shook his head calmly. It's not important. Subei was not very interested in the concert. He was only willing to come because Jasmine wanted to come. Meow. Xiaomi Zhou shook her cat ears, still maintaining a happy expression. Without any regrets? So, hearing the voice, Subei and the other two looked over. Why am I being kicked out too? Lillian squatted in the corner, her eyes full of resentment and indignation, saying, I spent a lot of effort to get this ticket. It can be seen that the corner where Lillian was staying was obviously darker, which was completely different from the style shown by Subei. Listening to Lillian's mumbling, Jasmine trotted forward, opened her arms, and gave her a hug. Okay. Okay. Next time there are concert tickets, the teacher will save one for Lillian. Jasmine patted Lillian's head, smiled, and clenched her fist to encourage. Lillian looked coaxed. This looked outrageous, but it was normal to Subei. Just because Jasmine affinity is invincible, not only to monsters, but also to people. Even Lillian, who is also a woman, Can't resist Jasmine cuteness. This is no longer simply a personality reason. It's like some kind of trait. Su Bei's eyes stayed on Jasmine. Thinking. Su Bei, who read books, knew too many special physiques. But like Jasmine, who can easily resolve conflicts with everyone and achieve a special method of touching anyone to make them obey. It is still beyond Su Bei's understanding. What could be the reason? Is there any connection with Jasmine's sensitive physique? While Su Bei was thinking, Lillian poked Jasmine's shoulder, pointed at Su Bei who was staring at the two of them, and whispered in Jasmine's ear, Teacher Jasmine, no matter how I look at him, I think he is no different from a pervert. Look at his terrifying eyes. He's thinking. Molly cast a doubtful look, and saw through Su Bei's actions at a glance, and explained seriously, when Mr. Su Bei is thinking about a problem, his expression will be very serious. Like now. I think it's very handsome. Lillian thought and reminded, if you are threatened, please take a breath. I will definitely save you. The new Lolita executioner Miss Alini is strong and enforces the law strictly. During her tenure, all Lolita controls will be sentenced to death. And the control rate has reached an astonishing 100%. No one can escape her accountability regardless of their status. And they will use extremely cruel torture to torture the Lolita, so that they can no longer use the tools to commit crimes. Which is really gratifying. Lillian was still talking, but she saw Jasmine staring with big eyes and holding her breath, as if she was using her actions to prove that she was really not threatened. In fact, she didn't need to explain so much to Lillian. But Jasmine was so gentle and considerate that she wanted to dispel Lillian's concerns no matter what. Now it was Lillian's turn to blink confusedly. She couldn't understand. A useless uncle and a genius mentor? This is a confusing combination. Thinking about it, Lillian couldn't help chanting the spell while Jasmine was looking at Su Bei. Nature. I am your most loyal believer. No law can escape your sight. You are connected with everything in the world. Please take a look for Lillian and see what kind of secrets this person hides. The law appears. Lillian raised her staff and pointed at Su Bei. The void above Su Bei's head began to fluctuate uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine that Su Bei, who had the special title of the one who was destined to defeat the gods, and had an 80% chance of being exempt from the rules, was judged to be successful by Lillian's chanting. Then, his hidden title of Super Lolita King emerged, and the following titles began to emerge one after another. Su Bei was stunned. Jasmine blinked, feeling that things had suddenly become tricky. Oh no! It's the invincible Lolita King! I'm dead! Lillian screamed and trembled. No wonder someone like me, who is deeply in pain about Lolita control, would be shaken by the words of Teacher Jasmine, and even feel a little pity for this pervert. Lillian was shaking, and was about to call the police. But the titles that appeared later made her stay where she was. The one who deviated from order and rules. Su Bei sighed helplessly. It was too sudden, and he had no time to stop the natural rules from infiltrating his hidden magic. And Lillian's hands and feet were instantly cold. You are? Lillian tried her best to breathe, but still couldn't utter a complete sentence. Jasmine raised her index finger and gently said hush to Lillian. Don't make noise. This is a secret. Lillian panicked. People with this title are recognized as abandoned by the gods, and can never get the attention of the gods. Break through the third level, let alone develop characteristics and obtain rules. But Su Bei obviously has the breadth of rules. This can only mean one thing. And the last title that appeared above Su Bei's head completely verified Lillian's conjecture and shattered Lillian's last fluke. The person destined by the gods. Lillian's legs softened and knelt on the ground. And the fear was concreted at this moment. Chapter 547, Planting a Hidden Pawn. The one who destined to reverse the gods. It turned out to be this title. As we all know, only when highly recognized by the gods can the corresponding title be produced. And the holder of this title, from ancient times to now, has only one and only one. This happened in the chaotic sea a year ago. This incident dominated the tone of the gods' frequent descents thereafter, and promoted the action of the gods' followers pouring into Jinsokyo. And this history was tacitly buried by all the gods. The quasi-gods dared not peek, and the false gods were unwilling to mention it. It was because the core people and wisdom worked together to calculate all the gods, and change some major events in the dark, destroying the gods' careful plans. As a god favor, Lillian naturally heard about this history. When Lillian saw this title, she seemed to have witnessed a corner of the magnificent and terrifying battle of gods. and personally experienced the tremendous pressure on Su Bei. She fell to the ground in an instant, sweating profusely. This is terrible. Lillian's eyes suddenly turned pale. Her hands and feet completely lost strength, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Sweat soaked Lillian's entire saint robe, dripping onto the ground, turning the seat into a small puddle. Su Bei snapped his fingers and used his skills to hide the titles again. Then he turned his gaze and cast a calm look at Lillian. Jasmine smiled at Su Bei, pressed her hand down, and signaled her to solve it. Lillian, relax. Breathe slowly. Breathe slowly. Jasmine patted Lillian's sweat-soaked back, watching Lillian's gradually calming mood, and encouraged. Very brave, Lillian. The title symbolizes a part of identity and strength. Lillian can witness the title with the breath of God with the strength of the 5th level without collapsing, which shows that Lillian is a great adventurer. Lillian slowly came back to her senses. Her eyes were complicated. Teacher Jasmine, when you see that title, won't you be moved? Jasmine smiled and shook her head. No. I am not a passerby in history. I am a participant and witness of that history. Lillian was silent. This is too scary. Are you the former demon king or the hero? Lillian is not stupid, and she soon made some guesses. Jasmine smiled and nodded. It's the former. Many people are looking for you, and everyone thinks that pervert, Mr. Su Bei, is dead. Even the followers of the Temple of Destiny have lost contact with him. Jasmine smiled and nodded. Yes, many people are looking for Jasmine, and many people have found Jasmine. But you don't look worried. Master, Lillian said, and suddenly froze. Yes, she is the Demon King. Those who are looking for Jasmine may have been dealt with long ago. Jasmine is always here for you if you are looking for her. But Mr. Su Bei's whereabouts must not be exposed in any case. Molly raised her index finger, stopped at her lips, squinted and smiled. Lillian is a good child. She won't tell anyone. Right? Lillian nodded woodenly. Okay. When we leave this corner, Lillian will pretend that nothing happened. Okay? Molly rubbed Lillian's face and slowly stood up. Then she firmly grabbed Su Bei's right hand and walked out of the square. Su Bei smiled bitterly and shook his head. His right hand was covered with a common-sense glove, and Jasmine stopped him from making corrections. Then Jasmine let go of Su Bei's right hand, hooked her hands behind her back, and walked about half a step ahead of Su Bei, hopping in front. She looked in a pretty good mood. Suddenly, Jasmine turned around and smiled. Mr. Su Bei, aren't you worried? What are you worried about? Su Bei looked up. I'm worried that Lillian will complain. Of course I'm worried about Lillian, Su Bei said lightly. But I'm confident in Jasmine. You must have a reason for doing this. What is the reason? Molly blinked her innocent big eyes. Her expression was pure and innocent. Su Bei shook his head calmly. How should I know? Mr. Su Bei must know. I don't know. Hee. If it's Mr. Su Bei, he will know. You want me to know? I want to, Molly said coquettishly. Let me think about it. Su Bei sighed and rubbed his temples. You have the eye of truth, which is enough to distinguish everyone's thoughts. So, you plan to observe the psychological state of some of the gods' followers through the morning martial arts competition, and test whether these people are worth contacting. However, the plan failed for some reason. As he said, Su Bei glanced at Xiaomi Zhou, but saw Xiaomi Zhou drinking porridge unconsciously, not paying any attention to the conversation between the two. But you left a backup plan. If there is a candidate, you can contact him through the concert. If not, you will execute the plan that has been set long ago. With so many people, why do we happen to sit next to Lillian? Because Jasmine has already decided on Lillian. Right? This is your hidden card. You want to contact those gods with better reputations through these gods, who are easier to communicate with, and try to establish an alliance. That's why you stopped me from correcting her memory. You need Lillian to keep her memory. As far as I know, the god of nature and forests is a romantic and good-tempered god, and is indeed suitable as the first experimental subject to be won over. Very good idea. After Su Bei explained briefly, he looked at her calmly and nodded, as if to encourage her. Hey. Molly suddenly let go of her strength and sighed. That's it. Every time I think about something for a long time, Mr. Su Bei will see through it in an instant. Molly was very complacent originally. Now I always feel frustrated. It's easy to think, but it's hard to do it. Su Bei smiled. Molly is great. The only thing I can't figure out is... Subei's eyes dimmed. Obviously, Jasmine has something important to do. Why would she want to talk to me at this time? Jasmine took a deep breath, puffed up her cheeks and glared at Subei resentfully. No, it was Mr. Subei who reached out on his own. Jasmine will never refuse Mr. Subei. So, Mr. Subei admits that he is doing research now. Right? Subei looked at his nose and mouth, keeping silent and turning a deaf ear. Chapter 548, Acceleration of Progress. Although it can be seen from Subei and Jasmine diaries that this year is full of warm and beautiful memories for both of them. Is it really the case? In fact, it is not. It's just that both of them kept silent about the pressure they encountered and swallowed it in their stomachs, and tacitly did not talk about it. In fact, Jasmine suffered dozens of assassinations and temptations of all sizes this year, most of which were concentrated in the first half of last year, and several of them left Jasmine with considerable injuries. Fortunately, Jasmine made rapid progress. Since she entered the state of transcendence from a demigod, the number of assassinations has been visibly reduced. However, the quality of assassinations has increased significantly. Each time, it can bring great pressure to Jasmine. But Jasmine didn't say anything. First, it was unnecessary. Second, Mr. Subei was seriously injured now, and it would be useless to say anything. Instead, it would make Mr. Subei worried. As for Subei, he really seemed like a person without destiny, who had been completely hidden and completely out of touch with all events. At least it looks like that on the surface. But now this dull life will soon be broken with Jasmine's active attack. Jinsokyo is about to usher in a storm. Subei and Jasmine have a deep enough understanding of this world, but they lack the top-level things. Secret is intelligence. March 5th. Jinsokyo Nature and Forest Church Branch. Lillian knelt on the ground devoutly, and the surrounding priests saw it without any doubts or inquiry. Because this scene has lasted for 3 days, everyone is used to it. The bishop in the church sighed, made a gesture exclusive to the Church of Nature and Forest, forcibly broke the quiet environment, and knelt devoutly beside Lillian. Lillian, I think the Almighty has heard your request and confession. You feel guilty, even if you don't want to tell your evidence. Nature has never left you, which explains everything. The bishop patted Lillian's shoulder, and noticed the emptiness and confusion in Lillian's eyes, full of heartache. This is the most precious saint of their Nature and Forest Church. Who ruined her? Why did she become like this after not seeing her for a few days? Lillian mechanically tilted her head, without even showing any extra expression. On one hand, it was the will of God. Half of the reason why Lillian came to Jinsokyo was to listen to the instructions of God and find the lost historical traces. On the other hand, it was the condemnation of conscience. Lillian promised teacher Jasmine that she would not say it out loud. So she should not say it out loud. This is the moral character she should have. If you don't say it, it's just saying it silently. The God of Nature and Forest has shown his miracle. In a trance, Lillian was lifted up by a treetop that grew without roots. And then a new will gradually appeared in her mind. Silly child. Go. Find her. And go to an independent secret place with her. Then I will come. Lillian couldn't figure out anything. But how could the God of Nature and Forest not figure it out? However, Lillian is so simple. She was clearly the one being calculated. But she still felt deeply condemned by her conscience for this. However, the God of Nature and Forest did not point it out. Respect development and follow nature. This is her principle of becoming a god. It was also March 5th. Sunshine Coast. Inside, Lynn quietly packed up the collection she had collected recently. Packed all the items into a bag. And then jumped. The gray and black gothic long skirt was opened. And before she could reveal a little bit of the scenery under the skirt, Lynn's petite body had already landed. Then the skirt covered the bag and put everything in it. On the side, Lee Leezy threw the snacks into the omniscient code one by one, and cast a look at Lynn with contempt. Why do you have to stuff spicy food under your skirt? It looks so stupid. Convenient, Lynn said calmly. Have you decided to set off? Lee Leezy asked again, holding up the blue book and tucked it under her armpit, raising her hand to adjust her blue felt hat, and then casually put on a pair of light blue glasses, looking like a wise sage. Lynn nodded, put the well-repaired Burial of Eternal Night on her back, held her pink hair up with both hands, shook her head to make her hair neat. Almost done. Prepare to face the drastic changes that will follow. and fight your way out of death. Ah ha ha? That's not something Lin would say. Lizzie opened and closed her eyes, and then opened them to the maximum. Her eyes moved on her toes, circling around Lin, as if observing whether Lin had a problem with her brain. Lizzie thought you would keep saying words like uncle, and then cry and yell, and say stupid words like you can't wait. You are the only one who would cry and yell. Lin calmly wiped the sharp tip of the sickle behind her. Her eyes stern. Death is never affected by emotions. Not disturbed by anything. It would be more convincing if you give me the half deck of cards in your pocket. Lizzie poked Lin's head. Lin's head suddenly stood up with a Jing character, and clenched her palms. It's none of your business. Stupid blue-haired. Cooperate with me. Bastard. Hee. Lizzie took a step and ran away first. Lin followed closely behind with a sickle on her back. It looked warm and beautiful. It was still March 5th. In the abyss. Yin slowly approached the abyss. Her body gradually became happy and excited. Her soul and body were cheering. But at this moment, the abyss suddenly cracked, and a huge monster emerged from it. It was a huge pupil that covered the sky and the sun. It was also his body. Are you the weapon I made? Yes. Get out of my house. Yin's face suddenly cracked, and she roared endlessly at the pupil. I am your grandmother. It was still March 5th. Su Bei sat in the library dormitory, calmed down, and touched time. But it was different from the previous ending of annihilating the mind, because the goddess of time had lost her trace. Where did she go? She might still be there, but for some reason, she took the initiative to make way. This was not the first time. It was one of the countless nights that Su Bei had experienced. This time, Su Bei sat in the long river of time, watching the long river of time constructed by rules and order. His eyes indifferent. Beside his hand, there was a pair of sword handles alone, without a blade or a blade. Brother, have you really decided? Go observe the so-called history yourself. This voice is very familiar to Su Bei. This is gluttony. In that final calculation of wisdom, Su Bei did not choose to let wisdom take control of everything. He hid the most critical hilts of the two swords, and hid them in the burial place of the goddess of time. This is not a good decision. Without the holy and demonic swords, you can't fix history and become an anchor. You will be infected with huge karma, and it will be difficult to get out. I want to know a lot of secrets. Su Bei sighed. And no one will tell me these secrets. I can only find them myself. The truth of the end of the world. My life experience. The so-called backup plan of wisdom. The origin of the alien race. The origin of Jasmine. The relationship between the hero and the devil. The identity of the thief. Everything. And so on. All the secrets. I am never afraid of danger. But I am afraid of the unknown. It was still March 5th. Several gods' followers held a roundtable meeting to discuss the ownership of the devil. She has been alive and kicking for a year, and we have never found any other backers behind her. But transcendence is the top combat power that can be seen in the open. Quasi-gods are fighting against foreign races on the front line. How can we do anything to her? At this level, she is too terrifying. It's very simple. Can't we become quasi-gods? There are no quasi-gods in Jinsokyo. So we will create quasi-gods artificially. To live for death and die for faith is the meaning of God favor. Chapter 549 about Luminera. It was still March 5th. The base camp of the alien race, where the world tree was located. Elena stopped here, and Luminera's soul appeared beside her. The two were staring at the towering tree that bordered the sky and hell, and they were silent for a long time. After a while, Luminera stretched her hands to the tree and sighed. This is the truth. This is the truth. Elena nodded. Looking up, there was no sign of life in the towering tree. The branches were yellow and rotten, becoming a bridge for countless demons from outside the realm to climb to Jinsokyo. The leaves withered and dried, rotting bit by bit, and buried in the soil, turning into nutrients to nourish the birth of demons from outside the realm. The trunk was hollow, built into strange caves and insect holes, becoming the residence of demons from outside the realm. This was a despairing truth. What on earth is this? Luminera pursed her lips bitterly. This was the first time she felt powerless. Perhaps it was a resonance with the world tree. Luminera could feel the others decay. This is a kind of decline from the inside out, which has nothing to do with any race, and naturally has nothing to do with the races outside the domain. It is a bridge connecting the outside world with the original continent. But this is not its intention. Even such a majestic and great life form is declining. What can be eternal? This cannot be explained in a few words. This matter has been hinted as early as 30,000 years ago. Elena's eyes were full of calmness and indifference. But there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes when she looked at Luminera. Many gods have placed many chips in various places, and everyone has his own plan. But I think you are closer to the only chance of winning than anyone else. Luminera sighed in a trance and did not respond, but heard Elena continue to say, there was no such thing as a professional before, and life was divided into different levels since birth. Because of the gods. There was the path of the gods later. But these professionals who have reached the end of the path of the gods, in turn, accuse the gods of blocking the final road and not allowing anyone to approach them and embark on the final evolution. What a irony. They have never thought about how they, who are born unable to sense the rules, can transcend ordinary life and approach us. The original and ultimate truth. Why did Elena say this? Luminera's eyes fluctuated, as if she understood but not quite. Could it be that she was mocking us ordinary people who tried hard to climb up but never saw the truth and turned around to bite their parents, who provided them with food and clothing? No. Elena would not be so boring. The law of the jungle has existed since ancient times. This is an eternal truth. And everything Elena has done proves that she understands the truth better than other gods. What was she trying to say? Luminera figured it out quickly. But among these professions, there are two that are so special. Luminera suddenly said. It is different from any hidden profession. It is not interconnected with all professions, but it can integrate the characteristics of several professions at the same time and inherit all professional skills. Why? The profession mentioned by Luminera is the same as the topic that Elena is going to talk about later. The hero and the devil. This may be the ultimate secret about the hero and the devil. The most core secret that all gods have never mentioned and buried under the truth. Countless battles were enough to verify the tricks of these two professions. But the final secret had not yet been revealed. How naked and bloody would the final truth of the secret be? Luminera opened her hands, hugged the tree trunk, and pressed her face against the trunk, as if listening to the voice of the world tree. You talk. I'm listening. Actually, it doesn't matter what happens. What I need to do now is to look forward. But I still want an answer. Elena looked at Luminera with pity in her eyes. Do you know why you became a hero? Does my answer matter? Luminera smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious about your thoughts. Elena said lightly. Why? Luminera suddenly raised her head, and there seemed to be a sea of stars in her eyes. So vast. Of course, it's because I'm Luminera. Luminera smiled. I'm Luminera. So I'm a hero. Luminera continued to speak. No one is more suitable than me to draw the holy sword. It's shameless to praise myself, but I never deny my talent. I'm good-looking. I'm lucky. I'm smart and tenacious. I never give up. I learn everything quickly. I can replicate any swordplay after watching it once. I can find the flaws of any skill after comparing it once. And no move works twice in front of me. In the same realm. I'm invincible. Crossing realms. I am enough to exchange one for one. I have been improving. And the speed of my improvement has exceeded everyone's expectations. I should be a hero. This is true under ideal conditions. But in reality, Luminera has never fought with people of the same realm. Except for the accidental collision with Su Bei at the beginning. Su Bei has always suppressed her by several realms until the final battle. She is the hard-working genius. The natural protagonist. But she encountered a bug that has never appeared before. Su Bei is like a faulty program that shouldn't appear. Every time he suddenly appears with power far beyond the normal level, he can always suppress her. I am a hard-working genius. But I met a true genius. His situation is also special. You are different from him. Elena shook her head and sighed. Besides, you and Su Bei have no intersection. He is not an orthodox demon king. He just took over the fate of the demon king. Luminera interrupted lightly. It doesn't matter. If you lose, you lose. I don't want to make excuses. And I don't need comfort. Elena was stunned for a moment, smiled in admiration, and suddenly explained, You are Luminera. So you are a hero. There is a problem with this sentence in terms of cause and effect. Because the hero can only be you. I am special? Lumina added. Just like Jasmine will definitely be a demon king. You will definitely be a hero. No matter if you are a princess of Duz, or a cat girl, even if you are a goblin or even a goblin, you will be a hero. This is fate, but also a curse. Luminara smiled slightly. If that's the case, I hope I will be the best-looking goblin. Elena laughed. There are no good-looking goblins. Even those with elf blood are ugly. But I have seen a goblin. He is a real warrior. His name is Greenskin Watson. Luminara recalled. Elena nodded and continued with the answer just now. The soul of the brave has never been separated and reincarnated from ancient times to the present, and can accommodate all the rules of the world. After all the twists and turns, you have always been you. So, what will you be? I didn't know before, but I know now. Luminara smiled slightly. No one can integrate all the rules. Not even gods. But I can. Since I stepped out of the magic tower, I have contained 20 kinds of rule power, all of which are the supreme rules of the innate gods, and the gods of the first generation. Fortunately, it is 20, not 24. Otherwise, I might not be able to come here alive. Elena nodded. Yes, wisdom left you the last leeway. Her thoughts have been hard to figure out from ancient times to the present. Luminara sighed. I heard that the previous hero only merged a dozen rules. And the previous hero merged even fewer rules. If they were all me in the past. In this case, they are a bit stupid. Elena smiled bitterly, but did not answer. Who says they are stupid? The previous Demon King Tsubaki despised Jasmine for being stupid. And now Luminara despises the previous hero for being stupid. This is really a wonderful reincarnation. The more rules I merge, the more gods will choose to give up on me. They all want the secrets in me, and this world art. And this will lead to my control over myself becoming less and less. Luminara hugged the world tree tightly, as if she wanted to squeeze her whole body into it, and melt into the trunk. What a deadly curse. It seems you really know it. Elena sighed. I am the manifestation of the world tree? Luminara calmly said her guess. Ah? This answer shocked Elena, and even made Elena wonder if Luminara would be torn apart by the order itself. Fortunately, the order acquiesced to Luminara unreasonableness. Just because you are actually the only fruit produced by the world tree. Elena smiled bitterly and shook her head. And for a moment, she was a little embarrassed. You are too bold. So bold. I dare say that even if it is a false god, as long as he dares to repeat what you just said, he will definitely be backfired by the order he controls. And even the constructed order itself will collapse and fall to a lower level. Is this tree so powerful? Luminara was curious. It's worse than I thought. But it's still pretty good. Elena murmured. It's great. Longer than the years I have lived. Because you are his fruit. You are the world itself. And all rules will not exclude or resist you. You can mobilize the power of the stars that no one can master. Just because these stars are the manifestation of small worlds, your potential is no less than that of the innate gods. Luminara glanced sideways and said calmly, That's it. You won't bet on me. Potential is not combat power. And I'm far from it now. Elena nodded. This is just one of the reasons. Another reason is that you are a world art. Even if you are separated from the Holy Sword, you can still use that world art. A complete world art. Which is also the half-world art I once mastered. That world art does not have any killing power. But it can make all gods covet it, and all foreign races fear it. It's called yesterday's reappearance. It can make the materials and events that existed in the past reappear and replace the present that is about to happen. But I can't use it. I don't remember anything. Luminara was stunned for a moment. And suddenly sighed. Elena was stunned and frowned hard. Oh no. I forgot something very important. My memory is not complete. The messenger of disaster who reproduced my memory failed to record the secret. This was too fatal, disrupting Elena's entire plan. According to the plan, she and Luminara joined forces, which was enough to make her return to her peak strength during the period of yesterday's reappearance of magic. The light at the peak was enough to influence any battle situation. And she was not even afraid of the abyss. This was Elena's confidence and self-confidence. But her plan had problems from the beginning. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Luminara sighed. And her palm suddenly felt a stinging pain at the place where it touched the world tree. And then a soft silver light emanated from the touched place. Strange. It seems that something has changed. At the same time, Su Bei inserted the hilts of the holy and demonic swords into his body to create an anchor point, completely stripping off his soul. Then he stood in front of the long river of time and jumped. He was going to witness history. Chapter 550 The Beginning of the World. The time node chosen by Su Bei is the beginning of the world. This is a chaotic period when nothing has appeared and no gods have shown any trace. It is also the starting point of the long river of time. He wants to see the so-called world tree. Just one look is enough, even if he will pay a heavy price for it. To find the truth, we must first figure out what the most essential thing is. Is the world tree a bridge connecting to the outside world? Or is it the origin of the world? Subei didn't know. But he needed to know. Subei closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and kept a calm mind. When Subei's soul sank into the long river of time, something unspeakable happened. A half-hidden goddess appeared beside Subei. This is the goddess of time. Gluttony was shocked, but saw the index finger of the goddess of time resting on her lips, making a silence gesture. Time was frozen. Those who fiddle with time will eventually be fooled by time. Is it the cause or the effect? I died. So the long river of time is fixed. And no one can go back to the past. Violate time. Observe the future. And face despair. And I open this back door for you. Just because I still don't understand how you appeared in the first place. Countless people violated time again and again. One after another. But faced despair and were helpless. Wisdom. Light. Darkness. Destiny. Each of them worked hard for it. I remember. Only I remember. The starting point and the end point of the long river of time have long been fixed. No matter how the process flows, it will only flow to one answer. Everything everyone does. Time sees everything. Cannot escape. Cannot avoid. This is the end of the world. The words of the goddess of time never reached Subei's ears. She knew that Subei could do nothing, change nothing, and bring nothing back. Heavy. The body kept falling, as if weightless. I couldn't open my eyelids. My head hurt. I had no sense of direction. No sense of time. Space and time had lost their meaning. Where was this? In the haze. Subei opened his eyes in a daze. The world was only chaos. Subei was stunned. In front of him, an ancient and majestic tree stood before him, blocking out the sky and the sun. It was so big that its branches were like giant pythons coiling and winding, and its trunk was like a thick city wall. Even the dense wood-grain gullies on it were enough to occupy Subei's entire sight. The grooves on its body are the prototypes of hell. The wood grains on its body are the veins of the main world. And a leaf is a different world. In front of it, Subei is as small as a tadpole, or even dust. It is the universe. But something that makes Subei shudder has happened. This is a truth that Subei cannot accept no matter what. And it is even unimaginable. Is this tree dead? Is this tree dead? But how is this possible? This is a result that Subei never thought of, overturning all historical speculations about the world tree. If the world tree is dead in the future, then where did the original world come from? Is it just a fantasy world as described in the game? So the origin of the world is called Jinsokyo. And everything is just a dream? Subei's mind suddenly flashed with endless fear. And he felt so much pressure that he couldn't breathe even if he tried his best. This truth is too shocking. Even scary. Subei stretched out his hand, and his trembling fingertips slowly touched the trunk of the world tree. And his eyes completely lost their color. It is breathing. But it is about to stop breathing. This is an irreversible process. No life can replace the continuation of this great existence. It will die from the beginning. This is like an unchangeable fact. But how can the world tree be dead? This is more terrible than any doomsday Subei could have imagined. Because this is not happening in the future, but in the past. It can't die, Subei said coldly. What is it missing? It must be missing something. Yes. It has no breath of life. If it was dead from the beginning, how could it give birth to life? Developed into the original continent later. But at this moment, there is life here. Subei thought of the only possibility. He himself. He is that life. A life that only exists here and is unique. But, if he died in the past, how did he appear in the future? Subei was thinking. There is no concept of time here, which is enough for Subei to think for a while. Time is perfect. History is so rigorous that there will not be a flaw, and fate will constantly correct all mistakes. It turns out that time knows. Subei figured it out. He appeared here because time acquiesced. But why? Chapter 551 Fruit and Leaves. At this moment, Subei only had his soul body left. His body was made of life, which was the best seed. In his soul body, there was Lin who controlled death, Li Lizi who controlled wisdom, and half of Luminera. Wait, half of Luminera. Luminara controlled several rules, including life. Just a little bit was enough. Su Bei's eyes fluctuated, and he switched to the dominant soul body, replaced it with Luminara appearance, and pointed at the trunk of the world tree. A magical thing happened. The world tree was learning and absorbing. It was like a child, eagerly seeking the power of the law in Su Bei, desperately absorbing the law of life belonging to Luminara. It learned too fast. Just after it came into contact with the structure of the law of life, it understood the principle and continued to generate and shape itself. It was reborn. It was going to live. Wait, Luminara was dispersing in his body. Su Bei was stunned, and suddenly burst into uncontrollable astonishment. Not only that, Luminara's soul was completely integrated into the world tree, and the 20 rules she mastered were being absorbed and learned by the world tree, evolving into a more complete and powerful order. Luminara was completely absorbed by the world tree. And it's not over yet. Even the rules mastered by Su Bei were absorbed and perfected. Death, wisdom, forbidden laws, time. This just happens to form an absolute complement, encompassing all the rules in the magic tower. Is this a coincidence? No, it's not. This is like a huge closed loop. Su Bei figured out the cause and effect in an instant, and was stunned. If Luminara mastered the 20 laws, the remaining 4 gods must be connected to him. So wisdom tricked him into going to the plague continent. Wisdom told him, "Don't worry. You will definitely understand time." Wisdom sent him to the Valkyrie's god war site. Wisdom, and he will become a solid alliance. Su Bei will definitely master the remaining 4 laws. If Luminara mastered 15, then Su Bei would master the remaining 9. If Luminara only mastered 1, then Su Bei would come back here with 23 laws under great pressure. These are the 12 innate laws that constitute the foundation of the original continent, and the 12 acquired laws that were born from checking for omissions and filling in the gaps. This is like a destiny that has been predetermined long ago. The world tree understood these 24 characteristics at this moment, and Su Bei is the carrier that brought all this. Wait, that's not right. There is a fatal logical error. If this is a reincarnation, this is a predetermined ending. But where is the starting point? Su Bei's back was soaked with sweat, and countless brain cells were boiling and dying. Fate without a starting point is not valid from the beginning. This is problematic. But where is the problem? Then the second change occurred. The world tree came alive and saw Su Bei. He was too young. Even the poorest cells on the narrowest and shortest lines on his leaves are tens of thousands of times larger than his. But it was this strange creature, so small that it was almost invisible in his eyes, that gave his life meaning. He was so small, and yet so great, that he understood the meaning of life and the composition of the world. He should be my mother. The world tree stretched out a branch and came in front of Su Bei. There was a growing fruit on it, which was pregnant with the 24 rules that Su Bei taught him. He took the soul from Luminara. So he gave Su Bei a Luminara that was crying for food. When the fruit sprouts and blooms, it will be a new Luminara. This is feedback. This is gratitude. He is absorbing Su Bei's memory, understanding Su Bei's preferences, and understanding Su Bei's little habits. He is a Lolita control? What is a Lolita? The world tree does not understand. But he remembers this matter. However, Su Bei did not want this fruit. Even if the world tree condensed a fruit with all the rules, it is not Luminara. And he had no way to feed Luminara. There was no soil or water here. Su Bei had no way to take the fruit away. Su Bei pursed his lips and shook his head, rejecting this kindness. But the world tree moved its branches forward again, forcing it to Su Bei. Su Bei pursed his lips. I have no intention of taking it away. That would harm it. I can't feed her. If you insist on giving me a gift, I choose this one. So, Su Bei stood on tiptoe and plucked the smallest, most inconspicuous, and also the most incomplete leaf from the world tree. It was dead, and even its life did not take care of this insignificant leaf. He took off the leaf, watched it gasp and was about to die, and sighed coldly. Since you are desperately living and unwilling to die, you can just be called dogtail grass. This. Su Bei held the leaf and nodded towards the world tree. Consider it as a reward to me. Chapter 552 Temporary Closed Loop. Su Bei left without even taking the leaves with him. He also didn't take his memories with him. It was because this closed loop was false. This was an invalid history. The logic was not rigorous enough, and it was impossible to trace the source. Even the process seemed to have been carefully designed. This was not a solution at all. Before Subei left, he made his only request to the World Tree. Bury my memory for me. Seal anything I saw today. And don't allow anyone to see this history. You must do it. The World Tree understood the sadness in Subei's eyes, and what Subei meant, but didn't understand why Subei thought this way. It is difficult for a blue whale to resonate with an ant. And the gap between him and Subei is even worse than the gap between a blue whale and an ant. But he still did it. It used its branches to penetrate Subei's chest and locked Subei. And at this moment, Subei used a leaf to carve a passage on his hand. Don't explore what happened, unless you have a solution to the end of the world. Look back. Never look forward. Then he threw away the leaves, closed his eyes, emptied his mind, and forgot everything. He couldn't take anything away. The leaves were like this. The memory was also like this. This was a truth that no one wanted to believe. At this moment, Subei finally knew why the goddess of time was dead. She had to die to prevent any life from understanding time and seeing this false starting point through the long river of time. This is a total denial of history. Once this starting point is seen, it will easily shatter all existing logic of the original continent, turning this original continent into a fantasy world. Subei is unwilling to admit that everyone is fake. A virtual individual created by the fabric of fantasy. There must be a way. There must be a way. Where is the way? Subei gritted his teeth. Depending on you. The complete me. When you find a way to replace everything, you must come back to change this false history. Because everyone is real. At the same time, under the World Tree, Luminara was stunned, feeling the strange rhythm that suddenly appeared on the World Tree, and suddenly closed her eyes, full of confusion. Her soul was complete. Why? She didn't dare to say. She realized that this involved a huge secret, and the truth behind this secret might be enough to destroy the world. Has this always existed? Or did it suddenly appear? Elena frowned. What do you mean by this? He should have always existed. But I just realized it. Luminara nodded suddenly and gave the answer to herself. I have learned this technique. This is an extension of the starburst. It turns out that the so-called starburst is just me recreating the scene of the fall of the gods yesterday. This scene was deeply engraved in my memory. I once thought it was the most terrible thing in the world. Over time, it became the most superficial use of this power of mine. You know it? Elena smiled. Luminara nodded, raised her forehead slightly, and said solemnly, but because of this reason. One thing happened earlier. Elena sighed. Indeed. Even I can't think of this. The dome of the World Tree is empty. A great and terrifying foreign evil god has descended. He is called the Nameless Lord above the gray mist. His power restrains freedom very much. And he almost killed freedom. And now he is more complete. Just a breath leaked. And the entire World Tree is covered. So, we are doomed? Luminara raised her eyebrows. Freedom is recognized as the most difficult god to kill. Even freedom can hardly escape the palm of the Nameless Lord. Let alone the two of them. You know, the two of them are under the World Tree, within the manifestation of the other party's power. This is the node closest to the outside world. No! Elena clenched her right palm and twisted her left fist, shook her head and smiled. I forgot to say it. 30,000 years ago, I almost killed him. Elena suddenly ignited an infinite light, tearing through the layers of gray fog and pointing directly to the dome. Not being able to hunt down the strongest evil god from outside the domain has always been my biggest regret. This time, I will make up for my regret. Beside the long river of time, Subei sat there in a daze. He didn't remember anything, but he could still feel the despair deep in his soul that had not yet faded. He was in despair? Are you kidding? Subei had been worried, nervous, and stressed. But when had he ever been truly afraid? Not to mention despair? Subei felt the itch in the palm of his hand. But he hadn't looked up for a long time. He was feeling it. Feeling this despair. Remembering this despair. Engraving this emotion in his mind. Imprinting it deep in his soul. He didn't plan to experience it a second time. So he wouldn't forget this feeling. Remember it. Don't do it again. Subei said coldly, opening his palm. Don't explore. Subei wouldn't lie to himself. Subei rubbed his temples and fell into thought. It seemed that he brought nothing back. But this answer had pointed out a correct direction for Subei. The end of the world? Subei closed his eyes and continued to think. He had seen the end of the world. That was the scene predicted by his feather pen in the fairy forest. Elena. Light? Will the answer be in Elena? Su-bei looked at this long river of time and sighed softly. He needs to rest now. There are still 5 years to the end of the world. So he doesn't need to be impatient. He needs a good mental state to explore the truth. The more you know. The more you don't know. It is still like this until now. Chapter 553 Lilizi and Lin's Smuggling. After Su-bei left, the goddess of time appeared again, lying on the river with her eyes closed, and died silently, blocking all prying eyes. At this moment, the goddess of time's complexion was not good, but slightly pale and weak, as if she had just endured several attacks. We have no chance. They have discovered this secret a long time ago, and your offense again will accelerate the entire historical process. They have been looking for your loopholes. So, is this an extension of hope? Or is despair accelerating? For the first time, time dares not spy on time. Because it is time. It is more respectful of time. At the entrance of Jinsokyo. Ah? The dome is broken? Ririko suddenly stopped licking her lollipop, and then grabbed Lin's clothes and hat without any help, making Lin's eyes turn white and almost suffocate. Stupid thing. Do you want to die? Lin gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, jumped up and punched Ririko's head hard. A big bump soon grew on Ririko's head, but Ririko didn't cry out in pain at all. Instead, she covered her head and pointed at the huge outline in the distance. It's broken. The protective cover on the top is broken. Something has seeped in. We're dead. Ririko screamed. Lin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled. This is good. The restrictions of the god descent have been broken. This way we can enter and exit Jinsokyo without restraint. As for that ghost thing, it's none of his business. That won't do. Ririko pulled Lin's collar to stop her from entering. Although the dome is broken, it's not completely broken. If you step in, the rules will really be broken. Then Jinsokyo will be in chaos, and all kinds of gods will descend to beat you up until you lose all your relatives and friends and your head is swollen like a pig. What should I do? Lin sighed. Ririko giggled. I just go in. I'm not a god. Don't violate the principle that gods are not allowed to descend. It won't give the evil god from outside the domain an anchor point. No. Lin swung her sickle upwards, lifted Lilizi up along with a lollipop in her mouth, and said calmly, If I can't get in, I won't let you in either. Then how do I give the playing cards to that bastard Su-bei? Lilizi asked in confusion, with a serious expression. After thinking for a while, Lin raised her right hand. I have a plan. You don't? Lilizi refuted seriously. I said I do? Lin said coldly. Lilizi took off her shoes and stepped on Lin's forehead, emphasizing every word. You didn't. Lin ignored the stinky feet on her head and threatened with narrowed eyes. If you don't help me, tomorrow you will be stripped naked by the mysterious black-clad man and thrown on the uncle's bed. And then perform a scene in front of Jasmine that you expect but never see every day. You are shameless. Lilizi was so angry that she trembled all over, and her chest rose and fell violently. And Lilizi, I didn't expect it. Help me. Lin smiled. Lilizi gritted her teeth and thought seriously. Okay. Then come in. Slow down. Lin is too big for Lilizi, and without Lilizi's permission, Lin must not come out. Lilizi opened the Omniscience Code. This is Lin's solution. As everyone knows, the kingdom of God is one of the most core powers of a god, and it must not be displayed to other gods without any defense. But Lilizi was not because of this. After all, she trusted Lin very much. The reason why Lilizi resisted so much was because Lin was a god. Hiding him in the Omniscient Code would make the Omniscient Code unusually heavy. So much so that Lilizi had to grit her teeth just to hold the Omniscient Code. And sweat rolled down her forehead. Damn you, Leyland. You have to lose weight for me. If you lose more, I will lose it. The two little ones stumbled into Jinsokyo with great effort, looking for the 10,000 marks buried on Su-bei's body, and slowly rushed towards that place. The storm is coming. Wisdom and Death are about to join the battlefield. What is Su-bei doing at this time? Su-bei is still thinking. He is thinking about whether there will be any chain reaction if half of Luminara's soul is missing. Everyone thought Luminara was dead, and her soul was taken away by Elena. And Elena became the target of public criticism. This is the truth on the surface. So who else knows that Su-bei has half of Luminara's soul in his body? Except Elena and Luminara herself? Jasmine doesn't know. She can't recognize who the souls in Subei's body belong to. Lizzie and Lin know. I hope nothing will happen. Subei sighed, slowly relaxed, and stopped thinking about it. Everyone is very reliable at critical moments. And this time will be no exception. Chapter 554 12 Little Ones. Fantasy Village. Mage Tower Library. Mr. Subei. Your package. Jasmine smiled slightly, and suddenly jumped out in front of Subei, scaring Subei. What? Subei looked up coldly. Hey. Jasmine blinked, pointed her hand straight at Subei, and her fingertips touched Subei's forehead. And then the touch area became wider and wider until the whole hand covered Subei's forehead. Mr. Subei? Jasmine looked into Subei's dull eyes, and suddenly frowned with heartache, stretched out her hand and hugged him forcefully. Mr. Subei is too tired. He has become dazed. As their bodies embraced each other, the warm and soft Jasmine squeezed into Subei's arms. The fragrant and soft Jasmine cured Subei's boredom very well. Subei gradually came back to his senses. His eyes gradually changed from dull to gentle, and he stretched out his hand and gently rested it on Jasmine's head. Where is the package? It's Jasmine. Jasmine narrowed her eyes and emphasized to Subei word by word. The package is Jasmine. Subei was stunned again. Unlike the previous day's state, Subei was more appropriately described as dumbfounded at this moment. He knew the answer and could understand it, but was still shocked by it. Subei pursed his lips. Xiaomi Zhou beside him smiled contentedly, sipped the porridge in the thermos cup happily, and thought about how many children Subei and Jasmine would have in the future. It would be best if there were two. They played with one. Xiaomi Zhou played with one. Xiaomi Zhou worked so hard, so she had to have one to play with. Right? Then she could teach her child all the knowledge that gluttony had taught her. Everything was moving in a warm and beautiful direction. After a long time, Jasmine led Xiaomi Zhou and waved goodbye to Subei. And then Subei entered the house again. Then he sank into his mind and sat by the river of time again, thinking again. Brother, where are you ready to go? Gluttony was puzzled. 50,000 years ago. Subei gave a definite answer. Gluttony was stunned. The origin of the gods? Subei nodded. But I still don't have a clear idea of how terrifying God is. This time point will be the most dangerous time I have ever experienced. Gluttony agreed. Indeed. TSK. The concept of God for the intelligent species is still too superficial. So brother, you must have your own solution. I have an idea. Subei nodded. I will clear all my memories and go to that time point. Just to explore a purpose. What's the purpose? About the end of the world. Subei's thoughts were becoming more complete, and his purpose was extremely firm. This would be a long-planned time leap. He couldn't leave any cause and effect behind, so he would take nothing with him. He only needed an answer, and he didn't need any other memories. This would minimize the impact on history. There was no need to worry about anything else. Now that he had made the decision, Subei would not hesitate. Click. With a sound, Subei raised the hilts of the holy and demonic swords, pierced into his body, peeled off his most original soul, and then carved 4 words on the palm of his soul, about the end of the world. This is a cross-time cooperation between Subei and Subei. The process and results are completely unknown to Subei now. But Subei believes in himself, and can only believe in himself. As Subei closed his eyes again, the familiar feeling of weightlessness appeared again. This time, the node he chose was the first important tributary of the long river of time. 50,000 years ago. Go away. You stupid guys. Stay away from me. I don't want to play with you. Always catch me. Catch me. Catch me. I will agree to anything you want. Death will also die. Then what exactly is death? Thinking. Light is the strongest. What about me? What about me? You are the weakest. As his consciousness gradually became clearer, the various whispers in Subei's ears became closer and closer. What a strange language. Subei thought so, and felt extremely novel. This voice did not belong to any language Subei knew. Not even a language. This was a communication that appeared directly in Subei's mind, as if it was directly communicating through brain waves and thoughts. No need to speak. The voices transmitted back and forth seemed so childish, as if they were in a country full of Lolita. He woke up. He woke up. What is he? Who knows? But he is different from us. I hate him. Why? He is very big. But we are very small. He is different from us. It's like this. So noisy. Subei opened his eyes in a daze, and saw the big tree in front of him that blocked out the sun. This tree is so big. Like the sky. Endless. Where am I? Subei looked around. And suddenly sat up. Closing his eyes tightly and opening them again. Approaching again. Wait, is this true? Where is this? Lowly country? What is he doing? I don't know. He looks so stupid. Why don't you give him some wisdom? The voices sounded in a mixed voice, as if telling Subei that all this was true. Subei opened his eyes and began to doubt his life. He looked at the colorful little girls in front of him, and he was completely confused. He began to think about the three most important questions in life. Who am I? Where is this? Where do I come from, and where am I going? Who are you? A colorful little girl suddenly rushed to Subei, staring at Subei with curious eyes. Who are you? Subei's inherent logical thinking would not let him fall into a passive position, and he subconsciously asked back. Who am I? The little girl bit her finger and began to think. I am free and unrestrained, and I can go wherever I want. I should be free. Subei was stunned. In the moment of answering, his fragmented memory gradually became clear, but there was still no information about freedom in his mind. You are free. What about you? Freedom was puzzled. I am a time traveler. Time traveler? A little girl, who looked a little taller, came over. She had a cool short hair, a delicate face, sharp eyebrows and eyes, and she looked like a big sister. She should be a Valkyrie. Subei thought so subconsciously, but soon froze. Why did he think so? Where did you come from, and where did you go? The Valkyrie asked curiously. I don't know. My head hurts. I need to take it easy. Subei said so. But looking at the 12 little Lolas surrounding him, he felt his head was bigger. What on earth is going on? Wasn't he playing video games at home? Why did he appear here? Is this a dream? If it was a dream, wouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? But why are there 12 Lolas? This is too cruel. He didn't even have the chance to fantasize too much. At this time, a loli with blue hair slowly stepped forward and pointed a finger at Subei's forehead, with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Your memory is problematic. My name is Wisdom. I can help you. No. Another loli stepped forward, with strange patterns in her eyes, as if she had seen something different. My name is Destiny. You come with me, because I have seen something extraordinary. Chapter 555 Time Strategy. What are you doing? You are not allowed to eat alone. Wisdom shouted fiercely. I want him. The other Lolita were panicked. The Lolita covered in light and the Lolita in darkness looked at each other and scratched their heads. Will they fight? I don't know. Wisdom and Destiny usually have a good relationship, but they are about to fight now. For a strange person, it is indeed very strange. Who will we help then? It must be Wisdom. She can't beat anyone and can only be bullied. She's the youngest. Subei was stunned, but saw another Lolita come forward and pull Subei away in front of the two Lolita. Subei was full of doubts, but saw the flawless white Lolita in front of him suddenly grow taller and taller. With the posture of a 1.6 meter tall girl, she strongly crushed all the Lolita and forcefully occupied Subei's ownership. She said to Subei seriously, My name is Time. Come with me. Subei nodded dully. His right hand was held by Time, and he walked towards a small dark room. Bang. With a sound, the dark room closed, blocking all the Lolita's prying eyes. What will they do? I don't know. I don't have any relevant pictures in my memory. Teaching and training? Jirui suddenly said, holding his chin in thought. What is this? What does it mean? It has to be Jirui. Your ability is the most special. You can hear and see everyone's inner thoughts. Yes. Yes. Tell me what's in his mind. Wisdom rubbed his head. I was born omniscient, and my divine characteristic is telepathy. But this doesn't mean I know what the words he thinks mean, because this knowledge has never appeared. No wonder Lizzie is afraid of Subei on the surface, but never hides from Subei. It turns out that she knows everything Subei is thinking, but she never says it, and has never exposed her divine characteristics. Many of these words are unheard by me, such as she spoke, Wisdom tried to speak for the first time, and uttered the first spoken word belonging to the original continent. Lolita control. I know this term, but I don't know what it means. The gods were stunned. their eyes full of novelty. And they tried to organize their words. What an interesting way of communication. I like this way. They learned very quickly. Wisdom only repeated it once. And they could perfectly repeat the words spoken by Wisdom and understand the meaning. On the other side, Fate sat on the stone pier and pondered. He's not right. Why? His fate intersects deeply with Wisdom. Wisdom was stunned. The intersection with Death is second. Death was still bickering with life. And suddenly opened his mouth wide. With freedom. Valkyrie. Forget it. It can be said that he has intersections with all of us. The gods looked at each other. Confused. But this is the first time we meet. This is what's strange about me. Destiny was also full of doubts. Very puzzled. On the other side. In the small dark room. Time stared at Su Bei. Rubbed his temples. And said bitterly, "You are the variable." Variable? Su Bei repeated. "There has never been any trace of you on this continent." Time said lightly. Su Bei was stunned and fell into thought. "You don't have to think about it. I won't tell you anything. But I can tell you my characteristics." Characteristics? Su Bei was puzzled. "The characteristics of God are my unique authority." Su Bei was silent. "Are you gods?" This was an incredible answer. For Su Bei, who did not carry the key memory. This answer was too scary. Time nodded and said seriously, "My characteristics of God are that there is only one me in all the long rivers of time. So the past time is me. And the future time is also me. I know what happened in all the long rivers of time. If I die in the future. But I am still alive in the past. I will not die. So?" Su Bei was puzzled. "So I will die soon. Because you are here." Time tells a very peaceful story. Su Bei was stunned. How could a person make such a big mess? Why did he have to face such a thing without knowing anything? And face the death of a cute lowly. But what does this have to do with me? I don't know why I am here. Su Bei couldn't bear to turn his face away. Frowned and said, "I just want to go back now." After thinking for a while, Shiguang gave a hint. "What I am going to tell you now is worthless to you now. But it is very important to you in the future. My future self." Su Bei thought of a possibility. Widened his eyes. And said in disbelief, "My current self is from the future?" Shiguang nodded and emphasized, "You can't think about this. Because once this thing appears in your mind, Wisdom will know. Once you leave my room, she doesn't care where you are or who you are. She even knows what we are thinking. This is horrible. This is the power of complete wisdom. If there is a war, Wisdom must be the first to die. There are two kinds of battles with and without intelligence. But I already know." Su Bei suddenly felt powerless. And felt that he was inexplicably under tremendous pressure. But he didn't even know where the pressure came from. It's normal to have a lot of pressure. Time sighed. This history cannot be discovered. So I will die soon to cut off the possibility of being spied on in the long river of time. During this period, you have to think carefully about your purpose of returning to the present from the future. After you think it through, I will go back in time and delete the time we just chatted. After you find the answer, I will go back in time again and extract all your memories, allowing you to take only one answer. You have to remember that you can't take anything away, so you can't leave anything behind, so as to ensure the stability and authenticity of history. Think according to your only memory. You can treat this moment as a game. Go ahead. Start your strategy. And get your answer. After that, time died again. In front of Su Bei. She twisted her head off neatly. In fact, she didn't have to die like this. But in order to make Su Bei deeply aware of the current situation, she chose this most heart-wrenching way. This scene frightened Su Bei speechless. Adrenaline was secreted rapidly. And the whole person was wrapped in huge panic and terrifying pressure. Like a person who kept sinking and drowning, desperately breathing to extract the liquid in the lungs. In the hazy state, Su Bei suddenly felt a strange pleasure. A weak fighting spirit that refused to give up grew stronger under the pressure. The survival in the cracks became more and more intense, and soon occupied all of Su Bei's thoughts. He was excited. He liked playing games. And he had to achieve perfect achievements in playing games. This time would be no exception. In a trance, Su Bei saw the prompt on the palm of his right hand. About the end of the world. Chapter 556 Wisdom Strategy. About the end of the world. If it is a game, these 4 words give too little information. This game can be called the most difficult game Su Bei has ever challenged. It is extremely difficult. The degree of freedom is very wide. There are no hints or strategies. Under the premise that the identity of the future person cannot be seen through by other gods, it is too difficult for him to get the answer to this question. The concept of the end of the world is too broad. If he wants to do it, he must get the most accurate and complete answer. But isn't this interesting? Su Bei rubbed his temples and nodded towards the dead time. I'm ready. Go out when you're ready. Su Bei nodded again and stood at the door, thinking about the most appropriate strategy to pass the level. In this scene with only characters but no events, the only way to pass is to brush up the favorability. How to brush? And who to brush first? These are all questions worth thinking about. Fortunately, Su Bei already had the answer. Omniscience. This ability is too abnormal. According to Su Bei's current cognition, he must first take wisdom. I hope that he can also think of this when his memory is recalled later. Thinking of this, Su Bei engraved the 3 words game, strategy, and doomsday on his palm, then took a deep breath and stepped out of the small dark room. Memory recall. Su Bei's memory was severely deleted. He was stunned for a moment, and soon figured out the current situation. Game. Strategy. Doomsday. This is a game. Game? What game? Wisdom waited at the door for a long time, and when Su Bei came out, he opened his arms and blocked Su Bei's way. Su Bei was stunned, but saw that Wisdom retracted his open arms in the next moment, hugged his body tightly, and showed an inexplicable look of disgust. Strange. Why did you suddenly become so strange to me after entering and leaving the room of time? Did you train with her? Su Bei's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously reached out and gave Jihui a finger snap. Bang. There was a sound. Both of them were stunned. Su Bei was stunned because he played very smoothly. This height difference. This familiarity. It was as if he had played it countless times without noticing. Jihui was stunned because she didn't even hear Su Bei's thoughts. But Su Bei's actions had already taken place. Actions and thoughts are synchronized? What kind of strange ability is this? It is simply her nemesis. Doesn't this mean that when the other party has the idea of training, the behavior of training has already occurred? This? Jihui panicked, feeling that the close distance between the two would make her very dangerous. Although she didn't know why it was dangerous, Jihui still subconsciously took a few steps back. After all, Lolita control. The words such as training and training don't sound like a good thing. However, Su Bei had already grabbed her a hug. Let go, let go. Jihui resisted with a red face. Su Bei pursed his lips and pulled Jihui's hug hard. To deal with a soft and curious loli, you need to take tough measures. Constantly mention topics that the other party is interested in, and apply some appropriate violence. Use both soft and hard methods to force the other party to stay and establish an unhealthy relationship between men and women. When Su Bei thought about this, the same content appeared in Jihui's mind at the same time. Attack. Strategy? Jihui's eyes flashed with panic, and he cursed for no reason. Pervert. I don't want it. Yes, I am. Su Bei nodded. Give up. I won't be conquered by you. Jihui said seriously. I know what you are thinking. The more you think, the more I won't agree. Su Bei realized something. Jihui was receiving his messages every minute. Does this mean that no matter what he was thinking, Jihui knew it? Yes, I know it. I know you want to spank me, and you have thought about it. At this time, Su Bei suddenly recalled some of the video content named learning materials. Wait. Jihui suddenly screamed, no. Don't. Su Bei's zero-frame start made Jihui shudder instantly, and his body straightened up, because he skipped the pre-study and formula practice before learning, and directly started thinking about the most exciting content of the big questions. Although Su Bei is a gamer, he has read some basic learning materials. These learning intensity is very high, and the knowledge is very deep. It is still too profound and exciting for the fledgling little loli. What kind of bad knowledge is this? What is in your head, bastard? Jihui's face suddenly turned red, and tears flowed from her eyes in an instant. No, 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 no. Don't think about these spicy things. Stop now. Help, help. Don't continue. Something is wrong. I don't want to look at spicy things anymore. I'm so tired. So tired. Jihui looked at Su Bei with tears in her eyes. Her legs suddenly crossed. Her right hand gently grasped Su Bei's collar and begged, stop, stop. At this moment, Su Bei had already thought of the most anxious steps to solve the problem. This difficult question was so difficult that it almost burned out Wisdom's little head. Woo! The sound suddenly disappeared. Silence. Only Wisdom's deep and shallow breathing remained. Su Bei lowered his head. Wisdom raised his misty eyes. His face flushed and swallowed hard. I promise you everything. But you are not allowed to do what you just thought to me. Su Bei stopped daydreaming and looked at Wisdom, who was leaning limply in his arms. With calm eyes, he nodded lightly. He did nothing. Just thought about it casually. It seems that omniscience is not a good thing. At least it is so for Wisdom with too high moral and quality cultivation. He just simply imagined it. And did not even use too much knowledge and angles. But just used basic professional knowledge. But it just exaggeratedly increased the difficulty of solving some problems. For example, writing 10 strokes in 1 second. So, Su Bei won the Wisdom with extremely simple wisdom. It laid a good situation for the strategy. Chapter 557 Destiny Strategy. Looking at Wisdom's exaggerated reaction, Su Bei fell into silence for a long time. But this is not surprising. Gods are born knowing. And they know a lot. But they don't understand everything. Unprecedented knowledge. Never seen scenes. How can they understand? So there are also many things they don't know. After all, they are too young. The 12 little ones were born in the order of the world tree. And the difference between them was no more than 1 day. And the time when the first one was born was only 3 days away from now. Not to mention the last born. Wisdom. She has only been born for 2.5 days. Wisdom at this moment can be said to be the most innocent period of her life. And also the easiest period to bully. However, this kind of innocence, like a blank sheet of paper, will fade away little by little with the increase of time and age. But that is a matter for the future. Wisdom now can only be regarded as a weak Lolita. At this moment, Wisdom was leaning on Su Bei's arm. And it was particularly difficult for her to even stand, which almost exhausted all her strength. She clenched her teeth slightly, panting very slowly and at a high frequency, staring at the head that was scalding and constantly emitting a stream of heat, and held Su Bei's arm with both hands. The skin that was pressed against Su Bei's arm was extremely hot. Scalding hot. Not only was the movement exaggerated, the expression was also so. Wisdom's eyes flashed with softness and fragility, as well as a little bit of grievance and indignation. Wisdom panted and slowly stood up. But her legs almost softened and she fell down again. So she could only hold Su Bei's arm tightly to maintain her temporary body balance. Don't talk, Wisdom said sullenly. I need to digest. Give me 3 minutes. I ask you something later. A strange silence fell between the two. However, the silence did not last long. Soon, this strange and quiet atmosphere was ruthlessly broken by the third party who intervened. In front of the two, a Lolita in a purple dress came towards them. She is Destiny. Since she was born, she has seen the future destiny of all matter. The final result of matter has long been destined. And the ending has been determined since birth. Just like the children of mice will only be mice, the children of gods will also be gods. The acquired cannot cross class and race. If some substances have completed the transition, it is not accidental, but because she acquiesced. This is the inevitable choice of the world. Everything is constant. This is her authority, which is controlled only by her. But the appearance of Su Bei disrupted their predetermined destiny. Su Bei himself does not carry any destiny. This is too strange. People always keep exploring and respecting the unknown. The gods are the same. The learning materials make wisdom curious and fearful. Su Bei has the same effect on Destiny. Destiny is too curious about Su Bei. Destiny stared at the strangeness of wisdom. And her lips opened slightly and suddenly pursed. Because there was a strange emotion in Wisdom's eyes that she couldn't read. This was a light that Destiny had never seen before, exuding a strange emotion that even she would envy. This was a development that went against Destiny. And this was an act of trampling on Destiny. Interesting. Very interesting, Destiny murmured. Such an expression. Great. Such wisdom. Great. I like it. I like it all. Destiny's eyes were dreamy, and she held Wisdom's face in front of Su Bei and held the stunned Wisdom in her arms. Wait. Wisdom retreated in panic, and her movements suddenly froze. Because if she moved any further, she would squeeze into Su Bei's arms. Compared to being hugged by Destiny, whose expression was a little strange, Wisdom didn't want to be too close to Su Bei, whose head was full of study materials. It would be fine if she just watched and learned. But she didn't want to experience it herself. This situation left Wisdom with nowhere to escape. Fate's hands gradually approached. Reach out. Hold. Hold tight. Wisdom's eyes widened. And she gasped for no apparent reason. Feeling that her body was about to be squeezed apart, Fate hugged her too hard, almost making Wisdom choke, causing her face to turn red. How did you do that? Fate asked softly, with a gentle tone and gentle movements. This was in stark contrast to her strong hug just now. Go away. You? Wisdom barely gathered her strength and shouted at Destiny fiercely. This expression? Destiny kept expressing her love. I like it very much. I like it very much. This taboo of deviating from Destiny makes my body so hot. Something is about to flow out of my body and rise, almost emptying me. It feels so exciting. Destiny's face flushed, and her eyes flashed with unparalleled surprise. I feel it. I feel it. Stop talking. Wisdom widened her tearful eyes and glared at Destiny. She had the ability to listen to others' thoughts and share their ideas, so she naturally knew what Destiny was thinking. However, Wisdom's shy response not only failed to stop Destiny's actions, but made Destiny even more excited. Even his behavior became worse. Wait. Wisdom panted heavily, raised her head, and pressed it against Destiny's head. I have something important to do. Don't mess with me. Go away. Go away. But you now? Destiny raised her index finger, pointed at Wisdom, and then moved her finger towards Su Bei, and him, who suddenly appeared. That's my business. Su Bei was stunned and stayed where he was. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the difficulty of the strategy was increased or decreased. Destiny didn't seem to need a strategy. She would give it to her for free. But Destiny didn't seem right. She was the most unstable factor that could easily affect the future. This made Su Bei alert to fate, and his eyes were unusually solemn. So, what are you doing? Apart from Wisdom and time, she was the only one who was particularly interested in Su Bei. At this moment, Fate forcefully interrupted the topic between the two, squinting his eyes and thinking, what fun things are you doing secretly? Why don't you bring everyone to play together? Nothing. Su Bei responded lightly and asked casually, are you okay? You don't have fate. Destiny asked directly. Why? Su Bei was stunned. How should I know? Destiny hugged Wisdom, rested her chin on Wisdom's shoulder, stared at Su Bei, and fell into thought. Interesting. Don't worry about it for now. Wisdom interrupted. She struggled to extract some insignificant useful information from her brain that was filled with learning materials, and said with clenched teeth, you are not. Right. Destiny paused, realized that Wisdom was not talking to her, and watched with interest. Indeed, Su Bei admitted, no matter how he thought about it, he was not right. He used this method to torture the newly born Wisdom. His behavior could be regarded as that of a beast. No, not in this aspect. Wisdom put his legs together, raised his brain with difficulty, and thought very hard. You are a person with problems. Sorry. Su Bei nodded in agreement. I said it all? Wisdom opened his mouth and bit Destiny's shoulder. What I said has nothing to do with the behavior just now. Stop pretending. I can see it. Destiny screamed in pain. Wisdom gritted her teeth, pulled her body away from Destiny, stumbled back a few steps, looked at Su Bei in a blind spot where Destiny couldn't see her, and silently said two words. Doomsday? Su Bei recognized the shape of his mouth, and was suddenly stunned, and the pressure surged. I heard it. Wisdom pointed at Su Bei's chest with a serious expression. I care a lot. Interesting. Very interesting. Destiny narrowed her eyes, feeling the suddenly chaotic river of Destiny, and was in a very good mood. What does this content involve? Why did Wisdom deliberately avoid her? Destiny began to get excited. Chapter 558 The Eavesdropping Gods. Su Bei sighed. It was indeed a hellish difficulty. Su Bei had been very careful, and had carefully shuffled his fragmented thoughts and stuffed them into the complicated learning materials in a disorderly manner. I never thought that Wisdom had completely absorbed a whole tea of learning materials and extracted the most critical information from these tedious learning steps. This shows that Wisdom studied very seriously and did not miss any lines in the learning materials. Even if Su Bei tried her best to stop herself from having any thoughts related to the end of the world, even the thought of stopping such thoughts would be received by Wisdom. About the end of the world. If time is true, this is something that will happen in the future. If this kind of thing is known by the wisdom of the past, what kind of chain reaction will occur? Subei began to have a headache. You are in a difficult situation. Wisdom's eyes were slightly condensed. And the strange feeling after being polluted by the learning materials was gradually fading away with time. Like a tide peeling off her body. Maybe it was because the rest time was too long and her body was no longer sensitive. Or maybe it was because the learning process was too long and her body had become numb. In short, Wisdom successfully separated from that strange state and recovered. As a result, Wisdom reoccupied her brain. What? What did you hear? What are you playing secretly? When Wisdom questioned Subei and Fate screamed in pain. A Lolita in black and white came from a distance. She was lucky. She can control everyone's luck. Even their destiny. This is an abstract conceptual skill that is enough to keep her from getting hurt in the battle between her sisters. But just now, Luck discovered something bad. Some bad luck quietly passed by somewhere without her consent. She realized that everyone would become unfortunate for some reason later. This means that what is about to happen here will cause everyone to suffer. She has to come over to take a look. What are you talking about? Lucky interrupted sternly. Don't go on. What you are talking about will cause suffering to this continent. Mother will be unhappy. As he said that, Lucky pointed to the big tree behind him. With a sacred and kind expression. Subei was stunned. He had said no more than 10 sentences since he left the house. But 3 gods had already discovered the problem from various angles. The game was too difficult. How could he get the information he needed without them noticing, and without affecting the future process? Subei didn't say a word now. He began to play the study materials in his mind in a loop, intending to completely overwhelm Wisdom's rationality, and prevent himself from falling into a passive disadvantage. Asshole. Bastard. Wisdom's legs softened. And he held up his body and gritted his teeth and shouted. No matter what you do, I will get to the bottom of it. Don't even think about running away. No matter what you do. Wisdom's eyes suddenly trembled. And then his whole body began to flush. And he was about to cry out in an instant. No. This is absolutely not possible. Don't do it on your own. Don't do it on your own. Don't. Wisdom was completely unable to stand. No. 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 Boom. With a sound. A burst of hot air rushed out of Wisdom's head. And she clenched her hands tightly and burst into tears. Repeating, pervert. 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 I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want to see you anymore. Don't imagine me as the protagonist of the learning content. Bastard. Destiny was even more excited. She saw that the long river of Wisdom's destiny was gradually diverging from hers. This was an incredible change. Luck was confused. Strangely, the misfortune of Wisdom was disappearing. Subei didn't say anything, but just kept attacking. He kept imagining, recalling all the postures and techniques that violated human actions and Newton's theorem. Through extremely terrifying and exaggerated methods, he selflessly shared and gave Wisdom, who loved learning, a philosophical life lesson. It was not until Subei saw Wisdom fall to the ground and completely lost his fighting power that he stopped attacking. Then raised his face and looked at Luck and Destiny with a distracted look. After such a high-intensity study, even Subei was a little exhausted and his eyes were a little difficult to focus. But Subei had no other choice. He had to seize the opportunity when his wisdom was overwhelmed to find out the answer he needed. Your look makes me feel bad. Luck took a step back. And getting close to you will make me unlucky. Fate took a step forward and walked towards Subei, muttering, Great. Great. I like this feeling. I feel our destinies are intersecting. Go ahead and ask your questions. I can answer all your questions. In this way, I can see your fate line clearly and take a close look at you inside and out. What a pervert. Fate's words made Subei feel very bad. She was like a nympho on one hand. It was mainly the concepts involved. The more you know, the deeper the entanglement, and the clearer the fate line. This will allow fate to figure out Subei's details. There is no need to ask like wisdom. You know, even if wisdom digs deep, she can't get any answers. Subei didn't have complete memories, so he didn't know the details of the doomsday. But fate was different. She didn't need Subei's memories. As long as their fates intertwined, she could follow Subei's fate to understand his life. Damn it. This is too difficult. The gods who were willing to take the initiative to find Subei could more or less detect his secrets. This was always at risk of being exposed. And the gods who were not interested in him would not appear in front of Su Bei at the beginning. They didn't give Su Bei any chance to get close. Su Bei's eyes were calm, looking beyond fate and looking at luck for a long while. After a long while, Su Bei sighed, and instead of asking directly about the content of about the end of the world, he asked some other questions. Su Bei was very curious about the answer to this question. I've been here for so long, and I haven't heard you introduce yourselves yet. Won't you take the initiative to introduce yourselves? Wisdom has the divine characteristics that can connect everyone's thoughts. So what about you? What are your divine characteristics? Luck and fate were stunned. In the future, this will be a very deep secret for the gods, and it can even be said to be a trump card. But now, this matter is nothing to Su Bei and the 12 gods, because everyone knows it. Only Su Bei doesn't know. My divine characteristics are useless. So I once pretended that she didn't exist. Fate sighed. It's hard for me to tell you, but I can show you. As he said that, Fate painted an image. There is a girl who looks like me. Her name is Xiaomu. She is a very good friend of us. She will come to see us later. As she spoke, a girl who looked just like Destiny came up to the three of them and naturally took Su Bei's arm. Hello everyone. My name is Xiaomu. Why are you here just now? Su Bei was puzzled. Yes. Didn't we make an appointment a long time ago? Lucky asked. Everyone thought they had such a friend. This is my divine characteristic. Destiny smiled. Weaving destiny, fiddling with fate, observing fate, and controlling fate are just basic uses of power. Hypnosis, common sense replacement, and fate stealing are basic means. Weaving a fate that has never appeared before. This is my characteristic. What? Su Bei frowned. When did you weave fate? Lucky nodded in a trance. Did you secretly use your characteristics? Where did you use it? Destiny waved. Xiaomu disappeared. Su Bei was stunned. And for a moment, he was horrified. And the whole person was sweating profusely. This is 2F** King scary? He really thought he had such a friend. And the relationship was very good. Better than everyone present. But fate waved and wiped out Xiaomu. And Su Bei realized that all this was fake. Su Bei was stunned and stared at Xingyun. My divine characteristics are very ordinary, Xingyun said calmly. And it's very boring. You could extend my authority to the end. That is my characteristic. Xingyun shrugged and sighed, obviously very dissatisfied with his authority. What is the highest state of luck? Wishes come true? Su Bei said in disbelief. That's right. Lucky snapped his fingers. Su Bei was numb. Let's say I want you to become the same size and gender as us. And you will soon become like this. Do you want to try? Lucky said eagerly. Don't. Su Bei waved his hand to refuse. It turns out that the divine characteristics of gods are so perverted. From this point of view, the shared wisdom of wisdom is a little ordinary. As for the others, just as fate was about to introduce them, a tall loli jumped down from the top of the world tree and landed in front of everyone. If you want to introduce yourself, it's polite to do it yourself. She is a Valkyrie, with short hair, sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, full of heroism. My name is Valkyrie, and my divine characteristics are simple and practical. As she said that, the Valkyrie raised her hand and slashed the knife into the void. My divine characteristics are my authority and the source of forbidden power. With just one strike, all the eavesdropping gods were killed in an instant. Everyone, stop eavesdropping. If you want to know, how about we all ask in person? After this strike, Su Bei felt the flesh on his chest growing wildly. And then a head popped out from Su Bei's clothes. Looking up and meeting Su Bei's eyes. Smiling. She is free. This delicate little head is quite cute. But it's a pity that it grows on Su Bei. It looks quite scary at first glance. If he looked carefully, Su Bei would not dare. This was too scary. My name is Freedom. My name is Freedom. My ability is as you can see. It is super freedom. Freedom smiled slightly. I can appear anywhere you can think of. Whether you are thinking or I am thinking. No. Su Bei was numb. I know your name is Freedom. But you are too free. At this time, another finger suddenly grew out of Su Bei's belly. Freedom held a finger in the corner of his mouth. Tilted his head in confusion. I saw what you just talked about with wisdom. You tell me the details. I won't tell anyone else. Right. Life? We keep our mouths shut. Freedom tilted his head and glanced at the wildflowers that seemed to have been planted at Su Bei's feet from the beginning. Of course. I will pretend I didn't hear it. The flower trembled and turned towards the few people. We have always been trustworthy. Turning his back to the crowd, he looked into the sky. I am life. My characteristics are very special. I call it life synchronization. I can turn into any substance with life characteristics, as long as it has appeared. Of course, even if it has no life, I can give it life. Isn't this just changing whatever you want? Su Bei was completely silent. He didn't know when life hit at his feet. And it's not just freedom in life. When the Valkyrie's hand knife fell, one god after another gradually showed miracles and cast curious eyes at Su Bei. The same eyes seemed to say, "What are you and wisdom talking about secretly? Why don't you tell everyone? Damn it. So he is the idiot?" Chapter 559 The Characteristics of Gods. Life turned his back to the crowd, looked at the sky, and said calmly to the gentle wind, "I will definitely keep the secret and not tell anyone. Instead of doubting me, you might as well ask the elements what they think." As he spoke, Life looked up and asked the endless blue sky, "Will you tell anyone? You are usually careless and can't keep any secrets." Su Bei's eyes were empty, and he sighed again. It turns out that the elements have always been there. Maybe she was the first one to eavesdrop, because the wind has been blowing since the beginning. Unconsciously, a warm wind kept blowing around him, circling for a long time, and doubtful remarks came from it. Are you asking the wind? But how can the wind think? The wind blew through Su Bei's hair. Light can't think either. The light shone on a corner of Su Bei. Stones can't think either. A murmur came from the stone at his feet. The element must be a chatterbox. The element surrounded Su Bei, existing in various substances that have substance, but are not limited to whether they are tangible, and whispered the same words together. Finally, thousands of elements gathered together, and turned into a young girl in a green shirt. Element smiled playfully at Su Bei and waved. "My name is Element. Nice to meet you. My divine characteristics are very interesting. I can construct everything, and everything can be me. This seems very similar to the power of life?" Su Bei subconsciously glanced at the flowers at his feet. "Yes, I was born almost at the same time as life. As long as the two of us join forces, we can do anything." "No, I was 1 second earlier than you," Xiaohua retorted. "Hey." Element narrowed his eyes, stretched out his hand and poked Xiaohua below. "If you insist on arguing with me, then I will have to argue with you. I don't want to care about you." Xiaohua turned around coldly and turned her back to Element. Element smiled and clapped his hands, not intending to argue with life, but facing Su Bei and continued to explain, "If life and I are willing, we can create a whole world. This ability, I call her the synchronization of all things." Su Bei was silent, but his eyes subconsciously condensed, and he dared not think about it anymore. This is too terrifying. It is hard to imagine that life is not complementary to death, but has a wonderful linkage with elements. If they join forces, what is the difference between this and the Creator? Elements create matter, and life gives life. This is the authority of the Creator. I saw the element slowly walking towards Su Bei, and squatted in front of Su Bei with a whoosh, and his green hair almost blocked his entire body. This action scared Su Bei, and Su Bei quickly took a step back. But the element lowered his head, looked at the shadow and light under Su Bei's feet, and asked softly, "Maybe we should ask darkness and light. They play best with each other, and often discuss some little secrets with each other. They are the worst at keeping secrets." Su Bei habitually closed his eyes, said nothing, and just thought. "Nonsense!" Darkness shouted. "Rumors," Light said coldly. "I'm just a shadow. I can't say anything." Darkness argued. "I am a beam of light now. I will not complain to anyone," Light explained. The shadow and light wrapped around Su Bei's shoes, like a snake, circling upward to Su Bei's left and right ears, and greeted Su Bei in a friendly manner. "My name is Light." The light in the right ear said coldly. "My name is Darkness." The shadow in the left ear said proudly. "My name is Su Bei." Su Bei touched his nose. "My power is simple and strong." Light smiled. "My power is very complex, with a very high upper limit." Darkness praised. "I can destroy everything, and collapse any structural texture. I represent the ultimate destruction." Light praised its own power. "Any substance will be destroyed by me. I can accommodate everything, dissect and integrate any power, And I symbolize the sea that embraces all rivers. Darkness showed off its ability. No power can replace me. I have no weaknesses. I am just unsolvable strength. The corners of Light's mouth rose. I have no advantages. But I have a promising future. Darkness was not to be outdone. I call it material analysis. Light said coldly. I call it material reorganization. Darkness crossed his arms. Light and darkness echoed back and forth in Su Bei's ears, making Su Bei's head buzz. Fortunately, Su Bei understood. But what does this have to do with the words light and darkness? Su Bei asked in confusion. And soon got answers from the two people one after another. Who said that the characteristics of God must be related to authority? The light took on a human form, looked sideways in confusion, and swept to the left. Who said our authority does not include our respective names? The darkness took on a human form, looked sideways in confusion, and swept to the right. The two looked at each other, and suddenly said in unison, Besides, who said our characteristics have nothing to do with authority? Su Bei was stunned. Could they be twins? The two sisters are so tacitly connected. It's like they jumped out of the same fertilized egg. Tell us the secret. Light stared at Su Bei. We won't tell anyone. Darkness showed the same expression. Su Bei was silent for a long time, and seemed to notice something inadvertently, and asked, What about the other two sisters? As soon as the words fell, Su Bei's chest squirmed and the granulation grew wildly. Speaking of this, freedom jumped out of Su Bei's body. Under Su Bei's horrified eyes, she reached out to grab Su Bei and Wisdom. Then, two strange and unknown lumps were pulled out from Su Bei and Wisdom's bodies, one on the left and one on the right. Freedom was holding a limp pink-haired Lolita in a gray gothic dress in his left hand, and a Lolita in a princess dress with the same hairstyle in his right hand. Frowning. Then he explained, emotions experience the emotions of wisdom. I don't know what they felt. Anyway, you can see the specific situation yourself. There is a strange smell on the body. Emotions looked terrible. Much worse than wisdom. Saliva was flowing uncontrollably to the corners of his mouth, and the whole face was almost broken. It looked like she had fainted for a while. But she was still awake, laughing foolishly from time to time, which made the sisters around her stunned. It can be seen that emotions experience the feelings of wisdom in person. And the result was even worse than wisdom, because wisdom can faint to escape the feelings afterwards, but emotions cannot. To some extent, this can show that emotions are more resilient than wisdom and have a stronger ability to withstand. As he said this, Freedom shook the loli in his other hand and explained again. Death is hiding in your soul, sharing your imaginary images. Soul slices are good in every way, but their personality will be greatly flawed. As you can see, she is completely broken. How about burying her? Freedom turned around and discussed with the sisters. The hot spring kept spinning in Death's eyes. With her breathing, her body was still twitching unnaturally. She looked a little stressed, and her feet trembled from time to time, and she gasped violently. Woo! Don't! Woo! Don't! Don't go on! You can't go on! Chapter 560 Unspeakable Horror. This scene made Su Bei very nervous. It turned out that the learning and transmission between him and wisdom was not a secret between two people. It was an in-class practice involving 4 people. This was considered a large-scale silver handkerchief. But this really cannot be blamed on Su Bei. He was just an ordinary person with no power, and could only rely on some unconventional means to achieve his goals. And his original intention was to deal with the most difficult wisdom first. Unexpectedly, he also killed the emotions and death of the supervisor in seconds. It was really that these newly born gods were too curious, wanting to spy on everything, and daring to spy on everything. Su Bei sighed and rubbed his painful temple. Just think of it as a very meaningful enlightenment course for them. I hope they will be honest in the future. Can they be saved? Zio looked back curiously and asked everyone. They can be cremated, Guangming said coldly. They can be assimilated, Darkness said excitedly. You two stop making trouble. The Valkyrie raised her hands and fed each of them a knife. Guangming frowned and trembled. It hurts, Darkness protested loudly. The Valkyrie walked past the two of them and took a few steps forward, then raised her knife and chopped at the heads of emotion and death again. 1 knife for each person. Bang. After a while. Strange. They didn't receive any form of attack. The Valkyrie was stunned. My forbidden power can't wake them up. Destiny frowned, held her chin and sighed. It's a very strange state. The two of them, like wisdom, have undergone changes that Destiny has never observed. Destiny trembled, smiled to herself, and her eyes were full of expectation. If everyone can experience this state every day, I can observe more possible futures. This will make us grow up faster. I'm getting excited. Life wondered. But why do we have to grow up? Element blinked. Maybe this is the guidance of fate? Then can you wake them up? Life asked again. I didn't say that. Destiny waved his hand. This is not within my control. Life sighed. I just tried. But they didn't have any injuries. They were just wet all over, as if they had experienced a hardy battle. She can help from the life level, but can't wake up death and emotions. Element nodded and sighed softly. The water element in their bodies has seriously exceeded the standard, almost reaching more than 80%. This is much more intense than our usual fights. No matter how much they usually fight, they can't beat people to faint. Don't make sarcastic remarks. Free to insert the topic. But I can't wake them up. What do you say? That's it. It was too noisy. Su-Bei had a splitting headache and just wanted to escape from this weird place filled with Lolita. Even though one Lolita died and 3 Lolita were unconscious, the scene was still a mess. Damn. What's the difference between him and being a kindergarten teacher? Perhaps the only difference is that he can't beat any of the Lolita. Quiet. Su-Bei yelled, seeing several doubtful glances coming at him. Su-Bei's eyes passed through countless Lolitatas and locked onto the lucky one. You come. If you provoke me, I will refuse. Lucky crossed his arms and retreated, his eyes alert. I don't want to get close to you. I don't want to become like them. Su-Bei sighed, inadvertently took a step forward to block the wisdom behind him, and reminded, you can wake up death and emotions. Everyone was stunned. Yes. Why don't you shout? Life looked sideways. Yes. Yes. You can come. Freedom thought. That makes sense. Light nodded. Indeed. Darkness echoed. The Valkyrie added. It's up to you. Whatever you want. It will come true. Destiny said. Lucky blinked and said, death and emotions will recover in a while. After I count to 3. Somewhere. Luck was coming. At this time, a hand jumped out from between Su-Bei's legs and trembled and raised up. I. Wisdom was confused and made a subconscious self-rescue move. Su-Bei clamped his legs together and clamped the hand. Then, he squatted down very quickly, pressed down on Jiahui's head very quickly, wrapped Jiahui's hair very quickly, and stuffed Jiahui's mouth very quickly. He stuffed it all in. The action was rough and very fast. He couldn't let Jiahui wake up. Jiahui's eyes were full of humiliation and tears, and he was confused. He raised his finger and pointed at Su-Bei, and his lips moved slightly. But no matter how hard he tried, Jiahui still couldn't say a word, because she was completely filled up, leaving no gaps. At this moment, Jiahui felt that Su-Bei's calm face seemed to have an evil smile, which was extremely scary. She would never forget this face in her life. Seeing Jiahui's lips move slightly, Su-Bei leaned down in a very human way. Then he heard Jiahui's last words full of resentment. Don't let me catch you. I must teach you a lesson. Well, let's calm down for a while. Su-Bei nodded, held down Jiahui's head, and tapped it gently on the ground. He immediately began to daydream again, and forced Jiahui to continue to study for AT of materials. No. I'm wrong. Don't. This time Jiahui was really fine. His eyes rolled back and his body suddenly tensed up. And in an instant his tense body collapsed. Then he fell to the ground. And even the air he breathed out was warm. After Su-Bei thought he had done all this very secretly, he calmly looked back and was suddenly stunned. All the gods were staring at him. Oh no! Wisdom is seriously lacking in water. Elements waved their hands in panic. What are you doing? Destiny was curious. You have a lot of secrets. Lucky was shocked. Why don't you share? Valkyrie asked. I want to play. Too. Freedom raised his hand. That's it. Light said coldly. +1. Darkness put his hands on his hips. So, Wisdom sweated a lot. The element panicked. If this goes on, it will drain away. At this time, Death and Emotion woke up in a daze and rubbed their eyes. They looked around with blurry eyes and felt weak in their limbs and dizzy in their heads. But when they focused their eyes on Su-Bei, they stood up straight. Their faces suddenly became extremely terrified, and they screamed loudly. You are? Death merged with Su Bei's soul, and could only observe the scene of wisdom constantly learning. But Su Bei's learning materials were a one-man show, so Death was not very clear about Su Bei's appearance. It's you? When he put his emotions into wisdom, and was immersed in the situation, he naturally noticed the guy opposite wisdom, and he was facing Su Bei and feeling the same emotions. It can be said that he was tortured to the extreme by learning. Su Bei touched his nose and said nothing. What did you see? Several gods asked Death curiously. What did you feel? The remaining gods asked emotion in confusion. Don't ask. Death panicked, took small steps forward, and kicked Su Bei's calf very hard. Seeing this, Su Bei said seriously, the world is big, and there are many secrets that you and I cannot explore. Once you know the existence of this thing, something extremely bad will happen. Lucky nodded seriously. Destiny became thoughtful. Wisdom is sweating a lot. Life shouted. Emotion added seriously. Yes, our understanding of the world is too superficial, and our control over emotions is far from enough. This matter must not be explored in depth. The gods looked at each other in horror and disgust. This is too scary. So scary. I'm starting to panic. Death, emotion, and wisdom have told everyone the consequences of their exploration with facts, and the results are obvious. This situation is too bad. I can't understand it at all. Wisdom is out of water. It's drained. It's drained. Even I can't resist it? The Valkyrie asked in confusion. Death and emotion hesitated for a moment. The Valkyrie is the most powerful of all gods. Even the light that can extinguish everything cannot defeat her, because the Valkyrie is the tallest, 5 centimeters taller than others, and has a strong talent for melee combat. And her combat IQ is quite terrifying. Even if time invites its future self to suppress the Valkyrie with a height of 1.6 meters, the Valkyrie can still beat it back to its original form with one palm, and ride on time and beat it violently. It can be said that the power of the Valkyrie has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. But this is not something that can be countered by force. I don't think so. Death's head shook like a rattle. You will be miserable. Nodding in agreement. The Valkyrie didn't believe in evil. Turned her head and looked at Su Bei, looking eager to try. No. Su Bei thought about it and said, this is a great and terrifying thing. It involves the meaning of life and the origin of all things. It is closely related to your mother. Do you think you can defeat your mother? The Valkyrie was stunned and murmured. I can't beat our mother. She is too big. Su Bei nodded. The Valkyrie was stunned and said, is your secret really so terrifying? It's the real deal. Su Bei said seriously. Is it really irresistible? The Valkyrie swallowed her saliva, her eyes full of confusion. Absolutely true. Su Bei nodded again. The aura of the Valkyrie softened all of a sudden. She is already 3 years old, and can be said to be invincible. It is impossible to imagine what she cannot fight against. People cannot imagine what a thing that does not exist looks like. The same is true for the Valkyrie. She fell into thought. I will not admit defeat. The Valkyrie's eyes condensed, and she said seriously, and I will not lose. So I will be prepared, become stronger, and face your secret with the best attitude. Please give me some time. Su Bei was stunned and nodded. Okay. You better prepare well, because there is only one chance. By then, he would have left long ago. So it's not a big problem. Thinking in this way, Su Bei locked onto life from a bunch of gods. If it's a topic about the end of the world, life will definitely have a unique insight. Now it seems that passively receiving information is not a good idea, but will expose more of Su Bei's secrets. Now, Su Bei needs to take the initiative. He planned to ask Life alone and have a private conversation with him. Being watched by Su Bei, Life subconsciously took a step back, and with his scalp tingling after being watched by Su Bei, he pointed his finger at wisdom behind Su Bei and said timidly, but what's important now is wisdom's. Su Bei stepped forward and held Life's finger, interrupting the other party's speech, and then leaned down under the gaze of the other gods, and asked Life seriously, I have a question for you. Please help me. Perhaps the newly born gods are all kind-hearted. Or perhaps the smell on Su Bei's body is very similar to that of the world tree. Life did not reject Su Bei's invitation, and was held by Su Bei's hand, walking slowly towards the distance. However, during the process of leaving, Life looked back from time to time, looked at wisdom, whose body was completely drained of water, and swallowed hard. This is so miserable. Chapter 561 Life Strategy. Where are they going? Should we follow them and see? Why not? Is there anyone who is not interested? But I am very interested. Several Lolita girls were whispering, and one of them seemed to have thought of something and suddenly shuddered. Are they two going to do that secretly? Death shuddered. She subconsciously turned around and looked at Emotion, with a little panic in her eyes. The Emotion instantly showed a stress reaction, and he swallowed his saliva with a trembling voice. No. Hard to say. Front. Life pulled his hand out, and pulled his fingers out of Subei's hand, and said timidly, What do you want to ask? After thinking about it, Subei asked in a low voice, Can they not eavesdrop? I want to tell you a secret, and this secret cannot be known by others. Help me. Silence. Hearing this, the gods who followed and eavesdropped were stunned. Their eyes kept colliding, and they kept guessing some content. They were extremely curious about this topic. At this moment, Life was thinking. She first hooked her finger at Subei, motioning him to bend down, and then looked at his face as it gradually approached. She held her hands to her lips and whispered softly in Subei's ear, I also have a secret about you, which I haven't told any of my sisters yet. We can talk about it, but you can't bully me. I don't want to be as bad as Wisdom. Is this stereotype impossible to get rid of now? When did this false perception begin to spread? Subei's eyes dimmed, and he tapped his aching head with his right hand, sighing solemnly. No. It can be seen that Life is very scared, and his little hands are constantly clenching and loosening, with a little confusion and thirst for knowledge in his eyes. After hearing Subei's answer, Life slowly breathed a sigh of relief and clapped his hands. From under the two of them, a big tree is growing vigorously, constantly surrounding and entwining the two of them. It's like renting a double room. This is the ancient tree of life. My little home. Everything that happens inside. Only I know. Life said timidly. Subei felt the warm environment inside the ancient tree of life and nodded. Here. They won't know what we say. This. Life thought for a while and added. Usually it is like this. But this can't block free entry and exit. Subei was stunned. It can't prevent the erosion of the soul of death. Subei's eyes were empty. Can't stop the destruction of light. Subei began to have a toothache. Can't resist the intrusion of the Valkyrie. Subei's eyes went dark. Can't detect the eavesdropping of Wisdom. Subei interrupted forcefully. So, who can we stop from snooping? Life hesitated for a moment, thought for a long time, and answered honestly. Tell the truth. In this space, no one can actually stop it. Subei was speechless. But, the secret, I want to tell you can only proceed to the next step here. Subei was stunned. As he spoke, Life stretched out his finger, pointed to a direction in the tree of life, and drew a circle. There was the trunk of the world tree. As long as we are in the arms of Mother, no one can eavesdrop. Life pursed his lips and said seriously, Come in first. Originally only I can communicate with Mother. But you? Let's not talk about it first. You come in. Subei nodded and followed Life. Entered the inside of the world tree. Subei paused, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. This was amazing. He saw the boundless space inside the tree trunk, which was pregnant with various free laws. And these laws were floating like clouds, clustering around the same place. There was a fruit in that clustered place. This fruit was so dazzling that it stabilized the entire space, causing the already boundless space to collapse infinitely, surrounding only the fruit. Over and over again. It was like a cloud of stars, dotted with a sun. She is like the most beautiful treasure of nature, pregnant with the breath of 12 gods. Is this the secret? Subei murmured. Life nodded. It is a secret. But this is only part of the secret. She stared at the nebula, and suddenly turned her head. Her eyes overflowed with bright green light at this moment, scanning Subei's whole body. You are a very special substance. Life hesitated. Carbon, water, etc., are composed of various basic substances. And this is the meaning of life. But we are different. We are the original power nurtured from our mother's body. We are pure energy bodies. We are born with some of our mother's power, and have no entity. Life raised his right hand, and watched his palm transform into a ball of green light. These green lights condensed into various life substances in the air, and then gathered again and transformed into a white palm again. So the gods are made of energy, and do not belong to life? Subei thought simply. Yes, your power constitutes this world. Compared to you, I am not special, but ordinary. You are the order that constructs the world. And each of you is unique. But I am one of billions in my hometown. Life shook his head. Are we really special? What does this sentence really mean? What does life want to talk to him about? Subei was confused and could only keep weighing his words. But he really didn't know where to start. Life stretched out his fingers, his fingertips trembling, and his eyes were confused. The structure of this fruit is similar to your life composition. So that's it. Life found genetic similarities between Subei and the fruit. No wonder it was so curious about Subei. Subei thought and gave an answer. Life species are similar. So they are similar. We are common and ordinary. Life shook his head and gave a different guess. But I think you are special. The 12 of us are a wrong accident. Life pointed his finger at himself and asked confusedly, what is our meaning? Subei began to have a stomachache. Isn't this just the literary Lolita exuding literary youth disease? What does this have to do with him? At this moment, Subei clearly saw a strange emotion that he had never seen before in the eyes of this delicate little Lolita. She seemed to be doubting everything. She doubted her own existence and the meaning of existence. She looked very bad. And she was denying her birth. This question left Subei with no answer. The world tree is a life structure. And the fruit of the world tree is also a life structure. But gods are not. Although I don't know why. The result is indeed so. But does it matter what you are made of? Not necessarily. If Subei is a life, he doesn't care whether he is an experiment or something else. He has long replicated a world exactly like his hometown. Living a life of eating, drinking and having fun. Playing different games every day. He will squeeze all game makers. If the game is bad, he will have to take a punch from him and be severely suppressed by him. If it is good, he will get a lot of money. Who cares if he is his father's eldest son? The children of rich people only care whether they will be rich in the future. Why would they care if they are his biological children? And the world tree is not partial to others. Every god has unique authority. So, what is life dissatisfied with? Subei finds it difficult to understand. According to Subei's thinking, he thinks that life is just too idle. Too idle. Maybe it needs to be disciplined. And he will be honest after being sent to the grassroots to move bricks for 2 days. Subei thought so, but didn't say it. If he said that, there was no guarantee that life would completely turn black and do something he couldn't understand. After all, life's actual age was only 3 days old. And its mental age was probably only about 10 years old. So when it discovered that it was completely different from its mother, and there was a fruit that was closer to its mother than it was, it would lead to psychological imbalance. It was understandable what a child said. Children always have all kinds of weird ideas. Thinking of this, Subei rubbed his painful temples, and couldn't help but feel sad. He was clearly here to look for clues to the end of the world. But he ended up playing the role of a life mentor for preschoolers, disguised as a kindergarten teacher. What is this? Subei pondered the philosophical questions that permeate life. The meaning of life. After thinking, Subei sat cross-legged on the ground, patted his side. Sit. Life sat next to Subei woodenly. The light green skirt spread open, blocking her calves, revealing only a pair of feet in canvas shoes. You are cute. Subei praised. Cute? Life repeated, seriously retorting. That's not what I want to hear. Subei nodded, and asked directly, because you are different from your mother. You are unhappy? Life hesitated and shook his head. Not just that. I just don't know what the meaning of my existence is. Life shook his legs in confusion, facing Subei, and said timidly, if you can help me solve the confusion, I will tell you the complete secret. As for my matter, you can give me the answer later. You can ask me now. We can each ask a question, and no one is allowed to tell the answer to others. Subei sighed, looking at such a sensible life, and felt a little emotional. Although the life was so eager for the answer, it still managed to think from the perspective of Subei and consider Subei's situation. She always remembered that Subei had questions to ask her. Subei nodded. He did not ask questions, but slowly told a story. This is a story about his hometown. A story full of various beautiful creatures, mixed with many fantasy colors, such as the picture book novel The Brave Man Slays the Dragon, such as the traditional love of Romeo and Juliet, and various species evolution, life reproduction, natural selection of the survival of the fittest, etc. Subei is not very good at telling stories, and his emotional transmission is not very good. But these novel stories are like hallucinogens, constantly appearing in the minds of life. Spread out, it was like a magnificent painting. Whenever Subei paused to swallow his saliva, life would thoughtfully hand him a glass of water, her eyes flashing with bright green light. She stared at Subei with expectant eyes, as if to say, more. I want more. I don't know how long it has been. Subei was a little tired, and his thoughts began to become disordered. And life looked radiant, getting more and more excited. And the distance between him and Subei was slightly closer without knowing it. We just talked about the story of the ugly duckling and the 7 dwarfs encountering the big bad wolf. Subei said nonsense and forced the story to end. Later, they participated in a party, ate the old witch's poisoned apple together, and then died of poison. The ending was inexplicable. But fortunately, life understood it. The story is long, but the story will always end. She pursed her lips, without too much entanglement, but immersed in the world described by Subei, constantly daydreaming. After a while, life turned around and said to Subei timidly, "You haven't asked me a question yet. This is the meaning of life." Subei smiled and answered. This irrelevant answer did not make life feel confused, but made her more aware of the meaning of life. So this is what life is like. Pretentious, diverse, complex, direct, contradictory. Subei nodded and said seriously, "Since your mother created you, you will all have meaning. And you are the most important pen. Your meaning is to give full play to your imagination in this world, making the world more lively, and giving the world more possibilities." "Thank you," life whispered. "I can understand a little bit. I think this is very interesting. In return, I will tell you a secret." Subei nodded. "I can observe that the mother is correcting the cells in her body, and constantly learning your body structure. She is approaching you, not approaching the life species, towards you." Subei was stunned, but saw life holding Subei's arm, timidly said, "So, you are very likely to be our dad." Subei was numb. God knows how much shock a god shouting the word dad caused to Subei. At this moment, Subei was sweating profusely, and even wondered if he was dreaming. No wonder Subei felt that the look of life looking at him was so wrong. From the beginning, he spoke timidly, and was particularly respectful and obedient to him. And there was a trace of awe in his words. This is too fucking weird. Chapter 562 No Emotions. I am the father of the god? This is too weird. Even Subei, whose brain has been polluted by the culture of another world, was overloaded for a while. I take my time. Subei waved his hand, rubbed his swollen temples, and seriously rejected this unhealthy relationship. Let me make it clear first. I'm not your father. Absolutely impossible. Subei emphasized. On the contrary. Life refuted. Not really. Subei frowned. I don't think so. Life stared with wide eyes. Subei pondered for a while and gave an ambiguous answer. It's up for discussion. That's not wrong. Life nodded. It's just a conceptual relationship. A hypothesis. So, what is your relationship with your mother? Life stared at Subei and asked curiously. What relationship? This question really stumped Subei. She's at her house, and I'm at mine. Subei racked his brains and gave a relatively accurate answer. Then what? Life wondered. Subei shook his head. Other than that, we have no relationship. Life was stunned. This sentence doesn't sound relevant. That's it. I don't know your mother. Subei shrugged. I don't even know what she is. Life thought for a while, nodded, and then pointed to the fruit and said seriously, Mother is mother, giving birth to everything and creating us. How long has she lived? Subei asked casually. Life put his legs together, lowered his head and looked at his knees, as if reminiscing, or thinking, I don't know. How long did she live? How do I know? Do you know how long your mother lived? 40 years. Subei said calmly. Life was stunned, and his hands wrapped around his knees and hugged them gently. Even if you know. I don't know. Subei narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he asked casually. But he asked a long-planned question. Then how long can she live? Subei's voice was very soft, but very clear. If it was life, it would be able to observe the life veins of the world tree. This was the real reason why he brought up life alone. If there was to be a doomsday in the future, the most likely carrier of the doomsday would be this world tree that covered the sky and the sun. Apart from this, Subei couldn't think of any ability that could detonate the world among the 12 gods and usher in the doomsday. Could it be an internal conflict? Or an external enemy? These two directions were not as realistic as the destruction of the world tree. The question Subei raised shocked Life. I have never thought about this question. Life was stunned. She is our mother. Time has lost its meaning to us. Fate cannot determine our future. Life cannot control our existence. We are free and omnipotent. So, how can the mother who gave birth to us really die? When she understands the meaning of life, she will be eternal in this world. Subei asked. Have you observed it? Life looked at Subei hesitantly. At this moment, she noticed that Subei's tone was a little hurried. If you want, I can try. As she said that, Life closed her eyes. This was the first time she observed her mother from the traces of life, observing the world tree that gave birth to the entire world. After a while, Life shook her head and said seriously, if we look at the traces of life, my mother is immortal. She is so great. The concept of how long she lives never existed in her from the beginning. Subei calmed down and said, It seems that life cannot give an answer to about the end of the world. However, there is indeed a possibility that mother will have the right to die. Hearing this, Subei looked sideways. He heard an incredible answer. She gave up her immortality herself. Silence. Subei fell into thought. Give up immortality. Is this possible? Will this be the answer to the end of the world? If you give up, why give up? This answer is so incredible that Subei did not even think about it, and ruled out this possibility. Perhaps, it is wrong to observe from the direction of life. As he said, Life suddenly pulled Subei's sleeve and pointed forward. We are her children. But not the only children. Subei followed the side of Life, and looked at the fruit in the center. There was no dissatisfaction or indignation in the eyes of Life. No excitement or joy after seeing the other sisters. And even no extra emotions. She just looked at it like that. After a long time, Life pulled the corner of Subei's clothes and pointed to the fruit. Pick her off. At the level of Life, she has already matured. Maybe she has been waiting for you. This is the second secret I want to tell you. Subei was stunned for a moment, and took a few steps forward tentatively. He was stunned again. All the nebulae were making way for her, and various laws were actively dispersing to both sides. Looking at this scene, Life's eyes suddenly revealed shock. She is her mother's child. But she cannot cross these nebulae. So, what is Subei? Could it be that the other party is really her father? Life looked at Subei's back. Her eyes kept blinking, and her mind was full of thoughts. For a moment, she didn't know how to face him. And in the place where the nebulae were clustered, Subei reached out and gently touched the fruit. When he touched it, Subei trembled all over and closed his eyes. He had a connection with the fruit. This was a wonderful conversation, without any language. But he understood it. Pick me. Subei stretched out his palm and slowly retracted it. His expression calm. His subconscious was urging him to pick the fruit. And the fruit was also looking forward to being picked by him. But reason told Subei that he couldn't do this. This had nothing to do with his purpose. I can't touch it. Subei retracted his palm. Why? Life asked. It's not time for her to be picked yet. Subei sighed and turned calmly. He walked back the way he came. Life looked at Subei strangely, but saw Subei waved at her and left the inside of the world tree. Soon, the traces of Subei's life also disappeared from the ancient tree of life. Subei left. Where did he go? Subei's next target of arrest will be emotions. Life gave a direction. If the world tree dies, there is only one possibility. She wants to die. So will she want to die? Subei is not sure, but someone knows. Mastering emotions. You can naturally understand the emotions of the world tree. She will be Subei's best choice. Subei walked towards the side of the trunk of the world tree. Not far away, the gods were fighting and chattering around Wisdom, who was dizzy and weak, asking questions non-stop. What did you do secretly? Fate kept asking. You should have told us. You looked terrible when you fainted before. Luck said distressedly. Really? Light nodded. That's true. Darkness crossed his arms. By the way, have any of you seen the time? She hasn't appeared for a long time. The element looked around blankly. Life is gone too. Freedom raised his hand. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. And they all had a common feature before they disappeared. Emotions analyzed confidently. There is only one truth. But the Valkyrie is gone too. Death interrupted. She knew what emotions meant. But the Valkyrie had never met Su Bei. But now she has also lost her trace. Wisdom shook his head and said loudly, "Stop arguing. You are making my head hurt. Listen to me." Emotion interrupted, lowered his head and thought, "I think the disappearance of the sisters is related to that guy." While Emotion was speaking, Wisdom's body trembled suddenly. She felt a strange response. Something extremely terrifying was approaching. Just because the Su Bei people hadn't arrived yet, the brain was already thinking about the study materials, trying to force her to faint before they arrived. "What do you think?" "Wisdom, you are the closest to him. You know how dangerous he is." Emotion asked. Not intimate. But I'm going to take a nap soon." Bye-bye. Wisdom snorted. Subconsciously put her thighs together and waved to her sisters. She left the scene quickly. She was afraid that Su Bei would think more about strange scenes after seeing her. "Well, go ahead. But you know how scary Death is. And we can empathize with him." Emotion looked at Death and asked another question. Death's face was pale, and he shook his head. When Su Bei approached this place, she could clearly feel that the weight of the soul was increasing this time. This is her territory. Although that's what I said. I have something to do. I leave first. Death stammered in response. Soon. Death also slipped away, emotionally facing Freedom. He asked again. "I think he is very strange. We can't raise any hostility towards him. Sisters often fight among themselves, but they don't have any hostile emotions towards him. Don't you think he has problems?" When Emotion asked. Light and darkness looked at each other. One light and one darkness swirled and left silently. Luck and fate had long lost their traces. No one knew where they went, and no one knew when they left. Hearing this, Freedom did not answer, but pointed behind Emotion. "But what do you want to do with him?" "Catch him and interrogate him," Emotion discussed, not noticing Freedom's actions at all. Freedom swallowed her saliva and patted the elements beside her. But she did not pat any entity. Damn it! Element was still there just now. When did she run away? How to catch her? Freedom asked again. Emotion frowned, lowered his head and thought about the steps of the battle. Do you still need to ask this? We can just fight together as usual. With so many sisters working together, we can definitely pin him down and completely control his movements. By then, he will cry and make a fuss like Jiahui did when he was beaten before, and can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Even if we kick him in the face with our feet, he can't resist and honestly bear all the bitter consequences. Right. I can feel that you are excited, which means that you agree with my point of view, isn't it? After telling the story, Emotion calmly raised his head and was suddenly stunned, blinking his eyes in confusion. Where are people? People? I'm not excited. A very close rebuttal suddenly sounded from above Emotion's head. Emotion's heart clicked, and his head clicked, upwards like the pointer on a pendulum, until he saw a face that should not appear anyway, but was so clear. The picture freezes. Eyes meet. So close. Emotion narrows his eyes and smiles sweetly. Just now we all praised you for being great. What aspects? Su Bei asked in confusion. All kinds of aspects. All of them. Emotion raises his hands and waves them exaggeratedly. Does it mean that you will kick me in the face with your feet? And I can only cry and make a fuss without being able to resist? This scene is great? Su Bei sighed. Emotion's smile froze, and his hands trembled slightly. But Su Bei's face was expressionless, and his heart was even calmer. Even if it develops into what Emotion said. Is it really lethal? No father would think it would be disrespectful for his underage daughter to punch him. This can only be regarded as a catalyst to promote family affection. However, Emotion looked like he was about to cry. His face suddenly collapsed. He sniffed tremblingly and said intermittently, I think I will be like the other sisters, disappearing soon, and I will never be able to come out. Right? No, Su Bei said. I understand emotions too well, and I won't be defeated by them. But emotions have a strong response to me. Emotion clenched his fist and said softly, So, if you want me to experience the same emotions as wisdom, I won't be able to bear it. I will feel it more strongly than wisdom. No. Su Bei's eyes were empty. You are lying, Emotion cried. You obviously can. You must be secretly eating children. Life, time, and Valkyrie must have been eaten up by you. And then it will be my turn. Bei frowned and asked, Why do you think so? Because you have no emotions. Emotional eyes were full of tears. You are just like your mother. No emotions at all. Not even a little bit. All the expressions you make are fake. A guy like you is too scary. You must eat 3 children in one meal. Bei was stunned. No! Is this true or false? It turns out that I am not happy. Disappointed? Afraid? Or panicked? Who am I? Am I really a time traveler? Chapter 563 Seeing Oneself Without Collapse. No emotions. Bei repeated. He could laugh, cry, feel pain, and be disappointed. But now the god who controlled emotions told him, No, you won't feel anything. You have no emotions. This answer was too unbelievable. So, were all the expressions she made false? Bei was stunned. His eyes fixed on the huge world tree, and his rapid breathing gradually stabilized. Then he asked calmly, You mean? Your mother. She also has no emotions? Yes. Both of you are like this, said Emotion in panic. Before she finished speaking, Bei suddenly stood up and interrupted her. Okay. I got it. Bei nodded and turned away. After getting the answer, Bei lost the need to talk to Emotion. After that, Bei went to find Death. Death said, Mother's soul is eternal, will not melt, and will never die. Bei found Destiny. Destiny said, Mother's destiny cannot be observed. Her destiny can only be determined by herself. Bei found Light. Light said, she couldn't annihilate her mother. She couldn't imagine any existence that could compete with her mother. Bei found Darkness. Darkness said, only her mother was the authority that she couldn't swallow and merge. Bei found Luck. Luck said, when it comes to my mother, I can't get what I want. Bei found Freedom. Freedom said, if I play with my mother, even I will be banned. Bei was tired. After that, there were Elements and Valkyries. But Bei stopped and walked towards the room where time died. Bei knew that the answers of the other 2 gods would not give any surprises. All the seemingly reasonable answers pointed to an incredible answer at the same time. The World Tree committed suicide. Why? Why did she commit suicide? Bei sat in the room of time and fell into a long thought. At Bei's feet, the blood of time had already dried up, and the head was about to become dry, and the flesh was about to dry up and turn into a mummy. But in just a blink of an eye, time began to go back, and a delicate little lowly sat in front of Bei, waving her new body that she had not yet adapted to, and smiled. You know the answer. I know. But I don't understand. Bei sighed. But knowing is enough. Isn't it? Shi Guang tilted his head. Bei raised his eyes, and listened to Shi Guang continue to speak. You came here just to get an answer. That's your purpose. Bei was silent. After a while, he suddenly said calmly, Yes. I just want an answer. The purpose is not important. The reason is not important. This is what I should worry about in the future. This game is simpler than I thought. Because your favorability towards me has been full from the beginning. I treat you as a target for conquest. But you want me to be your father. Shi Guang was speechless for a long time, and said faintly, How can people be so shameless? Who would want to be your daughter? So, how should I go back? Bei asked with a sidelong glance. Shi Guang said, I am here to send you back. Bei nodded, carved the answer into his palm, and said no more. He should go back. Return to the world he belongs to. I just hope that the revision of history will downplay this history and skip it. As Bei's eyes closed and opened, he soon left this world. Long after Bei left, 11 gods suddenly rushed into the wooden house where time was. Can he do it? Guangming was curious. I can't do it. We have met him dozens of times in this time. Fate sighed. He is still so shameless. Every time we have to repeat the steps of the first meeting. But I have long been numb to those small movies. Death sighed. Hearing this, Wisdom blushed. Is that so? You are not. You have human nature. Every time you are really shy. And there will be a physiological reaction. Life pointed out. Shut up, bastard. Wisdom screamed and blocked Life's mouth. But I didn't experience it every time. I was actually quite interested. Freedom said regretfully. No. You won't be interested. Emotion covered his head. Will this be the last reincarnation? The Valkyrie asked about time. Time shook his head, but then nodded. For us and the original continent, this may not be the last reincarnation. After summing up, Luck sighed softly. But it is our last chance. Element said distressfully. He wants to find that critical point and solve the problem at the source. But this is an unsolvable proposition. Darkness sighed. This is too cruel for him. Yes, Wisdom murmured. We have the power to face another timeline without collapse. But he does not. For us, we have a way to accept all the changes in time. But for him, every reincarnation is a new beginning. What's the point of such repetition? No matter it is 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times, the result will not change at all. No, this time is different, Destiny said. This time you two secretly cooperated and destroyed the vital ship. I don't know whether this is good or bad, but if you burn your boats, there may be a glimmer of hope. Speaking of which, you in the future plotted against me. Destiny suddenly looked back, stared at Wisdom fiercely, and sneered. I beat you up later to vent my anger. Ah. Wisdom touched his head and said distressfully, What are you talking about? It's really confusing. Don't come over. Don't come over. At a glance, the gods are enjoying themselves and the atmosphere is harmonious. But the information revealed is too scary. No wonder Wisdom occasionally mentions Li Lizi's habit. No wonder Death frequently looked at Su Bei. The innate gods have the power to meet themselves in another time without collapsing and dying. They can go upstream through the long river of time at any time, exchange memories with their past selves, and feedback information. But Su Bei knew nothing. Every reincarnation is the first time for him. He has no way out. From beginning to end. Chapter 564. Find Su Bei when you are in doubt. The original continent. Fantasy Township. Mage Tower Library. Beside the wooden table. Coming back to his senses, Su Bei looked at the 4 words on his palm and fell into silence for a long time. It is suicide. Who is this it? This is not a question worth thinking about. When it comes to the end of the world, there is only one answer. And it can only be one. The World Tree. The World Tree is suicide? Su Bei's head began to swell. No! Why did it have to commit suicide? Su Bei frowned, followed this logic and combined the answer with reality, and got an extremely outrageous answer. So, the doomsday is not caused by the evil god from outside the domain. Not because of the war of gods, but because it committed suicide because it couldn't think it through? After getting this answer, Su Bei's calm face turned into a bitter gourd face. And it didn't bloom for a long time. Su Bei really couldn't figure it out. What on earth was it thinking? Mr. Su Bei, you have turned into a little bitter gourd. Jasmine's voice sounded in Su Bei's ears. And then a pair of hands circled from the back of Su Bei's head to the front, with the right hand holding a bowl of porridge, and the left hand spoon picked up a spoonful of porridge and stopped at Su Bei's lips. Relax. Drink some porridge. It's made of millet porridge. Su Bei looked sideways and exchanged a glance with the smiling Jasmine. Unconsciously, the corners of his lips slightly opened and he held the spoon. The soup was squeezed into his mouth. Swallowed. Su Bei's mood suddenly calmed down. This porridge seemed to have magic, warming Su Bei's stomach and his mood. The porridge itself was delicious, and the person feeding the porridge also looked delicious. No! Su Bei's eyes were stunned and panicked for a moment. How could you describe Jasmine as delicious? What's wrong? Jasmine blinked strangely, looking at Su Bei who was staring at her, and asked in confusion, Mr. Su Bei? Nothing. Su Bei looked away, looking down at the spoon that kept approaching, and passively accepted Jasmine feeding. He must have been too tired recently, causing his mind to be in a mess. After drinking a few sips, Jasmine looked at Mr. Su Bei who was in a daze, and couldn't help but ask with concern, Mr. Su Bei, what are you thinking about? Su Bei did not lie or conceal anything, because it would have no effect in front of Jasmine. He considered his words and asked calmly, if it was Jasmine, why would Jasmine commit suicide? Huh? Jasmine raised the spoon and knocked it on Su Bei's forehead with a bang. She smiled unhappily and squinted. Mr. Su Bei, are you impatient for Jasmine to die? How can you curse Jasmine to commit suicide? As the knock fell, Su Bei trembled in response, sighed, and explained lightly, just asking casually. As expected, he was attacked by Jasmine. After hearing this, Jasmine began to think seriously. After a while, she nodded. I don't want to die. If it were Jasmine, she would never die. Su-bei nodded. Of course. This is the answer a normal person would give. No one wants to die. But if... Jasmine put the porridge on the table in front of her, and then leaned forward. If it's for Mr. Su-bei, then, no problem. As her soft body pressed against Su-bei's back, Jasmine's warm breath blew past Su-bei's ears and hit Su-bei's brain. The words were neither light nor heavy, but they were very heavy, exceeding the weight of 3 years of knowing each other and the resonance caused by the collision of words, making Su-bei unable to breathe for a while. Su-bei reached out silently and held the soft palm resting on his chest. After a long time, Su-bei nodded. That's it. But Jasmine is just Jasmine. Jasmine's answer cannot replace the idea of the world tree. Jasmine is like this. What about the world tree? Su-bei still doesn't understand. Gensokyo. Under the world tree, a ball of light wrapped Luminara, and was evacuating quickly outside the out-of-region race base. Looking a little embarrassed, Luminara and Elena had gone to fight the nameless lord above the gray fog. Why did they end up like this? In front, Luminara asked with a dark face. Didn't you say that you almost killed him 30,000 years ago? Indeed. Elena nodded. He is very ordinary. So now, Luminara pointed behind her. Behind the two, endless gray fog followed closely, biting the tail of light tightly. What is going on? At the beginning, I almost killed him, Elena said calmly. But I was almost killed by him too. Elena glanced at Luminara, her expression calm. Otherwise, how do you think I died later? This is half of his credit. Luminara was speechless for a moment. You didn't tell me at the beginning. It's not too late to tell you now, Elena said. Luminara sighed. Even you can't beat him. Where should we run now? It's not that I can't beat him. It's mainly because I'm not complete, Elena defended. I was evenly matched with him outside the domain. Now in the original continent, I have the advantage of home field. It's a pity that my authority was divided by the holy light. She is a shameful bitch, Luminara asked hesitantly. But didn't she reincarnate as your sister? You are sisters. So she is a bitch, Elena sneered. She descended to lurk beside me just to be my sister and have a causal relationship with me. I am inferior to her in everything now. And I can't even take back the authority. Luminara sighed. This is your family affair. I don't care. What should we do now? Elena thought for a while. Let's find Su-bei. He will always have a way. Although she didn't know if Su-bei had a way. This was the only way Elena could think of. That's the supreme god from outside the domain. And he's one of the top ones outside the domain. Luminara frowned and asked. But Su-bei, who is so detached, can really do it? Elena nodded. He will have a way. If he can't, someone will take action behind him. What do you mean? Luminara asked. Elena sneered. By borrowing your world technique, I recalled many things and figured out many things. Since I'm cooperating with you, I won't hide anything from you. Next, I tell you a very deep secret. Luminara raised a serious expression. Time has always been wearing the same pants as Su-bei. Elena gritted her teeth and said word by word. I said she had such a powerful authority. How could she die so easily and hide so deeply that no one could find her? She is the one who has preserved her strength the longest and has the most complete power among the 12 of us. She avoided 3 wars between gods and is still hiding now. It's really abominable. Luminara hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, but isn't time generally recognized as dead? Elena said nothing. This involves the characteristics of the gods of time. Once it is spoken out, time will remember it. Gods are very vengeful. She can't beat time now. Chapter 565 Meeting between Fate and Luck. The Kingdom of Fate. In front of a wooden table, Luck and Fate sat face to face, each holding a piece, playing Go on the chessboard. Why did you suddenly come to me today? Fate asked casually. I missed you. Luck smiled slightly. We are on the same front. Isn't it strange to reminisce about the past? Fate sneered and said nothing, and clicked a piece to make 5 in a row. She didn't believe in Luck's lies. They are no longer as innocent as they were before. 5. Destiny said. Lucky was stunned, looking at the 52 black pieces and 37 white pieces on the chessboard, and fell into deep thought. Although I don't know when Destiny cheated. It seems that she cheated. Lucky ended the game with a throw, holding his chin, and said, I don't know why. I suddenly thought of some strange memories, and I can't help but feel sentimental. He went back. Destiny pointed out the key. No wonder. The sisters had a good relationship before. Lucky recalled. I still can't forget those days. That was in the past. Fate's face was calm and indifferent. 30,000 years ago, we had differences and split into several factions. 10,000 years ago, we broke up completely and went our separate ways. 1,000 years ago, we fought to the point of darkness and several sisters died. This is history. This is a fact. No matter who goes back to the past, no matter how beautiful the past was, this is a predetermined fate that cannot be changed. The past is the past. We can't go back. Lucky looked up and sighed. But now, this is the last chance. Wisdom destroyed the ship, and none of us can go back to the past. But you and Wisdom have seen the future. No matter how far our plan goes, the result is already determined. In the last few years, sisters, why don't you get together and put all the grudges to rest? Nonsense. Destiny looked down at the chessboard, fiddling with the chess pieces with his right hand, and said coldly, I can't do it. The sisters are all very capable, and no one knows what they are up to. So how could they be willing to end it all? They are all doing things that destroy the world, and each of them is very ambitious. Lucky was speechless and listened to Destiny continue. Darkness took over the baton of light 30,000 years ago and made even more crazy moves. She is bold, and if she is not careful, she will be doomed. I don't know who fooled her and fell into the abyss. I'm really worried that the original world will be destroyed in her hands. She has endured grievances for tens of thousands of years. How could she be willing to end it all? Lucky echoed. Her ability ceiling is very high, and external compatibility is the best solution. But this move is too dangerous. If she succeeds, she will definitely bully us, and Light will be the first to escape. Destiny's eyes were dim, and he continued, Light has kidnapped Luminara. She must not give up. I don't know what she is thinking. Lucky nodded. She has always been like this. She never admits defeat. I can guess. If the darkness succeeds, she will borrow Luminara magic to make the darkness return to the past when it was not successful, and use this to suppress the darkness. Destiny continued. Time is the most shameless. She holds a trump card. No one dares to provoke her, and they are still watching. She is unwilling to even show up, let alone negotiate. Lucky shook his head. What she holds is not a trump card, but a bomb to overturn the table. Once it is launched, it means that our road has failed. Destiny sighed. I tricked the Valkyrie into going outside the domain, and it has been a long time since then. She has been looking for a way to come back. Fortunately, I sent her very far away, and the road signs are very messy. Instead of letting the Valkyrie beat us one by one in the continent, it is better to let her hold us back outside. We are at war to the death with her. At this point, Lucky smiled bitterly. She was so angry that she stabbed you with a sword. And you haven't recovered yet. I can't die. Destiny yawned. In the blink of an eye, the hilt of the sword on her chest began to loom, tearing the wound and aggravating the injury. By the way, what is Death doing? Lucky asked doubtfully. Destiny hesitated for a moment and said casually, she is the least likely to die. How far has she progressed? Lucky asked. Destiny shook her head. I don't know. There is nothing in the world that you... Destiny. Don't know? Lucky rolled his eyes at Fate. You can't tell me? Fate murmured. But I dare not tell you. Lucky was stunned. She is too crazy. She did something that no one could have imagined. Her divine characteristics are the most mediocre among us, but she has developed them to the true extreme. Compared to the light 30,000 years ago, or even the Valkyrie today, she is the one closest to her mother. So close that I dare not even spy on her too much. Perhaps only the darkness that has survived a narrow escape has the possibility of suppressing her. What do you mean by that? Lucky was stunned, and his breathing became rapid. Destiny kept silent. After a while, Destiny smiled bitterly and changed the subject. The outside world has begun to be chaotic, and I have been under a lot of emotional pressure recently. Elements and life can no longer hold on. Lucky nodded. Freedom has a lot of strange ideas, and we still don't know what she has done. Lucky sighed. In the past 1,000 years, none of the sisters have been idle, except for Wisdom. She really died? And was reincarnated into a stupid kid. And now she can't leave her lollipop. Faith sneered. She schemes the most. But she looks the most comfortable. Don't let me catch her. Otherwise, I let her reincarnate as my child. AQ. Fantasy Township. At the entrance steps of the Mage Tower Library, Riri rubbed the snot bubble on the tip of her nose. And her little head was holding the open omniscient code. And her movements were extremely strenuous. She was complaining viciously. Heavy. 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 You are useless and heavy. It's so heavy that Lilizi sneezed. You bastard. In the omniscient code, Lin's muffled voice came out. What does sneezing have to do with me? I said it's because you are so stupid. You have no human rights, and only know how to parasitize in other people's homes. Admit your guilt. Lilizi screamed. Lin was too lazy to argue with Lilizi, which would make her feel stupid. It's almost time. I'm going to see the uncle soon. I don't know why. Lin feels very calm, without any extra thoughts. But she is very happy. Chapter 566, Lilizi arrives. Fantasy Town. Mage Tower Library. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Jasmine and Su Bei spent a brief time together, then quickly left the library, and went to the Mage Tower to prepare for the afternoon class. According to Jasmine, she had received a hint from Lillian, saying that she would find an opportunity to meet, and the location would be decided by Jasmine. But the god behind Lillian had a request. He wanted to see Su Bei. Su Bei nodded. The place where Jasmine was active would randomly generate Su Bei, which could be said to be everyone's stereotype. And it was a tacit understanding among the gods. It's just that Su Bei's presence is very low, and gods are not allowed to enter Jinsokyo easily, which has led to Su Bei's stable development until now. But now it seems that the stable days will soon be over. Su Bei nodded to Jasmine and promised this matter. And then under Jasmine's shy attitude, he gave her a big hug. We are lovers. Don't be shy. Su Bei said so, but saw Jasmine burying her head in Su Bei's chest and rubbing it gently, and said very softly, Jasmine is not shy about this. What Jasmine is thinking is, Muah. Jasmine stood on tiptoe and left a faint lip print on Su Bei's forehead with difficulty. And in the next second, Jasmine's body began to overload. Her ahog slapped her face randomly, resisting the sensitive reaction of her body and holding back her subconsciously swinging fist, and gently resting her fist on Su Bei's chest. Su Bei sighed. You can also not bear it. It will hurt. I can't bear it. Jasmine pursed her lips, clenched her lips and white teeth, and held on until sweat began to overflow from her forehead. But she still stopped her body that was ready to go. I don't want to bully Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine smiled slightly and fell backwards in an instant, with a whoosh sound. A dark shadow squeezed in and supported Jasmine, who was about to fall. It was millet porridge. Although millet porridge was sometimes bad, it was still very reliable most of the time. She held the hot Jasmine with one hand and put her on her back. With the other hand, she could hold the bowl and drink the porridge in the gourd with her head raised. Gulp gurgle. She looked like a chivalrous hero. I guess I have read too many children's comics recently. Millet porridge is introducing the identity of Jianghu Cat. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. Xiaomi Zhou licked the corner of her mouth and patted Su Bei's chest with her paw, full of heroism. Go slowly. Su Bei nodded. Be careful on the road. Xiaomi Zhou waved without looking back, stumbling like the most unique and unruly soul in the world, and seemed out of tune with everyone. She is who she is, no matter how the environment changes. She has never changed. This is indeed the case. In Su Bei's impression, everyone has changed a little bit. But Xiaomi Zhou was always the same. He walked one foot and then another. Not long after Xiaomi Zhou left, a group of blue unknown creatures holding a book crawled in from the ground little by little. Hey. Su Bei lowered his head and stared curiously for a moment. Although the floor of his library was very clean, it was scrubbed and mopped every day, and everyone took off their shoes before entering. But the scene in front of him was too abstract. Su Bei just watched Lilizi crawl from one end of the floor to the other, and jumped directly past him. He couldn't help but lower his head to Lilizi's head and asked in confusion, Where are you going? Looking for the bastard Su Bei. Lilizi shouted. Really? Where is he? Su Bei asked. Lilizi paused, opened the omniscient code in front of her, turned to the page of positioning navigation, Studied for a long time. It seems to be almost there. Su Bei narrowed his eyes, squatted beside Li Lizi, pointed at the red dots and asked, "What's the matter with these densely packed red dots?" "This," Li Lizi said proudly. "This is the 10,000 navigations that Li Lizi secretly stuffed into the bastard Su Bei's body." "So many?" Su Bei sighed. He knew that Li Lizi must have done something to him. But he didn't care much. He was mainly worried that Li Lizi would get into trouble, and couldn't find anyone to help. But he never thought that Li Lizi had secretly put so many marks on him. Anyway, no matter what, even if the bastard Su Bei hid at the ends of the earth, Li Lizi could catch him at any time. Li Lizi raised her head proudly. The stupid Su Bei couldn't fly out of Li Lizi's palm even if he had wings. There was no way out for him. "Really?" Su Bei sighed, squatted next to Li Lizi, and asked, "What does the map say now?" "Here. Let me see." Li Lizi raised the omniscient code, compared it up and down, frowned and thought for a long time, and was stunned. Trembling. Continued to tremble. "Have you found it?" Su Bei asked curiously. Li Lizi, laughed, and quietly moved the omniscient code half an inch downward facing Su Bei's face. And suddenly it was straightened. Then quietly moved it up a little. And suddenly it was straightened. Then he moved right and left. Finally, Li Lizi pieced together the 4 pictures in his mind, and formed a complete big head portrait. "Oh no! That's it." Li Lizi lay down, with her head on the ground, and began to crawl from her feet into the omniscience code, trying to get her whole body into the omniscience code to obtain a complete alibi. Su Bei sighed, pinched Li Lizi's feet, and dragged her out, saying unhappily, "Don't go in. I won't eat you." Every time Li Lizi came, the daily scene would develop in a direction that Su Bei could not predict. Although Su Bei prepared himself mentally, he was still amused by Li Lizi's behavior. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing this, Li Lizi rolled, turned her head, laughed, and pulled her foot out of Su Bei's palm, pressed one foot against Su Bei's chest, and kicked with the force. Squeak. Sound. Li Lizi's back was against the floor, and she slid back several meters, and suddenly sat on the floor, pointing at Su Bei, and said very seriously, "Wan La, you are in big trouble. I came here this time to teach you where to bury the coffin with better feng shui. I have experience in this matter." Chapter 567, Reunion after a long separation. "If you have something to say, just say it," Su Bei said unhappily. "If you don't have anything to say, go make 2 cups of tea." Oh. Li Lizi picked up the kettle, and started to make tea in a daze. From time to time, she turned her head very carefully to look at Su Bei, and secretly listened to Su Bei's thoughts. The next time point to go back is 30,000 years ago. Perhaps we can start the investigation from the first War of Gods. There are too many mysteries. The root cause of the end of the world, the suicide of the world tree, and the matter about the god of nature and plants. Li Lizi's sudden visit this time must have caused a lot of trouble. I just hope it doesn't take too much time. Humph. Li Lizi finished making tea without realizing it, and suddenly froze. Wait, the great Li Lizi, one of the 3 great nobles of Duz, the beloved daughter of the Duke of Gloucester of the Russell family, one of the 12 innate gods, the most intelligent spokesperson of the goddess of wisdom, the vest of the fairy god who possesses the great miracle power of the power of thinking. So, why should I be here to make tea obediently? Thinking of this, Li Lizi was about to explode and planned to throw the kettle on the table. She wanted to throw the cup as a signal to give herself courage and show her supreme majesty. "You are so brave. Pour the tea when it is ready." Su Bei glanced at him, turned a page of the book in his hand, and said casually, Oh. Li Lizi nodded in a daze, took out 2 cups and poured tea into them, held one of them with both hands and placed it on the table, and pushed the cup with her index finger toward Su Bei. "Wait, the great Li Lizi. So, why should I pour tea for the bastard Su Bei?" Li Lizi was so angry that her body was shaking, and she was going to show her dominance. "Don't you want to drink it?" Su Bei asked in confusion, and then explained, "The cup is yours." Oh. Li Lizi was angry for a moment, but when she thought that the bastard Su Bei actually prepared a cup for her, she quickly calmed down. "You still have a conscience." Li Lizi drank a sip of tea, breathed a sigh of relief, and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. One of the eyes was quietly open, continuing to inquire about Su Bei's thoughts. What is this stupid lowly doing? How come her IQ has been reduced so seriously in just 1 year? Is her intelligence really dead? It caused Lily to return to the factory settings. Lily, bang bang, clenched her fist, rubbed her upper and lower front teeth, crack, and muttered, "How dare you secretly laugh at the great Lily? Don't look at Lily's innocent appearance. But this is just a false appearance that I disguise myself. My heart is invincible, strong and tough. If you make me angry, I will be really angry. And I will stay angry for a long time. If I don't take action, it's fine. But if I do, you will suffer the consequences. If you make Lily cry, you will soon feel guilty and blame yourself to the point of crying and being at a loss. I will not forgive you then. No matter how you coax me, I will continue to cry and scare you to death. You super bastard Subei." Subei was facing the book in his hand, thinking about the plan for the next few days. He heard a few mumblings in a trance, frowned in confusion, and looked up at Lily. Lily suddenly sat up straight and blinked at Subei in a cute way. Subei was stunned and asked tentatively, "What are you mumbling about? This stupid loli will probably confess if I trick her a little." "Huh? What did you say? Are you asking Lily?" Lily posed and looked around exaggeratedly. "I heard it," Subei said lightly. "I always felt that there was something wrong. So I tricked her again. You dare to spread rumors about me. I didn't do anything. Do you want to fight, bastard?" Lily rolled up her sleeves and put on a fierce attitude. Subei always felt that there was something wrong, but he didn't know what the problem was. After thinking about it, Subei gave up and asked directly, "What is your purpose this time? Tell me." Lily was suddenly stunned. Her hair trembled, and she blinked in confusion. "Wait, I seem to have forgotten something very important." "What was it?" "As expected of a silly loli. Didn't you notice what was missing around you after walking all the way?" "Lin," Subei mentioned. "You and Lin have always been together." "Oh, right. Lily suddenly realized. "It's Lin Law." As she said that, Lily stood up suddenly and walked around with the omniscience code on her back. "Lin collected a lot of treasures for you. But Lily forgot where I put the omniscience code. I just had it with me. Lily, remember to bring it with you." Lily raised her head and said to Subei seriously, "Did you see it?" Subei's eyes went blank, and he pointed at Lily. Where? Lily looked around blankly. Subei didn't say anything, and kept extending his finger. Lily narrowed her eyes and took a few steps forward. She stared at the finger for a long time, and suddenly moved 1 step to the left. The finger also moved 1 inch to the left. Lily moved 1 step to the right. The finger moved 1 inch to the right. "I understand." Lily suddenly realized and turned around. Lin is behind Lily. "Don't hide. Lily has seen you." "Ah? Where are you?" Because Lily turned around, the code of omniscience stopped at Subei's fingertips. Subei grasped the code of omniscience with his fingers and was stunned. "It's so heavy." He wanted to lift the code of omniscience and hit Lily on the head. But the book was so heavy that even he had to use all his strength to hold it. Although they were both transcendent, Lily's strength was much smaller than his. No wonder Lily fell down when she entered the house. She crawled in. She must be too tired. Subei sighed. It was hard to imagine that Lily could hold this book from the entrance of Jinsokyo all the way to the Mage Tower in the center of Jinsokyo. And after Lily arrived, she never complained. Not even a word. What a fool. Subei held the omniscience code with his right hand, stretched out his left hand to hold Lily, who was looking around, and slowly turned her head. "Since you have set so many marks on me, why don't you call me to pick you up?" "Don't talk nonsense," Lily said stubbornly. Lily doesn't admit that she has made any marks. Subei was stunned for a moment, patted Lily's head lightly, and said unhappily, "You are forcing yourself to suffer. Are you stupid? Do you want to be beaten?" Lily gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "I don't want to be treated as a waste. Why do you look down on me so much? My greatness? No need to say more." Chapter 568 Belated New Year's Gift. Wait a minute. Subei turned and went into the house. Then, under Lily's confused gaze, Subei walked out of the room holding a bunch of lollipops. "I wanted to use it as a New Year's gift." Subei rubbed the lollipop in his hand and waved it in front of Lily. It can be seen that the patterns on each lollipop are different, including all the flavors available on the market in Jinsokyo, and covering all the styles available in the outside empire. There are several very niche styles. This gift is not expensive, but it does take some time. What? Li Lizzie wiped her saliva and looked around guiltily. After not seeing a familiar white-haired girl, she felt even more guilty. This doesn't look like a New Year's gift to Li Lizzie. First of all, the New Year has been over for a long time. Secondly, everyone knows that she can't refuse a lollipop. This is more like a trap to trap Li Lizzie. Don't you like it? Su Bei was stunned. Strange. How could the stupid loli resist seeing this bunch of lollipops? I guess the stupid loli definitely can't hold on for 10 seconds. 10. I respect you and Jasmine very much. Don't try to bribe me with this. If you think about it. 9. Li Lizzie wiped her saliva again and said intermittently. No. This is not allowed. Not allowed? Slurp. 8. Even if Li Lizzie dares to ask for it. You really dare to give it. 7. It's been a while since the New Year, so it's not appropriate to call it a New Year's gift. Su Bei nodded. Although I don't know when your birthday is. It's probably soon. 6. Just think of it as an early gift for your 18th birthday. 5. Li Lizzie wiped her saliva. Damn it! Who said Li Lizzie couldn't stand it for 10 seconds? This is so rude. 4. If you don't want it, I put it away. Su Bei was about to turn around. 3. As soon as the words fell, in the blink of an eye, a blue ball of unknown shape rushed out at an extremely fast speed and wrapped around Su Bei's arm with a strange posture. The soft touch was about to burst, and before Su Bei could feel the weight, his arm soon felt lighter again. The lollipop disappeared. Couldn't it really last 10 seconds? When Su Bei looked away again, he saw Li Lizzie standing not far away, holding a dozen lollipops in her hands, nodding her head, smiling naively, and hooking her feet happily at Su Bei. It seemed to indicate that Su Bei could leave. It's so hot. Li Lizzie doesn't want to pay attention to you now. Go to the book to play with Lin. Bye-bye. She keeps talking about you in Li Lizzie's ear every day, and Li Lizzie's head is about to explode. These lollipops are what Li Lizzie deserves. Su Bei smiled slightly and said nothing more. He nodded immediately and entered the omniscient code in the Kingdom of Wisdom. Before Su Bei landed, a huge black hand had already supported his footing and slowly moved him to the table. Su Bei gradually came back to his senses and looked into a pair of calm eyes. And they were speechless. Long time no see. Su Bei took the initiative to say hello. Lin nodded without saying anything. After Su Bei landed safely, she quickly lowered her head and fiddled with her skirt. What? Su Bei looked away and then retracted his gaze, touching his nose subconsciously. It is not polite to look under a girl's skirt. Here you go. Lin first took out a thick stack of cards. Su Bei was stunned. This was a very thick stack of playing cards, several of which were part of the thief's artifact, and more were useless cards. Poker cards are too common before they recognize their owners. So I borrowed all the cards that are rumored to be poker cards. Do you have the cards that Uncle needs? Su Bei rubbed the cards and picked out the accessories of the poker cards, saying, with the ones here in mind, all the poker cards are complete. That's good. Lin smiled slightly. Lin's smile was forced, and it looked like she was smiling with her lips, but not her heart. Anyone would think she was faking her smile. But Su Bei could feel that Lin was happy from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. Su Bei smiled slightly. Su Bei's smile was very stiff, and it looked like he was smiling with his face, but not his face. Anyone would think that he wanted to laugh but couldn't. Lin could feel that Su Bei was just giving a fake smile. Uncle. Lin showed her little eyes and said contemptuously, don't laugh. Please. You look so funny when you laugh. Su Bei's face fell, and he quietly put away the cards without saying a word. By the way, Lin thought of something and started fiddling with her skirt again. There are a few more magic weapons, so I borrowed them from you. Just make do with them. I look for them. Lin lowered her head to search, and just as her head was about to go under her skirt, her body suddenly flew into the air, and her movements were forcibly interrupted. Su Bei grabbed Lin's clothes with one hand. If you can't find it, you can put it aside first. Su Bei responded calmly, and then asked in confusion. You shouldn't be in a hurry to leave this time. Right? Lin nodded. I prepared a gift for you. Bei put Lin upright and took out a dozen colorful lollipops from his chest. This is the same one as the one given to Li. That's right. He bought two. I'm past the age of loving lollipops, Lin said disdainfully. Are you trying to trick the kids with this? Uncle? It's a piece of trash. This thing can't do anything except catch Li. Then Lin doesn't want it? Bei asked. Lin Schwa reached out her hand and took away the dozen lollipops in the blink of an eye. And snorted softly, as long as the uncle gives it, I will take it. Lin is not afraid of owing uncle a favor, Bei explained. This is not a favor. It's a gift. Just treat it as a favor. Lin refuted seriously, and then muttered. Compared to owing favors, Lin is more afraid of not being able to owe uncle a favor. I feel at ease when I owe and repay. What do you think, uncle? Bei sighed. Not to the point, Lin snorted softly. It's really to the point. Uncle has lied to me more than once or twice. Bei stopped talking. He was not a talkative person. And after meeting Lin, he talked even less. It's not that he didn't want to talk. It's that he always felt that every time he said more, Bei's debt would increase by 1 point. It's still not clean. Chapter 569. Elena is here. After a brief chat with Lin, Bei said goodbye and left the Code of Omniscience, and returned to the library to continue sitting. Of course, he was the only one who left the Code of Omniscience. The gods do not allow people to enter Jinsokyo, and Lin is no exception. But Li is an exception. But she is not the only exception. Soon, the second exception appeared. Elena. Elena's body turned into a beam of light, starting from the bottom of the world tree at the border of Jinsokyo, wrapping Luminara and fleeing all the way, and was about to arrive at the Mage Tower in the center of Jinsokyo. The whole process took only a few hours. Soon, some afterglow shot into the Mage Tower, covering Bei, who was reading, Li, who was eating a lollipop, and a group of students who were studying hard. Oh no! Is this the power of knowledge? I'm almost going blind. Oh my god! What did I see? Oh! I can't see anything. Great! It's the holy light. Everyone will be healed. Dong dong. Bei knocked on the table first, and then knocked on the blackboard next to him. No noise. These 4 big words. However, Bei's reminder did not receive any response. The students' noise became more intense, and they seemed to have endless things to say to each other. Bei's face was calm, and his right hand slapped down. He grabbed with his black hand. He threw all the students out of the library. It's closed today. Go back. The students were confused. Why is this happening? I was almost learning knowledge just now. No. Light. My light. No matter how the students made a fuss, Bei's expression remained unchanged, and he slowly closed the door. His movements were quick and decisive. Oh wow! Seeing Bei's swift and decisive movements, Li stopped holding the lollipop in her mouth, and murmured, Did you feel it too? Now we can reserve a coffin board. Following the topic, Li quickly gave a friendly suggestion. Do you want to be buried next door to Jiwei's house? Li can make room for you. Is it troublesome? Bei asked. Li won't tell you. Li pointed at her ahog and spread her hands. Look for yourself. Bei was stunned. It was rare. The ahog on Li's head had completely drooped down, and it looked half dead and seemed to be fading. It must be very troublesome. He never thought that on the day Li came, his peaceful life would be completely broken. Is it a god coming? Bei asked. Who is coming? Do you remember the first time you climbed the White Dragon Mountains? Li gave a hint. Bei briefly reviewed his thoughts and said solemnly, Outside the territory evil god. Dari? Li shook her head. He leads. Bei's expression became more solemn, and he hesitated to say, what kind of divine descent method? Soul divine descent or possessed divine descent? The former is more troublesome. If the divine descent is a complete soul, it can only use 1/10 of the authority of the body at most. The limit of the soul divine descent is 1/10 of the authority of the body, which can reach the level of the top pseudogod, enough to suppress Bei. The latter is much less threatening. If it is a possessed god, transcendence is the upper limit. As a transcendent, even if it is the top outer god, Bei is confident that he can compete with him. Hee. Li laughed and cheered. The real body. How can a person cause such a big disaster? Su Bei frowned and felt a splitting headache from thinking about how to solve the problem. He turned to thinking about where to bury it in a festive place. No. He and Elena don't have any grudges. Su Bei sighed. Since he is the strongest outer god. What's the point of Elena looking for me? Since he is the supreme outer god. Why are you here? Buy one get three free. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Li Lizi raised the omniscience code with difficulty, and said seriously, Lin will be our first line of defense. If no other gods come forward, it will be a one-on-one fight between death and that existence. At that time, you will see the biggest secret about death. Su Bei felt a little uneasy. Li Lizi would not use death to describe Lin. And once Li Lizi mentioned death, it was equivalent to taking Lin out of the priesthood of death. This description made Su Bei think too much. A generation of death? Hee hee. Li Lizi laughed playfully, and did not answer. What will happen to Lin? Su Bei asked. Li Lizi lowered her head slightly, and smiled incomprehensibly. Maybe it will be more complete? Li Lizi smiled tactfully and restrainedly, making it difficult for people to feel that she was happy. But it's not sadness. This is a really strange emotion. Su Bei could sense that something was wrong, but he couldn't understand it. It will be the best ending for you to be happy and Lin to be relieved. Li Lizi shrugged, her eyes wandering around, not knowing what she was thinking. This is regret, right? This description suddenly appeared in Su Bei's mind. Yes, it's regret. It is indeed the most appropriate to describe Li Lizi at this moment with regret. If Lin used all her strength, something would happen that would make Li Lizi feel relieved, but also regretful. According to Li Lizi's previous description, this also involves a generation of death. Su Bei can guess roughly. Lin must have a deadly backhand. This backhand will have a great impact on Lin, but it can change the current situation. If you don't bother Lin, is there any other way? Su Bei asked again. However, it shouldn't be Lin who made the move. It can't be Lin. There is a god who controls immortality lurking in the original continent. If the immortal skeleton god takes advantage of Lin's life and death battle with the outer god and quietly attacks, Lin is likely to be attacked from both sides and pay a huge price. Li Lizi nodded. Of course there is more. What is it? Su Bei asked. Li Lizi raised the lollipop, turned it around, past Su Bei's nose, and suddenly pointed it at himself. Me, invincible Li Lizi King. Stop it. Su Bei stabbed Li Lizi in the head. It hurts. Li Lizi covered her head and screamed. Are you looking down on Master Li Lizi? Bastard Su Bei. Li Lizi has the means to kill the game. 1,000 years ago, wisdom killed the war of gods in a way. Now, Li Lizi can also kill this god war in a way. Su Bei was silent. Su Bei didn't know much about the god war 1,000 years ago, but at least he knew the general result. Wisdom died 1,000 years ago. If this is the price Li Lizi paid to kill the game, then the price is too high. Su Bei sighed. Has it come to this? The pressure was so great right from the start, which gave Su Bei a headache, and time would not freeze because of the conversation between the two, but passed bit by bit with the conversation. At this moment, Elena has arrived. Elena has arrived. Guang softly pushed open the door of the library. Elena fell to the door and entered the house with an old acquaintance. Both of them looked a little embarrassed, but they were full of energy. I gave you a gift. You will definitely like it. Elena nodded to Su Bei and smiled faintly. Beside her, Luminara took 2 steps to the right to distance herself from Elena. She didn't even dare to look at Su Bei more. Compared to Elena, Luminara's moral level is still too high, and she can't make this matter of having to clean up after getting into trouble sound so refreshing. Take it back, Su Bei said coldly. Take it back quickly. Elena snorted. Everything has its cause and effect. The decisive battle between Luminara and you will promote the integration of the 2 swords, so that the 2 of you can turn your back on fate. And I caused this trouble to save Luminara. I don't think you will leave Luminara to die without saving her. Right? Luminara was stunned for a moment, squinting her eyes and leaning sideways, flicking her finger on Elena's head. You? After finishing Elena, Luminara cast a curious look at Su Bei, and paused for a while on Li Lizi, and suddenly smiled. A bright smile. The daughter of the Duke of Gloucester, Miss Li Lizi. Li Lizi suddenly stood at attention, took out her very good aristocratic etiquette, and saluted. Hello, Princess. Lumina returned the salute, waved her hand to support Li Lizi's salute, and recalled, in the city-state of Duzaratnam. You and I went to the same school. When I was in the 3rd grade, I heard that there was a first-year student with an extremely good magic talent, proficient in various attribute magic, and understood all magic circuits. But he just didn't like history class. We have met several times in private, but I never recognized you. I didn't expect that the history I studied was created and written by you. Ruriko blinked. Luminara smiled. How much have you recovered? Ruriko asked curiously. Luminara eyes curved, her face gentle. All. Don't lie to me. If you had recovered all, you would have killed us one by one. Ruriko made a knife with her right hand and wiped her neck. Slightly. He stuck out his tongue and tilted his head. He seemed to have died. Perhaps he was expressing his disbelief through performance art? Su Bei was stunned. Elena was confused. Luminara held her chin thoughtfully. So I should do this? I was just kidding. Li Lizzie blinked again. Lumina stretched out her fingers and made an 8. Without hiding it. About this much. Li Lizzie nodded. When it comes to some extremely important secrets, Li Lizzie's brain always works fast. The 8 Luminara gesture did not mean that he had recovered 80%, but that she remembered the 8 reincarnations. It was the love-hate relationship between the hero and the Demon King for 8 lifetimes. And each time ended in a very tragic ending. Each of these 8 lifetimes ended with the death of the Demon King. But few people know that after the Demon King dies, the hero usually does not live more than 3 years. And the days he lives become more painful every day. Luminara said calmly. If I kill the Demon King, the result will be no different from if the Demon King kills me. All for the same purpose. So, I skipped the perspectives of the devil and the hero and thought about the whole thing from the perspective of God. From this, I came to a very strange conclusion. You helped me grow, and then watched me die. Why? Luminara asked curiously. Li Lizzie didn't answer. Licked her lollipop and poked Su Bei, asking, Why? I'm asking you a question. Su Bei hesitated and glanced at Elena. Elena didn't answer, but sat on the chair next to her, picked up the cup that Li Lizzie had drunk and poured it into her mouth. Her eyes swept to Su Bei. What are you looking at me for? I'm asking you. Su Bei spread his hands towards Luminara, with his left and right hands facing Li Lizzie and Elena respectively, and said calmly, That's it. Lumina's eyes were blank. Are they always like this? Su Bei nodded. As far as asking this point is concerned, my results are exactly the same as yours. Every time I ask some key information, they will pretend to be a riddler as if they had discussed it beforehand. And they often answer questions that are not asked. And they will also use this to throw some smoke bombs to confuse our cognition. Su Bei's expression was very calm when he mentioned these words. But Li Lizzie looked a little embarrassed. It can be seen that Li Lizzie's tongue moved very quickly, and she was almost licking the lollipop with a slurp slurp sound. She seemed to be fully immersed in the enjoyment, indicating that she did not hear the two people's interrogation at all. Li Lizzie thought she looked stupid, but in fact she was not. She was actually very smart. If she participated in such topics, she would soon go from being interrogated to being tortured. And then she and her, but would suffer a lot. It's better to just pretend you didn't hear it. Seeing this, Su Bei didn't make it too difficult. He took the initiative to skip this topic and mention the most difficult problem that everyone thought was the most difficult at the moment. What about you? What did the guy behind you say? Luminara nodded at Su Bei and sighed. Trouble. I know. Su Bei nodded. No, you don't know enough. Luminara hesitated for a moment and said, Do you remember the time we joined forces to kill the darkness? According to Luminara description, Su Bei could feel the pressure rising up instantly. That time gave Su Bei great pressure. This time is more terrifying than that time, Luminara said bitterly. And much more terrifying. The gap is at least 100 times. At the border of Jinsokyo, the elemental goddess stopped that existence. But in just a blink of an eye, the elemental goddess fell into a disadvantage. The current situation is very bad. The elemental goddess has no way out. She has no way to retreat. We have to help her. Help her as soon as possible. Su Bei fell into deep thought. How to help? How to help? Time. Elena suddenly said. If there is a way, it must be time. Li Lizzie was stunned. Elena continued to say, he died in the long river of time. But he did not die completely. Now you are the only one who can encounter this long river of time. If you can ask for his help, this difficulty can be solved. I disagree. Li Lizzie suddenly raised her hand and vetoed. Now everyone was stunned. Chapter 570 30,000 years ago. Who asked you? Elena grabbed the back of Li Lizzie's neck and pulled her towards him. No! Li Lizzie screamed. Time must not show up. And she will not show up. Time's death is more important than her life. And much more important. It can be said to be far more important. Who of you came up with the bad idea? Hearing this, Luminara frowned and stared at Elena. Without saying a word. But that look contained a lot of information. As if saying, you said you have a way. Then what is the way? Elena's eyes flashed dull for a moment. This expression gave her answer. Everything is self-evident. This is doomed. After thinking, Elena raised her index finger and came up with a plan. There is still a way. Don't say it. Luminara quickly refused. You say it. Su Bei looked sideways. Darkness. Elena suggested reasonably. I remember that she carries a very heavy secret. But I can't remember what it is. Perhaps you can go back 30,000 years to have a look. In that era when I was semi-invincible, I must have had a very sophisticated backup plan. I always feel that there must be some reason behind my killing of darkness. And this reason will be the key to our comeback. This is indeed a way. Su Bei nodded. This would be the best way. It can save Fulian and also get help from darkness. Li Lizzie began to frown. There was no picture related to this in her memory. This means that this period of history has nothing to do with wisdom. Which is disturbing. Luminara kept silent politely. She knew nothing and could only look confused. For Luminara, who had only recovered 8,000 years of memory, the history she knew was too little and did not involve the most core secrets. After thinking about it, Su Bei no longer hesitated. In front of the three people, he dived into the mind, vacated his consciousness, faced the long river of time, and began to think. Brother, you are here again? A voice suddenly sounded. This is gluttony. It stayed alone in the long river of time day after day, which made it bored. So after seeing Su Bei coming, its mood suddenly improved. Brother, where are you going to make trouble this time? Are you still playing the game of sealing memories and stripping souls? No, Su Bei said. Sealing memories, leaving only a clue, can prevent him from revealing any flaws and being affected by history. Stripping the soul, leaving only the original soul, can allow him to strip away the connection with life, death, and wisdom, so as not to disrupt history. But in this case, he has no confidence in finding the secret. I go 30,000 years ago. Su Bei gave the answer. Gluttony frowned. That was the origin of the gods, the most prosperous period of the original continent, and also the node when the first war of gods broke out. That's too dangerous. If you keep your memory, it will be easily discovered. Su Bei nodded in agreement, but did not agree. There are the most secrets buried there. I should go and see. If I don't spy in a complete posture, I will get too little information. Su Bei intends to return to 30,000 years ago in a complete state and explore all the secrets. Finally, it's time. Gluttony was full of emotion and shook the hilt of his remaining sword. When do we set off? We? Su Bei was stunned. You are going? Of course we are. Gluttony said, although I have lost most of my power, I still have some. At the same time point, you can choose a function of the holy and demonic swords and use it. This. Su Bei's breathing became heavier. His mind moved quickly, and he locked onto 3 of the powers of the holy and demonic swords. Anchor point. Cornerstone. Silence. Choosing the anchor point, Su Bei can avoid all dangers and review the entire history as a passerby without any changes. This would be the safest way. But there are some secrets that he may not even be qualified to listen to. Choosing the cornerstone, Su Bei can fix this history and make it constant in the long river of time. From then on, no time-related god can change and trace back the ending he caused. But the flaws are too obvious. And Su Bei will also lose the opportunity to save and load the game. He will lose the cost of trial and error. If he chooses to remain silent, Su Bei can steal all the secrets without revealing any flaws. Some secrets are enough to kill people, and these secrets will become his weapons. However, Su Bei's own strength is only transcendence. 30,000 years ago was called the Ragnarok, when the gods were everywhere. And if you were not careful, you would end up dying. The fear is that Su Bei has the blessing of listening to secrets, but not the blessing of digesting them. Su Bei was very entangled. Sometimes, Making a choice is much more difficult than having no choice. Su Bei stopped thinking and gave up the choice for the time being. Don't choose for now. Let's go and see. Thinking, Su Bei looked around this world and whispered softly. I need a power that can make my time here infinitely delayed and extended. This will be a very laborious thing. I need enough time. He was talking to time, but got no response. After saying that, Su Bei turned his head and stared at the long river of time with a serious expression. Immediately, a wisp of soul was peeled off and gently thrown into the long river of time. Let me test it. After a long time, the goddess of time appeared in front of Su Bei, who had calmed down, and pointed out, 30,000 years ago, a wisp of Su Bei's soul fell to the ground, and he clenched his palm and was stunned. Level 3. All authority is lost. Unable to use rules. Master all professional skills. This, Su Bei's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. He compared this body with his original body and got a shocking fact. Exactly the same. Could this be an illusion? Before Su Bei thought too much, a roar suddenly sounded in the sky far away. The roar shook the world and easily tore his eardrums. Su Bei felt blood gushing out and his body was being torn apart. The scene in front of him suddenly went black. And then nothing happened. Su Bei's thoughts gradually returned. Looking at this long river of time, he fell into silence. The difficulty was too high. He stretched out his index fingers and dug in his ears, feeling the pain of dying that had not yet dissipated, and gradually slowed down his breathing. No, brother. You're done now? That's too fast. Gluttony cheered. Great, brother. I didn't expect to win so quickly. Su Bei glanced at Gluttony and ignored him. He closed his eyes and thought about what he had just encountered. Dragon roar. 30,000 years ago. Dragon roar. Giant dragon. Dragon god. Dragon nest. Su Bei recalled the library books he had read, tapped his knees with his index finger knuckles, and nodded. Then he peeled off another wisp of soul and threw it into the long river of time.